us for 20% off with free shipping. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in, not from the inside out. That's not.
And get the blast off pair so you can match Casey.
Yes, if you want to wear the same underwear as Casey, blast off.
But if you're all lotion moved up, it makes it a bit.
For sure. Oh my gosh, it makes.
Are you a feet guy? I'm not a feet guy. Even with women. I mean, a Thai man's foot I can put in my mouth, but
how much of it do you think? Do they have little feet?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about easier transition. Yeah,
just so tiny.
Just a little foot. Yeah, maybe I'd put a little foot in my mouth.
There's actually a big theory on why Thailand is the lady boys, and do you know they don't like the word transsexual either, because that's not what they're doing. They
like
identify. Yeah.
I like that.
Exactly. They're like, fuck your movement. We're doing our own thing. Yeah.
But Graham, what's that?
See, I don't like crazy pictures. It's just some AI.
Yeah, Grant, Ari was not going to be down for weird pictures, dude. Grant, I told you that.
I want the AI picture again. Maybe put us on a boat.
I think we can win them over with some of these AI feet.
Oh, it's AI feet even more disgusting. Machine.
Yeah, I mean, that's scary. How's it even coming up with this kind of stuff? I don't even know. Wait, why aren't they called boiling?
That is true. If there was a guy in his basement drawing pictures like this, you go, as a neighbor, you call somebody. But AI can just riff city, dude.
Oh, for sure.
Fuck AI.
Just do demonic. I mean,
yeah. You see that? If I drew that, all my friends would.
You're getting on an FBI watch list. You need to be careful. You're in America. You got to be careful. Yeah, you don't want to end up on some FBI watch list, and that will happen if you're.
I want to be on any watch list. Comics coming up. Maybe FBI has a list like that.
Ooh,
yeah.
Up at the top of that one, yeah. FBI's top comics to look out.
FBI's top comics to look out. Fuck Watcher, then I'm on the FBI watch list, baby. Watch out for me, dude. I'm about to bomb this city with jokes.
Well, and that's just a bunch of toes right there.
Disgusting.
Oof. So how is the green card looking? How's everything going on that front? Everything's going
good. If me and you start making out one night,
then what? You're good to go for.
I'm so straight that I can literally make out with William and the next day feel nothing.
For sure. Well, you could go back to your place and tell somebody about it.
I'd be like,
that's what you would do with the other people.
I think it's even funnier if we kissed each other and told nobody ever. I think it's funnier to have a secret.
It would be best. It'd be best for our relationship, I think, to have kind of a fun. That'd be just
I just never
fun. Little secret.
It's just a crazy thing
between buddies.
And we don't have to kiss, maybe, but we can do something weird,
Yeah, some strange that we don't have to tell anybody about.
Exactly.
Yeah, nobody has to know.
We just touch each other one time, You'll be doing crazy.
Yeah, not for long, but it'll be our little secret.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Have you kissed a man before?
No, but I remember one time in Los Angeles where I was living right behind a CVS. It was a wonderful place where I would do the Kill Tony's a lot on Monday, and I was off on Tuesday, Wednesday, so I just get fucked up and drink and do cocaine all night looking at the CVS through the fucking chain link fence with the razor wire on it. It was kind of a beautiful little area back there. I loved hanging out back there. And there was a guy that lived above the apartment that I lived in. Very nice guy, and I would just always be down there and real talkative because other people who lived in the building could be down there. And we got to be buddies, and I remember one night we're standing back there, and he's basically, I think he says, can I kiss you? And I said no, but I was thinking, okay. Not that it matters, but I just said no.
And then the relationship
kept on going for it.
He was always still friendly with
We were still friendly.
Yeah, William.
Because I don't want to make it.
I didn't give a shit.
He was drinking a bunch.
I didn't give a shit. But yes, I did that. I can't remember his name. I've been doing well. He's a nice guy.
I remember. He lived with his sister.
Lived with his sister. Oh, yeah. And I did.
But did you, before he dropped the big K word,
was that even a thought in my mind?
Yes, it was.
No. I don't think. I was probably worried about it getting fucked up and talking too much. I used to get fucked up and just love talking to people. I think I was bothering people. but I would guess that was my main objective at the moment.
For me, every time the big K word has come out with a guy,
Yeah.
or do you want to go? Oh, something we don't want to see the big O.
Ooh.
I've always seen it coming. Like, just dudes are, I think dudes are.
It's obvious.
What? It's like a buddy you've had for a little while or something? Or
Yeah,
what do
you meet somebody and there's a look. See, this is why men are always creeps, kinda. Because there's a look that men get in their eyes if they wanna do, like, if they like you. It's just weird. Like, there's an old guy at my gym. I go out with his wife. See him?
Nice.
Cool.
And there's an old guy there, and immediately the way he looks at me, I know. And that's the thing. It's not like this old guy is intimidating me. He's fucking 122, right?
Right.
But it is a bit uncomfortable when somebody gives you that look. And he started
For
talking
sure.
to me, and in my head, my first thought is ETA. Till something drops, ETA. Before you know it, I work out 30 minutes, I go to the sauna. It's an empty gym. I go to the sauna, I'm in the sauna.
Yeah.
I hear the wardrobe door. Not the wardrobe,
The sauna door.
no, where do you change clothes?
The gym or the locker room.
I hear the locker room door open, and in my head, I have this thought. I go, I bet it's 5 seconds later, the door opens, it's the old guy. Like, I just knew it. I just felt it in the air.
Is he like naked in the sauna?
No. I would want to be naked. Absolutely. I hate clothes in a sauna. It's disgusting.
Were you naked in the sauna?
I can't because it's a big sauna there. And it's with the YMCA. It's not hot enough. I have to be there for 2 hours.
Yeah.
But he comes in there and, sits down. And the sauna quietness is always. I know something's coming. So it's like, where you're from. How long you've been working out. Once you ask me about my body, it's about
So what does he end up saying? Does he end up saying anything after he asks about your working out?
I mean, it was nothing serious. He blew me, and we just. No, he said, like, do you want to come over for dinner sometime?
Would you say yes?
What was he cooking?
I said, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What does he say? Just, okay, cool.
Because immediately, you have. I've played this game before. I've been to these shores. And sometimes I want to be so polite that I'll flirt with you a little just to make the transition to regular companionship more smooth.
Yes, that's smart. It's sweet of you.
But it has backfired also.
Fair.
Sometimes you just need to read the vibe. You know how when guys hit on you, you just need to read if this is an actual person who just likes me. Could I be, like, if it's a Drew Nickens asking you out, you're going to make a smooth transition. You're not going to tell this guy. But if it's some guy from the corner, and you can tell, this guy,
Some guy from the corner.
yeah,
Who's been watching.
exactly. There's no way you can say, there's no, you got to shut it down. And this old guy was a shut it down kind of guy.
Yeah.
And I just go, no, thank you. And then it's quiet for a bit, Then it's just weird.
Welcome to America. Yeah, to America. Now when I worked at the little grocery store by my parents' house, there was this old doctor guy who would come to register one. I worked at register one. And he would always come through and he was weird. And it was one of those things where I hear you immediately. You're thinking, oh, this dude, 1,000%. And I swear to God, at one point he invited me over to eat at his house. And I said no. It was strange. It was some old doctor guy. And he would always act weird. And I didn't really care. It's like, what do you do? Whatever. But it was strange. It was a little strange. So I can imagine being a female at certain points. I'm sure I'd be a total, I'm already a pussy-ass bitch. I can only imagine if I was a female.
Oh, exactly.
Scared of everybody. Oh my gosh. That's right. I would have been scared of it. We'd be scared of everyone.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, once you, as a guy, you start having men hit on you, it creates in your head. That's the first, because that never happened. You're never, so to speak, preyed, or you've never been preyed upon, Like, just weirdly. And it's not, yeah, like this old guy's gonna fucking hold you down at the grocery store and fuck you up the ass. That's not gonna happen. But the vibe is also traumatic. Like I
It's
can
kind of weird. I remember being in West Hollywood one time. I swear to God, with the guys who were at Mitzi's last night, two of my buddies who lived in Denver and then lived in LA, and we were at it was like a St. Patrick's Day thing, and it was one of the times when I was still getting real fucked up. And we went to some big gay bar because there were a bunch of people there.
Yeah.
And I remember getting this real weird feeling with some dude there. Like, watch, I just remember. Not that any of that matters, but it was like one of the only times in my life I felt like somebody was watching my ass, your ass, which had never really happened, or I never picked up on that.
And with women, it's everywhere you go, everything you do, there's always that guy with the fucking print size in the corner.
Well, hopefully not.
Well,
Everywhere.
not always, but they will start telling you more often. Like, it will still, like, I remember, this was like 5 years ago. My gym, I see a guy,
What's it called?
my fitness. I see a guy in the gym. It's the my fitness. It's the spot. Is
that a good one?
yes. It's like no, we don't fucking get you bullshit. That's crazy.
I've never been in one. What is that? Just like a
Dude, shaving cream.
would you ever be a member at a place like that?
Equinox?
Yeah.
Dude, of course I would, but the Austin one sucks ass and dick and balls at the same time.
Oh, does it?
It's just, Equinox is always good, but there are some locations. The Austin one isn't.
Yeah.
But the New York one, I went to one. I went to one in Toronto. And in New York, in Manhattan, I went to one where I was like, I will suck men off just to hang around.
It was cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
But I remember in my fitness one time, just like 5 years ago,
large open area.
I see an old guy at the sauna.
Jagged
We have naked
stone,
saunas there, of course, and you have to be. If you have pants on, I'll deal with you.
scattered
It's not
about.
normal.
Could you wear a towel though before you get in
Seen it
there?
on a random
Maybe,
hat,
but
I'm kind of
names and
bashful. I like
places.
Yeah, yeah.
towel.
But if you have a towel, we'll look at you like, okay, he's up to something.
People,
Yeah,
What's
something.
under that? Yeah, what's under that towel?
Yeah.
yeah,
Why hiding it?
Yeah.
Don't be weird, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's old guys there, and I see him in the shower. You know when there's like the showers are separated by the little wall, but it has the cracks. It has the cracks. He's on the opposite end. But because I see he's being weird, so he's looking over too much. If two men are sitting next to next, like let's say we're on a bus, whatever, yeah, one guy's the swivel, that's weird.
What do you mean if the one guy's looking over?
Whatever social situation two strangers are, if this shit starts happening, you see this. We have a predatory, we have there's a side in our that's peripheral vision that's like very wide due to predatory reasons. And if I see this swivel sitting next to me, something's weird happening. And if I swivel back, this is gonna now think. So I don't swivel back. So I wait like a G.
Welcome.
See exactly. I wait for him to go to the
What up, Big Feet Jones?
right? And then I pick the farthest one that when he goes to.
Because he would have, if you went in one first, he would have gotten right next to you.
Pervert, one of
Oh,
pervert,
so what are you doing? Just messing around?
Like if there's three urinals out here, which one do you pick? I'm a urinal, right?
How you living, Pimp?
I'm picking the stall.
What's good, son? Can you hear me? Big Feet Jones.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, my friend. How are you?
Not today. Not today. Just dropping by.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
From Twitter.
From Twitter. Oh, excellent. From the UAE Falconry and Finance.
Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Again, sorry.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure. Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, that's what I do. Data is, according to The Economist magazine, Earth's #1 resource. and I have more data than any person ever. Hey, what's going on, Miss Aquarius? How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. You ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
All right, go hit it hard, girl. We'll see you tonight. God willing, we'll play our game, okay?
Alright, I said night.
Take care.
Alright, you too.
Well, no, actually, I logged in before you were asleep.
Yeah.
Maybe this morning.
That's what I do. I got to sleep sometimes. So I
How
have
long have you been doing this for?
more than 3.5 years since the pandemic. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever.
Wow.
I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever. And The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help your friends. I'm going to help your family all become independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to help you to create generational wealth. And I want to ensure that you're able to have enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Bigfoot Jones?
That sounds great. Out of curiosity, how when you have to go out to the shops or the bathroom, etc. Are you still on camera then?
Yeah, so I have streamed my bowel movements, and I have streamed outside. I've streamed myself in the shower. I like to sing in the shower, but really, it's kind of the same old when I do it. So I don't necessarily stream every single time I go to the bathroom, but I do stream it. The other issue is YouTube doesn't like that content, so I have to upload it to like Instagram or somewhere else. But yeah, I do my best to archive absolutely every aspect of my life, including eating, including drinking, including sleeping, as you know, and just entertaining and playing games and all those other things. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Yeah, right. Wow.
I do.
Incredible. Incredible.
Thank.
I don't know. I feel like I've barely spoken on the internet for 20 years. So it's
Well, I was like,
I came on before, but I was too almost too in. I didn't want to speak. It was too unnatural for me,
100%. I understand. I didn't speak on the internet for 20 years myself until the pandemic, really, where many of the classes I was taking went virtual, and my position as a certified project management professional went remote. So I was already live streaming my life between 8 and 16 hours a day. And I just figured, you know what, if I'm going to be already on camera this much, why not just do it all the time? So you can literally go back to basically every single day of my life since the pandemic, almost close to 4 years now, and see what I was doing. But not just that, know what was going on in the world, utilizing, I keep radio going all the time that has news updates. So it's essentially a time capsule of human society, a time capsule of human experience, and like a timeline for the world. And I think it's really exciting that we have this much data. I know that it's going to perhaps not just have an impact on my life, but perhaps for people in the future. It's essentially what somebody would have done 100 years ago as a diarist or a journalist, but instead I am like just doing it virtually.
Very cool, man. I noticed that when you were sleeping, you had two sounds. So I think you were listening to the news and something else.
Yeah. So definitely the news, and perhaps either a podcast that I have here or on the screen. The screen, I like to listen to Jewish history lectures. This was a podcast just from just a random one that I had pulled up. But yeah, do my best to have as much media on this as possible because I want it to be a compilation of all of the world's media. So I've listened to every major music album on this stream and sang them, basically every major song. I have every audiobook, watched every major motion picture and every television series from the Western world on this stream, so that basically in the future with AI, it'll be able to dissect my reactions to all of it. And I think it'll be very important for people in the future. I do this because I want to end world wars everywhere. I'm about peace. Additionally, I want to help with people who are hungry. And so, through ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I think those are some solutions to the problems that we have, particularly with hunger and with ending world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I want to keep those types of projects going. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, pumping Earth's water, pumping
I
Earth's
think that's very important.
seawater
Yourself.
onto
Yes.
land to make it drinkable. So this gives me a platform to be able to discuss those topics, and then just general positivity. I talk about other things that when I go viral, I know are going to change the world, particularly with futurology subjects, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as...
Sorry to interrupt.
You okay?
Sorry, could you repeat that last one?
Yeah, so in 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place. It was of a Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain.
Oh, sorry. Okay, right. Yeah, no, of course.
Southern France.
Yeah, amazing.
Fast forward to the
Sorry,
year
keep going.
2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2021, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant hybrids, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves that they introduced. Joe Rogan has met them. They're about a year old. There are at least 3 of them as of right now. I'm additionally an advocate for their other projects, which is reintroducing the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting things that we're going to be able to witness. Additionally, some things that I talked about that are going to help you if you want, and this is all with your consent. So I don't want anything to happen to you if you don't consent to it, or anyone else who watches my streams for that matter. But if you want, you should know that I talk a lot about life extension, and I want to give you the finances that you need to extend what was when you were born the average life expectancy for you of about age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy. Really want to get you to 120 years old, but then you may say, Rabbi, I've had a really good run. I don't want it to end. What do you got for me next? And the next type of technology I like to discuss is what's called mind uploading technology. This is the idea, again, with your consent. If you want, we can scan your brain into a computer, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, big.
I've thought a lot about that.
Yeah.
Like let's say for instance that it was possible to scan someone's brain. I suppose what is the question of whether or not that person will be? It's the same person that For instance, it's the same the teleportation problem. Are you the same person as the one who teleported through the teleport, or are you just a collection of different electrons which can really accurately mimic the person who on the other side was killed. Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. So this goes to something known as the ship of Theseus paradox, which means
Right.
it's the idea that you have a ship in a dock, and you take that ship apart piece by piece and rebuild a ship right next to it. Is it the same ship or is it a different ship? You tell me.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's a very good question. Myself, I would be very afraid to go through a teleporter, for instance.
That's okay. I mean, because if you do that,
I think there's an old.
if you do that, if you do that, essentially you have to kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you have to have a lot of trust.
Yeah, I mean,
You have to have a lot of trust in the system that it doesn't glitch and that you will end up exactly replicated on the other side.
yeah, for sure. I'm extremely interested in it. I follow that dude. What's his name? Brian. Sorry, maybe a mind blank here. Brian Johnston. You know?
That's okay. Excellent.
But you know, like one of the things I would worry about is how he's a billionaire, obviously,
Right.
and not everyone can get their plasma sort of changed out. If they're sort of, relatively working class, I guess.
Right. That's ambrosia therapy. And this isn't going to be for everyone. Unfortunately, I'd love to be able to tell you, Bigfoot Jones, that I'd be able to help every single person in the world with all of these issues. I'm just one person. I know that I will be able to help a huge contingent of the population, perhaps as many as 10 to 20% of the world. But I know that I'm not going to be able to help everyone. But I do want to create more of an equal playing field for the globe and allow some people who previously wouldn't have had these opportunities available to them to actually be able to take advantage of them.
I'm looking through your about list. It's very comprehensive.
Absolutely.
Digital twins technology. I don't actually. Could I ask what that is? Is this related to what we're talking about?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry. I was just looking through the list in your various interests.
Right.
What is digital twins technology?
Oh, okay. So as I understand, there's the idea, and this is an idea in futurology, and let me make sure that we get exactly what we're talking about correct. And I utilize AI on a daily basis, and I've been using AI since at least large language models were introduced November 30th, 2022. And so, at least in this case, we're talking about a futurology idea where you can have a virtual replica of a physical object uh, available to you. Essentially, this replica would be updated in real time with data and sensors or other inputs, allowing it to mirror your behavior and performance in a real world counterpart. So, in simple terms, this is like a digital twin, living, breathing simulation of yourself or of something else in the real world. How it works is sensors collect data from a physical object like a machine, a building, or even a human. Data is sent to the digital twin model. The model uses this data to simulate, analyze, and predict what's happening with real world object. So, for instance, in manufacturing, the real world object might be a jet engine or a factory robot. And what a digital twin could do is monitor wear, predict the failure, and optimize repairs. So, I mean, just in these terms, you could have a Boeing 747, or maybe it's a 947, or wherever it is in the future, and have a digital twin of the engines and actually know when the engines are experiencing friction or may have a higher likelihood to have failure because it has a real world exact twin that is being replicated. In healthcare, you could have a patient and model disease progression or treatment outcomes. For a car, you could test performance or schedule maintenance. All of these things are an idea of a digital twin technology. Does that make sense?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Hey, by the way, you know how you one of your questions here, I can see. What's the most pleasant sounding accent? Upper Midwest. That's what you asked.
Yeah, that's kind of
Whatever happened to the North? Yeah.
that's
What
kind
about
of
the North Atlantic accent? Where did that go?
yeah. So this is a great question. By the way, the Upper Midwest is kind of a joke that I put in there. I like all accents, but one that I find humorous. I don't know if it's most attractive to me is that Upper Midwest, don't you know, kind of talk. So the North, um, the um, the Mid Atlantic accent is there's an interesting story behind that. So it was taught in boarding schools, particularly on the East Coast, as a type of anti-accent. Basically, people from the South could send their children there. People from Brooklyn, people from New York City, people from the Northeast, and they would teach a type of English that was considered neutral, particularly to both an American and a British audience. Because those types of boarding schools have gone by the wayside, this type of accent is no longer as prevalent, but you do have this type of accent. People like Audrey Hepburn had it, Catherine Hepburn had it, Kelsey Grammer has it. It's not British, it's American, but it does have this proper type of grammar and proper type of usage, or at least proper sounding. So it was basically a way for Americans to be able to give their children a neutral accent to sometimes even disguise from where they were originally.
Oh yeah, I mean I had read that. I truly love that accent though. It's a real shame. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm based out of California.
Oh, okay. I'm from Australia, so it's not time for me.
Excellent. Somebody from Australia. I've had this feeling. I had a dream many years ago, not many, but like 4 years ago, that somebody from Australia was going to see what I did on Twitter, and I was going to go viral because of them. So you might be that person. I do get some people from Australia in here, um, but basically, I had a dream 4 years ago, and it was a very powerful dream. And basically, in the dream, it was like you're going to be the most documented person in the world, and somebody's going to post something about you on Twitter. Somebody's going to see that, and what's going to excite them is reading my about section, exactly what you just said. So it may be you, it may be somebody else, or it could have just been a dream. But I do talk about a lot of things that I think are going to change the world. One of the things that the falconry person, UAE falconry, discussed was Santa Claus machines. I think this is something that's fascinating. The idea, it's like a replicator, basically like a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, you can use any element. And these are things that are going to come to fruition while you're alive and while I'm alive. And if you've never heard the term Santa Claus machines, that's something that certainly is going to come to the fruition. And I know
I've
when
never actually heard that term before I saw it on his post.
yeah.
So I was curious. I was quite curious about it. Did you actually speak to him on Discord or?
Oh yeah, definitely. We spoke at length for like 2 hours.
Oh right, wow. Yeah, he's an interesting character. I've never spoken to him myself, but I love his Twitter feed.
Yeah, so essentially, as I consider a Santa Claus machine, imagine the periodic table of elements having like almost like atoms built up, where that could create that could basically print anything that you want. It's currently, it's an emerging technology, but it could give you anything that you want instantly and for free. So what are we talking about? It is a device that makes anything you wish: food, tools, technology. It requires no effort or cost, and it has no limits in what it can create. It's essentially a 3D printer combined with AI. So where does it come from? It was popularized by a science fiction writer known as Werner Vinge, and what he discussed is this idea that you could have this machine that could solve issues in economics, labor, and value, and it helps us explore a utopian and dystopian futures. One of the issues that UAE Falcon brought up to me yesterday was, well, Rabbi, couldn't you create like a nuclear bomb with this? And yeah, you could theoretically, but here's the thing: just like you have copy machines that if you try to put currency on them, it will not print those out. You could have other limitations on a 3D printer that wouldn't allow you to make ammunition or firearms or nuclear weapons and those types of things. This concept has been explored within like popular um, popular media with Star Wars. It's been known as a replicator, which in that it would instantly create food and objects from energy. It has been thought of as also something like post scarcity, an idea of post scarcity, a world where entire goods and services are free and abundant. And I don't feel it's that far away. One thing before we continue on this, we talked about mind uploading. They're already experimenting with mice and being able to transfer memories of mice. If they're already doing that within the next 10 years, we may start to lead into things like mind uploading with humans, with people who volunteer for this. I mean, when I started this stream, the idea of brain computer interfaces was seen as science fiction, but we had the first successful brain computer interface through Neuralink with a man named his name is Nolan Aspro. He's a quadriplegic person who can play a video game better than both you and I combined. And the reason why he's able to do that is because he has a brain computer interface that essentially allows him to move cursor faster than we can move it with our hands. And he does this all without use of his hands or legs. And we've had then the second Neuralink implant be created. Now we're at half a dozen of them. And they've even created a helmet that allows you to use a computer cursor without needing any type of implant. We're already moving that quickly. And that was science fiction when I started this stream. And now it's absolute science fact. And moving into the Santa Claus machine, when people start to hear this, the name alone is going to make people excited. Hey, did you know that there's a rabbi who streams their life 24/7, and they talk about all this futuristic technology, and one of the things is called the Santa Claus machine? Oh, what's that? It's essentially a replicator that you would see in Star Trek, but it allows you to make anything that you want. It's essentially a 3D printer that utilizes AI and the periodic table of elements to be able to create anything that your heart desires, all for free and instantly. That's going to change the world itself. And many of these topics.
Oh my God! I mean, of course. I mean, like I really especially like years ago, I was, very much into sort of these sort of, futurism, transhumanism, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely.
But as we get closer and closer, I'm kind of getting a bit cynical, I'm afraid, because I keep just thinking that for one, it will be sort of captured by the ultra wealthy or people who have bad intent. So you seem to have very sort of, as do I, have sort of are an optimist. But there are so many sort of bad people in the world who have access to these technologies who might be the first early adopters of these technologies who are going to sort of turn it to bad ends. What do you say about that?
Absolutely. So I think that I give those people, let's talk about who runs the world, who we're talking about. We're talking about the Astor family, the Bundy family, the Collins family, the Carnegie family, the DuPont family, the Lee family, the Merovingian bloodline, the Rockefeller family, my family, the Rothschild family, the Reynolds family, the Russell family, the Van Dunn family, the House of Windsor, and the Vanderbilt family. These families, we run the world. Now, do I run the world personally? No. But I am a descendant of people who are associated with these families and essentially can help as a leader to be able to say, look, not just to our families, but to the world. We won. It's game over. Okay. Now it's time for us to share the winnings with the world. That doesn't mean necessarily absolutely every person's going to be able to take advantage of them. But if I can show these families that they still have an opportunity to stay on top with whatever the future of the governments are and the future of science is, but to share the wealth a little bit and to make it so that they can walk in public and not get heckled and not get attacked, that's going to be the best of both worlds. So they don't have to walk around with security, armed security all the time, or they don't have to live in a fenced in castle, that they're able to live a normal life, which many of them have been unable to do because of who they are in society. These are opportunities as well that are really going to be attractive for many of these people because they are going to want to take advantage of them themselves. And to know that they are included, that these 13 or so families are included at the apex of society, but that there will be other people there, including the Council of 300 and other families, to be able to help support them, is a very exciting premise. Now, do I think that?
Sorry,
Go
can
ahead.
I ask who the council? I'm following you so far, but who are the Council of 300?
Sure. So aside from those 13 families, these are the other ruling families of the world, including the House of Saud, the Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands. This is the Prince of Monaco. This gets into dynasties like the Pillsbury family and the Phillips family.
By the way, could I ask one thing actually?
Go ahead.
It's actually occurred to me, but it seems very sort of, the 13 families, as you said, the Council of 300, the names that you listed.
Sure.
They're very sort of European centric. Are there any sort of South African, say, Australian, Japanese, Chinese?
Yeah. So
families involved?
absolutely. So the Lee family is Chinese, and so they were essentially very powerful during the. If you know who Li Ka-shing is, he was the wealthiest Asian for many years prior to his death. When it comes to South Africa, absolutely. In fact, some of my closest friends rabbinically are South African people. My shul, my synagogue is South African. Many of the people in both of the synagogues of which I'm a member are South African. So that would be, and also Rhodesia, if you're familiar with that, it's now Tanzania. Those families are very intertwined with these other families. So including the Oppenheimer family, the Rhodes family, if you know about De Beers and the Diamond Cartel, these are controlled. I mean, I am a very close friend of Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer. He lives in Israel now. But these families are families that I think I will be able, or I'm sure I'll be able to unite. So from a South Africa and Rhodesia perspective, they're certainly involved. Now, in terms of America, Rockefellers.
Well, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're okay.
Might have sort of, okay, so the Lee family is Chinese.
Yeah.
I suppose, well, I'm curious, there's a lot of Jewish people. There seems to be a lot of English people.
That's correct.
A lot of Americans.
But also Christian people and Muslim people. This is of all people.
Yeah, so the House of Saud you mentioned.
Absolutely. The Kuwaiti dynasties, the Emirates. Absolutely. Yeah, that's newer money. But really it goes to, I believe his name is, he's the king of Spain. And his name is escaping. I think it was Carlos or Charles. But really, South America is new to this. Probably the most relevant person who you would know in either Central or South America is a man named Carlos Slim. Do you know who Carlos Slim is?
Oh, sure. He's a mobile guy from Mexico.
Right, absolutely in telecom. So yeah, and generally it's not anything against South America. It's just newer. It's been discovered newer. These dynasties didn't start there. They started generally in Europe.
Oh, that's really true. Of course.
Exactly. But that doesn't mean that the people there aren't going to be helped. That doesn't mean that the people there aren't going to be helped. And through all of this. So what do I mean? I mean, like the things that I talk about are mega projects. So let's just say it wasn't just you, but there were 1 million people here, we would be able to talk about mega projects. Hey, let's do what we can to build what's known as the Pan American Highway. It's already been built from basically the tip of Argentina to Colombia, and there is about 90 miles between Colombia and Panama, known as the Darien Gap, that need to be closed. If we were able to close that, you would be able to drive from Los Angeles to Buenos Aires or from New York to Rio de Janeiro. Now, you may have to build some bridges in there, especially because the Amazon can be problematic, but that takes care of North and South America, just 90 miles, and that's not that far. Now, the major connection that of which I'm an advocate, in addition to the Darien Gap, but probably more so, is a Bering Strait tunnel. So that connects Asia to North America through a tunnel system underneath the Bering Strait. It's 51 miles. It's not that much. But if we were able to bridge, or to, I should say, to tunnel using a company like Elon Musk's Boring Company or another type of tunneling company, if we were able to bridge that, or I don't even want to use the term bridge because it's not a bridge, but tunnel through that, you would be able to drive from New York City to Cape Town. You would be able to drive from Rio de Janeiro to Paris. This will do a lot for the world. And no one's talking about these types of big projects. We're too focused on that which divides us. And I understand there's a lot that divides us, but I'm about uniting people, and I'm about promoting that which unites us. These types of projects would change the world. Other things that would change the world, a space elevator, so that we don't have to keep pushing rockets to space. And essentially, a space elevator is just essentially a chain that is in low Earth orbit that allows you to send goods and cargo into space without the need of a of a rocket system. There's already one of the things that I talk about is something known as space tourism, which has been started with Blue Origin and SpaceX. But there's already a discussion to have a space hotel in low Earth orbit, and one of the ways that people may be able to get there is through a tethered system, which is known as a space elevator. These are things that you just don't hear anybody talking about, and they're things that I've been talking about for years on camera, and I think will be very exciting to the people of the world when they hear them.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the space elevator I've thought about for many years. I mean, technically it's very challenging, but realistically, can it happen? I'm not sure, but
there is. So the big issue with this is the tensile strength of the fiber that you use,
exactly, yeah.
and so we just need improvements in carbon fiber, and there's a way that you can create even stronger carbon fiber than we currently have. Just a moment, and I'll get you the answer. Yo, dog, what is the type of carbon fiber that you could need, and how do you make it to be able to create a space elevator? So this is really a big move in material science, and it's next level carbon fiber. So you use carbon nanotubes or graphene ribbons, which are ultra strong, ultra light materials far beyond normal composites. Why carbon nanotubes? They're 50 to 100 times stronger than steel. They're 1/6 the weight of steel. Their strength to weight ratio is unbeatable, and that's what matters for something hanging from orbit. To support a space elevator, you would need a material with the tensile strength of at least 50 to 100 gigapascals. Steel and regular carbon fiber tap out at 2, so it's going to be a lot stronger than that. And carbon nanotubes and graphene can go way beyond that, theoretically up to 130 gigapascals. So how do we do this? We use carbon vapor deposition it's known as CVD. You heat up carbon-rich gas and grow nanotubes on a substrate. It sounds easy, but making the long defect-free CNTs is incredibly hard. But here's the thing. We have AI that can help to oversee all of this to ensure it's done absolutely perfectly, and we didn't have this 50 years ago, 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, like we do today. And then you spin them into a cable.
Well, I suspect that it might be some sort of future materials technology that we don't even know yet. It could be carbon nanotubes. We never know.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, science fiction writers have talked about that. Engineers talk about that. That's what it is. And these things are starting to be able to be created in laboratories. And once we have them, you spin them into a cable. You bundle the nanotubes into aligned threads or ribbons. The techniques include wet spinning, dry spinning, and force pulling. A problem exists where spun CNT cables often have gaps, twists, and weak points that drastically reduce their strength. However, with AI, we can have all of this overseen and ensure that we are able to fix any issues that they have. You layer these CNT threads into a mega ribbon that's thin but crazy strong. And then what you can do with the space elevator design constraints, it's got to stretch from the equator up to geostationary orbit, and it needs a counterweight beyond that. The base must be a stable equatorial platform like the ocean or land near Ecuador. But we're getting there, and you might be able to see that within the next 20, 30, 40 years. And that's an amazing accomplishment. I mean, we're talking about being able to take people into space safely. Not that we can't already do that with rockets. We can already do that with rockets, but this would allow for major building projects to be done into space.
Hey, Rabbi, I soon have to go and make some dinner myself. But can I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
So 13 families, the Council of 300. Where does Russia and Putin fit into all of that?
Yeah, so he would probably be towards the lower end of the top 1,000 people, wealthiest individuals in the world. And when you look into these things, they become dynasties. So who are we talking about? We're talking about Putin. We're talking about Musk. We're talking about Bill Gates. We're talking about Jeff Bezos. But they aren't the richest people in the world, as you're probably aware. There are dynasties that have been around for hundreds of years that are wealthier than they are. However, they are major players in the public view of finance. So if you're asking where would Putin fall, his net worth is not publicly. Well, they'll say he's like a 2 billion, perhaps as much as 20 billion, but he's probably has about $100 billion in holdings, which puts him in the top 20 or so wealthiest individuals publicly known. But in terms of the top 1,000 people in the world, that probably puts him around number 950 to 980 or so.
I see. But he's like, okay, so, oh man, I mean, there's so much to cover. Yeah, right. Well, look, hey, Rabbi, I should probably go. It's getting quite kind of late.
That's okay. I understand.
I'm going to bed now, but maybe I'll drop by in the next few days,
Absolutely,
a week or whatever. Say good day.
Absolutely, you're always welcome. All I ask, please just tell your friends, okay?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I will. I will tell my friends.
Excellent. Take care, my friend. Peace.
Yeah, you too. See you around.
Pleasure to meet you. Take care, Bigfoot Jones.
Likewise. Thank you. No worries. Bye.
Bye.
Tons of articles in there. We've got all the information you ever want. What the next shows are coming up. What the past shows were.
Okay.
I'm picking the stall.
But if
He's
there's
shy. He's not going next.
if there's only three, yes.
I
He's
would
going
get
in this
far
stall.
away.
If
I would get
I'm in
far
the
away.
third one, you go to the first one. That's universally known.
Yes.
If you pick the second one, you want to suck me off. That's the international rule of, hey, I want to suck
That
you
would
off.
happen if somebody did. If you were peeing later on today and somebody went up beside you in the urinal, what would you do? Would you look over? Would you say something?
Yes, I would say thank you, but no thank you.
Well, what if they just made an honest mistake? What if they just feel more comfortable TTing closer to somebody?
I just go, no, you're not going to suck me off. And you look over the first ones and, it has the bag over it. It's like, not.
They had no choice.
Yeah, in the sketch, that's what I just go, hey, man, I will suck you off.
Out of order.
So think the farthest one. And I shower. And then I look through the cracks. Through the cracks, I can see across from the hole. Because they all the separating parts, they're all exactly the same. So there's it's like looking downstairs from a really long, So I see, and all I see is his eyes looking straight to the thing, and he's holding his dick. Doing something.
Kidding.
No.
Looking at your ass.
You made eye contact?
Yeah, he was looking through it.
Do you say anything to anybody at the gym, or it's not? What do you do?
See, now that is surprising because you know what I did? I just went home, but I was about to go down the stairs at the sports club, and the administrator is my friend actually. I know her. She's like a good friend of mine. But I'm like, actually, it's weird, right? It's an old guy, but that's how sexual assault can also work. It's just a weird, intimate thing that we went through that is not comfortable for me to recall immediately. And I start going downstairs and I go, oh no, I have to talk about it. It's just to get it out.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, and then we laugh because it is funny, but if I wouldn't talk about it, and let's say I'm not a guy, for me, if I see crazy, I've always been a guy, like I laugh, I'm not like, I won't be this, aggression is not my line of defense usually. For me, it's always you. Like even then, I kind of laughed and he was all weird. I just go, or something, he's all, gets weird. Yeah. So that's how the first time I was like, holy shit. But then, that's not the only time that people have jerked off. I had one time in Vancouver, Stanley Park, where Stanley Park, in Vancouver, there's one of the most tolerant. It has amazing trees that reach for the sky. It's basically, even if that's the hottest day, it's like dark. And it's cool. Because it's such a thick forest that it's beautiful. And sometimes you see it, it's like, because I watched it, it's British Columbia. It was beautiful. It was so pretty. So, but I go, it's deep in the woods, and I'm smoking a joint. And the smoke, because there's so little wind there, the smoke is plain, and it's just high. And it's literally my first week in Vancouver, and I just made a big tradition.
This is gonna go on about.
These are things that I'm scared, but I have this moment of appreciation of the black smoke. I hear a branch break.
This one is going to be up in the Rockies.
I look over, it's a guy, and he's
Here I am
walking,
in Simna.
but he's looking straight at me.
This is
And
my
the steps
ancestral
he's,
homeland,
Lithuania,
Lithuania, the Alytus district. This is the
It's a bit
first
too
time any
slow.
member of our family has been back
What
here
is he
in 100 years
doing?
since my grandmother left. And very much looking forward to seeing the streets where she grew up and where all of my
It's such a
family
big
is from
part
in
that
Lithuania.
seeing someone is already, you have to kind of, you don't sure, okay,
Town
maybe it's a
square right now.
It's a park, yeah.
So it's a park.
360, so you get a sense of
So
where the
15
school
minutes
is
past, I started
located
to
in
the
terms
cyber
of
cell.
town.
I
So this
just forgot about
cobblestone
it.
area
It's
behind me is
music.
the old medieval town square. This town is
It's
over 500 years old, and Jews were here at least 400
And
of
we
those
need
years.
you having your
So this is
defenses as
the
laughter
grand
and not
expanse
aggression.
of downtown. You can see
It
right
makes
to the
me
very end of it.
It makes me deranged.
And just coming around behind me,
Insane in the
that's the
membrane.
other end of it.
It
It
makes
stops
me.
there. And there's this big,
Some
rather
people
new municipal
need
building
help.
which I think
Some
built in
people can fuck off
1990s
and go
to
to hell.
2000s, perhaps after they
so
joined
yeah,
the EU.
That sounded good. That sounded
Right there.
That's
is the
perfect.
It really did.
synagogue.
Yeah, insane in the
You can see how
membrane.
prominent
That's all I
it
can
would
think.
be
Why
all I
can't
can
think
think
of
of
the,
like some people.
the overall geography of this little shtetl.
It's good. That
That's
sounded
just
really
right
good. It
off
really
the
did.
main square. At the other
So
end
what's
of
the guy
the
doing
street
in
from the
that
church,
bar?
there's the closer
No, I
house,
don't feel
the
it.
Chalminer of town.
I take
And
my
if you
shirt
find the
off.
church, you
I
just go
start
to the other
shadow
end of town,
boxing.
you
That's
find
what I
the
do
synagogue.
sometimes. I'm such
That's
a
where
I'm
the
such a
synagogue is
I
located.
don't
Very
feel comfortable
common,
dancing.
closely
shadow
related
boxing.
to the
It's kind
actual
of my expression of it's
town
not
market.
aggressive at all. It's
And
just something
it's
I do.
linked to the
I do
Jewish
push-ups. I get a little
stories.
sweaty. You know.
So one of the things that my grandmother always used to
I'm thinking
talk about
branch.
was how when
That's
she
way
was a little
closer
girl,
than the last branch.
the peasants would come into Simna from their villages And they would come to my grandfather, great-grandfather's house, and they would change their clothes. They would take off their travel clothes and heavy muddy boots. She specifically remembered muddy boots. And they would leave them in her house when they went to this church back here. So if you think about that, if
I don't know. I guess you call it
it's hard to tell.
I had to stand with my shoes.
Perhaps my grandmother lived somewhere along this
my legs
street,
were bow-legged, and I had a
or
giant
maybe
head, and
down
I'd never really been able to wear a bunch of
behind
hats
me.
until I found
If,
mammoth headwear. I mean, they've
but we have no
really pretty
idea
much
which
saved my
house it
life
would have
because
been,
I'm
or
fair
even
skinned. I'm getting skin cancer
So
now. And one of the ways I try to help
the
fight
end of the
off
street
skin
is
cancer is
basically
wearing
where
hats, but
the
I have
large
the
building is, correct?
genetic
And the
condition,
other
so I
end of the
can't
street is
normally wear
basically
hats because I have
just
this
past the
giant
church a
head.
little
But
bit.
mammoth headwear has
So we're,
been able to pretty much save my life.
so the main
I think
street is
literally and
probably about
figuratively
3
speaking, they've saved
kilometers
my
long at the most.
freaking life. Stop trying to cram into itty bitty hats. Get
So it's
something that fits
one
your
big
big
street and a
ass
few
head with
smaller
mammoth
streets coming off like
headwear. It's a shop designed exclusively for giant noggins.
Yeah, this is a very grand
Is it
building.
noggins, Grant?
This, another day, nice to know too.
Their sizing starts
Yeah.
at 7 3/4 inches wide. That's a pretty big freaking hat to begin with. 7 3/4 inches. Do you know how big that is, Grant?
My grandmother left in
It's like a giant.
1930 and
Yeah,
the
that's
synagogue
like a
was built in
comically
1905.
huge. And that's just
So it
where they
certainly would be there.
start.
The
So
synagogue.
however huge your head is, they've got you covered. And again, 7 3/4 inches. If you don't know what that is, look that up. That's a big ass hat to begin with, and they get even bigger. Gone are the days of not being able to fit into
It's
snapbacks.
over.
Snapbacks, is that like the kind of Corvette you have?
The mayor
No,
was
that hatchback.
to had us go into the building.
Oh yes, and beanies and trucker hats. They have everything. Mammoth Headwear is here with cool stuff that'll fit right. They've also got a 30-day perfect fit guarantee to ensure that you're totally satisfied. Head to mammothheadwear.com and use code WMS for 50% off and free shipping on US orders. That's mammothheadwear.com, code WMS, or click the link in our show notes. Get that giant head of yours, the gift of Mammoth Headwear. Saved my life.
Yeah. Дуже цікаво. Дуже прекрасно.
His glasses were on. Like this.
They're gay.
Big out, and he's shaking it like it's a gift.
As you're sitting there getting sweaty doing push-ups and shit. That's horrible.
No, like this, sideways, like a little behind the bush, but under the bush, I see the thing shaking.
Yeah, yeah.
Down.
So we're trying to communicate.
And that's a classic nod. Something's going bad with the glasses.
He goes, "Hey man, you want a beer?"
To the synagogue.
Classic line.
I mean, compared to
After you wash your hand.
Yes,
looks like the original
And he looks, dude.
houses that
You know what offended
most
me
of
in
them
that
are wood.
moment too? You be looking dog shit.
Oh, really?
No,
Yeah, at least it could be some well put together.
look at me and look
How
at you.
Yeah, yeah,
Offensive.
If I blow you, the others will never believe you.
yeah. Right.
You'll be in a mental
See if there's a
Estonian angel. Yeah, there was an Estonian. Sure, blue-eyed. Sure, Mikey. Sure, Mikey. They closed the shop.
I know.
Oh.
Like in Bram Stoker's Dracula. You remember? Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah, I did that.
Remember, there's a good scene with the guy going.
If I blew him, he would walk around that forest. He would turn insane. So that's what's offending me. At least be Michael Bublé.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
We love Bublé.
I love Bublé.
They're big Bublé people.
I go, no, man. But now, already, I got to change location. This guy is echolocationing me already. He's like, Linger, next movie's gonna, spike.
Yeah, I gotta get out of there.
Because he was like, here. He's everywhere. So, but I'm trying to act cool as well.
Yeah.
I start going, but now I'm high also. And this is actually, I can't remember if this is before the shower thing or not, but this is the first time. It's
So
me
the
and
Aaron
him.
Kodesh would have been
I just feel uncomfortable.
where the
And
goal
I'm high. I gotta move. I'm in a new environment. I'm scared. There's people after me. I gotta move.
I would be scared to death.
So, but I won't try to be cool about it. I walk. I forget. all of
So
a
this
sudden,
is behind me would have been Mizrach, where right now is where there would have been an Aron Kodesh, and now of course there's a
two
kind of a
guys
basketball
in the
back,
distance.
like an indoor soccer goal. Gives me a certain amount of nefesh to be in here and imagine what
He's got like long hair. The other
this
guy's holding
meant
it like I would with a
my
chip,
family
when
when
you
it
hold the
was
back of the hair,
intact
and
and
he's
functioning.
like,
It gives you some sense of the
Welcome to
depth of the
Vancouver.
loss.
dude, in the distance, damn, I changed direction too. At this point, dude, I felt like, remember that scene, have you seen The Grey, with Liam Neeson when he's with the wolves?
So this probably
You
would
know,
have been
after
gallery,
Liam
women's
Neeson in
gallery.
the freaking Taken movies, I don't believe him. I
He's
don't
trying
like
to,
him.
there's a scene where he's trying to get away from the wolves. The wolves are killing all his friends. He's the last guy surviving. But by accident, he goes into the wolves and he picks the wrong direction. That's how I felt when I showed up.
Every
I'm like,
wrong direction.
I'm in the Mecca.
Like in The Shining, where Shelley Duvall's trying to get through and she's seeing all the ghosts of the people. Oh my God.
Then I see
Oh,
road.
it's just the smell of the
Because
wood.
now I've changed direction immediately. By the way, they also noticed me. And they continued like as if I'm the rude
Well,
guy.
what would they do? What
Well,
is
you
done
might
here?
have been in that
You
situation.
could have looked and just blah, blah,
It's
blah.
okay, yeah.
So now I find the road and I see another guy walking there. And my first thought is, oh my
Ah,
God,
okay.
this is my hell now. I have
Until
to,
you
I don't know,
Hashim, this is
suck my way
where
out.
the women would sit
Yeah, you're
originally,
stuck in that farm.
where they built new walls.
So that new guy was going in there to get some
New guy, immediately I see new guy. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Looking at all those gay guys. I gotta get out. Yeah. So new guy. But that's my thought because I see how they do it. But then he's got a kid's wife. He's just taking a walk.
No, it's a regular
It's like
guy.
the
I also
boundary
gave
here
him
with
because I stepped. You know when there's a road in a park, like
These,
a road, like a passage, then
windows
somebody
here?
jumps out of the bush. That's a bit weird too, huh?
Yeah.
And I look at him and he kind of stops the.
Почему
And in my head,
закрыты такие?
there's a German
Why do we
family.
close
I'm like,
them?
take out it. I'm not here to fuck.
Yeah.
But then for him, I also think like, holy shit, he might see something now. Stay tuned. I don't want to do it. I didn't say anything, but I wanted to be like, stick to the path. Stick to the path.
They kept
So then immediately
the
I go home. I tell this on stage and
shape of the arch.
and everybody's laughing immediately because later I go read it and I find out that spot where I went to is the world renowned. Fuck me, it was that spot.
Oh
That
my
bush
gosh.
is a famous bush. Stanley Park apparently is a big.
Maybe someone will
It's
It's
that you
renovate
made it
it.
out of there. That you made it. I
You
mean,
found it on
Bring
accident.
it back.
To be fair, I kept going to Stanley Park even more just for walks and shit. Let's just say I stuck to the path a bit more.
yeah. Oh my gosh, you didn't go to the. But yeah, it's fun that you
Is
just.
this the
found it.
original
Yeah,
ceiling of
See,
that?
I thought these perverts are after me. They're like chasing me. Maybe they've spotted me at the airport. They're plotting. But it turns out I was the rude one in the sense I go there sweaty shadow boxing, looking like a fucking caramel
This
stick,
maybe was
and then I just
small room for the
leave.
Yeah.
rabbi.
This guy must have been like this fucking.
Yeah, the guy was really trying to be nice, giving you the beer, and but maybe really he would have turned crazy.
I'll never forget
Wow,
the
I
dick
see.
and the
Use
chick
it for school.
Yikes!
and an ugly big piece of ass to a piece of dick. Like you have a nice dick, just a
What does
weird
this word
with a
mean?
tube
You
at
need
the
to
end,
sauna?
and like an ugly vein,
Wrestling, huh?
and like just a fucking, you know, but more like a medical condition. Oh my god.
Not like a good thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, tube at the end. That's
it's like he's done something to it. He's like, yeah,
like needles.
everything. I think he wants me to, because I had boots on. Maybe he would have been interested in boots.
I would like
Thick
to
boots on dick, you know.
say a small
It's
prayer.
not like you're putting the penis on the ground.
Yeah, and I know that you're not.
And hold on, be careful. I think my parents watch this. What do you gotta be careful?
What is your wife and kids think about this? And he's like,
Yeah,
you know, there's that part.
for sure. That's what
Maybe he wants me to take his bank card and then spend some
Ima
money on
one of
it.
the
And say hi to him.
sugar baby. You could be a sugar baby. Is that what a sugar baby is?
You know, sugar daddy, sugar
He
mommy,
said
sugar
son
uncle.
of she.
Ooh,
A sugar uncle. That sounds fun. I've never heard of a sugar uncle. Oh my god.
There's an Australian comedian Arthur who has a great joke about how that he couldn't be a sugar daddy because it's so expensive now. And then he said some other great, fuck this joke. But he said some other substance that's cheaper.
Sugar babies.
Kind of like beans.
Beans. They look like deer doo-doo sometimes.
It look like little pebbles when I used to eat like carnivore diet. That's my shit.
Like a rabbit.
What was the carnivore diet? Hold on, have you ever had sugar babies before?
No. Those are raisins covered in chocolate, yes?
No, it is just straight up caramel.
Yep.
It's straight up caramel. It's pretty good. Do they even make? I don't even know if they still make those things anymore.
Probably like a Cracker Barrel.
Oh, have you been to a Cracker Barrel yet, Ari?
I've heard of the industry name, but no, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, well, you have to go with those.
I also wanted to go to Chipotle the other day. Could not. Closes early. Then I wanted to go.
Have you ever been to a Chipotle? No. Well, you're in for a treat. There's a place that's better. It's a local place called Cabo Bob's.
Better.
You gotta go to Cabo Bob's. You gotta get the white cheese. You gotta get the queso dough. You gotta go. It's better than Chipotle. I swear you are. I swear.
I'm in the days of just like the history of the Chipotle, and I feel like I'm part of that.
Fair enough. You're gonna have to go.
Yeah, you have to go to Chipotle.
You like eating restaurants?
I tried to go to chicken and filet. Chicken and
Never
filet.
been?
You never been?
Kids be messing around with it.
I hope it's
building
not
campfires
bad.
and things like that. At least it
It's
used
6
as a
p.m.
sports hall, it meant that the roof
Yeah.
was
Why should it be
maintained,
closed? This is
and
a
as a
fast
show
food
was
joint.
maintained. And now it is ready for
I see Sunday.
finance
It's
for
closed.
Oh, yes.
I see Sunday. It's closed. I Google why is
So it
Chick-fil-A
appears that
closed on a Sunday.
this open
I
field
almost blew
behind
a
me,
load in my
which is really
pants
just a
because
3-minute
I
walk
love
from
when
the
people
center of
have
town,
back. They're turning down
is the area of the
Yeah.
Jewish
No, 1,000%. I love Chick-fil-A. It tastes so good.
God number one.
gravestone.
And if you as a corporation can do that,
Taken away and repurposed
that's
by
America.
locals.
Yeah, I want a Sunday off.
It's American. Yeah, I need
In my head, my
Sunday off.
corporate asshole atheist brain, I'm like, oh, it's a tax scam that they have to pay double in Sunday so they don't. No, it's because of the one true God. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Damn right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Damn right. And you need to try. Wait, so you still have not, you still yet to go. It's wonderful, and I highly recommend their ice cream things. It's a frozen custard.
The last part of the trip
Or
was
The
Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A, their ice cream, their milkshakes. Have you had a Blizzard yet?
Dairy Queen?
Oh my gosh. No, you need to be careful. You're biking good. See, that's why I need to start biking with you, because I eat it. You have to have a Blizzard.
There was a Dairy Queen in Canada too. I never went in because it says DQ disqualified. I mean, that's the only thing I think. If I have a negative connotation with visual I see,
For sure.
I put that in my brain.
Disqualification.
It's like one time I went into Popeyes in New York. I already started talking. All my black friends were like, Popeye sandwich, the hot chicken sandwich, Popeye. I don't get excited. I get high. I walk in there. There was a smell of grease.
It would have been
That
a very different experience.
I stepped down.
For them.
I don't like how it starts off.
For sure.
One time I went to Sonic. Do you know Sonic Burger?
Yeah, my gosh, did you do the drive up? Did you do
I
the...
did. I don't have a car, so I had to walk in. I go to Sonic, and I got Sonic. It was delicious, but I don't like Sonic because I went in there, and there was a giant black guy who said, "Yo, you want to buy me a burger?" And out of fear, I bought him a burger. That experience for me, Sonic.
Soured your Sonic?
Oh, yeah, I think
I get it.
It wasn't clear if the ball
I hear you. Well, you still need to get a Route 44 cherry limeade. You've got to. It's
I've
something.
never heard of it, and I'm interested.
You have to. It's that drink called a cherry limeade, and it's in a Route 44 cup, which means it's 44 ounces. So it's a big old. You don't necessarily have to get the Route 44 cherry limeade, but I highly recommend just any of the cherry limeades. It is to die for.
I like the cherry blacks and brisket
was
Yes.
some distance off, but there was no way to get there.
because my body, when
Actually, you get there only on foot.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't do too much barbecue.
Yeah, it seems very heavy. I
And I
really
like
like
brisket,
it.
but I've always had brisket in like a restaurant where they give you a 250-gram piece. I don't know how.
I'll go with the 250
See, exactly. I'm at the line. Terry Blacks. Also, Terry Blacks. I love you guys. I love you guys. I love you guys. But I am not. I'll stand in line with a tray like I'm in prison. And
Like a
I can't
cafeteria.
run. And what do you want?
Sure.
The bean. I don't know what beans. I got things that make no sense.
And then it turns out to be what, $100.
Yeah.
And then it's super expensive.
Then there's some guy here who's in a rush to fill his fat fucking mouth. So I can't. Let me chill. So now I'm at the counter and they ask, and I don't know pounds, I don't know ounces, I don't know nothing. And he go, what's the unit that they usually ask you? How many pounds?
Pounds.
Yeah.
Ounces.
So he goes, how much brisket do you want? And I just go 2 pounds. And that's a lot.
2 pounds?
Yes, it is, right?
Yes.
Like half a pound would be
You
a
can
good meal for a man.
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
I go 2 pounds. And I just eat 2 pounds.
You ate all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I can. I'll eat as much as you want.
Leftovers.
I'm always like that. No, I never take stuff from restaurant. I'll just eat it.
Not really.
I could be one of those. You know those when you go to like a diner and they have the wall of shame,
Competition.
wall of fame, wall of shame, wall of fame.
Like biggest
Yes.
burrito eater.
No, this is not like time limit. Eat this breakfast.
Yeah, eat this many wings.
I'm
or
down
whatever.
like this at the end of the plate.
Oh,
That's how I've always been like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had a fat big sister and ate everything. So I had to be quick.
How's she doing?
No, she's actually always skinny, but it's just funny to say. She's a very tiny little girl, but it's funny to say I have a big fat sister.
So you gotta eat.
Yeah, and she's always like, can you stop? So I've always said it throughout any podcast, not throughout this to the big fat sister. I've always ate quick, I have to be faster. She's always like, can you, I literally was anorexic, can you stop? And I'm like, yes. She was like eating nothing, she's like a little fucking stick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's just funny to say, don't go like that. Big fat sister.
For sure. It'll give her.
And then when she comes by and people see her for the first time, they're always like, oh, then
You lost a lot of weight.
they got them in. No, it doesn't even look like she had any weight to lose. You know?
It's so funny.
How much weight can hips like this have? You know?
Yeah, for sure.
My big fat sister. You know? We have to buy, and then I always say like we have to buy the worms. Woo!
This
You gotta be careful. He's gonna get mad.
She's gonna get
That's
mad.
fun. Could you take your sister if you had to?
Because what is confirmed
What do you you take?
here,
To marriage?
the grapes
No,
are
like beat her like if she came in and attacked you.
Oh yeah, she's not a You could start her with a weird passive aggressive comment. You're fucking wobble her.
old
Do you
people
get?
men,
Are you?
women,
Do you like a
children
nice person?
who
Can people scare you? Like if they jump out and scare you, do you get
have
scared? Or
to
you,
walk
or you
the
not?
same
You
way
don't
we
scare like
did
that.
now. Yes,
I get scared a
yes,
lot.
so
Because in
undressed
my head, everyone is trying to use me, molest me, and rape me.
were
I'm always
taken
like
here
that. Like if I
to
walk
this
across a
remote
bridge,
place,
I-35,
all just
late at
for
night, and there's a
3
guy walking across,
kilometers
my
from
thought
Simnas
is never, ooh, another guy taking a walk
native
high,
places
thinking we're
and
enjoying the
the
city lights and that. No,
were
my first thought
already
is always,
abducted
that's the
already.
rainy guy.
So
I'm gonna be
they
in the
were
lake with my asshole
shot
open.
here.
So what are you getting ready to do? Just run if they were to
I
come
always
at
like
you?
just flex up. I always make myself seem
That
wider.
was,
I always
uh,
try to hype them.
September
They're scared.
That's smart.
Sometimes I scare like little girls.
1941.
Because from the distance, the little girl is like any fucking a small man that can
And
fight.
For sure.
My thoughts are always immediately negative, negative, negative.
where they were shot
You know what
by
happened to me?
well,
Yeah, did something happen? Why do you think you feel that way?
Lithuanian
This was a month ago. I've never had anything like this happen.
Kaunas
I
came
live by Riverside. I just moved to Clarksville. I live by Riverside,
officer
which in a really nice house. I just rented something
There were
because I was
several
with
Germans
this transition
as
to
well
moving here. I
participating
left my
in
friends,
organizing,
my family
and
around. So I just
some
wanted to
people
make a
were
smooth transition of getting a
taken from
nice,
Simnas
like I
locals
rented like a
Lithuanians
nice house
who were
for 2
forced
months,
to
just so I can
later or to
not go insane
bury
immediately
them.
and just
And
enjoy
they
my life
saw
for
that
once.
the land
So it
the
took like
soil
it had a
was moving
sauna,
still,
a
and the
balcony,
shootings were
rooftop, big
continuing.
kitchen, multiple floors,
And
separate
buried
bedroom,
alive.
shower,
So that's
for
the
if anybody wants to stay over, you know.
numbers
So
of victims
I mean,
414,
this house,
which is
I mean, I'm on my
mentioned in
couch,
the
I'm watching a movie
Jaeger's
high,
report.
high,
Yeah,
so
so
very vulnerable.
exactly
Wrong.
68
flies
men,
into the window.
197 women,
Knocks the window.
149 children. Because men, strong
And
men,
my bitch ass,
before
this is
106
Is this
of them were
nighttime?
killed
This is
in a
3 a.m.
before. Usually
That
they
was
kill
scary.
the
when
people who
it's
could
silent.
resist
and
the
I'm
fight,
watching
and
all
then
of it.
later
How could you? Hold on, is there a way you can watch that in like an app?
Stream,
people
you
choose
could
from
Printed already?
the
No, not the-
monument not from
I'm still on the
1965.
torrents, baby. You know what I mean, dog?
Oh,
I know.
you can watch
I
it.
know you guys are all like that. Everything has to be free for me. And if it's one of those seances where the guy stands up, it's with a cat corner, you know, and you see him go to the bathroom, so be it.
Oh yeah.
If it's free, I'll watch it from
Thank you.
Pornhub.
Thank you for that
Oh my
information.
gosh.
So I'm watching that.
To do that.
And this is how much I bitch. You know what I do? Because
Hello,
at first,
fellow
at
students
first
of
you
Jewish
don't know
history.
it's
I
wrong.
am
It breaks
so
the first
delighted
half
to
of the
speak
window.
today
The
with
first
my
window.
colleague, Dr. Schneider,
But you just hear the
who is
glass go.
one of the great names,
There's a highway
visionaries. That's
next
like
to
when I
it,
talk
so
about him like
maybe a
this, but
car.
one of the great names in the history of the Jews of Eastern Europe, in particular, rabbinic history. So much about the yeshivas and about the Hasidic dynasties. It's just going to be such a fantastic experience to visit Poland, Lithuania with Dr. Lyman and hear so much of his wisdom about this remarkable civilization that existed for 1,000 years in Eastern Europe.
And I
So
just wait.
I just want to have a brief conversation with Dr. Lyman. Can you tell us what's on your mind about this
Yeah,
trip? What do you
I
think
don't see
about?
you moving around in there.
The first,
Maybe.
first obviously, I wanted to make it very clear that it's a great honor for me
Kitchen knife run
traveling
down there and
together
chase
with
after
you.
whoever did it.
On behalf of
Behind
Eastern
me, my
University,
underpants. So
visitors
warm.
to Poland
With
and
chips
Lithuania,
in my belly button because I just ate a
you
lot
are
of
a
chips.
distinguished
And we're in
scholar,
such a vulnerable
historian,
state of
world
mind. I
traveler,
cannot do hand-to-hand
and,
combat right now.
I hope to learn
And
a
I
lot
just pray
from
to
you
God that it
and
wasn't
from
like
the group that will
they're
join
like
us on our
testing
trip.
it out so they can now rush in and fuck me up.
I think it's
What was
very
it, I
important to
wonder?
make such a trip for Jews to visit the sites of where Jews once lived and thrived and learn
When I moved
from
into
the
that
history
house,
of those
I had my
Jews'
friend Andrew
journeys.
over.
So I thought I might give a small sample,
And we were
if that's all right
chilling,
with you,
making breakfast.
Great.
and
And I knock
the
on the
kind
door.
of thing that
And this house
interests
is
me,
like,
and
before you knock, the house goes.
and
Somebody at the
hopefully
front door. It has
will
those
interest
detectors.
others,
Yeah, it's a crazy house.
as well.
So secure. And I'm in the kitchen and the camera shows
the founding father
It's-
of
it's a
the
man.
Haskalah movement,
It's always a
and
man.
very briefly by Haskalah movement, I'm referring to a group that arose
His ethnicity,
beginning
you
of the
know, he's
19th
in the
century,
shadows.
lived throughout the
Hard to
19th
tell.
century in particular. In Eastern Europe, I'm concerned with Haskalah in Lithuania,
So
and specifically in Vilna.
I go to the front door.
So that began to thrive early in the
He's
19th
talking.
century,
He's
and
he
the
opens up
founding
with, "Hey,
father
man,
of that movement,
find my
who I'm
iPhone."
gonna
Says
talk
my
about,
iPhone is here.
his name was Mordecai Aaron
Ooh, that's a
Ginsburg.
ski.
Mordecai
Get in your
Aaron
house.
Ginsburg.
No,
And
They'll get you to open
he
the
was a
door.
great Maskil,
immediately.
the founding
You see,
Maskil.
what I'm trying to assess the situation with my
And he died in
high
Vilna,
working
in
overclocked brain.
November of
I'm looking into his
1846.
eyes. It's weird.
Can I interrupt you for a quick question?
Fine.
Sure.
Like if I hear the phrase founding father of the Haskalah, I would immediately say Moses Mendelssohn.
Right. So I'm referring to the founding father of the Haskalah in Eastern Europe. Moses Mendelssohn
Places.
should certainly be considered as the founding father of Haskalah in general, but
I
also
know.
Germany.
It's a red flag.
I know
It's a red flag for anybody listening.
I know open micers that live
Eastern
with their
Europe
mother
is
that
certainly
have
not
fly
the Vilna
shoes.
until
My
the
guys always
beginning
take
of
care
the
of the
19th
shoes.
century.
Okay, fascinating.
So this is
Mendelssohn
there
first died, I
was
think, in
some sort of red
1786.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
know.
a few decades
No, it ain't. I
before
literally, I
it
stare
made
at
it.
it. I don't even look
There
around.
are people who are told in Hebrew
I
that
try to
Mitzrayim,
immediately show
Haskalah,
dominance by going, it ain't in here.
must
I'm
be
looking
living
straight
before
at the
Haskalah
eyes.
started.
My friend
There
Andrew
were
is there
such
too,
people
so I'm
in
not
the
going to say.
18th century
Then
in
I
the Vilna,
notice over his
very
shoulder,
few. There
he
were
has
all
another
medical
brother
doctors,
a
actually.
bit farther away
But none of
who's
them were
looking
really
at my
much
house up and
So the
down.
Haskalah movement that I'm
Okay.
referring to in Eastern Europe
Okay.
So what did you have the front door open when you're talking?
That's great.
Yes.
Let me just ask you one more question.
And he goes,
And this is
"Can
really
I
for the
come in and
benefit
look?"
of
I go,
my
"No."
viewing
He goes,
audience.
"Does anybody else live here?" I
Could
go,
you
"Yeah,
just
my
define
friend Andrew."
Haskalah
And
in
Andrew walks down
thumbnail
to look.
definition?
And he looks at us
Yeah,
like,
that's
and
very
he
difficult to
goes,
do, but I'll
okay,
give
he
it a
gets up
try.
really easily, you
Masculine
know.
in general, whether it's
What do you think you would have done coming running there?
I don't know. These people are crazy. I don't
First of all,
know what's going on in America.
of the
I'm
Enlightenment.
thinking rape,
And
molest,
whatever
bad,
values
they're
the
going to
Stuff like that happened in Estonia at all?
those,
Really?
very specifically rationalism, for example.
How come? Is crime not bad
And,
over there?
and they
No,
felt
nothing like
that
this.
there was
They're
some
not in trouble.
Another
changes that
ethnicity
need to
showing
take
up and
place
being
in the
aggressive.
lives of
Right, I'm
Jews,
sure it's totally different. I believe you.
Yes,
which are
it's
going to be
no,
living in the modern
a Russian
world.
guy
The modern
might
world
show up
begins with
like that would
trust,
be
with
the
the
like
emancipation.
racist equal.
That's in a
Oh,
nutshell.
really?
Okay, so
The
what
racist
kind of
equal.
changes?
Like it's always the Russian. I'm not saying this was just too
I'll let you go.
I'm saying
I'll let you go.
it's racist. That's how
I'll
they
get to that.
want. That's the situation. I'm
So,
sorry for
one of
this.
our Ginsburg dies,
You know, acknowledges.
and
So this is bad.
the masculine, his followers,
Me and Andrew just sit there
very small
and
group of people.
we
We
continue
talk
our
about
life. Nothing happened.
Haskalah
Nothing
in
happened.
Vilna at the beginning of the 19th century.
About a month later, my hair
In
already
1850 or so, in
If-
the
So
entire
the
Pale
rock
of
thing is
Settlement,
after
a month to start. But
there were 2
looking at the
million,
laces, how badly they were wrapped.
and
This guy
not
doesn't
more
have
than
the
150
dexterity
masculine.
and stamina
So,
to
we're
plot
talking
a
about
plan
a,
for a
a
month.
large
You know,
minority.
looking at the way these laces are worked
In
out.
any event,
If you can handle a lace, you're not gonna Ocean's 11 my
as
house.
Jews did
For sure.
at the time,
So
they
this is the
turned
thought.
to the
But then,
Maggid of Vilna and asked him to
nothing
speak
happens
at
with the show.
funeral.
Nothing. This is over. This is over.
And
Back to the
very briefly, before you ask me another question about it,
I go to bed.
the rabbis in
But the way I
Vilna,
go to bed that night,
after
I
the
grab a
end
big
of
knife
the
from the
18th
kitchen.
century, when no chief rabbi was again
I lock the
ever
doors.
elected in
I
Vilna,
have 3 floors until
for a
they get to
variety
my
of
bedroom.
reasons, the
So
decision
you
was
think
made that
I'm already
they would
plugged
appoint
in. I
rabbis,
have
but
my password.
rabbis would never have the title of health veteran, which is ordinarily
See, that's the thing
thankful
about home.
as
It's
chief
funny,
You're
rabbi.
already scheming away of what you have to do.
Every
There
rabbi
is
appointed
3
in
floors
Vilna
and 5 doors
receives the
that
title
I
of
go.
Lord
That I go to the secondary bathroom.
and
Translates as
the point was, they're not objective, they're not the chief rabbi. It's a smaller title,
That's the thing about
and
rabbis.
many rabbis share that title. So it was used. It was used in speculation, and that science is
If you,
going to be
this is
a
like, if you want to rob me, or if I get to, if I
and
reach
each person that would have a
rob me,
specific job, whatever it was, one was an expert in
tell
gifts,
me, I will do the
divorce
shit.
doctor,
I will help you.
another,
I don't want the
take
part
care of
where
mikvah, make
I'm
sure you don't
standing
see the
on the
mikvah
kitchen
culture,
floor,
still another,
and
many
people
others
you
were
know, I don't want that.
kashrus,
Let's just
Yeah,
get
that's
it
not
on.
as good. Skip
and
it.
everyone had the same title. Who are members of the they have the same title.
This fucking
Of course, everybody recognizes who's the
and I
greatest
have to
scholar,
fight you
but
to the death.
they
So
all
I
have
have
the
to go
same
to therapy and I
title.
don't do stand up
One
anymore
person,
because it's not funny for me anymore. Life
all
isn't
the
funny.
rabbis had a different
After
title.
the home invasion,
He
life
was
isn't
called
funny.
Morat Tzedek Magid
So
Meishavim,
there I am on my floor
He
in the
was
second
the
bathroom with my knife.
preacher of
Just
the Magid of Vilna.
Actually, I didn't do that. That was in my
Unlike
head. I
all
just
the
went
other
to bed, but I had the knife. But I had the old
He
knife.
would be the
My
main
passport was
speaker
under
in
the
the
toilet.
main
Yeah,
synagogue,
I
the
gave them
grand
everyone. I
synagogue
left
of
some
Vilna.
cash just to like just to give them
He
until they
certainly
reach
speak
my
on
phone.
all
And
those
the police
occasions
station
when
down
any
there just
rabbi speaks.
Well, that's smart. Well, hopefully nothing like that happens.
so nothing. So
Again,
I was a god.
then I do gigs.
Shabbos HaGadol and so on, and on many other occasions
I
too.
come
He actually
back
spoke fairly regularly.
the next
And he
day.
would be a very special kind of
To also
person,
get
trained
high
to
and watch
speak
a movie.
publicly. He would
A second
entertain, he
ago,
would,
the first,
he
the
would,
first one.
large crowds would come to hear the Maggid of Vilna. There were many
second
things such
all,
even
Nothing.
one of them, Rabbi Jacob Joseph, became chief
Now,
rabbi
I
of New York
don't
in
know.
a much later period. Anyway,
Because the blinds remain shut. I
so
didn't
of
open
course
the
they
back. They go out
immediately
there
invited
alone.
one of the
What
tasks
happened?
of the
Now, this
Morat
might
Tzedek
be
Maggid
that it actually
Mishar
happened
was that
during
he
that
spoke.
time or
He
when
did
I
it
was
with the
asleep
unity,
that night.
they usually at any funeral.
either one, and which
That
one
was
is
part of
worse?
his
Is
job.
one worse or
And
better?
of course, the committee went immediately.
So now, if it happened the same night,
other
the same
Jews
time,
people
maybe
who
that's
okayed
sick.
him, and they
Now,
told him that they wanted to speak
Movie
at
night
the
is cancelled.
funeral.
Balls of
He
the
initially
boys is
refused.
cancelled.
Because
sad.
remember, this was
You
the
can't let
first
stuff like that affect your
Cancel.
life. No.
bill
So now, what
agitated
this guy
for
does, showing
changes
us over break.
in social policy,
I need the
changes
lights
in
open.
educational
They shut down all the
institutions,
lights in the house, so you don't see me
programs,
sitting
and so
by the
on,
window.
that he
With
felt
my laptop
unnecessary
and my kitchen knife,
to
I sit by the
somehow
window and I look at the
advance
street. And on my laptop,
their
I
status
start going through back,
Russia,
because this is
in
an
particular.
Airbnb
This
that I'm
was
renting out.
1795 on,
In my head,
through the 19th century, Vilna is part of the Russian
this theater.
Empire.
I look into the owner's background.
Well, they
Because he had a
came
weird
back
name, and I
with
go, this
their
guy's an
other
Albanian.
rabbis, all important people,
Oh, I have to
telling
sit
them,
down.
Maggid, we're very sorry, but
Because the guy gave me
you're
a
a great
great
member
discount
of
with the
our
house.
community. We
My,
pay you.
this is what my brain is thinking at this
This
moment.
is your
There's
job.
a hit down
And
for this guy
you
who
have to
owns
do
this house. And he goes,
realize it was a
I'm
difficult
Albanian, I'll just
situation.
get
He had
another
no choice.
European asshole with an accent. The
He
two
would.
black guys scope it out. If I'm there, they hear the accent. They go back to the
And
boss.
nothing is
The guys
impossible
there
for
go
rabbis
for
if
the
you don't know that
They
yet.
throw the open as the rock, just to
he was
let
very
me know.
wise and
They're
clever.
about
Like
to
a
cut me
warning.
here, tie me
And
down.
the
And
rabbis
the
using
asshole's
their
like,
skills
break
to
you!
have east
You
and
know,
west. And,
So now, they're cutting me off
and
lip
he
by
was
lip.
very good
Where
at
is
it.
he? Where is he? And I'm
This
with my
guy,
accent trying to explain. I'm a stand-up comedian. They go, oh, you
young
think
and
this is funny?
age, but there's no possibility of both.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's not what's happening, though, right?
And
Googling the
we
owner.
have to speak.
He's
His
actually a nice guy.
opening
Turns out
line
I just look into his
from
Facebook. I
Yeshayahu,
look at the previous guests
the
who
book
have
of
left
Isaiah.
reviews.
Shagit
Maybe there's a
Abad,
previous
the
guest.
Eish from
Yeah,
the
who also like hit the Colombian mafia.
side.
And they think
No
now
one
I'm
takes
the guy.
Anything turn up when you looked up the other guests?
righteous name is
Nothing.
Herod.
Everything positive.
And no one
Cool.
takes it to heart.
Cool.
And all those special
So those 2 nights for $400 a night were pretty.
And then you had to pay for that
Both
window.
the traditionalists
No.
and the
Okay.
Of course,
Mesquite.
Maybe I thought it was like an Airbnb scam, like, oh, you broke it.
This person
Oh no,
just
it was such
died.
a nice house. And the owner was actually shocked that it happened to, or it was just
Sitting outside with his first.
What you were thinking it was.
It is
Right?
like,
You're getting, well, you'll be safe.
I just
so
have to
sorry,
say,
my head while I'm sitting on my laptop.
this
There's a
has been
heat
a rough
out.
year for us in Lithuania.
Well,
7
it'll be
great
better, and
Jews
it's not.
died
I don't
this
think
year.
there's a
7
handout
great
for you.
tzaddikim
So
gone.
remember that,
And
okay?
he listed each one. And this one
Ari,
was from
thank you so much for
one
being
was from
on
Kovna,
the podcast
and
today.
one was
It
from
was fun.
Shadley.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All
sorry if I
famous
talked too much.
rabbis.
Yeah, no, oh my
who
gosh, it was a
died
lot of fun. Yeah, Casey
previous
has been on the road
And
a bunch
after
around here, so thank you so much.
Thank you. It was so much fun. The last time we did it, the next guest you had on was the Black
I would say
Keys.
10,
That was pretty
15
wild.
minute eulogy.
Yeah.
It was and the next guest were the Black Keys.
That's right. I know those guys are really
I think I
nice.
see where this is
For
going.
sure.
We got this guy from the other ship doing spots. And then we have the
Then,
Black
yeah,
Keys.
he said,
Well,
You
you're
got back
now-
Johnny Depp.
he is
what
coming in a
if
couple
I
weeks. We're actually getting him on.
Hey Ari, thank you for coming on the podcast. The next week we have
another baby source, as many do to this day.
Elijah
Many
Woods.
Buble.
Buble.
Bila,
in communication with
Vanessa,
Yeah, Ari, thanks so much, man.
You're so funny, William. I really love watching your Tony.
Well, thank you, boy. You're hilarious.
You're here from us entirely, forever, and so on and so forth.
And I love when you come back from the road and you
That
are
was
upset
the
and then you tell a story about what happened in the show.
Now, by the way, how do I know
I love that.
after I tell you this story?
A lot of that.
Because all those who are
I love that there's some woman out there who went to see comedy and then William was just yelling at her. You
and we have 4 or 5
Yeah,
different
that's
accounts.
all
I have
that
to
seems
tell you
like that
beforehand that the
happens. I
accounts
don't
have
know why
slight
it happens.
differences.
Yeah, I've lost it in Miami a couple times.
when you and Chad Daniels were at each other, I was losing my mind.
Oh yeah, when he made fun of how I talked.
Yeah, and you went straight to the jugular. I love it.
Yeah, that was fun.
Present at the
Okay, Ari. Well, where can people find GOS?
the probably in the great synagogue or villa, which is where
Did you see that?
you
That's
That
very
fast,
fun.
though. How'd you even do that?
as they made
It's
their
because
way
my mouth
to
is so
the
powerful.
cemeteries that the Christians buried.
Put a foot in there.
It's ARIMATTI comedy on
One of the
Instagram. That's my
greatest of
only
all
thing.
of us
On my website is 10 years old. Don't worry
a great
about it.
praise
Instagram
and
is my spot. And Ari Mani or Estonian
beyond
comedian on
what they
YouTube.
are
If you put
against
that,
her
you'll
and
find my
became the
channel.
leader of the
It's slowly
Muslims,
building.
especially
I'm slowly putting up
so there's
clips.
never
Hell yeah.
People are laughing and having a
this
good
could
time.
not have been
Love that. Sounds good. All right. Nice to see you, dude. And then we have our gotta give some shouts out to the mercenaries. We're still having problems with the drum sorters, but we got Anthony Hip Flask Wilkinson. That's a change in name a little bit. Anthony Art of Shrugging. Ashley Belfield. Big rig. About 45. I think he drives a big rig. Archer Bowlers Pets. That's a fun one. That's a funny one. Corbin Jones. Danger Box looks to apply. Message me last one. Dang vote. Destiny Award. Gary Gables. Whatever he does. I think he's the guy who signed the ones that's not. It could be Gary Gay Boobs who was in there. Koreans, Blueberry Crumble. That's his name. Yeah, the Blueberry Crumble. Jay Dizzy, Jimmy J, Joe Guy, and we Joe Guy. We love your videos. Josiah, Justin Threckle, Dr. Threckle's Kid, Captain Chaos, Kill Tony Facebook. Oh my gosh, Kyle Heath, Larry, my papa, Rachel McDonald, Shinny Shane.
And Larry had a giant remark that do not look like me.
I
Yes, I know,
know.
but I still say it. Sarah. Shiva, Orange Gaming Crooner,
The freak.
Tweak the Freak, Vicious, McFisty, White Magic, William Kieran, William Ruby Joel.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool, y'all.
Very cool stuff.
Thank you for watching. That's it. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to williammontgomeryshow@gmail.com. And make sure to leave William a voicemail at 737-471-4098. Never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. And make sure to show your support to the show and join our scrappy crew of child soldiers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries. Patreon.com/William Montgomery Show. Check out William online at William.f.Montgomery on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every month. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at Patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of William Montgomery Show is recorded at Recording Tech Studios right here in the heart of Austin. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery and recorded TX. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. And the words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Jews, Israelites were fleeing in all directions. The God made harbin nochal minam. Many Jews died. Many Israelites died in this battle. And by the way, the gun, the other time,
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery.
Just watch the entire music. And that's why
As always, William is joined by the lovely Eric.
Primary, secondary.
Casey Rocket. Down here he is, the big red machine, William Montgomery. I mean, the guy, I just looked it up, it looked like he looked crazy. I just looked it up. Did you notice what the guy looked like? Maybe nice, and I don't know if we've said the name of the thing now, but maybe we shouldn't say it, but he looked scary, and I just think, well, I don't even know. I don't even know what the deal is with this. We've never had a cross-promotional kind of thing. I mean, we wanted a cross-promotional thing with the beverage company. Yeah, with Kenny Florence. They would, yes, which looks like your name is Kenny Florence. Or the radio or what have you, but yes, we're just, we're just today. Pretty much. We're taking a stand, man. Yeah, we're standing up. Yeah, this is an interesting day we're doing it on. This is currently a Wednesday. Things are a little different. We've done Mondays. We've done Tuesdays. I don't think we've ever done it on a Wednesday. Wait, so what are you doing? You're going out of town. You're going to be out of town for a month? Grant, are we recording, Gigi? We are.
Let me tell you a
I'm going to be
parable.
out of town for a
Rothschild
month.
will not
Well, that's
have
wonderful.
those
Just doing a shit ton of comedy, I would imagine. Yeah, I'm with Red Band all weekend, and that's just the only feature thing I'm doing. And yeah, I'm headlining, I think, 7 or 8 different cities. Yeah. Damn. Wait, so what are you doing that? Are you doing that during the week? Is that just a weekend, or it's like on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday? It's throughout the week. Yeah, it ends up taking up the whole week, every week. So it's a bunch of damn. It's a bunch of different one-nighters and then a bunch of different weekends. So that's wonderful. Yeah, Irvine Sunday, then Hollywood Improv for 2 days. I'm off for 1 day. Then Indianapolis for 2 days, St. Louis for 2 days, Baltimore for 4 days, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Nashville, Alabama. We got them all. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. Yeah, it's exciting. I think they're selling pretty good. Get to meet everyone and have fun and work on my hours. So, damn right. Well, that's great. You and Red Band have to get some of that pizza from Professor Pizza. I wonder if he's going to be in San Diego. Professor Pizza, if you're in the San Diego area, I think I'm still an ad mode. I'm having trouble breaking that ad cadence. He's got some pepperonis and burgers. Oh, they're so good. Oh, yes, the little cupped pepperonis. I love those things. Mr. Beast had a pretty good. Remember we had at that place in LA? That was a pretty good pizza. Oh, that was dope, Rick. That was Mr. Dopey. Oh, yeah, not fucking Mr. Beast. I'm sorry, I got Mr. Beast on the line. He couldn't make a pizza to save his damn life. It was one of his challenges. He couldn't make a pizza. Yeah, no shit. It's so interesting. I read something yesterday about he's picking up all this trash in the ocean. It's like, dude, we know what you're doing. You're getting a boat in front of your little trash picking up boat and is dropping out the trash, and you're just picking up that trash, dude. You're not fucking. I watched videos yesterday all day on that shit. He's not actually cleaning up shit in the fucking ocean. He's got everybody caught. I know, and those people that he made unblind, that he de-blinded, who do you think blinded him in the first place? Yeah, dude, you're not Jesus. You're not Christ, son of Nazareth. Yeah, it's awful. Son of Mr. Nazareth. Wait, no. See, I'm Lucy. Look, guys, everything we worked for. Do you hear this, Casey? This honestly is a little bit scary. I have like Mr. Nazareth, how do you even say that? Great, could you say that? Mr. Nazareth in a Jamaican accent. Mr. Nazareth. Yeah, great. Fucking nailed it, honestly. One of one take. They call it one take. Yeah. Wait, I don't know if I told you this, but I did a Google search of my name and address, and it was terrible. So you get, when I hear people, every now and again, I hear people say they search themselves on Google, so when that literally means getting on Google.com and typing in your name, what happened when you typed your name on there? Well, there are all sorts of companies claiming to have my details for sale. It was horrifying. They had a little picture of me in the bathtub. They had a picture of me in the kitchen from the little game of my microwave, which I did not know was active. I thought I had a piece of tape. How were you? What were you wearing? Anything embarrassing, or was it kind of go right down? Oh, I got your ass in a nightgown. Got me in my Sunday best. I'm making a grilled cheese at 2 or 3 in the morning with hot tomato soup. Ooh, that is the combo. Good for a headache. Good for a headache. Good for the disposition. I have, what do you call it? Diabetes. Oh, yes, diabetes. And I have melancholy. So. Well, at least in summertime, doesn't melancholy get a little bit better in the summer? The heat helps. It's okay, yeah, the heat helps, man. It's kind of like bronchitis. The heat is good for it. And Casey, hold on, so where did the camera come from again? You said it came from the microwave? Yeah, I got one of these smart microwaves you can operate via telephone, and apparently it's fine on me. Well, Casey, the terrifying truth is data brokers sell your full name, email, home address, health records, and even your relatives to scammers. And you heard that right. I mean, we're getting not only email, home address, and health records, but also your relatives selling your relatives to scammers, spammers, and anyone who wants them. Can you imagine that? Somebody taking your freaking grandmother or something, taking your aunt, just cause they can. Oh man, it's like somebody gets a little power being a hacker, and it's like, well, they'll give you the right to literally take another human, take a human life and just use it like a rag doll. That's what ours here to stop. Yes, and that's why we love them. I mean, 560 million Ticketmaster users. Data was put up for sale on the dark web, including full names, addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, credit card data, and relatives. Not good, and it's got me not be able to sleep tonight. So what is Ticketmaster doing about this? Nothing. They said they didn't think the hack would have a material impact on our overall business. Well, they can. Material impact. Yes. All these businesses collect our data but do nothing to protect it. That's why I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. The video. Wait, that's fascinating.
I love the way that
the video.
The texture
hurts me when my data has been a part of a data breach or leaked on the dark web. It gives me massive fraud alerts if anyone tries to use the data to access my credit card or bank accounts. It removes my information from data breach websites so I can't list spam. If my info is compromised in a Ticketmaster data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work of keeping me safe. The silent watcher. I value my privacy and yours. Go to aura.com/WMS to start your 2-week free trial or click the link in the show notes. That is aura.com/WMS to start your 2-week free trial. Aura. Ticketmaster is not that good. Grant, one thing, David.
Wow, that's
Hey, can I ask you guys?
wait, I want to
you're
get
talking
right. So this is
about,
We're on board. We're having a good time.
y'all were talking about headlining and feature. Like, what are the different? There's like opening, right?
Opening, you normally do 10 minutes. Featuring, you'll do 20. And then headlining is almost 45. Yeah, generally at least 45, unless if it's me in Springfield, Missouri, when the man came in the rear with all of the weed, and I had a panic attack in my brain. And it was the earliest I got off. It was like, I don't know, 38 or 39 minutes. I had a panic attack. It got scary. Do you ever, Casey? You never get too panicky up there to do that? I mean, I have bailed at 35, but I mean, this is all new to me. You are sure me too. Yeah, it totally is for me too. We haven't been headlining them. So, a couple times, especially like last year, yeah, I bailed, like, you know, but now I'm doing better. I'm walking on 45 to 50. Yeah, for sure. But it happens. I think I did about 40 in Dallas. But Dallas was a fun. It was good. It was sold out, big fun, love it. Someone gave me a bunch of money for the Dutchman's key. I said, please don't give me that money. And he insisted, are you serious? It was a pretty good offer. Yeah, good offer, very lucrative. Couldn't refuse. I said, just take it. I felt guilty because it was a high sum of cash, and I just financed it. Granted, you know, this 2016 Toyota 4Runners over the whole big time. I can use it in cash I have access to. Wait, so you got the, yeah, I mean, if the guy's continuing to try to give it to you, yeah, he insisted. It was hundreds of dollars. That's wonderful. Well, it hadn't been in your mouth. Was that a Dutchman's key that had been in your mouth? Oh, yeah. That has value. Yeah, it does. 1,000%. If it's like Antiques Roadshow, like 100 years from now, somebody's going to have a picture of you with the key in it or something. Like, yeah, this is one of the keys. It was a Casey's mouth, stage used, Fort Worth, He was a little sick that day, so we think it has some microbes on it. Oh, so don't put it in your mouth. That'll probably wake up some ancient disease that we have these days that they won't have in the future. Turns out like the lummy. Yeah, it's a little scary.
Right now, but do you want to say anything more about this trip that we're hoping to take?
The scary bugs that would all run together in the lobby and cover somebody up and they'd be like a skeleton when they left. Turned into a skeleton almost immediately. No blood. They drank all the blood. And they left the bones. They didn't like the bones. Like, no, they can't stand the bones. They just want to skeletalize you.
I will try to
They used to scare the shit out of you when I was little.
It's going to be the opposite. I think you're going to be.
That was why I think that was maybe a Brendan Fraser masterpiece. That was close to classic. Monkey Bone. Remember that? I remember that, but I never saw it. Monkey Bone wasn't good. I never saw it. I did see the one Blast from the Past.
One
Is that
last
what it was called? Where they're in the
How many
bunker?
times have you
And the
toured
mom
this
goes off and they
region?
live in the bunker for 20 years or something. Yes, and they tell their kids it's like the
Probably
50s
more
or
in
something.
Poland than in Lithuania.
Monkey
But I
bone.
would
What was it
say,
about? He gets a monkey disease or something?
just to give you
With Chris
a
Kata. Chris
visited
Kata.
many
See, it's like
countries.
how we say Katan. I don't know. Kata. Is that Chris Katan?
In the 60s as a
Kata.
teenager. I knew as a
That's
teenager.
not what we asked, Gigi. We wanted a confirmation.
Wait, do you guys want
So
what
that would
Monkey
be a
Bone is about?
flexibility, but as
Yeah,
a
read us the
teenager, I
description,
wasn't
please.
afraid.
It is
So
a
I
visually
visited them
delightful,
first,
darkly
I would
humorous,
say,
and totally
2 or
refreshing
3
fantasy
times
full
during the
of
communist
nonsense.
period.
Just kind of a
After
review.
1991,
In a coma, a cartoonist
Like,
finds himself trapped within his own
building,
underground
I
creation. And must
Cartoonist?
find a way.
First building in 1996, so I made many trips to Poland,
And must
maybe 30
must travel to find
over my lifetime.
the yellow.
I would say
what was that
maybe
in
20
Carcosa?
over my lifetime.
The Yellow King.
The yellow king.
So I can't wait to benefit.
He's just
from
trying to
this
get out of a
breadth
coma. I
experience.
guess there's a Monkey Bone character.
Kind of
I
dark.
know, just spend a lot of time.
Yeah, that thing's holding the thing up
Okay.
like their
All right.
penises.
Thank you very much,
You're
Mr.
right
Lyman.
off the-
This is so
yeah,
fantastic. And
it
for
is
those
a
of you who
double
watch this video,
entendre
thank you
because it
very much
comes
for
from
staying
the
to the end.
chefs.
I am
What do
really
you think,
support
Grant?
this trip. I'll put the
Because the
notes
chef,
in the information box, but have to
The
learn
chef, like,
more
it's
about this trip.
pretty
We
much
really
right
want to
above the
encourage people
crotches.
to come and join us. And
Could be.
And
thank
Chris
you very much
Kattan,
for
he looks
watching.
like some sort of zombie. What's his character?
I'm guessing. Ew. Yeah, it's got it's all taped up here, right?
Was it
Hello,
Mr.
fellows.
Peepers? Where I think maybe his best character was what Mr. Peepers, where he would get an apple and eat it really fast. Do you remember that on SNL? Where the monkey, yeah, the monkey guy. He's
I hope to
profound.
learn a lot more about the history
Wow. Yeah. Oh God, I think there was multiple ones where he was a monkey man. Yes, I think there were. I think Mr. Peepers. Yeah, he would eat the apple. So funny that that's what would make me laugh out loud a little bit. Yeah, he would eat the apple.
And I look forward to specifically seeing the
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. I wonder. I see him. He's at comedy club. So I wonder if he ever does his Mr. Peepers
So in the
character.
context of preparing not only the lectures, but
I
also
saw him
every night,
do an hour in
but also
Boise, Idaho, years ago. And he told this like sob story about how he got injured on SNL, and everyone was kind of bummed out. What? Yeah, he was just like talking about how he got screwed over by Lord Michaels in the game. Everyone's like, holy shit, I thought he was going to be Mr. Peepers. Wait, like the whole set or just in between jokes? It's my understanding that it was kind of a large portion of the set. Do not sue us. We are reacted by work. Yes, Chris. Yeah, don't try to come after us for it. It's on our side.
I want to specifically
Well, that would be quite the downer if you're expecting maybe a
one
Mr.
of its
Peepers.
greatest CEOs, one of the most long-lasting and impactful CEOs of this
Oh, it is. I
century-long
swear it's,
publishing
yeah, I
house.
think it's Mr.
That is
Peepers.
incomparable.
What a downer that would be. Having a night out with your lady, getting some food, getting some drinks at the comedy club.
Tragically,
Thinking Mr. Peepers coming down with his little
So this
overalls
woman,
and his big
although
ears.
possessing
Everyone's got their overalls on, magic little peepers. Yeah, they did. And then he taught some sob story about getting screwed over. My spine in 2003. So
For example, Alexander Hercombe wrote that great.
And I wonder what he was doing on a ladder, or how he hurt his spine on SNL. I wonder how that happened. I remember he was in a chair during the sketch, and he got knocked over backwards, and it like broke his spine. And he was all upset that they made him keep working. Yikes! He said there was nothing in place to protect actors at that time.
She
How
was
am I
born
supposed to
in
be funny with a broken
1831, and I
spine?
mentioned a little bit about her family background. She was apparently an educated woman.
Despite the noisy mayhem in the
Actually
crowd.
contributed to the villainous shots
Somebody
itself.
get Farrell.
And she
What's up,
died
buddy?
in
How are you?
1903.
Farrell's his
Her
handler.
most lasting publication
Grant, have you ever knocked the
as
wind out of yourself?
the
God, is that
president of
after
this
what
phenomenal
happened
company
there?
became
Yeah,
to be
broke
known
his
as the Rom Publishing House, but during her era, her
Broke his
tenure,
spine.
it was
I didn't know
called
about this.
the House of the
I know
Widow
about it since
Brothers
years ago.
Rom, because
Yeah, I mean,
her
a
late
year ago, I
brothers
ran.
were also involved, although everybody recognized that it
I'm on
was
the.
still the alma
Well, that's a cool thing about hanging out at comedy clubs, get the inside scoop. Yeah,
She
for sure.
published
You should come back. Graves told. I don't think he's ever. Has he come to see you? Maybe he's come to see you. He's never come to see my ass.
especially
I
significant
can't
because
see
of
both
the
of you guys once.
Hasidic
Oh
Lithuanian
yes, at the mothership. Oh yes,
sort of
no, that was my
controversy
name.
that was
GG.
especially noted in the
Come on, brother. You saw us open for Sam Talent. We had a show of a lifetime.
Oh, it was really good.
phenomenal
Yeah, just right.
He used to
Oh,
buy
yeah, I was
two great
So how are y'all back there today? I saw Mike. He looked a little like he was dressed a little casual today. Are y'all having kind of a down day, or what's going on around here today?
Let's get to her story specifically.
Just
So,
we're not
what were
performing
the
professionally.
5 main things that she accomplished in her
Where's the
lifetime
person?
that were related specifically?
Yeah, it's chill. Well, then
First of
nothing
all,
wrong with that.
by the way, I rely
guy,
on
we're
really
just
fascinating
so
research
late
from Crazy Chechen, who has written some great things, especially given some phenomenal
Watch,
lectures on
I am
this.
so. I'm after
First of
this.
all,
I'm gonna
she
turn
was
on Breaking
a very
Bad. You gotta finish the cycle, close the circuit. Yeah, I gotta close the circuit.
reorganized the company
right
which
now.
had
Yeah,
its
the
financial
polio
struggles
guy. He seems
along very
scary. And then he was on the phone with the drug guy down in Mexico, and then they murdered his ass while he's on the phone, and then he gets his cell phone and he rips it in half. I like the polio guy. Yeah, he rips his phone in half after he talks. Drop 20 chickens. Yeah.
Whatever
And then he's feeding the cops, and the cops
which
have
of course
no idea.
faced some hard times later on in her life as
Well,
well.
Hank up there.
From
And
the
then the
business
fixer
itself,
guy, he killed
which
the gangster who had his legs cut off. He was alive. Yeah, his legs were cut off, and then the fixer guy, I can't remember his name, he works for Saul. He went in there and killed his ass.
Shepherded
Oh, yeah. So I don't have to worry about the loose ends. There's too many loose ends, Casey. I'm worried about the freaking woman, who, by the way, is horrible. Having the affair with the fucking dude she works with. Taylor's the worst. I wish her nothing but dread. I don't like Skylar. I don't like how she looks.
Israel,
She looks like a
Adonai,
yeah, I do
Elohim,
not like just her
Adonai,
appearance. She can't help that.
Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut
She's going out, yeah,
Ha'olam
she's going out with the freaking boss who he's smuggling money from the business. So he's doing the same shit. I know. She thinks he's so grandiose. He's so grandiose. Look your own house. You got a husband who's doing everything for you. Yeah, you have to. He's working harder. He's working better than the weirdo having sex with the fucking secretary in the freaking room in there. He's a little chump. He loves to
This is
bang.
actually from
He
my
doesn't.
printing from the 1990s, and you can see
Oh my
it's the
gosh.
same version that was used in the original Velma shots because it is really so beautiful. Far away from these kind of neoclassical elements of pillars and things like
I
that,
never
which
liked Skylar. I
typically
think that
used
she,
actually in
she's a
synagogue architecture
drag.
quite a bit.
I don't like her at all. And then when she tells freaking
these pillars
Walt
and
that she was like, yeah, fuck
the
my
Aron
boss.
Kodesh,
Like right before they eat dinner with the freaking sweet little
you can
handicap
see
boy.
it has the top,
With their little handicap boy, they
the
adopted
lions,
from
which
sex.
the one
Gosh,
on
and then
the
he
left
sets
is
up the
frowning,
website, and then everybody starts giving money, and the little boy thinks it's because of him. But he doesn't have to know. He thinks it's because of him, which I think is fine. It's just as good. You know, I didn't throw him. He's happy, you're all happy.
which is kind of like the critical standard
Walt
today.
Jr.,
They
born with a crook bone.
kept the
Is he
sound line,
actually
which
a
is so
handicapped
gorgeous
person?
and
I've
so
been wondering
inviting.
that.
You
Or
just
is that
want to
like
walk
an actor? Or is he
behind
acting? I know people who
Let's
party
through this entranceway.
Oh, really? Yeah, they party with the I'm trying to think of the comedian. Maybe Tony Casillas, but yeah, like party with Walt Jr. and some,
Then
you
it
know.
she shepherded this
Oh,
new
yeah.
design.
That would be
into
cool.
modern shots.
That would be the time to do a little crystal meth, maybe. Some of that blue crystal meth he's hooked. Yeah, they're all method on that set. So they're all doing fucking crystal. Gosh, yeah, that's probably the only time instead of Breaking Bad I would have been doing it that shit time. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? It's okay. I'm sorry. It just so makes you want to take a
letters placed into a big box.
I know. They last night there was a scene with the turtle. That's another show. Yeah, I never even saw it. Did you see Entourage? I didn't see it, but I know one of those. I think Turtle was
do it. Well, there's one we anticipate you're not going to publish this book
Turtle
anymore.
lives in
You take it
Austin,
all
and he hasn't
apart.
been on the podcast. We got to get Turtle on the podcast. I got to watch that show. I've never seen the show. So I don't know if I like it or not. Yeah, maybe we don't
purchase
need
new stuff for every book you
Maybe
publish.
it's Turtle
You
the
know,
bad guy,
that's just
Grant.
way too expensive.
No, he's a
New
driver.
type of principle.
So you watched Entourage?
Yeah, I've seen
That always seemed like a certain kind of person that watched Entourage.
Not only was that impressed with the letters,
Gross. Fuzzy Killsy loves it. It's huge in motherships. When Turtle shows up, the whole club shuts down. Yeah. Well, good to know. I can early on, so that's Turtle right there.
Cost, upfront cost and investment.
Keep your eyes
But
out.
then afterwards,
Did you like him, Grant, in the show?
Yeah, for his character.
I think is especially
Would you like it as a good job?
What'd you like most about Rush? Why should Casey not see him? Yeah, and 5 words describe what you like.
Man, I watched it back in college. I think I liked it. I didn't realize I had the 5 word limit when I started.
As soon as I said it.
Well, there you go. That's my review.
I watched it back in college. So it's like you're
People going to the Vatican.
What did you like about it? Is it fun?
Yeah, it's a fun, scrappy story. I mean, I think it's kind of semi-autobiographical for
various different cities
Wahlberg,
throughout Italy in particular, and the rest of
it's supposed to be
Europe.
kind of his story
Two
about
commentaries were added, and also medieval commentaries were like
maybe in later
evaluated
seasons. I don't know. I remember liking the first couple seasons.
placed inside the shots, and it made her shots really expensive to produce.
Underdogs and
But then it
Hollywood.
became in itself
And there were some good
She
musical
actually created this
beats
concept
that
of the Chassan
would
shot.
really
The
bump
bride
Tracy.
Who was doing the
meaning
music?
that the father of the bride would
Who was it?
I remember there was that song Lucifer with Jay-Z and Kanye. Like I think ends the first episode.
just one of the
It's pretty good.
shots.
We already have that one random person thinking
Shots, by the
we
way,
are
for those
on
of
the
you
side
who
of the
maybe
devil.
are not
Please don't.
familiar,
No more devil
Sidra
talk
was
one way or the other.
orders.
We don't need that again. We already have weirdness. I don't know what is going on. It seems like we do have some more mercenaries, but again, it seems like the child soldiers, something is going on. Not to hark back on that, but it's like, it's weird. I mean, when they're hacking into stuff, in case somebody might be doing some sort of biological attack on me. And, what was that? Is that what happened in Dallas? That's what happened in Dallas. Well, I wasn't going to talk about that, but somebody's been doing kind of a sound attack on me where they play certain noises while I sleep, and it's making me sick. And is it a pretty loud noise? Does it make you hard to sleep, or do you don't even really know? It's kind of like
Here's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law
like cries
my
coming
wife
from
did
the
this is something needed.
Well, I'm so sorry. I mean, that seems bad. That seems like I want you to go to sleep. When you get to sleep last night, just my love.
There's this
Well, I've been
letter
exhausted because
here.
the EDG attacks have been sort of draining my immune system.
called
Actually, went to bed really early. I went to bed at like 1:30.
which
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I went to bed super, super early. I was really
scholars
when
believe
did you wake up?
they
You have a good
actually
sleep.
have
Yes,
been
I'm
authored
That's up really good. Get maybe some
Torah
cheese.
law herself.
Oh my
We know that
gosh,
she
I
love it.
had
So what are those, like,
scholarly correspondence with many
scrambled
other
with some cheese
important
in it?
figures.
Scrambled with a little bit of
This
milk and cheese.
letter,
Once you
which
turn
goes
it
on
around,
for a
it's
few
tons of
pages,
accessories on it.
is
She doesn't like
signed
when I put tons
by
of
the
accessories.
widow and brothers
How
Roth.
come, like the
But most
sodium
likely
or
it was
something?
the
Yeah,
widow
she just
Roth
says it doesn't
herself
need it. I spent this time making it
was the
for you.
principal author. Very beautiful flowing letter that says all
Like,
kinds of
come
things
on,
about
man.
how,
I think better
you know,
than
when we started this
yeah,
project,
Tony Share
we
Share.
didn't even
Yeah,
know
it was that commercial where they couldn't, nobody
how
could
it was
say it
going to be.
correctly.
So
Yeah,
we
Tony
didn't even
Share
write
Share.
any kind of
Tony
words of
Share
introduction.
Share.
Now we're making up
Well,
for
I
it at
got
the very end to write
that freaking NCAA
about our
football.
experiences.
25. I got it yesterday, and
it
was like early release. I paid like 10 extra bucks. What at something, and I tried to play some games, and they all crashed. So now I think, well, they better give my ass a refund. Absolutely. Spent a little extra skrill to be able to play it a couple days earlier. Now I can't even play it. It took me forever to get my Florida Gators jerseys all right. I built a head coach named William Montgomery. Does he look like you? No, there's nobody with red hair. That is my big gripe, Casey. I don't know why I'm thinking of this. That is my biggest gripe with NCAA football 2025. When you are creating somebody who cannot, there's not a red-headed person. There's, I swear to God, 3,000 different people. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I could be doing something wrong, but I scrolled through all of them. It took 10 minutes, and there was no red-headed. That's insane, because there's a lot of red-headed football players, Andy Dalton. Yeah, I don't know. It's underrepresented
little letter which occurs
part of society. They're a minority. minority to the end degree. So much so that you could probably sue them for that. 1,000%. Yeah, I made William Montgomery, the head coach for Marshall, have an air raid style offense, and then I get to that. I swear to God, I spent 2 hours yesterday setting all this shit up. And then I play the first game, and I don't even really know how to play it. I end up turning it off. I'm like, oh, fuck. I didn't know how to play. Frustrated. Yes, I might give it a go today. I might try to do it today, but now I'm thinking you have to recruit. You have to be recruiting. I swear to God, you have to do it dynasty. Yes, you have to recruit. And I found that at Marshall, which is like a C status level or something, or 1 or 2 star, and the recruiting I'm gonna be fighting an uphill battle. So maybe I need to pick a better team to start out playing. Like, with Oklahoma or something. It's a powerhouse. I know. I've made a mistake. It's an uphill battle. You're gonna have to go to local school. So how do you recruit? What, do you send people letters? Yeah, this thing pops up, and then like in between each week, like the schedule goes by. Each week it goes by, and then the recruiting thing goes up, and it's the people interested in you, it's the spots you need and everything. It's wild. I know. It's kind of crazy, and there's also one where you can just play as a player, which that can maybe be more fun than being a coach. Probably. There's a lot that goes into being a coach. Grant, you know that you used to coach at Seton Hall. 100%. Did you like it at Seton Hall, by the way? Because we've never really asked you about it. It gets kind of cold there, doesn't it? Eating a piece of pie, Grant?
Just a nice little blueberry crumble.
Okay, you get that. You got that
Ultimately, one of the wrong predecessors.
Casey, how did you know he was eating a piece of pie? I heard in his voice that he had a big piece of fucking pastry in his mouth, like a little galoosh. Little garland. So it's a little more low key around here, and you start eating pie. I did not know. Casual Wednesday.
This is a note.
You're not going to fill us in about Seton Hall, or you just it's cold. It's very cold.
It's a little unpleasant. It's
so much more to say. I would love for you to join me on this amazing trip to Poland.
Yeah, when are you going to invite us?
Once again, we're going to be hearing from the incredible Dr. Schneider.
Give us a tour of the campus. We'd love to see Seton Hall as well. You're probably allowed to any of the games still, aren't you?
I'm looking forward to speaking, and I'm looking forward especially to
the coaching staff. We have a bunch of the polos and stuff with the insignia.
I've got a few lying around.
That's cool. Are you going to coach your daughters, do you think?
On this trip.
I don't know if they'll make the team, but
I mean, times are changing. They could be a kicker.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, if you get them started early, I mean, are they playing soccer? Are they playing football or anything now?
I have to say,
although I don't feel like
of my work
Texas is a kind of, I don't feel like they play or any sport.
No, not outdoor sports.
So many important civilizations.
Yeah, like indoor gymnastics.
Really getting a sense of the.
Well, that is an uneven bar. I think that's kind of dangerous. I always steer clear of gymnastics to see them get hurt.
This summer is going to be absolutely
Let's see. How about you attach some resistance bands to their legs so they can start kicking? Thought of that. Oh, is that yourself unringing?
Is the alcohol?
What was that? Who's calling?
I'm going back on these recruiting.
Yeah, you can't go back on mute. We'll come out there and drag your ass in here. We're dying to talk to you.
All right, fair enough. I do think that is a good idea. The rubber bands on the legs
to start. Yeah, the resistance bands. Yeah, I think they call them.
Weak legs right now.
Not for you, dumbass. You're too old to play.
No, not me.
Yeah, they mess your thing up.
Tremendous scholar. Well,
they're still young.
Absolutely genius. And, we speak about the Vilna Gaon.
Yeah, man, with the brand, we're kidding. You don't have to be weird to us right now. I mean, it's a Wednesday. It's a day where we're pretty much never here.
Looking forward to spending this time. We'll be teaching lectures on this trip. So in the context of preparing myself for this trip, I'm going back over a lot of my
How long were you a coach then? Come on, tell us everything.
It really was only like half a semester.
History that we're going to be exploring.
What happened?
I'd like to share with you now.
I'm not really at liberty to discuss it.
The question of the origin of the Jews of Poland.
Is that what happened?
I know way too much about it.
Hello and
It's on
welcome
your
to
Wikipedia.
Jewish
Tell me to
History
take it
Now.
down.
Today we're going to look
Yeah, if you
at
Google your name, for the first thing that comes up is Grant Davis Seton Hall.
Entire Eastern European
Some
Jewish
fast
population,
exit or
but
something. I
Poland
think it's
is
the
one of the
first
most
article I
central
saw.
and memorable
Yeah,
countries
Davis
that we're
rides
looking
into the
at.
sunset.
Let's talk
Yeah, was the seating executive. I think.
So when I
You
say
need one of the Aura. You need an Aura subscription. You can probably get all that stuff off offline about you. Because I know it's probably a thing you don't think about a lot often, but just know others would think about it.
I didn't know anyone was looking
the
at
borders of the Commonwealth as of
you'd
the
be
year
surprised, 'cause I
1618,
did.
but superimposed
Yeah, I mean, I have.
contemporary
I did.
political
I
boundaries to
will.
get a sense of where it was.
You
It
did
was this
not.
massive territory. Poland was
You didn't
at
come
sort
to
of like
bingo with us
the
last night.
southwestern
You missed
core
Vegas.
of it, but after this dynastic
missed out on
union
going to
with
Destin.
Lithuania,
Well, you
it
didn't
spread
invite us to
really to a
Destin. Yeah,
massive
like
area,
invites to go to
almost
both ways, huh?
stretching from
broke
the
this
Baltic
thing.
Sea to the Black Sea,
Oh,
well
boy, circle
into
back, dude. That's all
European
right.
Russia,
You're gonna come fix it.
down
People want to see you.
into the Central European countries as well.
I don't
And,
know.
so
Brand, come
the-
fix it. People want to see
The
you.
theory
Do it.
that
No
I'm
one
about
wants
to
to
say
show
does
people what
not
you're wearing
really
today.
apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries,
Yeah, come on.
but to this larger entity, which includes,
I was
of
getting
course,
up. I hear he's
Ukraine
getting up.
and
But yeah,
Belarus
bingo.
and Lithuania,
Bingo was
where
fun last
there's
night.
very, very
We won
large
$500.
entities
We won
residing. The
$500.
southern part of Latvia is also very important because it is part of the
Well,
Russian
after
Pale of
tax, they
settlement,
take
which we'll
tax
get
out.
to in
I
a
busted
few
it.
lectures from now. But at any rate, where
It's
did the
busted.
Jews come from in
I
this
guess it wasn't
region,
as hard as I
which
thought.
became the dominant
Well,
center
Grant,
of
thanks, Jay.
the world Jewish
That was a sweet. He
population?
did that in a sweet kind of way
Period.
too.
So
Nice. It
there
was
is
like
a
a mama
small
cow licking
migration
her
that
baby's
extends
eyebrow.
back really to the first centuries of the
Gunk
Common
off. You're
Era,
getting the
perhaps
percent
even a little
off
bit
here.
before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and
Welcome to bingo with
make
this
their
next
way
time.
through
Yeah, it
the
was good.
Khazarian
I don't know how I
as
said
well.
bingo fast enough, which was
Extent
my
of
the
Khazarian
curse on me
influence
last
is
week. I
very,
couldn't
very
say it
difficult to
fast enough.
quantify.
You said you want
It appears to have been
You want 500.
minuscule.
500.
There are
They take out
occasional
25.
references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles.
But yeah, it was
the
very
published
exciting. Oh my
Death,
gosh.
which is not strictly
And
speaking
then I ate
Russian,
Pete
but
Terry's. I
refers
was
to
feeling,
Kiev University,
ooh, I was
the
feeling saucy.
region as it was known at that
Oh
time.
man,
And there's
from
references
Pete
to
Terry's
Jews from
last
Khazaria
night.
being
French
involved
fries,
in
strawberry
particular.
shake.
And they left behind,
I
as we
got a
discussed
birthday
in
cake
previous
shake about
lectures,
2 months ago.
Khazaria,
Right here, and
they left behind
it
very,
was so
very little
good.
trace of their
Wasn't I
presence,
noticed that it's
either
their
in
specialty shake right now.
cultural
Birthday
aspects,
shake of the
literary
month. It was
aspects,
so
and so on.
good.
We don't
Oh,
really
that
know a
sounds
lot about
wonderful.
how
Burgers
extensive
are nice
this
and drippy.
penetration
You
was,
can use the
and how
grease to
much
fucking
affected
sauce your
the
eyebrows and
later
mustache.
dominant Polish Jewish
Yes. Just make sure to clean it off before you go to sleep or it could break your skin out there. You gotta get all that. Yes, you have to be very careful. But Pete Terry's is delicious. It's always, guys, this is a story of my life, Casey. I get in there, both lines are open. It was very busy last night. Normally there's only one line open where we go. And I get in the wrong line. And then I can't get in the other one. And then I think, oh, well, I made a horrible mistake. And then I try to get over the other one. And then a car comes. And then I'm stuck in the line. And then come to find out the line I'm
for example,
in
Hawaiian land
ends up
and
going
their
pretty
way to the
quickly.
east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect.
Yeah, I was like, how is this one line ever gets
They're not
moving?
bringing with
The
them
one
too
I'm
much
in is
of
stuck.
the
We're stuck. We've been stuck here for 5 freaking minutes. I got $500
So we
burning a
begin
hole
to see
in my pocket,
some
literally.
legendary elements of the appearance in the region in the early years of the 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce
I
around
want to be
the
one of
10th
those
and
guys that
11th
every time I
centuries.
want to
And
scratch
one
off,
of
I
the
use
things
it
that
to
we
buy
see
more
them doing,
scratch
for
offs.
example,
The
in the very
never
early
ending
period, is
scratch
that
off
Jews
list.
are serving as
1000%. I think
royal
ultimately
influence
that's how you make money.
here. Have a
Like
look
gambling
at
is never
these
giving
cards. I
up.
mean,
Because I think a lot
literally
of people say you
making
need to
money,
give up. Maybe if you get like a scratch or you win
things
some
to
money,
use
stop
as money,
there.
not
You're never
necessarily
going to
making
do
money
that
for
again.
itself,
But I
which I'm
think
sure
you can
goes hand in hand with it.
polar
But
opposite. You can have
some of the
steady
earliest
passive
coins
income.
in the
That's what
Polish
passive
Lithuanian
income
Commonwealth
is. Yes.
are actually
And
written
you can,
with
where do you go
unique
up to the $5
characteristics.
one or the $10 one? Because at some point it is a little economically difficult just to be getting them. So it's almost like when you stop at 5 or 10 or me personally, I do 5 because I had a terrible experience where I smoked too much spice when I was 16. I was on a date with a girl and I got stuck in a chocolate, but I spent all the money in my pocket on scratch off my
Why would
I didn't have any money to buy her a slush puppy. She was really upset. Damn, man, I do miss slush puppies.
most likely to
Get a good slush puppy.
widespread
They are better than I
illiteracy,
see
which
every day.
is common to the region, and the fact that the Jews could use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are meant to
It was the oldest patent technology.
primarily in small conferences became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this. We should have to talk a little bit about the economic pull the jury, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of the Assyrian settlement from about the 10th century onwards. When you look at why migrated to Poland, some Polish citizens coming up with property, there are cook and care factors. There are factors which go to out of Western Europe, and there are factors which do use into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. We can see here beautiful representation
That would make sense. I was thinking if it's just in a cup or something, you need some sort of gyroscope contraption inside of it so it always stays upright when it's inside the box. I bet you can.
So much so that you see some of the great scholars like
I wonder if you could get a legit one because again, those are like.
referred to Poland with kind of like a
I
fascist
don't know. Oh my
etymology.
gosh, yeah, I used to love those things. And the squeeze candy. I was never here. Did you ever eat that kind of stuff? The candy that was just a gel.
In terms of the push factors,
But I've never had the slush
driving
puppy.
Jews
I don't think I'm as
out
familiar
of
with slush. I
Western
wonder if that's just like somewhere in the South or something, Casey. I don't know. Or I wonder if that was everywhere. Southern, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a southern thing. So most of the time it wouldn't be a machine like that. It's a machine
of
where it shoots the
1096
ice out and they go how many squirts you want. They have the little
horrific
squirters. You could
massacres
squirt your
primarily in northern
yes.
Germany that seem
Those
to
things were
be
good. Do that, play
outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities Jews manage. And
There's no
Jews were very
exact point
frustrated by
system,
this
but
because as a minority, Jews
yeah, I used to
are
love
always
slush
vulnerable
puppy
to
and
mob
raw in the
violence,
summer.
and they rely on legitimate authorities
and I'm going
to
to
maintain
baseball
our
camp in 2 weeks.
meaning a society
Damn,
governed by law. As
So
we've
what are these
discussed
guys?
in many previous lectures,
with
Jews
the,
are
at the rotating
typically
cup up top.
very happy to live
and I do
in
one score red, two
environments
scores
where there is some minor discrimination
interesting.
against
I
them,
don't think I
a certain
ever
degree
mixed
of endemic
flavors. That
anti-Semitism,
sounds good
but
though.
only
That's
if the
exciting.
rule
So
of
it would
law
stay
is
in the hell out of
protected.
your lips
Meaning,
and tongue. So
perhaps
you
there
made out
will
with
be a
your
numerous
girlfriend, you
clauses
get all
that Jews will
blue.
not be allowed to enter
Man.
university, or
And then
perhaps
you'd be
there
able
will
to look in her
be
mouth and to see the
certain
damage you just did.
tax breaks for not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock
Shower
through
up,
their
babe.
storefront
You guys just kiss
window,
for 10
they'll
minutes
go
in
to
the
the
car.
police, and the
Her
police will
face is
investigate
just
and
filled
they
with
catch the
some
culprit,
weird
and
purple
they'll have a
color
proper
on
criminal
her
trial and so on. So Jews
Great.
fear
Do you think you would have pulled something like that
like
back
any
in the day if you
minority.
did have
And when you
access to
had
slush
these
puppies?
series of massacres that accompanied
Just
these
making out
traveling bands of
shit,
crusaders, or more, as
so-
we discussed in the lecture on the
You ever
crusade,
do that in the
more
summertime
of the
before you met your
ragtag
wife?
followers of the
Just
crusaders,
making out
and that the
getting slush
local
puppy
authorities,
everywhere?
including the church,
Yeah,
could not
casual,
put a stop to it. That's
casual
when there's
hookup.
an increased
Or a
push of
casual
Jews from
hookup.
Western Europe
It's a
moving
summertime
towards
fling.
in the 13th century, in the horrible blood libels
Yeah,
that we
people
have
these
also
days call it
discussed in
casual
previous
hookup.
class,
I like summertime
result in a
fling. I
series of
feel like that
expulsions,
sounds a little more
France in
disarming.
particular,
I don't
three
know.
expulsions
Yeah,
in
it's
the 13th
summertime
century,
romance.
and so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live
It's fun to
in
be in
Western
love. I
Europe.
want to be
This
in love
is
at
kind of
least
like
two more times.
the
I'm
push
looking to break up
aspect
with my
of it,
current
as
fling.
Jews are finding Western
And then
Europe
two
far,
more. So
far
how
less
many have you
hospitable
had? So
than
what?
they ever
So
been
in
before.
so
Now, there's also
interesting.
pull
So how many have you had in all that? If there's two
Polish
more to
economy
go, how
was
many
actually
flights
having a
have I
very
had so
difficult time,
far?
particularly in the
What if
13th century,
it's
after
four
the
serious flights in
Mongol
my life?
invasions of
Okay,
1231
and
and
casual
onward.
flings.
The demography
Maybe
had
6 more
dropped.
flings.
There
Okay.
was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the
looking for
Jews
12.
are the people actually
Yeah, I
making
think
the money,
12 is a
basically
good
making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning
1,000%.
economy
And it's a little bit
compared
less
to
than a baker's
Western
dozen.
Europe,
Because a
and
baker's
have the
dozen
know-how
sounds weird.
and
It's like, I
understanding
don't want to hear
of how to
that. Somebody has a
produce
baker's
forms
dozen.
like
That's
this.
when you're playing
And so
with.
the
Yes, you don't want to be
local
seen as
Polish leaders
damaged
were
goods
actually
for your future
inviting
wife.
Jews.
No
And so
way,
please
no
come to
how.
our
You do
area.
not want
You
that.
are
So if you're
literate,
watching this, keep
you are
it below a
literate,
baker's
you will
dozen.
live
If
in
you can help it,
concentrated
if you already
areas
love a baker's dozen,
and
it
take
doesn't matter. It's
advantage of
fine.
your
It's
skills
fine.
in
It's not
Poland.
ideal,
They
but
also,
somebody can probably
to
work
make
with
this
that.
attractive
But
to Jewish migrants, they created something
just
called,
think
or
about
they
your dream
adopted
girl
something
or dream
from
boy
the West called
and what they would think about him.
Magdeburg
Yes,
is the name of the
this
city,
guy's
and
damaged
the rest
goods. He's
means
made
you're
of
off. And
100
this is
checks.
basically like a
Yes.
medieval
100
charter
checks and 100
that
minutes, 100 kiss
lists the
challenge.
specific
Yes, which
privileges
is a
that
thing. It used to be a
you
thing. It
may
still
enjoy.
is a thing.
And
Especially
although
in
some
summer
of these
camp. How many
charters were
girls can
actually
you kiss? Well,
much
think about how
later
you're hurting.
and designed to look
I
like
remember I
they
had a
were written
buddy. We
earlier,
went to
they
this like
nevertheless did
religious
reflect
camp
long-standing
outside of
agreements as to
Memphis.
what were the
And I had a
privileges, and
buddy
sometimes disabilities of the
who
Jews in particular regions.
was looking up at some window, and I was like, "What are you looking at?"
The right
And he's like,
to
"Oh, it's people
control their
showering."
growth, the right to
And I was like, "Oh God, well, we
indicate,
probably need to go up." And then I
when
got up there and was
foreign
watching.
Jews can move in
No,
and
I'm
set up
kidding. It
competing
was so
businesses.
funny.
And
This
what
person I
monopolies
knew,
Jews
yeah,
would
I
have.
asked him,
We'll
like,
get
"What are
more
you
about this
doing?"
when
I
we
see them
get to the
creeping up,
economics of
looking at
New York.
some window.
But Jews were
They said, "Oh,
often
we're seeing
granted
people showering." I was
specific
like,
monopolies.
"Uh-oh."
For
I think I just
example,
walked off.
Provenantia,
I don't know. It's like that's one of the moments I look back in my life. It's like, should I have? I should have told somebody. It's like that. I carry a lot of guilt. I have a lot of baggage from some man. You're damaged. Look, dude, it's not your responsibility. Should you have told someone absolutely right? I know, and see, that's what kills it. It's not as bad as Jesse Pinkman, though. I mean, he's got all the 160 deaths from the plane crash from that girl. He's got a lot of bodies on his hands. But it seems like the rehab helped him. One of the guys finally got to him. They were sitting in the campfire. They were sitting in a campfire, and the one guy kind of got to him, I think. Yeah, he finally broke down that thick wall that keeps around him. And by the way, not to continue to talk about Breaking Bad, but Casey, it was so interesting. I wonder what happened. It's been a while. I'm just only watching this now, or I would have forgotten everything, I'm sure. It was so funny in the new meth lab. It seems like his little guy, the guy who's helping him, it seems like they're really getting along. I wonder what happened. I wonder why he ends up firing him and he gets Jesse back in there. Yes, they ended up having a lot of fun, right? Yeah, they made like really good coffee at the beginning, and it's like they were playing and sort of playing chess together in between making the meth, and they were like had very similar interests. They were academically. I know. I wonder what happened. I guess he just didn't like that or something. I don't know why. Fired him.
Promulgated and
He's just got to get Jesse back in the mix, though. I guess he just got to get Jesse back. I think you saw him
over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative
yes, and then he just out of nowhere, it's like, okay, it's not going to work. Because he loses it on him, because he has this. Are you talking about Dale? This guy? Yes.
And you can see that the yellow.
I don't know if he comes back or something, but right now he's left, and
the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews.
So we'll see what happens.
And you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular.
That's a spoiler I can get behind. Seriously? Yeah, something to look forward to.
Germany.
Oh my gosh, yeah, because I was thinking Walt Jr. wasn't moving around enough. I know he's got some issues, but I was thinking he generally is just going to hang around with his buddy or watching TV or something. Yeah, it's good to hear.
Is undoubtedly an institution called the
It's more active, and it's also like a team building thing that way. The familial unit can become a team of themselves.
And
Even
basically,
with that.
this was a kind of a Jewish
Skylar.
state.
I didn't like Skylar from the beginning.
We spoke about
from the jump. I go, something's up.
communal
Yeah, I
arrangements of
do
the
not
Jews
like
in
this
the
one.
Kehila,
She goes
essentially
and
the
blabs to
self-governing
the
Jewish
divorce
municipality
woman
that
that the
handled,
husband's a
all
drug
the
dealer.
social
Why does she
welfare
blab
works
about
for
that?
Jews by
Because she's
collecting their
bitter,
own
and she
internal
said that
taxes
Walt's
and
pulling in all this
distributing it
paper, and she can't make
charitably
shit for
to
cash.
individuals as
Yes.
needed.
Dumbass.
Set up,
Yeah, now she's working as the bookkeeper and the things, banging the fucking boss. What a
brides and
God, what a
boyfriends and
nightmare.
all kinds of social services, but
Might
also
happen, just when we look the show.
self-regulating by Talmudic
I
law.
guess. I
And
don't know.
each of these
I don't know if I
municipalities
love
was
it
basically
anymore.
structured very
I'm
similarly.
starting
And what
getting
happened
second
was in
thoughts about all
Poland,
this. Yeah, after he let his buddy go in the lab, and
united
it's all
themselves
just
across the
Unless you
entire
have fun, like
scope
that could be a
of the
different
Polish
show. It's just them being
within
friends.
one,
There's no
as it
conflict.
were, national
I know, it just
organization.
shows back
They
in the
would meet twice
background,
a
kind of
year,
making math the whole time, and it's not a big part of it. It's just that
and they would
shit
make
in the
decisions
meth
that
lab.
would affect
Just
all
them
Jews
being
living
like, oh my god,
within
you've
this
read that? I
massive
read that
country,
too. I
the
love that.
largest country
I
in
know,
the world
yeah,
at
we're
the
saying
time.
some
It was really
Walt
rather
Whitman
amazing
poem to
because,
him
by
at
the way,
one
we're
point.
looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books
Rest
of
in
the
peace.
Council of Lands.
R.I.P.
Now,
King. You were so good at
they
writing.
didn't
I
have,
know.
like, for example, their
One
own
of the best.
police
One of the best
authorities.
poems.
They worked very
What's your
closely with
top
the
number one
state.
poem?
Polish state,
Off the top of your head.
Lithuanian state, realized how valuable they were,
Or
particularly
now you don't
at
necessarily
first,
stop on
with regards to administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that this led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well in open future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Monastic Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization. Comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain, before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, you see it all unravel, and that would be the topic for the future lecture. I wish you found it as fascinating.
Anywhere near the Czech Republic when it was shot down. I don't know what Cisco the Dragon was thinking.
To the website where
Yeah, it's just like you get a little get in your head. I mean, you had the song in summer, what, 30 summers ago now, or 25 summers ago. I mean, he shouldn't have been in the Czech Republic to begin with. What is he doing? Messing with those people's affairs over there. I don't know.
He knew it was an active military zone. I think some people.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2024. His name is Ludwig Ries, and actually, I find it tremendously funny. Not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant. He's a fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin, right? This is the late 19th century, where society is beginning to open up and Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great, highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke, lived between 1795 and 1886, and Ludwig Ries was one of his latest students, or his last students. And this is a picture, by the way, of what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Ries was studying with him. Ries wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England, but once he graduated, he found he could not get a job in Germany. Unfortunately, liberalism only went so far in the late 19th century, and the idea of going
during class at the age of 35, she could have cashed out her
teaching history in Germany and so on.
She just left him in.
Very, very hard to happen.
In retrospect, that was because there was a huge candy crash in 2007 right before the house went.
Controversy.
Yes, for sure. And it was not only candy,
and it's also worth noting, by the way,
that was also a big part of their company as well. Not only the candy,
trying to get a job as a professor in history in Germany. They wanted him to study something more.
The price of plastic, I think it was.
Not that I would identify with that. At any rate, what happened to Ries? You know, he's the kind of individual.
Yeah, nobody can afford that. They're already allotted $5. I think you get one dispenser and 3 little things of candy that you end up eating really fast. Those candies are pretty good. They are like best candy. They're a little tart. They're not too tart, not too sour.
Born and raised in
I don't know if I can ever eat one again after my break time.
He went there and he ended up
when I ate the best candy. The back
taught
of my
at Tokyo
freezer.
University
After being up all night on
15 years,
cocaine, and then it had some sort of, it wasn't acid, it was a research chemical of some sort because it lasted fucking 16 or 18
Let me tell you
hours.
what are his main
Thank
contributions.
God my roommate at the time, sweet Alex Rayner, shouts out to Alex, one of my oldest friends. He was telling me not to go to the emergency room. I was trying to get him to take me to the guy. I got so desperate in my brain.
The word story
Trying to why I went to the founder, what's his name, being the
and
McDonald's
it's
guy,
all
that
about,
kind of calmed me a little
sitting around the
bit.
campfire and
And
saying what
Keaton,
happened
Michael
to previous
Keaton, the
generations.
McDonald's guy, I
That's
watched
what
that once or
historians do.
twice.
On the other hand,
And
history
Indiana
is
Jones
also
movies and this kind of
time.
helped me, but I was able to
And that
relax.
means that we're not supposed to
God,
just
it was a
make
horrible
stuff
nightmare.
up.
So
We're
be careful
supposed
if
to,
anybody ever gives you
rely
a
on actual data to tell these stories.
candy.
Now, the problem is much of this data are
just
easily
words.
happen to
They're
you.
just
Like when you
stories
smoked
that
that spice, it was
earlier
so big that
generations
you
have
smoked
told,
it out of
and
a
we
Gatorade
have
bottle. That's how
inherited
I smoked
those
it. I
stories
smoked it out of a
that
Gatorade
proves to
bottle.
be
Like,
extremely
some
problematic.
sort of,
How do we know that those stories actually
blaster where you would use one of those
reality?
little wrench
This was
sockets.
the
Yeah, it's the wrench socket. That's it. I was trying to think of. Yeah, they're perfect. You could plug them in.
said, look,
There was a
we have to really
method
get
to do it
focused
perfect.
on
It would be
let this
airtight.
gigantic
You
debate
just zip,
about
zap, zap
what
that bad boy.
exactly happened.
Yeah, you gotta like
Tell
light
us
it with
what
the lighter, and then you
happened.
can do
Tell
it,
us
and it melts.
all
and
the
it
stories of what you would
molds
have liked to
into
have happened and
barely
make the
cook
stuff
it
up the
through.
way
You
along.
just
Yeah,
roll
tell us
it
what
up.
actually happened, and
Hands
we'll
off that
decide how
bag
to
with the
evaluate
spice.
the
There's
meaning of
funny
those.
feelings.
You have to rely on
Feelings like you need
primary
to spend all your
sources.
money.
You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible.
Scratchers. I lost
Archaeology
$20
becomes
scratcher.
important. Things
I'm
like
like,
that.
okay, I'll try
And
another one.
Father
Once,
Anka
it was all
really
downhill. I spent
grounded the
$120
discipline of history
What was the girl
in
just watching you
this kind
screaming
of
into your
delicate space between art and science, whereas
That's
before it was
$60.
pretty
She was
much
like, what were
firmly
you doing?
in the world
Hey,
of the
stop. We're
arts.
supposed to be on a
So
date.
Greece
Okay,
took these ideas and essentially brought them to Japan.
I know,
For
that could be the
the
scary part.
Japanese
She
really
smokes
didn't
spices
have this
well.
kind of grounding.
I think
Europe
it's
didn't
not.
have that grounding
So she was
either
a little
until
freaked. It wasn't the best
So
day of her
in
life.
Japan, they really began to
Yeah, well,
delve
it
deeply into their
happens.
archives to dig
It
up
happens to
primary
people. I'm sure
documentation.
it's happened to you,
And
Grant.
the Greece
It's a
also
nightmare,
pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history
What are you
is
eating?
buried in
What
European
doesn't
archives
crumble?
because
Get something
the Europeans, when they encountered Japan, they left a tremendous amount of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country felt. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Meiji Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reflection, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there were a lot of things that were happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. And Greece was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took his post in Tokyo. He ended up becoming a tremendous success, and he really loved Japan. He spent his tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan, who was Russia fighting with. So Reis became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and now when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual. Really someone I want to meditate on in terms of the impact he made on Japanese culture. I hope this whets your appetite to join us on this remarkable expedition to Japan and South Korea. And if not, I'm really happy to share these videos with you as I conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching.
Really good, I can't even think of people. It's been too long, Gigi. Been way too long.
What's Aaron Hernandez up to now?
Dead. Yeah.
Plane crash.
6 feet under. He shot out the engine on a dare. Yes.
Hello, fellow
So he was already
travelers
starting
in
to
Jewish
back
history.
up in
I really look
Connecticut.
forward
Yeah, he
to
got
the
on
next
an
portion of
airplane
the
and I
cruise
think,
to
yeah, pretty
Japan,
much
which
crashed
is
in
that's
Foxborough.
a bit of a leap for
Right
me
outside of the
because most of
stadium.
my studies in Jewish
Yeah,
history
that's
have
a
really
practice day.
focused on, ancient Israel,
that was so
or
sad.
Europe,
Yeah, I
or
mean,
to
the
a
flight
certain degree
attendants
North
on that
Africa,
plane, they didn't
Central
deserve
Asia.
that.
But getting
The
to the Far
pilots
East
who
has
beat
really
up
been
didn't
quite an
deserve
experience,
that.
both in terms
He
of the
drowns
actual
2
journey,
pilots in 10
which
minutes.
promises to be amazing,
Yeah.
but also
Did
in
you know that,
terms of
Grant?
the history. So
I'm
let's talk
reading
just for a
right
minute
now
about the city of
fire you got
Nagasaki.
dead on.
It's called the engine incident.
Jewish
Yeah, it's
presence
really
in Nagasaki
tragic.
basically dates from the middle of the 19th
Super tragic. My
century.
brother saw them
Primarily because Nagasaki is a port city,
that was
and it
before
was at
everything
this
went
time
haywire.
when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers. So a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise,
What do we
Japan
do to
was
each other?
fairly
I don't
insular, both
even.
in the literal
What was
sense.
that?
as
What
well
about
as
that?
What a shot.
Introspective.
But Eastern
Really
European
curious.
Jews
What
really
happened?
saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th
Show us the
century.
funny one then, because
And
that must have
most
been
of
what
their
was.
business was with Russian sailors who were also
This was the one I
port
happened to
cities.
love.
And Jews, of course, have the linguistic
Yeah,
skills
it's
and
pretty
have
funny. I love
the
Debo though,
commercial
but yeah, it's
connections
kind
and things like that.
of.
to
I
make
don't
it
even
work.
know what he does
By
there. He has a church now.
1894, they opened a
Does he?
synagogue.
They
No
also
kidding, I bet he could
create
be
a
a preacher, though.
cemetery,
He
which
tried to
is
play
still
for the
in
Mets for a
existence.
while,
And
and he
they'll
kept
get
getting
about
smoked on the curve.
100 Jews living
Oh,
there.
really? I
at the turn of the
forget that
century.
he went to the
Today it has
MLB.
at
I
least
only remember when he
29
played for
graves,
Denver and won
and
all
they're
those
labeled
games,
in
and then they got him
Hebrew,
off the team. That's all I
Japanese,
remember about
Russian,
Tim
and
Tebow.
English,
Got him
dated
to
between
winning games in the
1880 and
playoffs.
Well, who wants to hang
You know,
out
it might
with
seem
like
strange to
Russell
us to see
Wilson's
that
the same way?
Japanese
Like,
would
who
be
wants
included
to be
there,
like,
and Russian,
you win a big
English.
game and
But
everybody's
you know
celebrating?
that
They're
reflects
like,
the diversity
God
of
did it.
the
It was
immigrant
God.
population.
It was
That
Jesus
was
won us
Jewish
the
community at
football
that time.
game. And they're like,
It
no,
also
we're
reminds
gonna
me of where my
ball.
father,
I
blessed memory,
hear
was
ya.
buried
And
in
he
Toronto.
had that weird
And
haircut.
yeah,
It's
you know,
like,
there are lots of
looks like a
English,
monk.
a lot of
Looks like a
Russian,
monk.
a
He
lot
looks
of
like an
Hebrew
action figure
graves.
gone wrong.
Some of the older sections are in
Look
Yiddish,
at
and
that. I
I wouldn't be
remember there was this
surprised
guy
if you
named
wander around and
Gentry
find some
something.
French ones there too.
Gentry.
So it's interesting. At any rate,
And the
the
fraternity was this giant
community, I was not
jacked
able to
guy
find any
at the end of
photographs of the
Halloween that
gravestones.
shaved
I'll
his
have to
head
see
like
those
that.
in
It was
person.
kind of
I
funny.
did find this
They were
photograph
shaving
that
people's heads in
labels the actual
stupid
year,
ways, and that's what he
56,
got. He got
53,
the Friar
the
Tuck
Jewish
haircut.
calendar, which is of course on the Wednesday
Davis
dating from creation as per the
Got him.
population of the state of
Grant, do you have enough? Is there anything we could ever offer
Knowledge
you
of the
where we
world.
could do a haircut
And
like
the Jews are there in a
Tebow
section
when we
with
went to
many
Bryce?
other people.
What do we
It's
do?
this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners.
Yeah, I'll do that, man.
What happened with this
I need
community,
an
however, is
price.
it went into a pretty
Yeah,
steep
that's
decline
what I do it for
in
free. Yeah, I mean,
1904 when Russia
$5.
declared war against Japan.
We can do
And
that. Yeah, we
this
can do that.
Russo-Japanese
Just give me
war,
the
which had
coolio.
lots of impact
Do you
in
think you could pull
Jewish
off
history.
the
As I
polio?
mentioned,
If you think
my
you genuinely
father,
could pull it off,
his
yes,
father
we can do
came to
that.
Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular
This
war.
isn't a
He came
bit.
from
No, I don't
Lithuania,
think I can
not
pull
from
off
Japan.
that coolio.
But
Honestly.
still,
You people
that
can. What
interrupted
would your wife
people,
and
Russian
two
sailors
daughters
to
think
report
if you ever
the
walked
economy
in?
there declined very dramatically,
And you had
and
that
so the
haircut.
Jewish
Would they
community
think? Would they be
basically gave their
concerned?
tourist
Yeah, that
goals
would be
and
the worst haircut
largely
I've had.
to cope
Sorry,
with
wait,
the
I had
Japanese
6 pieces of
center
blue
of
goblin.
I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which
It's all right, your
we hope to
lips.
visit with Coach River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us. And if not, I
Well,
look
we
forward
could
to
do
sharing
it.
my
Oh my gosh, somebody
preparatory
got
research
that
with
guy.
you.
Was he passed
Thank you
out
very
like
much
that,
for
or he was just sleeping, taking a nap, and somebody was able to get it? He's a heavy sleeper.
Give him the old Shakespeare.
It's really intricate. It does look like Shakespeare. Damn, it's like Josh Brolin. Oh man, Josh Brolin. He wasn't the guy in. Who was the guy in No Country for Old Men?
Hello, fellow
That's
travelers.
Josh
and explorers
Brolin.
of Jewish
Yeah, and then
history.
Javier.
I'm really excited
Bardem is
about
scary.
the
Yeah,
upcoming
Javier, Josh
expedition of
Brolin.
Coach
He
River
was in that
Cruises
movie I
to
saw
Japan
recently
and
about the
Korea. And in this context,
firefighters who
I
all
want to talk
died.
to
I
you
know what
about
you're
something
talking about. Yeah,
absolutely
I saw the
amazing,
trailer.
and that is
Ooh,
the
yeah, it was
Korean
bad.
love
I
affair
read some
with the
article.
taco.
It was all
Now,
that guy's
you may
fault.
not
It was
think
like, God, it
that
was some
Korea
kid and
is
it
the
was a
first place
firestorm.
that
Very
you would go
tragic.
to if you want to study
Very
Talmud.
tragic.
But basically, it is
If
not
you too close to the
impossible
sun,
that there are more
and then you get
people
burned
studying
sometimes.
Talmud today in Korea
They put these
than there
little
are in the rest of the world.
like sleeping
I know that's a bizarre
That doesn't help when
statistic,
it's like
but if you think about it, there are
2,000 degrees, I don't
49
think. Oh, they have like
million people living
fire
in
resistant
Korea.
safety,
And
dude.
according
Those
to
little
the
things that
Korean
they can do in
ambassador to
emergencies, but I guess
Israel,
when it's
who gave an
super
interview in
hot, it just
2011
melts
with
into your
the
skin.
Sama, he said that not only is he a student of Gemara,
Tough
but
way
in
to go.
fact,
What
all
do they call
mothers
those
in
people who are like
Korea
mercenaries
need
for
to
fire?
hire
Wild
their
land
children.
firefighter. Okay.
Now that's
Yeah.
mind-blowing.
What a job that would be. Daniel Cardenas, when I worked up in Wyoming, that guy named Daniel Cardenas.
Korean mothers reading these to their children. That's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are
Yeah,
only
that's
about
another
60
thing. Or the
million
same thing,
Jews
I don't
in
know.
the world today.
Scary. I
So
would never do that. I
that's
wouldn't do that. You
amazing.
could pay
So
me all
let's try to unpack this
all
and
the money in the
understand
world.
how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in
What's going
Korea.
on out there right
So
now? Who's
apparently,
out there? Somebody else is
there
out
is
there.
not
Is
a
there a
long,
whisper?
comprehensive history of
Just me.
Jews in Korea. In
Brad,
fact,
you are
I looked
so
at Encyclopedia Judaica, and they didn't have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing.
seriously.
But
down
it's
for anything.
primarily a late 20th century
I stopped
phenomenon
eating my
because
blueberry crumble.
Jewish GIs
Save
who
some
were
for us.
U.S. Army
This
was
is my
stationed there
starving right
in the
now.
early
I tried one of these
1950s.
little
That's
Hello
what
Fresh
Jews
bars,
were
and it was so
in larger
good.
numbers
Yeah, those
began
things
to
are actually
appreciate
really good. The little bars are very, they're so good. They're like chicken bars. They're full of chicken and also nutrients.
Who wrote some important novels that deal with alcoholic topics, later translated to Korean, very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokay,
Yeah, we'd really
served
appreciate it
in
because a little.
Korea
Oh, that's
in
one of the sweet things.
1962,
Walt
and then
makes
later was
his
sent to
lunch
Japan
and
as a
cuts off
He had a phenomenal
cuts off his crust.
study of Talmud in Korea in
For
particular.
Walt Jr.
Marvin Tokar,
No,
author,
Walter.
a
I don't know. I said
first
Walt.
in
Yeah, Walter.
Japanese,
I like how he cuts his crust
has
off and straight
distilled
up in our
Jewish
chest. Jelly
wisdom, as
sandwiches
you
he
can
makes
see
for
from
work every day
this
in the meth
particular
lab. That's kind of fun.
reproduction of one of the
It is
pages
sweet. He ended up
in the
really
book was called
enjoying
5,000 Years of
and I won't
Jewish Wisdom,
spoil anything about the
Secrets
soccer
of
team
the
that's getting away
Talmud
with
Scriptures,
Okay,
was printed in 1971.
Couple
And you can
treats
see that
for the
they
big
use this
boys.
Japanese text to
What
kind
you
of
get? Yeah, this
replicate
iced
the
oatmeal
feel of the
cookie.
Talmud, but
It's so good. That's what I got
apparently
too.
they really took
Really good.
off,
We love these
not only
some of
in
these
Japan, but
things. We want to be
especially
sponsored
in
by Candy
Korea.
Forex
It
and
was
also iced
published
oatmeal
in
cookie.
1974
Please,
in
we
Korean
need
translation,
this
and by
now.
1984,
Please.
more than
Why the
2
gun?
million
Yeah, Grant,
copies
we
were
don't
sold
like
in
this
7
violence right
editions.
now.
And it
Please,
is
our
just
country is
amazingly
divided.
studied today.
Yes,
There
this
are more
isn't the
than
time to be
800
messing with
different books.
weapons.
With 300 publishers with the word
Yeah,
Talmud
that
in
was
it
hard.
in the Korean National
What's
Digital
so
Library.
hard was it?
169 of them
Yeah, that
was
one too
Rabbi
hard.
Tokar as the author, and
Well, I
Talmudic
think
texts
we're
frequently hit the bestseller
list
list
in
in
Korea.
Korea.
It's been a
Now,
lot of
how
fun.
is this
Just
so?
Casey and
There's a
I.
few articles
That's
on
been
this in
fun.
the popular
Just
press.
talking. I know,
An
just
article by Ross
talking.
Harvest
Talking
in
about,
New York
oh
in
my
2015.
gosh, and we'll
But
see
I really
what
relied
happens.
heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for
Watch it
Jewish
today.
Studies
Just
review
got like a day
published
off for
in
me, so I
2018
might
by
go watch that all day long.
which is
Everyone comment your favorite Breaking Bad memory. Don't spoil it. Yeah, no spoilers. Only season 1 memories.
There
What are your
is
favorite
this
season 1 memories?
belief, this is really probably
Yes.
the biggest answer.
We can,
There's
yes,
this
because I think
belief
I'm at.
that Koreans looked at
Season 1 is
Jews
perfect.
worldwide,
Yes. Season 1
looked at their
spoilers. Keep it.
successes,
Yes. If you want to do
particularly
that,
in the
we're cool
world
with
of
that.
science
Next
and
week,
education and
we can probably tell
Nobel
a full
Prize
series. I'll
record,
probably be done.
which is really
Yes. So
pretty
then we can do
impressive.
all spoilers.
And also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state,
Well, we
the same
gotta
age as
thank
Israel. It was also formed in
Anthony Whiplash
1948.
Morgan,
And there are certain
Arno,
parallels
Sean
between
King, Ashley
the
Belfield,
growth
and
of Korea and
Sean
its wars,
King, Big
particularly
Rig
with the
0485
northern
Bronson,
half.
who is
Korea is a divided
pants.
nation. That Koreans really
Change
look
of
to
Fox,
the West for
Destiny
deep
A4
wells of
Dova
wisdom, and
King.
the
That's
Jews were a
fun.
perfect
Dr.
example.
B.
There's this
Dugan.
belief that the Jerusa style learning of the Talmud is especially
Dylan,
important. And it's just
Lyshorka. We're going to get your
Let's
name.
just have a
Yeah, I
quick
know.
look at some of the
Lyshorka.
additions on the Korean
Eli
which are
Slugworth,
published,
Gary
and they are
David,
absolutely
Buckman, MJ Dizzy,
Here
Jimmy
is
J.
one that I just have on
Josiah
Talmud
Justin
Scriptures.
Turkle, Dr.
And
Turkle's kid,
Korean
Captain
Scripture
Chaos, Kyle
is
Heath,
kind of fascinating, but this one looks
Larry.
more or less like a fair representation of
Rachel
a
O'Donnell,
translation
on
of
to you.
popular
We
edition
have
of Talmudic teachings. By the way, let us understand
somebody
that the
inside
Talmud that
that
they
maybe you're
are
doing
teaching
something
is not really
we'll
about
figure it out.
the way
Might
we
be
have
the
today.
mold.
It's
We
a
will charge
highly
you $10,000
anthologized
to
and
find out.
curated
Yes.
edition,
Sandy
closer
Shady
to
Shane
Yaakov, I think,
Kaya.
than a regular
Zabrek
shas,
and
with like
Sexy
nuggets of wisdom
Lexi.
and I got it, things like that that are getting over to
Runar.
But
No,
the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. There's another one
Magic
on
William here at
Amazon for children.
the Union Army
And
General.
here's one that I love this
Which is
particular.
cool.
Look at the graphics here. There's a little rabbi in the
Thank
front
you
here,
to
and
our
it's
friend
a Talmudic approach.
Alrighty, well, thank you all
teaching
so
the
much
Korean
for watching and
language.
listening today. Thank you so
Yes,
much. My
you're
website has
right.
crashed, but
The
you can find all
Talmudic
my shows
approach
and
to
the link to
teaching
my
the
Instagram.
Korean language to a
Yes,
certain degree.
the-
It feels like a
and
lot
I'm
of these
gonna-
Talmud books
you're
are
gonna
like
get to fix it unless you have a
self-help
website
books
on.
that are designed to say, use the
Find
Talmud
it.
to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some children's babies first
Send
Talmud.
your questions, artwork, and manifestos
Here it
to
is,
William Montgomery Show at
prenatal Talmud. I
gmail.com.
mean, oh my
Make sure
gosh.
to leave William a voicemail
Prenatal
at
stories
737
fostering the wisdom and
471
emotions of your baby.
098.
I mean,
Never miss an episode of
we
William
know
Montgomery Show
Yiddish
by
and Mamas are
subscribing to the
incredible,
William
and
Montgomery
Jewish
Show
mothers
channel on
are
YouTube
definitely
and anywhere
devoted to the
podcasts
idea
are sold.
of having their
Make sure to
children
show
grow
your
and
support
develop.
for the show.
How many of
Join
them
us.
are
Child soldiers,
Jewish books
bounty
are?
hunters,
How
and
many books are there that
Patreon.com/William
are for
Montgomery Show.
Jewish
Check out
women
William online at
their children get used?
William.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William
Wow.
Montgomery, check out
Well, I hope you
on
found
YouTube.
that as fascinating
Check
as I
him
do.
out live at the
It's just
Comedy
mind-boggling.
Mothership in Austin,
I
Texas,
can't wait to
every
actually
month.
get to Korea
Find more of me,
and hopefully
Casey
find one of the
Rocket,
bookstores where they sell these
patreon.com/Casey
books
Rocket.
on the
Follow
Talmud.
me on Instagram.
I know I'll have this episode of reading it just to see how this problem has animated this culture is something I'm really looking forward to. Hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my experiences here. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
other communities. And I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but from the main centers of Jewish civilization,
Recorded
right now,
live
they
in Austin,
feel
Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery.
So, in Texas,
You're on the
like,
Chick William Montgomery Jr. As always, William is joined by the lovely Eric. I'm Casey Broadcast. Now here he is, the big red machine, William Montgomery.
I have to tell you,
Yeah,
I'm
my
really
gosh.
excited about this particular video.
And he said,
I'm so fascinated with the presence of Jews in China.
what is that from?
They had a community there for well over 1,000 years. And it's a
St. Simon's Island.
unusual kind of
Combination
of Jewish culture and Chinese
St.
culture.
Simon,
Quite
where's that?
fascinating.
Georgia.
Today, I'd like to
It's
focus
right by
specifically
Savannah.
on
Quaint
the
little island.
origins of the
We're
Jews
gonna have to
of
start a
China.
family.
But perhaps we'll take a little bit of
They have
time
wild
again in
horses
this
there.
short
They have wild
video to
horses
talk
and
about the nature of that unusual Chinese Jewish
And that's why it's a good place to
So,
start a family.
first of all, what do we first hear
Gotta
about
find an island,
Chinese?
find pretty women. You have
First encounter
go to the
of
beach.
the
That is the most responsible thing you can do as a father is find just your own island. Just find your own beach.
Yeah.
First
And
important
start up.
meeting.
Yeah,
And
you have to
Rabbi
act
Rothschild
like
was
you have
a
to figure it
Jesuit
out. We were
priest
watching
who had come to
some sort
China
of show where the
with
guy
the
faked his
goal
own death.
converting the
He
indigenous
found some guy that
population
looked
to
like his
Christianity.
ass at the
They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of
looked
those.
kind of like
But
him.
there's a
And then he ended up killing his ass and setting him on fire.
1605.
And doing a truck on top. So
from
yeah,
the city
you
of
got to figure out
Kaifeng,
that. It
a very
almost worked.
important Jewish
My wife
population,
had a $5 million
came
insurance
specifically
thing. They got
So he killed his doppelganger?
Yes.
It was like,
That's pretty smart.
it's
Yeah.
hard to,
Will kept staring at me.
this wasn't actually well documented. I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently,
There was a
I
redhead.
this Jewish
There
guy
was a redheaded guy I
Kaifeng
remember giving him
thought
my
that
ID,
Matteo
even though he was
Ricci
far
must
younger than
be
me, so
Jewish,
5 years.
because he had heard about
Yeah,
this
but just that we had
person
red hair
who
and
came
yeah,
from
I
far
could always
away,
work for him.
and he
That's a
knew a
nice
lot
one.
about
Alex
this
Snyder
particular
press.
religion, and said, okay, it must be a Jewish guy. Matteo
Seriously,
Ricci,
did
at the same
Do
time,
you
thought
feel
that
that? Do you feel
must be
responsible for
evidence
that?
of
a little
early
bit of
Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, you know, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing this with I-10, and I-10 happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and St. John.
He's just blinded by flashlights. His new boyfriend is driving the car. Was that Princess Diana's
So
boyfriend?
I-10,
Yeah, she was dating some
knowing
French party
nothing
guy.
about Christianity,
Is that true?
shut
Yeah,
off
some good times.
entire phenomenon of Christianity.
Royal Frenchman likes to
That this must be Rebecca and
What
her
happened?
sons
Diana
Jacob and
Biz.
Esau.
Yeah, they were
Very
arguing.
nice painting.
I love
Then
the idea
you
of
see
killing
another
someone who looks
painting
like you.
that represents the four
Assuming
evangelists.
just killing
Matthew,
Christopher.
Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, the four gospels, the first four books of
So
the
Highlanders,
Christian Bible.
You
And
strangle him too.
I
That's
think
personal. It's like killing yourself.
Yeah, that'd be weird if someone looked just like you was
four of the 12
strangling
sons
you.
of Jacob. Where are the other eight sons?
Wake up.
It's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, it figured out that, in fact, I was not a Christian. He was Jewish.
That's a good move
Fascinating
for
unto its
to
own
make
right.
sure you get
From
typecast.
Itan's
You gotta be
perspective, it
competition
wasn't entirely clear on what
If
Christian
you're looking at a redheaded guy, you want to kind of take out anybody else.
with Ricci and the later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng. There was a suggestion perhaps
Ego death, and then also
Matteo
other
Ricci could take
Other
over
death,
as the
that's
chief
also
rabbi
yeah,
because
yeah,
she
also,
obviously
yeah.
knew a lot of
Yeah, in LA,
one
there
of
was
the
a guy named Matt
challenges
McCarthy
that
who
the
looked so much
Kaifeng
alike.
was experiencing.
It was
Even
kind
in
of
the
crazy
17th
that
century,
it was crossing my mind. I was like, this guy
decline
was
in literacy,
1,000%.
decline in
I have buddies who call me, they're like, were you in a fucking TV commercial? And McCarthy looked so much alike.
Apparently, as
But
the
yeah, it
story
started
goes,
crossing my
the chief
mind. It's,
rabbi
well, it's too
of
similar.
Kaifeng
So
was
take
very
it
happy
this out.
with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him.
Matt is more
The
handsome.
Christian stuff really didn't bother him so much.
Don't tell yourself.
He's
You
far more handsome. He's a very nice man.
The fact that
I'm gonna go out on a limb. You gotta
were still eating pork.
Yeah, you
That
gotta
was
kill it.
very
I think you need
problematic.
to
So
kill the
there's no
knife
way
to absorb his
our
power.
rabbis
to
is
the
doing
on
it.
top, but it's like
By
you
the way,
face it towards
when
you or
the
away from
Jesuits
you.
asked the Jews of
Pull his
Taipei,
hair up.
have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and said, oh, yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. And so when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth, but I think Jews were familiar with Jesus Ben
And
Sira.
then it shows me an
Ancient
XC
author
commercial.
wrote the apocryphal
It's just
work
an XC, I mean, some commercial.
Ben Sira, the wisdom of Ben Sira, the work which is
That's a funny idea. That's a pretty funny. Yeah, it's funny.
So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus
Instead of
of Nazareth,
voicing the baby or
these
whatever,
things are
I
just
started
hilarious.
finding the people, the actors who are doing those different commercials and started killing
So
them.
anyway, the
Yeah.
Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the
Have you guys ever auditioned for anything like that?
to a large
I've never auditioned for
more
anything.
than
I
Jews
auditioned to be the
would
Mountain
with
Dew
this
guy a couple
unusual
months ago.
community.
Did you really?
They were
And then I
especially
auditioned
interested
for
in learning about the
season 2
sacred
that I didn't
Torah
get. You didn't get it?
that
Oh.
the
Well, if I'm in LA, I didn't get it.
Damn.
They
Well, that's
wanted to
great. That's
see,
just your
in
first time.
particular, if
That's
they
awesome.
were
It was
the
very
same
supportive.
as
That's
the
awesome.
Torahs
mean,
that
yeah,
were
can you
read
look
in
around and
Western
everyone look
Europe.
like you?
Because
They,
one of the,
not really. It's so weird.
thoughts
No,
that
it was a pretty
had
diverse cast.
was that there was more evidence for Christianity
Mine,
in
that
the
was
Hebrew
mine.
Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And you
Probably.
could find,
What can you talk
biblical
what
books
did they
that
have?
predated
Well, we did
that went all the way back to possibly the
I'm
Bible.
really not supposed to talk
By
about
the way,
that.
was
They
argued
did a
to be
focus
as far
group
back
with hidden
as
cameras, so it was
the first or
completely
second
improvised, the
century
audition, and they would ask us questions, and we would have to just
So if
improvise
these
answers in
texts had
character.
references
And
to
some
Jesus,
people were actors, and
that
some
would
people
be
were not.
incredibly
That's hard.
important.
Yeah.
Of course,
No, I did
they
okay,
didn't
but there were some
find
people
such
who were a lot
things.
better.
And when they
Yeah, it
actually
was fun.
got to
Improvising a
Taipei,
focus group.
and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in,
I'd rather have lines. I could get Metal
refused
Crowd
to
was
show them their
That's
texts.
a good situation.
And obviously there was also a
Wait, so pressure. Were you able to figure out who the actors were? Were you trying to figure out that when you walked in the room? I feel like I was trying to maybe figure out who the actor here. I figured it out pretty soon.
They weren't like that.
Wait, Grant, we might have to bleach out
Chinese of China.
that name.
And of course that's a long story that goes way beyond
Okay.
But we do
Are
have
you cool with that, Grant? Okay,
extended
is that all right with you?
efforts of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically anyway, what they did find
look just
was
like.
Can you blur Christoph's
lavish
pussy?
Yeah, my
and,
Japanese
very
situation.
cherished.
Dude, shut it. Shut it. Blur that.
18th century Jesuit
Does not smell it.
Father Dominguez visited it, and
So are you
also,
somebody that
not
watches your
only
Jews
Jews
all
are
the time?
architectural
Yeah,
layout
almost
of it,
never.
the
Yeah, I
Jews
can
were
tell.
definitely
What
very
the heck?
attached
These are on
to
the
this
tail end. They
particular
need to wash
facility. They
I got a wing sauce
historical
stain right here.
records
Paint washer.
rebuilt it
I do it once every 2
times.
weeks,
It
paint
was
wash.
originally
If I can see stains, I should probably do it. I can see a stain.
earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this
Yeah, I mean,
of
well, I got some jeans and I haven't washed them yet. I've been smelling the crotch
chair
area.
they called
It smells like something,
They
but
would
it's
put
not.
a Sephardic style art
I'm gonna
on
let it
top of
ride
it,
a little
and
Yeah,
open
it's
up
more
the
of a
box.
natural
and
scent.
read the
Yeah,
text
it's
inside.
not horrible, and as if my nose is literally up on the material that I'm smelling, kind of like
active and vibrant.
I don't know, dude, like a homeless lady.
So our task for us
Yesterday, a
today,
homeless woman was
however,
walking
is to
down.
try to understand
Not to
where
try
did
to
these Jews come from.
it's a.
So here is a map
Oh,
that
speak
shows
choice.
the various
I'm already
locations.
on that,
I think
with
it's
that
the
red
most
hair.
well-known and most
It's more about
well-documented.
smell.
However, even the Taipei documentation refers to its
But I do love
relationships
it.
with
Doesn't have
other
to. I
countries
love
such
it.
as
I love
Yangzhou,
it. Be careful
where
on
they,
the
for example,
fucking
received the
lane.
gift of a
Thursday, there's a
sacred
redheaded
Torah.
boy, and I touched his
And you can
shoulder,
see
and I
that
said,
quite
I
a
like
few
your red
of
hair.
them
And he
are
looks at his
all
mom all
on the
concerned
eastern
immediately, and I think, oh, shit.
China, but you have some
Well, I have red hair too. That's why I said
judging by the numbers of values,
Tighten up the community.
you can see
I
that
got a lot of looks.
some of them date all the
You
way
get looks,
back
right? You get
to
the
the
red head.
9th century.
You see
But
the red
that's
head
like
on the
the
street.
first
I try to go out of my way.
Yeah.
Again, it scared me with this boy. That boy was the first
Really?
day. Oh, yeah.
There's kind of there's a little.
Yeah, right.
We have,
Not women.
for example,
I said
several
there was
travelers
a
accounts
girl
that
on the
refer
flight back to Austin that
Benjamin
was like, oh,
Stella
I like her
never
hair. And she looks at me kind of weird for like a split second, and then she like notices that I have red hair or something, and then she says, oh, thanks.
Very close.
For a second, she was like
Marco
confused
Polo the famous traveler
I love how low your success rate is. It's not going great.
It's not a big success.
in which there are
The vet
just
tech
scattered
the other day
references.
wasn't impressed by him either.
Unfortunately,
She
don't
had
tell us a
cute little
lot
curly
about
hair,
how
red hair.
large the
He's like, oh, I like
communities
hair.
are,
She's like,
or how
good
active
one.
they were, what they were like, but they
I'm blocking them out of my head. It's happening more often than I'm even thinking. Well, I like yours. You're really throwing darts at them. I like yours too. Thank you. It's a similar shade. It's a very similar shade. It's with the darker red. I like the darker red. Or your eyes brown. Yeah, they're brown. Okay, well, I remember being in a class with this real heavy set, giant nerd guy who had red hair. Yeah, and we talked one day after class and said, since our eyes were brown, it's from German back in the day. It's from Germanic.
Here's the Wikipedia that shows some of the most important
a blessing. Just a blessing.
Silk travel.
Yeah, no, it's rare. You see the blue-eyed. Those are like the Irish.
It's
Or
also
Irish
called the
vibes.
Spice
Yeah,
Road.
still, you're really
Spice
nice. That's
is
pretty
also
Irish.
very
I
important
still try to be nice, but
to the west from the east.
they're not
They're
our kind.
not
They're
one
not
of
the
the strange
brown
because they're
eye. Yeah, the
to
brown eye.
other caravan routes, and those are many of
That's
them
probably what the
are
little boy was.
through the oceans.
Yeah,
To my
but I saw
knowledge,
this
camels
lady
swim
on the street.
especially
She
well,
was like
especially when they're laid
bathing
down.
in the street.
It does indicate that there was a
Yeah,
lot
she
of
was bathing in the
maritime
street,
trade.
and she was putting on.
And what's
She was
important
like a
about this
reasonably
particular
homeless
Silk
woman,
Road
not
is
crazy, you know what I
you
mean?
see that in
And
this
she
round
was wearing
circle
like
here,
a
this is
tank
where
top
the
and like
massive
jean
population
shorts.
of
And my girlfriend and I were walking
Jewry
past.
lives. This
Yeah,
is where
not
the
bad.
great
And we were walking past there.
centers are located in the very significant population.
We were walking
Right
past there. And she
there,
goes,
a long, important
"Something's
spot.
smelling on me." Could you tell me what?
Jews were involved in the trade that went from
I
east
can
to
tell
west
it's
in
my
almost
top of my shorts.
of considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region.
And I'm like headstrong. I'm like walking past. My girlfriend's an
This
agent.
received even more attention when
My girlfriend smelled it. What was it? The top? What was it? The top or the bottom?
Just
My
by the
girlfriend was
last
like
name,
shorts, and then the
more
right place.
Jewish.
Whoa.
He was in Florida.
Your shorts. You poop in your shorts.
Did
you take some shit in
I did shit my pants. I
baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German.
That's like the homeless woman. I see sometimes right by the homeless
their
shelter.
daughters
Like,
remained
has the
unbaptized
diaper
Jewish.
on.
Mary Stein went far
And
away
she,
from
I don't even. Yeah, she just has a
explore
diaper.
this region.
I don't want to.
She picks all her hairs out one by one.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I was late to a spot the other night and I just walked over her. I
Well, like
thought
being five to sleep.
Scattered among the
I was in a bit of a hurry and I stepped over her, kind of like
Asian
kind
languages.
of Allen Iverson. I did.
Tyrone Luder.
I wasn't trying to. Ty Luder. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but I was looking at my phone, and the last second there was a human in a diaper right under my feet. I had to kind of give her a little hey
Possibly
eyes.
associated with my holidays, but the traveler
I know.
You gotta
carried
get
it
rid of it.
very lovingly folded it and
I know,
kept it with him as he was traveling.
Yeah, no, I saw her the other day, and she had a sock on her hand.
Document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century.
You're doing a Johnny Dane. And she was like passed out with a sock in her hand. I was like, oh man, I hope she was. That's just a weird
traveling
one.
along the spice routes.
Hey, that's a good fellow. That's a nice fellow. Yeah, that could be a good fellow. Do y'all think she's actually homeless? Like, what about the days that you don't see her? Like, does she go back to her house somewhere? Or literally is home? Yeah, she always like a butler.
This would have happened
a tweak on the streets. Yeah, it's like Batman. Woman, crystal meth. Yeah, just like 19 of meth and rooms.
Exactly.
Silent watcher.
They were sitting there for centuries before they were discovered.
Moving her pants and kicking her hair out till it bleeds. She's gonna find the serial killer. Yeah, then she will end up finding. She's a favorite Tyler Durden situation. It's her. Yeah, it's her, but it's her as a homosexual man.
That is documents which were
The
composed
greatest
by
con, the greatest trick
themselves,
no one
as opposed
was
to
thinking that
accounts
it
by
was.
travelers which are fascinating. We have several stelae.
I don't think that's a real killer.
Stone
hot take.
blocks
Man, you haven't
which
been in
were
Austin
established
long
in
enough.
the
You
synagogue.
haven't been around Lincoln. Yeah, how long have you been here?
Many of them associated with
Ooh, yeah, you have not been here long enough.
Rebuilt
Like 3 years, dude.
I gotta
By
side
the
with my
way,
stuff on this one because when you go to like Rainy Street and you see all the drunk bros, I'm like, I'm surprised it's only 8 of them that have died in the river. It should be like whatever. I'm surprised it's not like 3 or more. It's a ritual.
He's waiting for the August moon.
building.
Well, you're not allowed to magnet fish off of those bridges because they know you're going to be finding stuff.
We have early stages
Seriously, you're not allowed to magnet fish.
and
You try to magnet
worst of
fish.
that stone block.
Oh shit! You shut us
Another
down. I know he's got to cut this off of magnet fish. Yeah, it's a kibosh on magnet. We have a presentation that's an incredible sweater. I love that.
Yeah, it does look nice.
We all do love. Oh my gosh, people, that's badass.
But the earlier ones tell us a lot about
Come on now, let's sing it now. Jesus Christ, where'd you get that there?
rebuilt it.
The Davis Dip.
Oh
Yeah, was that in Destin? Do the Davis Dip in the sweater? Okay, Destin, Florida? Yeah, he was in Destin. You know it, brother? Oh, it's on vacation. Beautiful. What is a house in Destin? Come on, Grant. Yeah, the studio. Yeah. That's $100,000.
We also have this.
What are you doing here? We got a house on the beach.
The house in Destiny.
Oh my God! Get away from us, man.
Here.
Yeah, outsourcing this. You should be
Memorial
a
book
house.
lists a
Spend
lot
time
of
with
the
people like us.
prominent
You got a house on the
people
beach.
in the town and
Yeah,
give
I
us
never
a
made
sense
bean.
of their
Sure, you can invite
genealogy.
us.
It's a document. It's
You can invite us.
both trees, characters, and
Thank God. Did we
names.
bother you or something?
If you look on the
That was
You look at me
down,
Yes, you sounded
you
different
see
right
on the
there.
right
A
Ben,
little.
and then
What are you talking
Ben
He misses
Yisrael
his house,
Moshe.
his beach house.
And that
Yeah.
Yisrael
Is this
Moshe,
about the
the
Gulf
word
Coast?
Moshe,
Yes.
which is right
Gulf
next to
Coast.
that, it has
Panhandle
an
Gulf
interesting
Coast.
kind of phrase that says,
Right near Panama
it's called
City,
a
right near
jinchi.
Pensacola.
Yeah, that's a good spot. That's a good spot. I grew up in Tampa, so that's right.
A lot of fascinating things
It's
about
the
how
Redneck Riviera, they call it.
Yeah, well, PCB 07 year after I was there after I did some kind of Highland maneuver. 07, some dude who worked at the Sandpiper Beacon Resort, some shitty ass place, raped one of the women who worked there and then threw her ass off a third-story fucking balcony, and she died. And like some of the dudes in the fraternity like saw it happen, like saw her hit the ground. Oh my God! Yes, scarred for life in PCB. Sandpiper Beacon Resort, and I remember it was like when I was there, it was depressing. Like I was just fucked up the whole time. And there was like a family or two in there, and I just thought it was the saddest thing for some reason. It was just a bunch of college people. Fucked up, people around that age getting fucked up, and there were a couple of families. And some about that fucking genuinely sad as I was getting wasted.
or the group that excises
Which is a clear
reference
something must have happened. I didn't follow that thing, but I hope he got arrested.
You remember the lady? You remember the murderer who would come to shows in Daytona?
Yeah, of course.
There was a murderer who was a comedy fan.
Yeah,
a lot of discussion about
Elsie,
the local shows.
Elsie,
for example,
like Elsie.
Elsie,
She kind of comes to comedy shows and get drunk with the comics after.
She killed two of her boyfriends. She killed one in Texas and then got off and then went to Daytona Beach. And she was like Eastern European, and she used to wear kind of like a Cyndi Lauper like lacy glove. You know what I'm talking about? And she was Eastern European and in her mid-50s, and then she would offer you crack.
one of the things
And
that's
she was a really sweet woman. She loved comedy. She was a big fan of me and my buddy Jared Moore. Shout out to Jared Moore. She would watch it. And she would watch us and be like, you are so fun. You want to smoke crack with me? You know, it was like, y'all ever smoke crack with her? I never smoked crack with her. I remember we were passing around a bowl, like a bowl, and she was smoking her crack with us. She offered her the weed, and she was like, the trade, and let it sit. He was out there, like, what is that? She was like,
It's very clever.
she murdered her. She murdered her.
They whatever balance you're doing, you want to go balance. Also, very common argument was the problem of mentorship.
She wasn't great, but she wasn't in, like, it's still really
reported to
fashionable.
the Pope in Rome that they
don't remember she shot at
I mean, she's very, very strong. Ritual
be careful if you have a house on your
and there's a military debate in the first as to whether or not it's
This
Is that what you
also
got?
smacked the right dogs
We were talking about
worship
the
dead
raven throwing off the roof.
Whereas
Yeah, she
in
wore those
other
kinds of
words,
clothes. That's
no,
perfect.
it's just
Yeah, exactly.
culture.
This was a knife, a bloody
So
knife.
for the Jews,
And
it
the
was no
no
problem.
one's gonna touch you,
Of course,
Gigi.
this
No,
is really
we're
baked
yeah,
into
yeah. This is
Israel.
not necessarily worship.
Yeah, we're not sharing crack with anybody.
Appealing to God.
Crack stays in the house.
That's probably the only time I've ever been
ancestors,
attacked by
people
violence.
who value.
Never.
That's a very, very
It'll
traditional
happen
thing. You
again.
look at Jewish
Yeah,
prayers,
my
there's
buddy-
constant references, so to speak, to
It'll
God.
happen.
You get off for crack once, and then that ship sails. My buddy used to, when we lived together in Atlanta, he would get wasted at bars. And one time he came back like 6
The
a.m.
idea
Like, where were
of
you? He's like,
Oh yeah, dude, I got lost and accidentally smoked crack.
problematic
It's
to
a fucking
Chinese
nightmare.
Jews at all.
went down the wrong alley, and he was like, there's all this guy smoking crack.
And
The
the
guy
Jewish
was like,
culture was
you
able
gotta
to
hit this.
find.
Oh, all right, that's fine.
Smoked crack till 6 in the morning.
But at the same time, they have to recall
Came home all
that
sad, like he was like late from work, like put his bags down. I smoked a bunch of crack tonight. It's late. Yeah. I want to go to bed, but I can't.
For example,
What you said? You got lost.
there are many, many examples of these are the
He
signs.
probably asked for a hit of the crack, but
Especially
circumstances
as they
that
were
led him to the crack were
born
Yeah, he just jumped, right? He
lack
should
of
think we
leadership,
should see him
lack of
stop after
contact
that.
with
Did he keep
outside
smoking?
world, specifically
Yeah, I
the
think
rest
he's
of
going
the
to
Jewish
that. I
diaspora.
smoked a couple times and I was like, every day I just smoked a
Problems
couple
finding
times.
people
Was it fun? Would you like it?
right?
Yeah, that's what it was. That's how I
interpreted song.
So
They
intense.
tended to
So
gravitate
intense.
to
And it lasts very
neighbors that they
little
had
amount of
for
time,
many
right?
centuries. because
Not as
of
short
the
as the
significant
medium might have.
Muslim minority in China.
So what are you just thinking of medium? Like, as I get to be a hypochondriac at times, where you just worried that like your heart was going to stop, or it was just such a fun kind of feeling you weren't even worried about.
Yeah, it doesn't scare you like that because
Because after all,
Euphoria
they
is
were
so intense. It's almost like peaking on Molly.
theologically much
Like,
closer
as
to
soon as you do
Islam than they were to
it's just like Leon the Professional. Yeah, that's like Gary Oldman. You put it in your eyes.
Muslim monks, they were
Yeah,
neighbors.
they're never like
In
in
fact,
pulse is too
they were
fast.
almost
Yeah.
you
indistinguishable
don't see
in
crackheads who
dress,
think they can't do
but the
something.
Muslims
Yeah,
would
they
wear
really
white
self-actualize.
caps,
Yeah, it's true.
and Jewish males
Like
would wear
Tuco
blue
from
caps.
Breaking Bad.
So one of the
Yes.
names
I am
for
now, oh
Jews
my
was
gosh, on the third season, I think episode 2 of the third season. I've never seen it.
Or
Oh, how do you like it?
There she is.
Yeah, it's good. A lot is happening.
How are you?
The white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical.
Well, thank you. What's in your agenda for today? All right, well, just let your, it is Monday, let your brain rest, and you'll have time in the later parts of the day to be able to think about what you want to do.
Conjugal tables that they record there, that of those
What
7
is happening
clans,
right now? It looks like he's going to be able
some
to
of
live
them
back at the
intermarried
house.
with
I
Chinese
wanted to
and
divorce him.
actually
The
recorded
Saul
in
guy,
the
he's so
conjugal
fun.
tables.
Yeah, it's a better
Clear
call
to us,
Saul. He should have
what
that.
sort of conversion
Yeah, he should.
process
I know, and now that isn't that another I wonder
males, Jewish males,
hijinks
were
that guy.
far more
That's
likely
really fun to watch
to
his
marry
journey.
very funny, and I had never seen him in a lot of stuff. Just some
and
Tim and Eric
Jewish
stuff.
women
Oh,
were
I'm
married
listening to
Chinese
Saul's
males.
show.
You guys
And
gotta
in
watch
those
this show.
genealogical
Nobody.
tables, there was a clear distinction.
Yeah, nobody. Is that the fashion
those
star?
women
Yeah,
who were
that's
born
weird that they
Jewish,
put
they
it
were
sort of a
called,
taken scenario. It is weird. Yeah, he's like,
daughter of
honey,
Israel.
check the
And
basement. It's like
those
full of
women
guns. He's like a
were
secret
born
taken. It's
to
very John
non-Jews,
Wick,
were called
for sure. It's John Wick, but it's suburban
daughter
dad John
of
Wick.
Adam. They were married,
Which is also
however,
fun.
and their origins
It's
were
also
recorded.
taken. Wait,
and
have
so
you seen
on.
Jesse Pinkman?
So there's definitely some
Yes,
degrees
I
of assimilation.
love
And
Jesse
it's very
Pinkman.
certain
Well, I
families
felt horrible
were
for
far
him
less
at the
likely
end of
than
the second
others
season.
to
This
do so, which I
fucking
guess is
girl who he fell in love with who got his ass on the heroin. Yeah. Ended up
the last
overdosing
thing
and fucking.
that
What's his
sad
name?
point
But it seems like that was for the best.
I kind of.
Once again, as you about to start blackmailing that thing.
Yeah.
How did that work out that good? But then God, and Jesse. Yeah, but then the guy kills everybody in the airplane crash.
Well, yeah.
And the father.
It would have been so hard. So sad. Yeah.
That was so funny. Yes,
They had to
the
trickle.
selling their
Yeah. The butterfly effect of a
Christian missionaries who can drop
It's such a silly point of the show. You're like, wait, what? And it never really comes. Yeah, well, the bear coming in, the bear from the sky. I was wondering what the bear was, and then they're all in the gymnasium, and what's his name? He's like, well, more people could have died. It actually wasn't all that bad. Yeah, that was kind of fun.
indicates that
What's his name? What do they call him? What do they think his name is?
Eisenberg.
Yeah. He also has a goatee now. He looks different. Yeah, a goatee. He only has a mustache. He wears
He wears the sunglasses.
He's got the hat. Yeah, he's the hat. And his answer is, it's right now. Please, nobody give me any point. Second, it's looking pretty good. It's in remission. The second, I feel optimistic about it. I think he's gonna get out of this thing. Yeah, I think he's gonna be just fine.
The beginning of the third season,
Everything's looking up. Two twin gangster guys.
Oh, I love those guys.
Yeah, I forgot about the twins. Yeah, they seem scary. The guy who works at the Pollo, the chicken place. You know, big fat Pollo guy. Pollo.
So with the loss of these forest growth to very steep, although there are still remnants of
those twins. Those twins are very gregarious.
Yeah, they were about to kill his ass with the axe. Yeah, in his freaking when he's singing the horse with no names. Yeah, I love that song. He's showering, and he's singing the horse with no names. The twins are sort of skulking about it.
More importantly,
because he was listening to horse with no name when he was in the car, and the cop pulls him over, and then he freaks out on the cop. Yeah, what are you pulling me over for? I'm like, dude, relax. Yeah, don't do this, man. What are you doing? Oh, tense. I forgot he tried to world star the cop. Yeah, and then the cop pepper sprays his ass. Yeah, dude, relax. You don't need to do this.
Last thing I gotta say,
right now.
We're selling a lot of that right now. You're in remission. Things are okay. You could have taken that money at the beginning, but it doesn't matter now. Everything's worked out.
I'm telling you, I'm really worried about the freaking father or the brother-in-law figuring out the guy who works with the DEA. I'm worried about that guy. I wouldn't worry about Hank. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little worried about him. No, don't worry about it. Hank's gonna get his. Yeah. What the hell?
No,
Hank's not like that.
I keep seeing commercial for his barbecue restaurant.
Where?
It's like a barbecue restaurant in Southern California, and I get every time sometimes I'll be watching YouTube and Uncle Hank will just show up and tell me to go eat barbecue.
That's weird to advertise it out of state. It seems like you're targeted at.
Yeah, I know. Maybe it's not California.
Are you using a VPN?
Yeah, I'm using
Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I
Paul
want
and
to
Brian Krantz have a tequila they promote a lot.
on the
Yeah, it's
turn of the
constantly.
20th
Kind of annoys me.
century,
I don't like
really
when
a
celebrity
consequential period
now the
for
celebrities are too
history.
good looking to promote these
One
liquors. I'm like,
particular
I can tell you,
scholar in
if you're going to promote your booze, you gotta look like John Daly.
because
Yeah,
this is a period of time that had
George
massive
Clooney's
impact
Casamigos.
on
Yeah,
history as a
sexy
whole,
piece of
as
ass.
surrounding, the world of Jews.
From Mad Dog to
That was how viable that piece of is. Just have a look at it. It was sourced today. Look how much space
The two
Israel
main
takes up.
guys,
And it
Jesse
has never been so in my
what's
life.
his name? You're saying they have a
I was born in the
tequila. They have a
second
tequila,
half of the 20th century, and
So if I ever started
Yeah,
drinking
he was a
again,
really
that's
central
when
to
it
the
would
century.
be.
But let's start first of all by
He's
going
drinking
to
Brian Krantz's tequila again.
So we're going to move back to Western Europe.
His
where we
house.
spent some time,
Graham,
before
we
we
gotta do
looked
the
at
podcast
Eastern
tomorrow. His
Europe
house
development of the political party. I showed you this
Casamigos. Is it
clock
Casamigos?
and how
No, I
it
thought it was
changed
just
to the 10-hour clock during the Roman characters.
Yikes, dude.
Gives you some sense of how
I hate
crazy
when
it
I
was
don't
during
like
the
that. I don't like that Ryan Reynolds has Mint Mobile. I don't like that either.
changes.
I go, don't you have enough? Do you not have enough? Do you need to start a separate business on top of your acting money?
Changed dramatically as a
No one
result
says never
of that
enough for these
revolution.
people.
one of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the
That was a pretty
first
funny movie. I remember seeing that at the
modern
movie theater.
world
Yeah.
Jewish
My dad, my
organization.
buddy, and
Is the
which I thought was cool.
Alliance
It was an R-rated movie. It was good movies in it.
Universal
I remember I saw American Pie
Alliance.
with my
The term
friend,
Israelite
a
was
very
often
rich
used
uncle. We went to
as
his
a
house.
substitute for
Mysterious
Jewish
benefactor.
Mosaic.
Yeah, helicopter. Go see Crocodile.
It's not
Yeah,
Jewish
so
language,
very,
but
yeah,
a lot
very
of
well. It's kind of,
languages,
yeah, it's
believe it
kind of
or
an
not,
Epstein
the term
situation.
Jew
And we were
is
scouting to go to
derogatory.
the house.
In English,
it was near
Jew
Yellowstone.
can be derogatory
This
depending
big
on how
private
one
movie
says
theater
it,
watching American
whether
Pie for the
one's
first time. We
pointing
were
or
like 13.
spitting at the same
And you could
time.
kind of feel
But
there was
basically,
an
it's
energy in the
neutral
air.
But in a lot of
We were all
languages,
kind of getting
Jew
hard in
is
different.
a derogatory term.
It was
In
like
Russian, for
it was
example,
kind of like it was like a whack-a-mole with owners. It was kind of like there was like 6 young boys in there at different points.
Jew
Everybody's
or
kind of
Jew
around.
is an
We're just gonna go
insult.
terror
like
rates
And you
back
have
on
that
you
in
here.
many
Yeah,
other
the people that
languages.
can ring the bells that made it
French
sound like
and
Christmas
German,
songs.
there
How
was
do we
much
learn how
about
to do
what's
that?
the polite way to say Jew, so Israelite was one
Yeah,
of
with
them.
the
Anyway,
glasses. Yeah,
this
the glasses are
organization
unwrapped.
started largely as a
Is that
result
real?
of the blood
Can you really
libel
do
trial
that?
that
No,
happened
yeah.
at Damascus
Yeah, real.
in
You know,
the 40s.
it's a resonance
It
thing, the
was
frequency thing.
born largely
Yeah, be on
with
crack,
the,
yeah,
oh,
it's
that's
bigger
why
than
it's
us,
really, you know,
Figures me, I
connected,
never
especially with
so
Europe.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah,
But
it's a
they
little. Yeah,
sent
it's at
over
a
there a
restaurant.
lot of
Yeah, but at a restaurant.
a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to
I know, I've seen videos of that.
mediate the situation and
I used to
free
love
the Jews
getting
that
drunk
had been
until
kidnapped
setting the
and
beer up,
tortured
getting
on
it
the
to balance
basis of
on
this
its edge.
crazy
Yeah,
idea that
beer can
that
was
they
very
had
full.
kidnapped a
We balance it
Christian
on the
child
corner of the beer
and
can.
murdered him
It's up,
for
yeah.
his
You ever done that
no body was ever
remember
found. All these
trying.
crazy
How much you got
things.
there? How much you got there?
1840,
I
right?
know. I
So
was
it's
thinking
really
maybe
pretty
I could do
modern.
that much linear.
So after that remarkable
Let's
success,
see.
the
We'll
alliance
let this.
really took off.
Yeah,
And
about
they
a third.
tried to do a few other things. They tried to alleviate the possession of Russians, but they weren't so successful. But the whole idea of
Let's see, William.
it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who are very
Oh, it does
important.
work. I never
Setting
thought
this
of
up.
that.
Not necessarily
Look at
religious
that.
individuals, there's not an Orthodox
Zoom in,
enterprise,
G.
but this was
Zoom
a
in, dude. Title.
planned
Can you zoom?
Jewish
Give me a title. Don't worry,
enterprise,
bro.
meaning
Let's slow
involving
dramatic
Jews
zoom.
regardless of their religious orientation. But looking more towards that. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places
Great job.
of French
Now,
influence,
Greg,
like
we want
North
the rest of the
Africa,
podcast to be
the
tight
whole
on that. This is
for
my
a
life.
long time.
This is my
They
favorite
set
thing
up
I
a
do for
lot
years.
of
And then you'll
Yeah,
see what
in
I'm doing.
particular, and certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like
Yeah, so
the limited
fingers are
people
not
to interact with
Yeah, they're kind of
Jews,
cold right now.
just like today,
Or
Chabad is
circulation
so,
giving you
you
stroke.
know, for many people around the world,
Are you
Chabad is the way
low on iron?
Judaism, so for
Probably
many
an iron
people,
thing.
the
Maybe iron
Alliance
blood
in
pressure,
North
blood
Africa,
sausage.
Middle
Yeah,
East,
blood
you
sausage
know,
thing.
Baghdad, places
Could
like
be
that.
blood sausage.
Mr. Grant, you're
I
gonna
don't
like
know.
do
I
that
gotta
on
figure
every
it
time
out.
I say
Yeah,
come
what's
on.
that called? We don't have
I'll
iron.
squeeze it in if I see that you're not.
Anemia.
I usually work.
And the
Remember that-
Chronicles of a Norm.
Okay, very good. Now, but
Mr.
that
Tumbas had it.
has to be balanced against what else
Dude,
is
Mr.
going on in
Tumbas used
France.
to scare the
And
shit.
happens
Mr.
there's
Tumbas is a
really
total
nasty
asshole.
Mr. Tumbas used to
anti-Semitism
scare the
developing.
living daylights out of me.
Now, we've used
Yeah,
this term
And then the
anti-Semitism
Ice Queen,
before,
dude, the Ice Queen used
but
to
up
scare
until
me.
the 1880s,
So weird. I
it was
always wanted to get some of her
anachronistic, meaning
goodies. Oh yeah, her goodies, but then
the
yeah,
term
the
was not
Turkish delight in
invented
here, like it's
until
literally
the
cornstarch
1980s.
and
We
sugar
talked to
and
many lectures
rose
ago about
oil.
Wilhelm Mob,
You found some
the German
sometime?
thinker of this era. In France,
Some time ago, you
and
found some. I gave it a
especially
Google. What's that
the
Turkish
naval
delight?
Jews
That's
with this man here,
It's just it's like
Edward
jelly
Wilhelm,
with rose in it.
made his
Yeah, I mean, look at
living
Mr. Thomas. Well,
essentially
that's what that's
muckraking in the
Thomas,
yellow
that's James
press,
Madison.
meaning in
He's pretty
kind of
funny
like
on
the
SNL
cheap
when doing this.
newspapers of
I
the
don't
era
know. Yeah,
against
he's pretty
Jews.
funny when doing this.
And he had a phenomenal
Yeah, like
career
starts in the sketch.
claiming that
I was very
the
scared of
only thing
Martin
wrong in
Short.
France was that there were too many Jews in France, and that they
And
were,
like Jiminy
you know,
Glick.
eroding
Jiminy
the
Glick is a little
interior
unnerving.
of
Look at him the
French
first time.
culture, and that
Martin Short, I was
they really
very
had to
scared.
change the immigration policies. And
Well, I'll tell you
get rid
who
of
else is
the
going to be
Jews who
opening
were
up a
already in
couple
there and
snacks. you get HelloFresh snacks. HelloFresh snacks are part of HelloFresh, and I'm currently eating HelloFresh right now, and I cannot get enough of it. I cannot get it out of my mouth. He's eating a piece of grilled chicken. He promised to give me a bite after the podcast if we do really good. Woo! Because I got a little piece left, and then it's steaming over there. Because I like to, Casey, this is going to be a little insider baseball radio. When I'm heating my HelloFresh up, I really like to keep it in an extra 15 seconds. Just an extra 15 seconds will get that sucker hot, piping hot. You're going to want to load off on your fork before you take a big chunk. Yes, you're going to have to. We do it that extra time. But yeah, meal planning is annoying. Let HelloFresh do the work for you. Thank you, HelloFresh. They're quick, convenient meals got sent. They get sent right to your door. All you have to do is follow the instructions and prepare it. Maybe for an extra 15 seconds. 15 seconds tops. Do not go over 15 seconds. 20 seconds, anything over 15 is not good. But yeah, you need to cut down on all that time spent rifling through your cabinets. HelloFresh sends you the exact portions you need so you don't have half-empty bottles of condiments cluttering up your kitchen. Oh, that was kind of a mouthful of sort of noises or something right there. Cluttering up your kitchen. Just condiments cluttering. Well, as you know, we love HelloFresh. We eat it quite often. Grilled chicken, mashed potatoes, garlic, green peas. And HelloFresh even has meals for every type of person: vegetarians, pescatarians, and some options and even meals that are made. Kids, and we all know kids can be picky eaters, but HelloFresh likely has things even that the kids seem to love. But no matter what you're looking for, HelloFresh has you covered. Go to HelloFresh.com/WMS. Apps, APPS for free appetizers for on the Price is Right now, giving somebody a prize to the end of time. This is why we love working with HelloFresh, because it makes us more givers. We're givers and we love giving. Yes, you guys deserve it. And this, you are getting free appetizers for life. And you heard that correctly. One appetizer item per box while subscription is active. And that is free appetizers for life. We can't stress that enough. At HelloFresh.com/WMS apps, APPS. HelloFresh, where's your one feel good?
I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say.
Yeah, Martin Short is sort of the bitch. He used that. I saw an episode that I was supposed to be watching of Law and Order SVU. And Martin Short was raping nuns. That is not true. That's not an episode. Yeah, he rapes nuns. Yeah, he talked all funny when he was that guy. Yeah,
the cross celebre, the great
Jiminy not that far off, pretty good impression.
What happened to this Captain Albert, who was
so why weren't you supposed to watch that episode?
and
I just told you. I just think that type of show is really out. I wasn't of age yet.
You were of
My
age.
friend and I put it on. That's right. In this scene, he goes, he says it to Stabler through the bar.
This is not seeing
When he's talking about banging nuts, and that was seared into my brain for years.
You gotta believe what's his name? Are you pulling our legs here? That seems insane. I mean, look, because I can't picture him saying that with how his face looks around there.
People will come out and verify what I'm saying.
Everybody thought that France was so
that exact scene to the left.
so liberal Jews, so kind, and so
He's also that short.
He played a good creep.
Justin gets him because he's a little hair. Yeah, like that. What is his name when he's that guy?
So Dreyfus was rather nondescript Jewish.
Yeah, Mr. Balby. That was Mr. Balby was funny.
No special distinguishing career moves.
Dixie, did you like long legs?
But he was framed for an espionage
I liked the movie.
that was occurring between some French military
It was good. It's not scary, it's like a Silence of the Lambs thing. But I thought it was great. I've been thinking about it a lot since I saw it, which is a good
Yeah, it's more creepy than scary.
I like the main actress. I thought she was excellent. She's a little stumped in her dialogue weird, but
so this is in that period of film. A lot of Germany.
Y'all talk about it, Eric.
The fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press.
Wait, hold on. I don't know.
They had to
Was it
find
good?
someone
Yeah, it's
to
really
blame.
good. She goes,
So,
it's like Silence of the Lambs. I give it a Saturday.
let's
Yeah, don't let it
Okay.
let's blame Dreyfus.
No, I'm not
Dreyfus
gonna
was
spoil it for
not
you. I'd give it a
a
7 out of 10.
religious
I
Jew.
thought Nicolas
He
Cage
was
was
not
fun.
out as a Jew.
Oh yeah,
He was
he's
rather
he's
assimilated in every
great.
way.
He's great. Yeah,
But
yeah.
no
He's
Steve
man.
was a
He's the titular
Jewish
law.
member
He's
of
Romans.
the armed
Yeah, you're not
forces
gonna
who
want
was
to.
betraying
So is it
France.
true? It's about
Just
the
it struck a
abroad thing
nerve
on like the
among
spiders.
so
There's
many
some sort of
French
reference.
Yeah, I didn't want to
that it
spoil
was
it, but
like
yeah, there is a
overwhelming for people. This
spider.
is one of the
really?
illustrations
It's like Stephen
that
King
the press
shit.
at the
Where
time
yeah,
that
you
showed
figure out he's a
Dreyfus
big
there
old
standing
man.
at attention.
Yeah.
And
That
he's had
was.
his
He's a spider.
military insignia
Like
stripped
at the
from
end
him,
of
his
Enemy,
epaulets
one of my
are
favorite
taken
movies
off,
with Jake
and
Gyllenhaal,
his
right?
commanding
Yeah,
officer
spider.
is,
The lady
side has
turns into a
discussed
spider.
breaking
Yeah,
Dreyfus's sword
is that
over
where he's
his
in
knee.
the coma?
Just an incredible demonstration
Enemy,
of,
he has the doppelganger. That's Dunstan checks in. Yeah,
defeat,
Dunstan checks in.
this
The monkey guy tries to check
of this
and
one
successfully
French
checks
soldier
into the
by the
hotel. Mind you,
original
it's a
war
tense
culture.
movie. You
The
think
guys
it'd be
like
kind of
everyone
cuter, but it's hard for him to check in. Yeah, so
Jews are
sort of a
our
Kafkaesque
misfortune.
sort of
The Jews are the
trial, you know,
France,
the
we
he's
better
trying to
take care
get
of
in,
them right
but
away.
human rights,
But,
animal rights,
Dreyfus
yeah,
was
PETA,
shipped
swears
off
to
to
it.
Devil's Island,
Yeah,
where he
so
lived
look
in
at
this
that.
cabin here, and in exile. But
Yeah,
meanwhile, there's
East
so
Alexander, that's right after he
swirling
checked in.
about the
So
way
that's
the trial was handled and the
you can see
nature
it
of
went
the
pretty
evidence.
good.
There's
Is that
so
what is
many
that Jason
questions
Alexander?
that even though we
It is,
spent, I think
God, I've never
about
seen Jason
15,
Alexander.
20 years in
And the hair
total
with hair.
going
Yeah, I
in
thought
and
you were
out
about
of
to
prison
say
during
with
this
hair.
time. Ultimately, there was a huge outcry.
Tuckered
This is,
out.
by the way,
He's more
also
handsome.
essentially
Yeah,
the
it's kind of like the
cultural
Josh Gad thing.
involvement. This is like
Yeah.
Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate.
Yeah, it's great, especially with
Watergate
Dunstan.
was when
Dunstan and
President
Dunstan, they
Nixon,
play off each other really well. It's kind of a
was
familiar
accused of
feeling.
organizing
I
a
know somebody
break-in
who's
to a
just like
hotel called
Dunstan.
Watergate.
Yeah.
So there
And it's wonderful to watch
to
something
get
like
some,
that where the two kind of main
information
people
on
really feel
his
like
political
grumpy old
enemies
men.
and
And
Iraq,
that's two
you know, he
magic
was
they
going to
had.
be impeached, and he
Oh,
ended up
is that
resigning.
him
It
as
was
like
like
some
a
sort of
massive
heist scenario on the
for
left? He
the
did a
United
break in.
States in
Yes.
the
About
1970s,
halfway
I
through.
think.
Yeah, there's a B&E.
So Dreyfus was like
like
that.
this
The whole
monkey.
country was wrapped up in this idea that
He
this
gives
one
up on
French
checking
captain
in and
has
it's sort
like
of his
sold out
Faustian
the
bargain.
entire
Where he says, you know,
This
if
is
I
a
can check
board
in,
game
yeah,
that
check
is
it out.
made to
Yeah.
capitalize on the
So that's him checking
excitement
out of
over
society in a way.
l'affaire
He's gonna
Dreyfus,
tear some
Dreyfus
stuff
affair.
down as he
It
checks out.
changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, poet, non-Jewish poet and writer named Emile Zola, who actually had written about a dozen really powerful novels. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus because he was like sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus' trial. Obviously, this guy was praying for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see, it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, The Dawn. And it says, Jacques Hughes, I accused, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Emile Zola. And it is just total, overwhelming takedown of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial, and openly said in front-page news that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial, and he spent 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then he was, there were people who were not happy with the but he was allowed to go free. He spent whatever his sentence was concluded, and the thing was put behind him. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by
mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military. And he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There's, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew with very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting more about death to the Jews. Over this one captain, with all of the irregularities in the trial, that he said, wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they were given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious that living in exile is no longer an option. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own, and for Herzl that meant Israel and Zionism, and this really was what the moment that started to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern history. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Is based on the travels of Marco Polo.
Professor,
Scholars have found no major reasons to dispute the accuracy of what Polo related to Rustichello, or how the Pisan writer recounted it in print.
In 1995,
The curiosities about the world which Polo encountered in Central Asia and China would have been so unusual to European readers in the late medieval period that he would not have needed to exaggerate in order to
They said,
make his
okay, all right,
work
maybe
of
we
wide
should not do all
interest.
this, they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize.
The Venice that
They
Marco
didn't
Polo
declare
grew
him
up
the
in
incident. They just
was
said,
a
okay, that's
thriving
enough.
commercial center with trading interests as far afield as Constantinople, the Black Sea, the Levant, and
Anyone else? I don't
Alexandria
see
in
this.
Egypt.
What if I say a couple of
The city's merchants have become rich on the back of acting as the major go-between for goods coming from India and the Far East to the Middle East,
Okay,
and which
let's
were then
go on then. If
characterized
there are no other questions,
from
arguments?
Venetian merchant
There it is.
vessels.
Okay.
An embryonic banking
Okay,
and
we're going back
insurance
to this
system
lecture then.
had developed
So,
in Venice
let's go
and
now
other
back
cities like
to
Genoa, Pisa,
Eastern Europe and
and
focus a little
Florence
bit on
in the
what's going
High
on in Russia,
Middle
because
Ages to
Russia
facilitate
still
and
has the
finance this
largest
extremely lucrative
concentration
trade.
of Jews in the world
Venice
at
had
this
also
point.
become
I'll have to
a
remember
major
on Wednesday,
naval
I'll show
power
you
in
a
the
demographic
process,
map and
with
show
a
you just
huge
how many
merchant
Jews were
navy
in Eastern
and a
Europe at the
substantial
time.
fleet of
And Eastern
war
Europe is
galleys.
primarily Russia, although
Indeed,
there's still a lot of
so
Jews in
powerful
Austria,
were
Hungary,
the
and Finland.
Venetians that a half a
This
century before
is a map that
Polo
we're
was
going to look
born,
at again
the Venetians had
in
largely
a,
co-opted the
probably
Fourth
on Wednesday,
Crusade
maybe next
into
Monday.
conquering Constantinople,
On the
and
left,
for a
you see
time
the way the
occupying
world
much of
looked
the lands
before World
of the
War I,
Byzantine
and on
Empire.
the right,
It was only
you see
in
the way Europe
1261
looked
that
after
the
World War I was
Byzantines
over.
managed to retake
And
their
it's a
capital,
huge
and
change in
when
Central
Marco's
Europe.
father and uncle had
Before
left
World War
Venice in
I, Central
1253,
Europe was divided
it had
into
been to head
three
east
big
to
empires.
extend
The
their
German,
trading
the
interests at
Austro-Hungarian,
Constantinople,
it's a dual empire
though
that
they soon
joined in the
relocated
60s,
northwards
and the
to the
Russian Empire.
Italian trading
And then
stations in the
after World
Crimea.
War I, Germany was
As significant as Venice's
shorn of a
ties
lot
to
of its territories.
Constantinople and the eastern Mediterranean
Austria-Hungary
were,
were reduced to a
Marco
tiny little
Polo's
rump
life
states
would be
where
shaped by
fully
developments much further to
2/3
the
of their
east.
former
The
population
Mongols,
were now
a
living
major
outside of the
tribespeople
country.
from the
Right? You had
Chinese and
countries
the
like
Asian steppe,
Czechoslovakia.
had burst
Poland,
onto the
which had
global
been a country
stage at
before,
the
was
beginning of the
reborn again
13th
after World War I.
century. After
You have the
a
Baltic
warlord
states were
named
created,
Genghis
Lithuania,
Khan
Latvia,
had
Estonia,
united the divided tribes into a
it's a
confederation
totally different map.
and had begun
And as you can
extensive
imagine,
military campaigns
there were
in
a few
both China
winners there, like if
and
you
in
were a
Central Asia.
proponent of
By the time of Genghis'
Czechoslovak
death in
nationalism,
1226, the
you would
Mongols had
consider yourself a
expanded as
winner,
far
but
west as the
there are a
Caspian
lot of
Sea
people who consider
and
themselves
launched
losers,
raids into
and they
Eastern
were really
Europe.
unhappy about it.
This
revise, as we speak, they want to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point. Just to give you a sense, this is the last, this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways. They're really important to deal with. So let's start with what happened in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. Their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages,
Chinese silk and spices from India and the East Indies to the Middle East for merchants from Venice and Genoa to buy them in cities
the Middle
like
Ages,
Alexandria
Western
for
Europe
the European market.
abandoned
But
the old
conversely,
Julian
the
calendar
creation of a unified
for the
Mongolian polity
Gregorian calendar,
that stretched
which is
over
the one
more
that
than
we use
half
in the
of
West today.
Eurasia
This is March
led to what
31st
is
on the
termed
Gregorian
Pax
calendar.
Mongolica, the
But
Mongolian
the
peace,
Eastern world,
a
the
period in
Orthodox
which the
world,
Mongols
meaning
facilitated
Russian Orthodox,
trade
Greek
along the
Orthodox, and
Silk
so on,
Roads
did
that
not
led from the
make that switch.
Mediterranean
And
all
so
the way east
Russia
to
was one of
China.
the last places to actually do it. Every
Marco's
century,
father and
they
uncle,
lost another day.
Niccolo and
So that's why they
Maffeo,
were literally
were two of the
13 days
first
behind the
individuals
West.
to see the potential
If you
for
look
direct
at
trade to the east,
Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the
in the process
February
cutting out
Revolution,
Muslim
whereas
merchants
if you look
who
to
had made the
German,
Venetians
French,
pay over
English,
the odds
American
for their
sources,
goods in
they'll talk about the
Alexandria for
March
centuries.
Revolution, because
Hence
in
the
our
trouble
calendar
that
in the
set
West,
off east
it was March.
from the
But
Crimea
that's just
in the
one
early
sort of
1260s,
symbolic factor
traveling to
why
Bukhara
Russia was
in
still so
modern-day
far behind
Uzbekistan,
the rest of the world,
a rich
both in
trading
terms of
city where they lived for 3
industrialization,
years
in
and
terms
learned
of
various
its
Mongolian
governmental
dialects.
structure,
In
in terms of its
1265,
treatment
they
of
received
Jews
an
for sure.
invitation
They
from
were
the
still
most
living in
powerful
a
of the
pre-modern
Mongol
era.
lords, Kublai
So they
Khan,
go into World War I in
who ruled China,
1914, and they are like
east to visit his court
hopelessly
at Khan
under-equipped for
on the
a
site of
battle with
modern-day
a modern
Beijing.
state like Germany.
There,
They
the
have like,
Polos found
you know,
Kublai to be a
really
wise and
poor
intelligent ruler.
outfitting. They have
His mother was
unmotivated
also a
soldiers.
Nestorian
They
Christian,
literally
a
have
sect
so
of
few bullets that
Christianity
they tell their
that
soldiers,
believed in the
use
separation
your
of Jesus
bayonet
Christ's human
first.
and divine
You got
forms,
on one side, you got
one
Germans
which had
who are at this
flourished
point,
in
by the way,
Asia in
using
medieval
actual
times.
tanks were
Thus,
developed.
Kublai was
They have,
sympathetic to the Christian
you know,
Polos,
Air
and they
Force.
soon
They're
acquired
not
trading
using it
concessions
especially
from
the later
him and a
governments
right
with
of free passage
later
around
countries
the
would, but they
Mongol
do have an
territories.
Air Force.
Armed
And
with
the
this,
Russians are coming
they
in there with
loaded
like
up on expensive
horses
goods
and
like
wagons
silks and
and
spices,
telling their
which were
soldiers,
often worth more
get
than
close
their
enough to
weight
the
in
Germans
gold
so you don't have
back
to
in
waste
Europe,
bullets, just use your
and headed
bayonets.
back
And they're like
west.
mowed down.
By
Russia
1269,
lost very
they
heavily
arrived
at
at
the
the port
beginning
of
of
Acre
World
in
War I.
modern-day Israel,
Later, they would
and then
catch up,
headed on the last leg of their
largely as a
journey home
result
to
of their
Venice,
greatest soldier, I'm sure
arriving
you've heard
there
of him.
either in late
He's called
1269
General Winter,
or into
because the
1270.
Russians have a really brutal winter,
When
and
Niccolo Polo
Western
returned to
European forces
Venice
often have
after a
difficulty
16-year
adapting
absence,
to fighting under
he
those
met his
conditions.
15-year-old
But
son Marco
they went to
for
the
the
war,
first
and
time.
3 years into the war, they're
Rusticano did
suffering
not provide
terribly. They
much by
lost a
way
lot
of
of territory.
detail
Their
on Marco's
economy is
early
in tatters.
life and
And
travels of
in
Marco
Leningrad,
Polo, and little
this
is
was at
known
the
about
time
his
called
childhood.
Petrograd,
He
or
would have
Peter City,
received some practical
and that was
schooling in basic
the
mathematics
renaming.
and
It
about
starts out
foreign
earlier.
currencies
There
and
is a city in the
commodities.
north called St.
The better to continue
Petersburg,
in the family
which was named
mercantile
after
trade
St.
in
Peter,
years to come.
but the
He would also
word
have had some
bird in
experience
the
of
name of
being
the
at
city is
sea
Germanic
by the
word.
time his
So
father and brother
during World War I,
returned to
they decided
Venice.
we don't want to have our
Such was
capital
the
city
manner in which Venetians lived
with the
astride
German
the
name, so they
Adriatic
changed it to
Sea.
Petrograd.
What
Grad
we
is
can be
Russian
much
city.
sure about is
And then
that it was quickly
after the
decided
war
in
was
the
over
early
and the communists took
1270s
over, they
when
named
the
it again
Polos headed off on
Leningrad.
another trade
Now, if
mission.
you went to Russia and
Marco would
wanted to visit the
accompany
city,
them.
you would have to go to St.
There was not
Petersburg
long to
again.
wait.
It got its original
They
name.
left Venice in the
But
spring
in
of
St. Petersburg,
1271,
there
to head
is
for
a
the Holy
massive
Land,
protest
where
over
Italian
food
mercantile
supply,
activity was
where
busy at the
on
time to supply
International
Acre
Women's Day
and the
in
other
March of
Crusader ports for the
1917,
Ninth
there's a whole
Crusade.
bunch of women
There, the Polos
protesting
visited
the lack
Jerusalem,
of
while they
bread
waited for the
in
election of a
bakeries.
new pope
And
in
one
Rome,
woman
in the hopes that the new
got
head of the
unusually
church
worked up.
would
She
provide
picked
them
up a
with
brick
messages to
and
take
threw it
east
through the
to
window
Kubla
of
Khan.
the bakery.
Eventually,
That
though,
started a small
they
food
tired
riot
of the not
that
long
eventually
election
expanded over the
process
entire
and
city.
decided
And
to
by the
strike
end of
out
a few
east
days,
for
the
China once
entire
again.
government had
Though
fallen.
not before
The
receiving
Russians
word
had
that
invaded
Pope Gregory
the
X
Tsar's
had been
mansion.
elected,
They took him
and the
over.
two
They arrested
friars
him.
would accompany
Later,
them
he
on
would be
their
executed,
travels.
ironically, by a
It was the
Jewish
beginning of a
assassin.
24-year
But
odyssey.
that was the end of the Russian Empire. It
The
fell
party of
with
five
remarkably
headed
little
eastwards.
pressure,
They
largely
quickly
because,
encountered
maybe
a
like
local
you've seen in
Muslim
your own
ruler
times with
who
Assad,
threatened to
Syria,
imprison them.
there was very little
At
holding it
that
up.
juncture,
And once
the
enough
two
people suddenly
friars,
decided they were
with
going to
a
rise
wealthy
up against
regard
it,
for their
it
lives
collapsed on
and the
itself.
perils that lay
They
ahead,
appointed
decided
a
to
new
return home.
government called a
While the
provisional
three
government.
Venetians continued
And the
on,
idea of the provisional
motivated
government,
by
which
the
was led
belief
by
that
this guy,
religious
Alexander
differences were
Kerensky,
no
not a
obstacle to
Jewish
trade,
was
as he
to
traveled
kind
through
of
the Mongol Empire,
organize, okay,
the
what
young
kind
Marco
of
Polo
government are we
marveled
going
at the
to
religious
establish
freedom he
in Russia?
encountered, remarking,
And they weren't
"So
moving
long
from
as all are
any kind of
faithful and
bourgeois
obedient to
democracy.
the Khan
They had
and keep
a
the
very
appointed
weak
tribute,
parliament called the
and
Duma
justice is well
that was
observed,
essentially
you may do as you
an
please with
extension
your
of the
soul."
Tsar himself. And
The
it's like
party traveled
they
through
didn't have
Armenia and Turkey,
any
where
kind of
Marco
a
expressed
democratic tradition to
disappointment
speak of.
at
And
not
so they had to
finding
figure
Noah's
out
Ark
what kind of
at its
government are we going to
supposed
set.
resting place
Also,
atop
don't
Mount
forget,
Ararat in the
Russia
Caucasus.
was not
Polo's
a
next turned
unified
south to
country by any
Mosul.
means. There were
It is unclear if they
50
visited
major
Baghdad or
nationalities
not,
living
a
in
city
the
that was in
massive Russian
decline
Empire
after
that covers,
centuries
by
of
the way,
being the capital of a
1/6 of
united
the
Arab
world's
caliphate.
surface of the earth.
From there, the
Tremendous amount
next
of
stop was the
territory.
Persian
You've
city
got
of Tabriz.
Orthodox Christians,
Marco
Catholic
described the
Christians, you have
unusual method
Muslims,
traders in
you have
Tabriz
Buddhists, you
used
have
to
Jews,
buy and sell
all over the
pearls.
place. And
They
so
would
we were
face
trying to
each
figure
other
out
with their hands
what we're
covered
going to
in
do for all
fabric,
these people
and
that are
rather
no
than
longer
conducting
subject to the
business
Tsar.
out loud,
They
they would
took
signal the
too
terms of the
long
deal
to make
by
their
squeezing
decisions.
each other's
And what
fingers
ended
and
up happening
wrists,
is the communists
ensuring that the
were
price
able
of
to
the deal
mount a
remained secret
sufficient
to third parties.
force, and they
The
took over the
Venetians
government
journeyed across
forcibly
Persia
in
to the
October
port of
of
Hormuz,
1917.
hoping
But
to
before
board
we
a
get to
ship
that,
and
it's
sail to
important to know
India,
that
from
Kerensky,
where they
although
would
he
travel
himself
to
was not
China
Jewish,
by
he was
land.
definitely very
However,
cognizant
they
of
found the
Jewish
ships unseaworthy
concerns,
for
and
the
the
crossing
very
of the
first thing
Indian
he
Ocean,
did when he
and
came to
instead
power
decided to go
was
back
he
north.
abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here. This map,
After some idyllic descriptions of the
this was
oasis
something that
towns
Jews
of
hated by
northeast
this
of
point,
Persia,
although in the
Marco
18th
went on to
century, when it was
recount
first set
tales
up
of
by
the
Catherine,
assassins
it was actually
to
not such a bad
Rusticano,
thing. There was
who
lots of room for
subsequently
Jews.
included the
They actually had
details in his
elevated
book.
rights as
These were
codified
members
by
of a
Catherine the
radical
Great.
Islamic sect
But by the time
who
you
were
get to
known
the
for launching
20th century,
fanatical
it was like
attacks on
essentially a
powerful
massive
rulers
ghetto.
from
And there
their
were all kinds of
strongholds in
arbitrary
isolated mountain
anti-Semitic regulations
fortresses
that
throughout
Jews
the
were not
Middle
allowed to
East.
live so close to the border
Marco
because they were
Polo's descriptions of
susceptible
the
of
assassins
smuggling.
contributed to
Jews
their
were not allowed to
notoriety
engage in
in the
this kind
Western
of business
world.
over
But
here
by the
because
time
they
of
were
his travels,
non-Jewish
the
businesses, all
assassins
kinds
had
of things
already
like that.
been largely
So it was
eliminated
definitely
by the
something hated.
Mongols.
And Kerensky
The Venetian
got rid of
party
it, though,
then
as
turned
his very
east to
first action.
Afghanistan,
This is
visiting
a
the site
map
of
that
Bulk,
shows you a little bit of
ancient
the
Bactria,
concentration
which
of Jews.
enjoyed a
And you can see
reputation
that,
as
you
one
know,
of the
the
finest
Pale
cities
had
in the world,
massive numbers
until
of
its
Jews.
permanent
Also worthy to
destruction
note, by
by
the way,
Genghis in
that what we call
1220.
Poland today
While
was
Marco
part of
was able
Russia
to
at the
refer to
time
the
and
legendary
part of the
tales
Pale of
of
Settlement.
Alexander the Great in Bactria,
The
the
October
lands
Revolution
further east were
was
only
led
known
by
to him
this
through
man,
the stories of the
Vladimir
elder
Ilyich
Polos.
Ulyanin.
Despite
He
suffering
was
from heat and
a
thirst,
social
the
democrat, which
Venetian
is
party
a
rode their trusty
the
camels
technical
through the
term
sands
for
of Central
the
Asia,
extreme left-wing
acquiring
parties
much-needed
that would
supplies
later
at
make
the
up
oasis
the
towns on
Bolshevik
the way.
Party, later known
known as the
Eventually,
Communist Party,
they
but
arrived
also a
in the
few other
oasis
groups like the
region of
Menshevik Party,
Badakhshan,
and technically groups
now
like the
divided
Hut
between
were also
Afghanistan
part
and Tajikistan.
of this communist
Marco
ideology.
was delighted by the region,
His
known
approach
for its trade
was
in precious
that we
stones
have to
such as
accelerate
rubies and lapis
Marxism
lazuli.
in
Blue
Russia, as we
gemstone,
discussed last week.
prized for its intense
Russia
color.
was not
The young Venetian
a
came to
proper
know the region well, as he fell
model
ill.
for Marxist philosophy
Carlos had to
because it
stay
never
for a
went
year
from
here
essentially a
recovered.
pre-modern feudal
It has
economy
been
to a
speculated
bourgeois
that he was
democracy
suffering
to
from
communism. It
tuberculosis,
threatened to jump
which he may
straight
have
from
contracted as a
the
child,
pre-modern
and the
feudal
symptoms
era
of which
to the
only
communist era.
manifested during the stressful
And
journey
he said
across
essentially we can do
Asia.
it. We can like rush around, we can get this done. Very
By the time of
charismatic speaker.
Marco's recovery,
Managed to
it
get
was
together these local
1273,
called Soviets,
full
which
2
means
years
councils
after
in
he
English, workers, especially urban workers and factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provincial government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from
he was surprised to encounter a large lake
Mr. Vasilevsky, the Russian better, must be right. You know where Nechiste is? Nechiste is
grazed
clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it means.
The plateau was not as friendly to humans.
The Lenin was like, I'm going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden,
having crossed the
and his main deputy, who a guy named Masada, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin, and the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement, let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail, but the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites, they're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This year is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says on the death of the International, that's referring to an international communist organization, and you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like Aztec ceremony, where on the right you see the statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star, it says International on it, and then there are these various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the marks. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak, red is Soviet color, and you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all the names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Всероссийский Центральный Комитет, which means the All-Russian Central Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it.
He went as far as to claim that Genghis protected the inhabitants of cities that resisted him after he had conquered them. In his description of Genghis' life and conquest, Marco refers to a battle between Genghis and Prester John, the legendary Christian ruler in the East, was defeated and lost his life. Marco's account claimed that Prester John was also known as the Khan.
Now, again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that are neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism, but there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatred. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism, and people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who are not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, look at this a little bit more closely. This is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly shown with a caricature of Emmaus, but he has the number 30 on his back, which is the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rest of it. So, questions, arguments, discussions?
Marveling at the fact that the whole palace could be moved around like traditional Mongol towns.
Totally clear.
Marco's account of Zagadir gave the impression
this is like such a complicated theory. I'm sure you're all good with this.
Golden drinking vessels that floated from the table to the Great Khan and back again. Seemingly without anyone touching them.
When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you aren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was going to fit the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not. But I think there were
It sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of
the forbidden city in Beijing, after prostrating themselves before the Khan.
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it is a government that had such a negative impact. I say that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal group. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. Couldn't tell for sure, but by the time it's the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazis. You know, the totalitarianism, the forced arrest, the tortures, the murders. It's absolutely incredible to think of Jews.
The Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he's a Kohen, you know, and he was one of the main architects of the terror phenomenon in the 1930s for Ukraine at that time. This was really nasty character. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has built.
Professor, I heard that
perhaps because Marco was not around to elaborate on them. By the time Rustikella was committed, the Venetian had told him in prison to pay back. Consequently, it is sometimes difficult to give a chronological account of the 17 years Marco spent in China.
I'm going to walk you through this in the next bubble after the one I'm going to talk about, the bubble, but I'll give you the short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called early process. Those are people who actually became communists before the revolution. Right? They're full. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the trusties, who really are like all in from the beginning, very anti-Jewish and things like that. And then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, well, 1924, you have a net period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait, we moved too fast, we had too many people in Jews, we don't believe what we believe, and they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number, and in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism, because that's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews.
These were the backdrop against which Marco spent his time in the Far East.
Some of the this is the kind of stuff that I
already
just know when I
adopted
put
many
this on YouTube.
Chinese
There's a bunch of
customs.
crazy people writing about it.
Marco was impressed by the
Let's
sophistication
explore
of
the
an
history of this,
economy that used paper
So back to where
money.
we are.
As a traveling,
In the rock
he
So
appreciated how a
this
paper
I'm sharing
currency
largely because
was
it's
accepted
my own
throughout the
research. This
empire.
is my
It was much
dissertation.
easier and safer
That
to carry
there was a
compared to
really
large
weird thing
quantities
that
of
happened
gold
in
and
Ukraine
silver
at this time.
that
The
European
Russian
merchants
Empire,
used
you
as their
recall, it
means of
falls apart in
exchange.
February.
In
And then in October, the
1271,
communists take over.
Kubla laid
But a
claim to
lot
the
of parts
Chinese
of the Russian Empire
Empire
said, wait a
by
second,
proclaiming the
we
Yuan
don't want to be
dynasty
communists.
with
We
himself
want
as
to do
emperor.
things our own way,
And
differently.
by
Ukraine was
1279,
the
he
largest
had eliminated
major
the final
chunk of
vestiges
the
of
former Russian
resistance
Empire that says,
from
no,
the Song
we don't
dynasty
want to
in
do
southern
this
China.
Russian thing. And they realized that if they
Even
were
as he
to form
consolidated his
any
power
kind
in
of
China,
defense
Kubla's authority
against
elsewhere
this
was in
communist
decline,
government, they would have
and
to
the empire
take
began
advantage
to
of all
fragment
resources.
into four
And they
distinct
reached out, it was
entities:
a really unusual
the
moment.
Yuan
This is
dynasty
the
in
Ukrainians who
China
spoke
and
about them in
Mongolia,
Magnitsky and
the
stuff like that.
Golden Horde
But
in
the
Russia,
Ukrainian
and the
intelligentsia,
Chagatai
places that
Khanate
they
in Central
reached out to
Asia,
the Jewish
ruled
intelligentsia
by the
and said, hey,
descendants of Genghis'
we
second son,
team up
Chagatai,
and
and the
we
Ilkhanate
need your
in the Middle
literacy,
East,
we need
ruled
your
by Hulagu
urbanization,
and his
we need a lot of things
descendants.
that you can do, support from Jewish communities
After
around the
entering
world,
the
maybe
Great Khan's
let's
service,
create our own
Marco
country
performed
that's
many
separate
different
from the Russian
roles.
Empire.
He spent most of his time at the Khan's
For
court,
3 years,
at Khan
they had
Bag
this
and
really
Chengdu,
bizarre experiment where they took
informing Kubla
wood
about
nose
Europe
theory
and its
that we
people and
talked about last
customs.
week,
He
and they said,
also
okay, let's
traveled
do it in a
extensively throughout
dystopian
the
way.
empire,
They
on
placed
business
a
for the
minister of
Khan,
Jewish affairs in
collecting
their government.
taxes,
They
participating
dedicated
in
tax
local
dollars, at least
administration,
in theory,
and
to
gathering
Jewish
intelligence
causes.
about the local
They
people.
made Yiddish
His first
an official
mission was to a
language
place
of
called
Ukraine, which is
Karajian,
totally
a
bizarre. By the way,
Turkic name for the kingdom of
Michael Gibson,
Dali,
believe it or not, in Ukraine,
which
that's
after
somewhat
its
famous.
conquest by
Michael
Kubla in
Bear,
1253
like that.
became Yunnan province in
But it was a
southwestern
crazy
China.
experiment that
During these
essentially
missions,
collapsed within
Marco
3
took
years.
notes about the customs
This
and
is
economic
their try,
potential
this is
of
one of
each
the
region,
documents I found in the
which he
archive,
would report
where
back to
they're
the
trying
Khan.
so hard
These notes
to
kept his
live up to their
recollections of the lands
promises
he
of making
visited
Yiddish
clear in
a
his
formal
mind,
language.
and they
This is
later
an official
informed the
government
composition
document,
of the famous
and
account of
as
his
you can see
travels.
by looking at it closely, it's written in two
Marco had a
languages.
good
On
eye
the
for
left is
administration,
a typewriter,
and he left a detailed
it's written in
account of the
Ukrainian,
postal system
and on the
that
right,
allowed
because they
Kubla
didn't have
to
a Yiddish
administer his
typewriter,
vast
they wrote it
empire
in
from
Yiddish.
Khan Balik.
And if you look a
If
little
they
more
needed
closely,
to,
you'll see
the
that
emperor's
even in
messengers could travel
Ukrainian,
up to
certain letters
250 miles a
are
day on
handwritten in
horseback
specifically
by
an
carrying a
I
token that
or an
enabled
I
them to
with a
change
woman out on
horses
top.
at
And
each
the reason
post
for that
house.
is
On
that
the main
they
roads
didn't even
leading
have a
out from
Ukrainian
Khan
typewriter.
Balik,
They only had
these
Russian
post houses were
typewriters.
found
And in
25
order to
miles
adapt
apart
the
from each
Russian
other.
to
All of them
Ukrainians, they
accompanied
had
by
to
what
specifically add
Marco
those
later
letters in,
described
which was like
as a
hilarious.
large palatial
But that
hotel
also shows how
to
weak
cater for the
the
needs
government
of any
was. And in
traveler
fact,
staying
towards the end
overnight.
of this 3-year period,
Each of the
the
post
government
houses
was
had at
essentially
least 400
operating out of a
fresh
train
mounts,
car. And
ready
they
for
were
the Khan's messengers
running
speeding
between
across the
3
empire
cities in
on
western
horseback.
Ukraine, trying to avoid
Marco
Red
claimed that there
Army
were
troops.
10,000 of
So
these
that was
post
the extent of
stations
their government. So
throughout
although
Kubla's
it was a very
territories.
noble kind of
The
idea,
Venetian was
that's
also
involved with
struck by
Jews
the
in
sense
this,
of order
you know,
in
really kind
Kubla's
of
empire,
multicultural government,
remarking
Jewish
on how
affairs,
the
etc.,
urban centers were laid
It
out
was
according to a
largely
grid
a
pattern
figment of the
of the
imagination
kind that would
of
later
upper
be used
political
for urban
classes,
planning in
and
the
it did
United
not,
States in the 19th century.
seep into the broader
On his
population.
travels
This
across
is
northern
especially
China,
true because
which Marco calls
right after
Cathay,
there's actually a little,
after the
it should
Khitan
say
people
pogroms of
ruled the
1919
region
on the
2
slide there,
centuries
sorry.
earlier.
Because
Marco described
when
people burning black stones
the
for heat at
communists
night,
took over,
which lasted
the
much
entire
longer than
region
wood.
just blew up
He had witnessed the
in
burning
a
of coal,
horrific civil
which had
war,
been used in
where you
China as a
had
source of energy
multiple
for hundreds of
players
years,
all
but which was
arguing
only beginning to
over
enter use
whose
within domestic
territory the
settings
Russian
in
Empire,
Europe
especially
in the
Europe and
late
Russia,
medieval
was
era,
going to be.
and would not
You
be
had had the communists led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the White Russians who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You had the Ukrainian National Army, what was called the Direct Unified. You had the Polish army. You had Poland was also resuscitating itself at this time. You had anarchist movement under a guy named Machno, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens and dozens of contemporary ephemeral gangs of Brahmins who said on Tuesday were for the Ukrainians, and on Thursday were for the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they had experienced in 1881 or earlier. But you recall, we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. In the 3 years of pogroms in 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year of 1919, conservative estimates put it about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibilities. Talking about a really violent period where places can be attacked over and over again. Huge international outcries doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand just zoom and I'll get to it in a second. Why Jews suddenly become so communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also the worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in the eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you had, people like led by Madame Krigodi, who literally the destruction of the region, raping their wives, and having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites. They had absolutely horrific kind of experience in this world. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against the civilian population. Not completely, there's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were assassinated with the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or Ukrainian Directory came in, or one of these local gangs, you were going to have violence. So many Jews immediately said, well, that's it, we've got to join the Red Army. You have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of like, guys literally running out of station exits, pay us flying, and not a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, a rifle at the time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly for that. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their land. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists, big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the night. Okay, Mr. Tillman, the other hand.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogroms? What exactly were they targeting? They were fighting each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews?
That's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Timsop, a very important scholar of the University of Edmonton, read my dissertation and said, well, Abelson, why did you hang on 1 second, please? I'm just going to go on to these for 1 second.
The corn of which was used by the Chinese for medicinal purposes, both to heal wounds and to increase fertility among women.
This was highly prized and could fetch high prices, while the meat from the crocodile was also sold as a delicacy.
Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here.
Continued his journey west to a place he called
my Remington just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be like
near the Chinese border.
All right, where are we? Oh, Mr. Human Special also why did you? So during this period of time, which actually received a specific name for it called the in Ukrainian or in French the Jacquerie, based on the earlier model of the medical period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human evil to begin with. People attack the Jews because they were vulnerable. People attack the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in, the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like it was the worst of society. This is why I recall the title of my book here. Let's just go back for a minute. Choose this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it a prayer for the government? Recognize that phrase?
Which was founded in the early 10th century AD
and
later became a vassal of the Chinese Song dynasty.
We say it by dominating.
Conquest
of
Delhi in the 1250s allowed the Mongols to threaten the Song dynasty's western flank. But the region
Thank you, Mr. Loiki. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government?
The Burmese attacked the Mongols in 1272.
Yeah, and in a very conscious phrase, Shilmale Mora, that if it weren't for the fear of the government, we would swallow each other alive. So my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there's no government whatsoever. Right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So you have no government for 2 years. That's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the occupation of the enemy
elephants.
Now, even though they were in
invasion of Burma,
even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were kind of establishing gold of the region, but still they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, I've discussed into more detail in fact this lecture in my book, Curious, but two things. We should note that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to the population. That they might be saying one thing in their government message to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of the people who founded them. Also, we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't keep records of their opinions and why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they have about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, you're down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. Let's fight for the Slav, we'll make the Burma country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. But fighting the Jews are Mennonites, that's an entirely different proposition. So we're looking at this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivation.
His description of neighboring Bengal.
Yeah, it's scarred in the world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments?
To the kingdom of Kaujiku
Professor, when you had that book that you wrote, the prayer for the government, found it very interesting because every year my giver, my mother used to sponsor like 19 euros one, and it has brachos in there that are like prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, for like whoever the changes to any Afghan title, and it has like their name. It's like a kind of cool thing. That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is pretty cool thing. And it's a real deal. We straight from the to the government. In America too, we definitely have to do it because there's no sense that America is not this, that it would be exposed in this country. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regard to the we'll focus. This is still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Penziora, interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person, he was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant writers figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Like Mussolini and Hitler, artists, they were not, generals when they came to power. So Penziora came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War, he fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris. Kind of like the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Rue and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "Who's that, Monsieur Penziora? Mr. Penziora?" He says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead of the street. He is arrested, doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You see Schwarzbard standing up on the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times, and like the whole world was watching the trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Penziora was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms in 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Penziora deserved it for his rule in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury convicted, acquitted Schwarzbard from the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting £1 in damages to Penziora's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because the French jury essentially said that Penziora himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion, and Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well
In a
many
ceremony
people felt,
presided
especially
over
on
by
the
the
Ukrainian
emperor,
side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was
as
part of
Bayan
the
approached
Soviet
Hangzhou,
desire to
Marco
undermine the
claimed that the
Ukrainian
Sung
bid
emperor
for
fled the
statehood.
city by ship and sailed
You know,
towards
I've seen the
India,
evidence on that.
while
Personally, I
his
think
empress defiantly attempted
it's
to
not the
defend the
case, but
city
nevertheless, there are some
before
issues that
eventually
need to discuss
submitting
there.
to the Mongols,
But that's
after
kind of
which she was
a
treated with
footnote
great
to
courtesy
the
at
end of this
Khanbalik.
story, and certainly
In fact,
contributed
Tungus
to the
died in
challenges of the Ukrainians and
1274
Jews fighting a
and was succeeded
rapprochement
by his
after
3-year-old son,
the
Emperor
Schwarzbach trial.
With Tungus
Okay, so that basically
Empress Dowager
takes us
Xia
through
acting as regent.
the
In
period that I
1276,
really wanted to
after a
cover
show
for
of
today.
resistance, the
We
Dowager
can
led
begin
the
the
child
next part,
emperor
which
to
is really going
Bayan's
to
camp
back
and
to what's
submitted.
happening in the Soviet
The
Union.
emperor's
But I
two
think what I'd
younger
rather do is
brothers
just see if you have any
escaped by
further
sea to
questions
Fujian
or
province. But after
observations
Sung
or
forces were defeated in 1279 in a naval battle on the south coast of China, the Sung Prime Minister took the
perfectly
uncrowned
clear
7-year-old
as the
emperor,
son of Nute,
Chao
correct?
Ping, in his arms and jumped into the
As
sea.
can be perfectly clear.
After arriving at Xiangyang
Okay,
in
so
Hubei
let's
province,
wrap it up for today. Then we'll
his
pick it up
father and his
with
uncle
the bizarre
allegedly
Soviet
played
period
an important
on
part in bringing the
Wednesday.
city under
I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow. Mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up to my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was sick. We will start tomorrow. I wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Great learning with you, gentlemen. Hope you have an excellent conversation.
Catapult, which could throw heavy rocks against the walls of enemy fortresses and bring them down.
1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. Now, in terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, you know, it was terrifying in the time, but when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence could make such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht, also just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even in our own days. But it had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devised. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy, if the government cannot protect its Jews. So we won't go into that more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. But it was, I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell, just after it was falling, I was writing my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialists. Wreck, actually. It was terrible. I mean, because they figured that would be important for us to know these things. And all these different theorists, and all these different people. And it's like, all garbage. Everybody was made by Jews. Yeah. A good chunk of it was made by Jews, as we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is the idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest levels in society and then using their positions as purchase high atop this economic pile to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude, socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Hence the word socialism. Let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to take, you've done really great, thank you for building these rockets and these electric cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of your properties, and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning it belongs to the entire nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people in that class would not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, yeah, I kind of bought one share of Tesla stock, and now I got a whole factory with, I have 2 Teslas in my driveway because we just took it over. Mr. Silver, you want to say something?
On these times that happened to Jews after being evicted.
Many times, yeah, Jews have had experienced that in different contexts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent times. Yes, Mr. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx because it's like crazy, but there's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of this book is Das Kapital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called the friendship of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of a class struggle between upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite. It's true, he was born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century, but he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, an unusual degree of hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant. I will get to the Soviet period a little later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. What are they doing? Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive. Excellent. What else do they do? I know you guys are asking for a friend.
Among the senses.
They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. Have you ever seen like these 19th century opium dens? And by the way, well, we have a pretty sordid history with opium. I'm not Jewish, I'm talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the societies because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to like get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down, and they just want to do nothing until let the opium just work through their system. And it's like, it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at Christianity or Judaism, but he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, Northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, and you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, it'll be like bokeh, it'll be so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will receive my heavenly reward. And that's what Marx was trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check, keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel, right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's any question about socialism for our thumbnail definitions?
Is there a difference between communism?
Good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term commune, that we're all together in that community. But communism is simply put one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. But it's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any? Can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. What do you mean by Israel? Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist?
It's not the capitalist requiring for industry and for economy, but a little bit.
Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in the semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted something, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare. That if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure capitalists, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Well, no, we don't want to say that. We don't want our society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing food for them. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance to start with. In this country, that's been a huge struggle, and they still have not completely solved the health care issue. But healthcare is a socialist idea, universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it, it needs rationing and stuff like that, but the fact is they do have universal healthcare, and we don't. And that's been talking. Yeah, so there are great things that Israel also has universal healthcare. Dr. Rothschild would love to talk to you about this at great length. But these are socialist ideas, so we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. But the kibbutz movement. What is the kibbutz, Mr. Blaney?
They kind of take away everything from you when you're farmland.
Yep. Exactly. And how long have kibbutzim been in existence?
It's dying out now.
Slowly. Yeah, about a century. And it actually worked. Like they have kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons worked volunteer kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth of the kibbutz. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like for example, the shtenders and things that we have in our base measures are made by Kibbutz Lavi, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually is stable at work. There are questions about is it, viable over another generation, and they've been having those discussions for about 10 generations now. They got 10, probably about 5 generations. But it still works. The reason why it's a form of socialism that works is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people get together and say, we all believe in this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with billions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. We work in Cuba, it work anywhere. In my piece, where I live in the biggest law with on this social policy is, okay, we take over the country. There's no like how to each communist after you take over the country. Once you take over the country, it's like, oh, okay, there's no what's going to take over. But there's no actual how to fund it. That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression, that they would start like kind of like clans and tribal, and they would go to a feudal society like we talked about in the medieval period, then they would get with industrialization to where we are as a bourgeois democracy, and then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step, because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this in graduate school. We want to get back to our topic. So here we go. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in future classes. The third, I think this is behaving weird. That's what the thing is right there on the board. This object? Yes. Really? Really? It's good. How did you do that? In the exact spot where it was, someone was touching it right there. That must be it. Okay, great. Third option, 5, right? Third is Zionism. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of Chivat Zion, of desires go back to Eretz Yisrael, is almost a goal for the Jewish people, right? We've had this since Mishnah Babylonian exile. We've had it for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also aware, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state with a flag and an army and passports, stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara and Shavuos, and so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most people didn't think of in terms of creating political states until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. So they're like, yes, I know. And Kasubas, it's the Shibua, it's, look at how brilliant these students are. You're watching this. Okay, so that's good. Thank you. We'll have to look at it later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal that they lived to, but no one really thought about actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a rather different response because essentially the Zionists, here of course, heard of famous moment for this, Mr. Krantz, you got to read that Pirkei Avos where it says don't interrupt, right? So this is actually Ben Gurion. Herzl is in the picture. In the background, he's the founder of Zionism. We will come back and talk about his life. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just emigrating to some other land in Gauls. Because we've done that before. We're just repeating the problem. And this whole idea of socialism is the sugar. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. And in fact, it didn't will come out work out. What we will do, however, we will stop history by moving back to Eretz Yisrael. We'll end this 2,000-year-old cycle of Galus by going back to land of Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately mean the end of Jewish history because we will have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because, amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, the creation of a state, which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of reestablishing a state, even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose this. It's very popular. Fourth option. This one is a little weird. I think we're losing the battle here. But I think the other one, this one here, is this one. Okay. So weird. Fourth, this is a little weird. It was not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationals. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering, that Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, meaning they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, maybe we can actually do it here. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon Dubno, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in a country to join a single voting bloc called a cadaster, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvahot, to pay for your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadaster, you create your own Jewish parliament. And here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called the federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Dubno imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled it on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it does not nearly have as much strength as the way Dubno imagined it. Had a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call the new traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing Orthodox. Because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Agudas Yisrael was founded, as maybe the actual moment when it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of these other, except maybe emigration. And the emigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, if you recall, such a trade Medina, people would throw their stone overboard when they came to Ellis Island, things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shechita, like maybe getting government grants to pay for yeshiva education, stuff like that. They wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Agudas Yisrael is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies Jews compiled into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It's about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because I'm now going to show you how this was translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your youngsters. So, first of all, we have this concept called the political spectrum. Right? We use it in American politics. We use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precise. But the basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call people left wing. It actually has to do, the reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people sit on the left side of the room, but left wing is called socialist, they're pro-socialist, right wing is called anyone? Capitalist, thank you, Mr. Rubin, political science major, right? So this is when we say people on the left, people on the right, we mean they lean towards socialism if they're left wing, or they lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, put in an American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of this government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off support. That's why the poorer people tend to go more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, where the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to go with capitalists. There's a long-standing quip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentary. Think of his name later. But he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income, things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Kravitz.
So asking the fact that you know more about the social media are social minority.
You got to repeat that slower for open.
Does that have to do with the fact that even though you introduced
Welcome. How are you?
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like we.
Oh, by the way, nice shape this morning, Will. Really impressive. Well, you're gonna look like Ernest Hemingway. Quickly getting there, you know that? Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it's Monday. I ran out of time. Yeah. He's throwing out of beer. Love Ernest Hemingway. Always shooting his mouth off. Anyway. Thank you. Thank you so much. California on the show has yeah, well, Neil has that, that goatee kind of thing. Kono. Oh, yeah, Kono has facial hair. Yeah. Kono looks like a magnet. Yeah. And Amy's pretty impressive with her mustache. Amy, you're from a long line of Greek ancestry, right? That's pretty impressive, mustache of yours. Okay. There you go. And I don't see Ann there, so I was going to make fun of her, too.
She's a lucky one.
No,
Ann, don't come running back. No, don't. Stay away.
You ever notice that Ann always has long sleeves because of the forearms?
I don't even think that.
It's your hair. It's your hairy forearms. Okay, how about your hairy? Okay, fine. Okay, I just like this. All right, that's enough. Thank you for pointing that out. That wasn't funny. There are plenty of people that think that's hilarious, all right? Now, there is something that I guess could be hilarious that actually makes sense, though. California, we're at the epicenter of the housing crisis across the country. You know what we don't have in California, which other states actually do? A statewide housing agency. We just don't have one. Well, we have one now. Why did it take so long? Earlier this year, Gavin Newsom introduced a proposal to split up Business Consumer Services and the Housing Agency into two fresh agencies, one just for housing and the homelessness-related projects, and one for everything else. And the legislature had until July 4th to veto it, and which means it went into law. The supporters, and this is a new bureaucracy. And people go, oh my God, we don't need a new bureaucracy. Well, maybe we do on this one. First of all, the number one issue that we have here in California that people are concerned with, housing costs, homelessness. And so the governor said a cabinet level secretary will sit with other cabinet secretary, and the purview of the secretary is housing, elevating the agenda to the highest level.
We virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shikha, we have Lekes. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan is, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ isn't one issue, abortion issues. There are a lot of areas where traditional Jews don't feel comfortable, and so they should have that. You add to that the fact that in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially at making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. That's always this is our American political structure, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Judaism, Jewish population politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called pyramids, known in Yiddish as Dorikites. I mean, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gullus, in the exile, the diaspora, or should it be there in Eretz Yisrael? Zionism. Oops. That's not the wrong way. I gotta be careful though. This is like so sensitive, right? Especially with this particular lecture, it's gonna be really hard. Keep your hands off the border. There we go. So we have Israel politics, it's a separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants, you can place virtually all Jewish political opinion. Okay, let's go and let's see who this where. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism, the diaspora meaning we want to do something here and we want it to be socialist. You have this group called the Bund. This is the short form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. Bund means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish, essentially, the short form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. Bund means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in the industries there. There's, actual factory work. And they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down called the Arbeiterring, the workman's circle, or worker circle. That's essentially the Bund in America.
It's still in the news, but a few years ago they made news because it still exists, and they left the country with president. So because the protesters compliance for petrol, so they say.
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel to do this. Then you have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalists. We don't want to get into all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubno, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the federation movement, right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora and we will collect donations among ourselves and we will support ourselves, things like that. That's that politics. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionists. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, but if there are 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them saying they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be Bundists, and the remainder will be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times, but we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here, our last quarter, so they believe in the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you've been to Haifa, that's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's sedate, it's calm, it's relatively, Polish distance oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is planning to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have very good marine science major here at Turo, so he's going to go to Haifa and study Toro and they rush. But anyway, that's kind of his model. Not the kibbutz socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl in Zionism, and I built this chart up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names. But he agreed that Jewish society had to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist. But he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's schmooze them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadbanim, as intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating the state of Israel. Herzl Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate you. This anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face, but what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine gun. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy, and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute, that is more moderate, more amenable to American sensibilities generally, and then you see an extreme right. You see groups that say no, all this, meeting in Qatar, and let's talk with the creative Palestinian states and like that, two states. Those are people who say that's ridiculous. It's out of the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually, and very, very alive and interested. But I'm going to put one more group in to make it a little more sensible. Then, of course, this back quadrant, who lives over here? This is a group called the Poale Zion, the Workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communists. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that helped build the Kibbutz, and they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They believe in communal share of wealth in the state, things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state, like their kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect the kibbutz, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagreed bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said to Jabotinsky, you're gonna fight with all of our friends. You're gonna make the British hate us. You're gonna make the Arabs hate us. It's gonna be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on peace and stuff like that. And they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Brandon. Mr. Parenti, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture, right? Because this is, you can manage this, right? It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, as Mr. Parenti correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Right? This side of the spectrum, afterwards, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be really interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna keep Shabbos, the Tefillah, hit Hakassah. I'm not gonna do that. But I'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, and definitely very religious. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority groups that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral with sad occasion that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel, and I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Shomer HaTzair kibbutz. A Shomer HaTzair is a young guard, very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They're like buying into the Marxist idea of religion is the opiate of the masses. And he said to me, he's talking about a guy, and he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke is the young people really don't understand the tradition for nodding. You should have seen this face here, guys. Anyways, so where are the religious groups? So this side basically anti-religious. This side neutral, some maybe positive religion. That's very much.
What's the difference between the kibbutz and the socialists?
Because it's whether they're supporting in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia. And these people are saying, no. We've had our experiences in Belarus. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists in Israel.
So even in not religious, then religious?
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. amazing how fast it changed. Just over a century and almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go into parentheses observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis. Right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved from Lithuania to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and Ketubos a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat HaMedinah, we say it in Yeshua, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reish Tzmichat Gehulatenu. That Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Surugan essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi, they're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to going to the other group here. Also on the religious axis, like this, this would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. You sort of see me, the top here somewhere. This is the most recent one. Now, which section? I mean, I just know that I'm really out here at the thing. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to make my own CM on Shas Federal in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast here, the Shameless Plug. You know I do a documentary podcast, right? Oh, yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. It's history. Jewish history in Zach. They looked at it in ninth grade. Yeah, that was like 20 years ago. I haven't been doing it 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. Okay. Now, yeah. Well, I really enjoy it. It's a short, like, you see this foundations thing. I can't believe I'm almost finished it, but I record a short history video on every single document of art. 2,711 videos. I should, but some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Yisrael and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, meaning we call it in English ultra-Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trite, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like antithetic to Judaism. How can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say, you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time. It'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to these parties? These Jews unified. Probably not lucky. Let's go through them one at a time. What happened to the book? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of them. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more book. Sort of like echoes of the book survived outside of Russia, like our Better Ring, the workman circle, but only as a pale shadow of this socialist thing. If you're going to meet a Bundist, you'd probably meet them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Mr. Rubin?
Two other things I think we reviewed. One is in New York.
Yeah.
One is in Union Square, the Eagle Archives.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and the other one we had to train, and another one said,
okay, that's it.
they're staying only under certain circumstances at the time.
So but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, the Federation, stuff like that. Coalition, the socialist Zionists, what happened to that? So they're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been powerful for 19 years, I think, for a really long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel were in here. Ben-Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people were close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. Very little, kind of like moderate Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they're probably moved to Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Meir Kahane, called PAH, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic you looking at today's politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, PAH was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben-Gurion, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahanists. But one of the debates that's even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. It's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about the Cook's influence has created the Dati Leoni group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about this Israel down here, though? The black leader, you're nodding. What does that mean? So there's a lot of them, but what happened to it? The party still exists, yeah. But what about it? Is it different in character at all? There's a lot of stuff. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of how maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. So Israel in particular, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more good as Israel there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society. Please.
Actually, I read the biography when I looked into I read it before that.
Yes.
And then they were against fighting, but he actually met with the head of the Zorian company.
Oh, definitely. No, they were definitely
They tried to take a different approach, and they attacked me with this political guy, and they banned him. So what wasn't on the anti-Zionist, they were both a different way.
I think that would be fair to say.
The fighting Zionism.
Remember that, by the way, I'm giving you here like a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And in reality, we could easily take the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that Jews have separated into. So you're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful, named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in the army. Mr. and then Mr. Durante.
So actually, I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version, and not its leaders, just the average guy in Yashar who identifies with the idea of Jerry Carter, but isn't necessarily running over to against Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So how far past the Israel they fall on the list?
Well, the Zurich Carta, I think, is, for those who maybe aren't familiar, in Zurich Carta, the guardians of the city, they are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, and actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to the pro-Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're putting their signs right up front. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh, look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like, they're the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
Right. I'm just differentiating the American leaders from the sympathizers in the HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but it's just they think Zionists are heretics, but they won't necessarily say they are doing better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas Yisrael in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Dego Torah, and I haven't even gotten into the ethnic, the Z-axis, or I guess it'll be the Z-prime axis. The Sephardians come into their own in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi, but when the Sephardians get involved in Mizrahi, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, it's complicated. Let's hope Shem Yazor. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why you're crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay. You step up here. Okay, let me end with a joke. The joke goes like this. 1930s, father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heim so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends with his mom there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the base of the table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He says, "Oh, Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And he says, "Yeah, well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation in political views in Europe." He says, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew."
No, it's exactly it. We know what happened.
Today's class, and we'll probably lead into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went boldly into this new world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish identity. We're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, but probably get to it on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I don't know if we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. These are the 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but you'll watch the recording. Okay, so we get to it then? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate society. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish wedding, kind of fiddle on the roof kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really begins in the 17th century and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity is not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity included, for example, humanism. Anyone want to define humanism? What is humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
Studying human thought as thinkers think of it like as.
You're not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Ellerstein?
Or the value of worry and marriage without religion.
Very good. Decidingly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as the source of truth and more to, we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust.
obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such as all of us say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. Hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. It's much more, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism because, again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. Discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people have, a reliable food to eat until it's not reliable with the potato blight. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that there are like other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western tradition. There's like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. But if we focus on Jews specifically, we want to say two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 108 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into the Enlightenment. So it melts with the Haskalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure, right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this, we could argue against this, and ultimately, they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Do you remember when we talked about the Kehillah? We talked about the relationship of Jews as Servi Kamarai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country. We were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group adhesion. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did, it fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliate with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familiance laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. But the rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather crude and
to control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families during the state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on, really, really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher rank level, and they're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They would do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bared, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying that they're promised not to lie in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Yudean, or Jewish oath, would be important. These are the kinds of things that would go with pre-modern society because, again, the state dealt with as a group and will make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities were there. Mr. Silva, do you have a question? Okay, good. So Jews began to wreck with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating, but it just takes one Jew to read it and translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate among Jews, and they balk against it. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moses Mendelssohn last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's a typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants, and like when you talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Well, Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists were considered like the opposites. The Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protest is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome. Against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. And so so like Martin Luther famously says that how can we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors, and meaning like the cardinals, can't even agree with each other on various things? Like, how can we take that as the word of God? If the magic word is supposed to be giving over the word of God, is hard to even trust, hard to agree with each other. And once his main concern that we shouldn't be trusting again for what the word of God is, we should just focus on what the Testament said. Right. That's an interesting thing. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let's perform this big project. Let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. A very good point. So to stay where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. Right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African-American slaves? What do we do with them? Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates even to the present day. Even in the Trump presidency, it's a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? White term will consider them white. Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? Okay, they would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. Yes, Mr. Rushton. It's the same in Europe with Jews have like almost all the rights to Christian, like Muslim like this. Very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature. But it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, we would like sort of like grandfather men. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes, thank you, Russia.
I mean, but if I remember, the first people to like discover the New World was Columbus and like the Spanish. Yeah, those were I guess like Spanish Jews or like Sephardi. So would they be in general darker than Ashkenazi?
You are absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, when people see her, they say, and she has the same tone as my mother, my grandmother, that people say to her, "What are you, Hispanic? Are you get that too, Mr. Gambler, right? I understand. Yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about like, blue black Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of like sneak under the line.
This is right. Yeah, it is right.
Part of a really powerful
your bed day.
to push a different agenda. So we're less trying to America. My idea is that when they actually made rules, Jews think that
We should have let him check in. Again, still he says not checking in.
Yeah, I said no.
I didn't think that was a real movie. Oh, it's
Okay.
right. I thought you
So
just
what
pulled
happened
that out of
there,
nowhere. They just said
there were
constant
limited
checks in as a sort of
disabilities.
you can't write
Most
stuff
of
like
the
that. Yeah.
early colonies didn't have time
You can't write this kind of stuff.
to push.
Dunstan checks in. This almost looks like a paparazzi on the left. This is sort of like Robin Williams outfit. That's when he was airlines being in charge. Yeah, so you get 10% of whatever he made.
Yeah, he's kind of got the Adam Sandler swagger.
Yeah, he does. It's you ever seen the pictures of Robin Williams when he used to dress? Unyackle swag on Robin. Yeah, trying to dread.
In the Constitution of 1787 and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? So it says,
this is Dunstan. This was Dunstan, I think. Yeah, Fitz go crazy. Yeah, Fitz go kind of bananas.
what is the red word?
Does he have a little Sanchez cap on, or am I seeing that wrong? I think it's a little redhead or something.
I forgot, right?
That's the character she was dressing as. Yeah, that flight jacket or whatever, really. Yeah, look at that. I mean, some guy from Proto Guy Fieri, they call
So I should rewind
first. I think Guy Fieri got that from him. The jack
I already
shirt
have my passport.
and shades. I don't think that's Rock Hardway. It doesn't look like Robin Williams. Yeah.
All
Looks like Mr.
American
Corduroy.
it's true they didn't actually mean it, but
Grant.
they did mean
Grant. How are you doing? I'm sorry, it's Mr. Corduroy. I thought you misspoke. Thank you.
We didn't under that. So we didn't have such a
Should we
big
just
deal in
have Jack on
America.
a rabbit
So
hole?
it's not like we were formally
That was when he's in
vaccinated.
like a
We
big
just never got
trace
around
suit
to
that
discriminating against us. And by the time they picked up into law,
yeah, with some kind of pinstripe thing going on.
in some places we still have issues like in New
Was he a
Hampshire,
toy factory?
1877.
there was still
And then they turn into military toys, and it turns into whoa, it's actually toy soldiers. Yeah, they talk about toy soldiers. Yeah, we don't call them toys, Grant. Yeah, I know. I've never heard of this.
Mainly, I will mention very quickly, though, we look at situation because
yeah, we were talking about Jack.
Jack,
Francis Ford
Coppola. Was a Protestant country. Remember,
wow, that's scary as hell.
Was unhappy with the status of British Catholic divorce law. Therefore, he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church.
So he's really saying that in jail cell.
It
Looks like that's what he keeps saying.
The Catholics do not recognize divorce. They recognize something called
He's talking about. So what's the premise of toys? So basically, his father is this inventor, and he invents something sort of similar to Nerf stuff, like a football that whistles and a basketball, and it turns into a factory. The father gets edgewise with some sort of political group or something in the town, and then they end up taking the father out, and then Robin Williams has to keep the factory going, and the people's starting to try to take over the factory, and he has to turn one of the teddy bears into soldiers, it turns into, I mean, it could be this is sort of like a sum of things to come, stuff, but again, honestly, I'm controlling a lot of the infrastructure of these robots, how this country's going to some of this turmoil. I think some people on the left and on the right are going to turn some of these toys into thousand toys. Yeah, there's some AI in there. I mean, it's not going to be good. Yeah. See, wow. Those are toy soldiers. That's LL Cool J. He's part of the faction going against the factory. He's a soldier in a lot of things. He's in good shape. He's in good shape. You're right. He's still in good shape. He's still having the meat. Yes. Have you seen? Did you ever see that song? Brad Paisley. It's called Accidental Racist.
We got to
really? Yeah. How did you sing it? I don't remember the melody, but the crux of the song is that Brad Paisley is apologizing because he was racist.
So far away.
And then LL Cool J forgives him for that. Really? What? Yeah, accidental racist. I made a mistake and I said a bad word. I didn't sleep too well last night. I called to have money on the game. Said the N-word because he lost the bet. Yeah. Fumbled on the 2-yard line. Fucking Russell Wilson. I'm still mad. Run the fucking ball. Lamar Jackson threw an interception. LL Cool J just popped it. I didn't mean it. And then I remember one line from LL Cool J was, I'll forget those chains if you can let me wear my gold chains. Holy shit, I love them. Well, it is very forgiving of him. That's big. Yeah, I mean, that's like, I'll be honest, it's like that, though. Yeah, I gotta forgive him. Yeah, I gotta forgive everyone. If you were that dice, I won't forgive everyone. Yeah, I would really have no problem with that. Yeah. I mean, when you're diced up, look at that racist. I mean, he is just wrong. He can be so much better. Yeah. It's not even close. He's lucky that LL forgave him. Yeah, because he could really do that. He looks like that one Backstreet Boy or something. Yeah, he was sort of a fatone. I didn't even know what the Brad Paisley looked like. Yeah, maybe he looks like a Joey Fatone. Is that the guy? Yeah, Fatone. Yeah. Like a leaned out Fatone. Looks like Cornfeld. Fatone lives in Orlando. We see him all the time. Oh, yeah. Fatone's not doing that well. He liked to go to Disney World. He would host comedy nights. Yeah, he's not good. He would DJ comedy nights. Yeah, it's more like trivia. Yeah, that's great. Yes, no. I would lean towards why? How come doesn't that seem like he's having fun when he's DJing and stuff? Tom thought he had greater things in store for him. Yeah, I mean, if you look at JT, imagine you were in the same band as Justin Timberlake. You're DJing a margarita. Yeah, who knows what I'm doing. I've been DJing a long time. Yeah.
quite ready to say
foot on the gas
you
accelerator.
are
It's
equal
you're
to the rest of us.
in the
So
fucking
here you have
inside
a
of the
case where
cardboard
the
fucking
law was
thing shut.
changed.
Shocking
Before
that
society was ready for it.
few dead
They made a
boy
rule,
band
all
people.
people are
It
equal.
was like no dead boy
And
band.
then for
Nick
Jews,
Carter.
Aaron
No,
Carter.
Aaron Carter.
Aaron Carter. Right. What ends up happening
Was Nick
is
alive?
they made a
Nick
decision
died
to
too.
start the national
Nick
anthem.
died.
This
Nick
is
Carter
Sephardic
did not
national
die.
anthem, a much more lengthy negotiation. Basically, when you look at the map of France,
Wasn't he in the car? Or car with
there's
Paul?
two
Yes,
very, very
was he
different
the guy in the car?
They're hugely different in size.
Nick Carter and Paul Walker.
Up here in
Yeah,
the
it was
northeast
those two in that
is
hot
our
dog.
homeland, right? The our
And then the redhead is the one who pulled
we
over.
come from here, this class. We're all living up here
Police officer?
near Alsace-Lorraine,
Oh.
in the old
You know, I
German
heard an
territory.
interesting
This is
conspiracy theory about
where
that he was on
social
the road
activities
selling
like
their
that. These are
and so
Yiddish-speaking, high concentration,
shows is
you
just
know,
caught a
dressed
DUI,
differently,
don't do it.
religiously much more to the right, populate way out here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept.
That would be kind of, that's a fun way to get out of a tour.
On the other hand,
You just down
right
half a
down
bottle
here,
of,
more
you're down
than
half a
Spain,
bottle of whiskey
around
and
all
you're
of
doing donuts.
the
Yeah.
descendants
You're like,
of
Spanish
and Portuguese
Yeah.
who fled to Spain.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know how true that is, but it is true. It's our last album tanked.
Until they settled
Yeah,
here
of course, no one's looking for
in
the
the
new
1500s. And
No,
in the 1600s, by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to like
Timberland.
yeah. They start asserting their original Jewish identity. They're more exactly
I liked him with Missy Misdemeanor. Elliot,
200 years.
he's always at his best with Millie.
And they start saying,
She's
hey, us too, for sure.
Yeah, Millie Bobby
You
Brown.
know,
I'm kind of a hack with a good Timberland. I really just love this
what
one.
ends up happening in France is
Oh,
that
yeah.
the Sephardic Jews,
Timberland on the beat.
they're prepared to have these children. And they start arguing,
Timberland made it.
you should give us equal rights.
That's everything used to say. Timberland did it.
Dress like Frenchmen. They're not so I insist on like cocktails and shots and stuff like that compared to those crazy
If I made
Ashkenazis.
music, that would be my like tag. Yeah, what was it? Scream.
And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, Sephardic Jews, people right? And then a year later, the Ashkenazi Jews figure out a way around it.
Which is scary. That still holds up. Yeah.
And the story, the
They're
one
calling
cause
it a puzzle movie.
It's like a puzzle. That's what he calls. That's what he calls scary movies. Puzzle movie. Oh well, Saw is a very literal puzzle. You never heard that, Casey?
And
No, you made it because you made it
I
up.
want to say not to,
Because it's a William original puzzle. Yes, puzzle movies because it make me in my brain. I'm thinking, okay, I'm having these puzzle here. Yeah. Pieces I have to put together, and a lot of the times it scares me because I'm not catching on to the pieces of the puzzle. Because you're confused. You confused. You're getting confused. This sounds like you just found out what movie. It's just like a puzzle. I don't know where how he's telling everybody here. It's like some puzzle plot. I gotta figure it out, and then a lot of the times, and then I get embarrassed in my head that I can't figure these things out. It is embarrassing when you don't even come close to understanding what the twist was. Like, of course it was that. I feel like an idiot. Tyler Durden was his brother. I'm asking because of the parents. So wait, so the dead people those aren't real people. I give myself a lot of credit for figuring out the twist. Like if I thought about it for one moment, that it would be a possibility at the end of if I'm watching my girlfriend, I still do it. I got it wrong way. Don't tell her. My legs are actually really got that one. My lady got the long legs one. She usually doesn't get it. I just vocalize it. I was at Alma Draft House, so I wrote it, and I wrote the twist on the piece of paper, then I pressed the button, and I put it in there. And they confirmed it with my... And then wrote me a gallery of 3 set of 6. Is that true? Yeah. If you get the twist at Alma Draft House before, last call. They get these free cinema sticks. I didn't know that. Would they still do that for people now that the movie's been out a little bit, or that was but it's on their system. Yeah.
Dude, I just got chipped. I didn't know they did that. I was just writing Diet Coke.
No, it's just they kind of pissed. They're probably pissed off and might charge you double for doing that.
Oh, I thought it was an order.
No, it's not for order.
I took Diet Coke mozzarella sticks.
They said that's weird. Why would that be
That'd be funny if that was the end along with there. Fuck, you got it. Bringing the cinnamon twist. Diet Coke mozzarella sticks. Time. The way it was Diet Coke mozzarella, the long legs, the mozzarella.
That's what the coded language is always spells. That's just different food order they wanted.
Which is M&M.
So is there any kind of tiny little clue or something? No, we can't. Okay.
Can you act out your favorite scene?
Negatives are
Oh, that's a good one. My favorite scene is this. And then my favorite scene is where he goes, he has a Ryer cameraman. It's with the Ryer cameraman. What do the fingers mean? We gotta go see it. Gotta go see it.
Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate?
Said no spoilers, dude. Did you put it off and pull up your house in Destin with a map that says we're in it? Yeah, because we had to leave the cinnamon sticks on the screen. Is that what the cinnamon sticks look like in Alabama?
It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right?
A man known to history as Marco Polo was born around 1254 into a wealthy merchant family in the city of Venice. Marco's father was Niccolo Polo, a prosperous merchant. The origin of the Polo family are unclear. One tradition suggests that they were originally from sheep and Hague on the Dalmatian coast of what is now Croatia, and that they only relocated to Venice in the 11th century. Another study suggests that the family only moved to Venice in the mid-13th century, and that Marco was actually born on the island of Korčula, near modern-day Dubrovnik. At the time of Marco's birth, the Republic of Venice was one of just dozens of Italian city-states.
In America, African Americans are still
dominating the sea
very much
routes of the
stubborn.
Adriatic Sea
And
and
they've got
extensive
lots
trading
of
connections
laws,
and
civil
colonies
rights
in
movement,
the
all
eastern
kinds of things
Mediterranean.
that have supported them and still.
Numerous studies have
So
proposed
these
that
are like
Marco was
the
actually
intellectuals
born in
who are
one
still
of Venice's
going through
trading
this
stations
So let me
or
finish the story
colonies
of kind
abroad,
of bizarre
perhaps
story.
even in Constantinople.
Fast
The
forward
medieval name for
about
Istanbul
25 years,
and the capital of the Byzantine
Napoleon,
Empire at the
this
time.
revolution in
The
France
wider
did not go
consensus, however,
smoothly. You
is
had
that
like
Venice itself
pendulum
was his
shifting
place of
between
birth.
radicalism and
According
back
to
to
the traditional
conservatism as
account
they kind of
found in
work through this
the travels of
massive
Marco
change
Polo,
from the king to the
Niccolo and
democratic
his
system.
brother,
And a lot of
left
non-Jews
Venice in
from the Northeast
1253
go complain to
would
Napoleon,
become an
saying,
extensive trading
Napoleon,
voyage.
you have got to roll
Early
this
the following year,
emancipation thing back.
Niccolo's
The
pregnant
Jews are
wife
just taking
gave birth
over.
to a boy
They
named
are
Marco.
creating
After St.
monopolies,
Mark,
they are
Venice's
undercutting
patron
non-Jewish
saint,
businesses, they're finding all
Marco's
kinds of
mother,
ways
whose
that
name is
they're
unknown,
succeeding and we're not.
died
Jews
when
were
her son was
obviously
still
able
a
to
child.
take advantage of the
As his father
opportunities
was
that
away on
emancipation
his
affords them,
trading mission,
and they just
young
shot
Marco
ahead
was
like a
brought up
spring
by an
that's
aunt
like
and
wound
uncle.
really tightly when they
Away
suddenly
from
have the
Venice,
opportunity
it
to
is
just,
likely
you know,
that Niccolo
explode with
Polo
creativity and
would not
innovation
have
and things
even
like that.
known that
And
his
they're
wife
also
was
used to
pregnant.
like
When he left the
taking
city in
advantage of their
1253,
organizational closeness to be able to
before
collaborate
delving any
and
further into the
benefit
life and
themselves,
travels
that's
of
not
Marco
necessarily
Polo,
to the benefit
it is
of
worth
society as a whole,
reflecting
but certainly
first
to their own
on the
benefit.
book from
So they
which
complain to
all of
Napoleon,
our
you know,
information
we're being
on
run
this
out of business because
mercurial
the Jews are
Italian traveler
doing
is
things so much
derived.
cheaper, faster
The
than we
title
can.
of
They're
The
like the
Travels of
Walmart of
Marco
Alsace
Polo,
Lorraine. We can't
as it
compete
is
with them.
known in English
So
today,
Napoleon says,
was
well,
actually something
maybe
more
we should
akin to
rethink this.
Book of
How
the
do we
Marvels
ask
of
the
the World
Jews how
in
they
the original
feel
North Italian
about
dialect
being
in which
French?
it was written. It was
we
not,
ask? Who's
as is
starting to do?
sometimes
They say,
suggested,
well, they don't actually have
by
a
Marco Polo
sensual
himself.
body, but they used to have
Instead,
this
it was
thing
authored
called
by
the
Rustichello
Sanhedrin,
da Pisa,
right, which was way
a
back in
writer from
ancient
the city
times.
of Pisa in
And this is a
Tuscany.
court of 70 judges, and
Sometime around
they
the
would like decide all the poor things.
mid-1280s,
We still no problem. Let
Rustichello
us
was
bring back the
imprisoned by the
Sanhedrin.
Republic of
And in
Genoa,
a typically
which was
Napoleonic kind of
engaged in
move,
an
he
extensive
gathers
conflict with
together
Pisa during the
representatives from
13th
all over the
century
Napoleonic
for
Empire,
control
which
over
includes
the
not
island
only
of
France this
Corsica.
time, but big chunk
He
of
was still in
Austria,
a prison in
Italy,
Genoa
and so
years
on. You came
later
from all
when he
into
was
Paris
joined
to
by
say,
Marco Polo,
guys, I have
who
some
had
really
himself
important
been
questions
detained
for
by
you
the
that will
Genoans
have a
during
lot
the
to say about
conflict
how
with
you relate
Venice.
to France.
Polo was
The
soon
Sanhedrin
released
comes
from
together
prison.
in 1806.
By that
This
time,
was his
he
head.
had
He was
related the
actually
stories of
a
his
very
travels
well-known
across Asia
comic
extensively to
about his
Rustichello,
time.
and
You
the
can
Pigeon
see he
later
has this
wrote them up and
amazing
published
hat.
them.
I would
This
love
was
to
a
have a hat
manuscript
like
form,
this.
and
It
in
was
the
apparently
14th century,
crafted
hundreds
for
of
him
copies in
in
various French and
the
Italian
honor of the
dialects
Sanhedrin
were
itself.
circulating around
The
Europe,
two
indicating
dromedary
its
upstairs
popularity
supposed
as a
to
travelogue.
represent the two
The
tablets
outlook
of
of
the
what
law.
follows is
Maybe
based on
the
the travels of Marco Polo. Scholars have found no major reasons to dispute the accuracy of what Polo related to Rustichello,
A lot of them are
or how the
masculine,
Pigeon
a lot of
writer
them are not showing
recounted
the
it in
Torah
print.
mitzvos, but they
The
want to very,
curiosities
very
about
best
the
in the
world
side of
which
that
Polo
state.
encountered
And
in
Napoleon
Central Asia and
speaks to
China
them. He says, I
would have
got
been so
12
unusual
questions
to
for you.
European
This was
readers
not
in the
actually
late
the
medieval
Sanhedrin.
period
Critically, it was
that he would not have
predecessor,
needed
which
to
is called the
exaggerate
Executive
in
Notable.
order to make his
Here
work
are
of
the
wide
12
interest.
questions that he asked. By looking at the questions,
Venice
you can
that
probably
Marco
imagine the
Polo
answer to
grew
this.
up in
This
was
is
a
question
thriving
number one.
commercial center
Are Jews
with
allowed
trading
to practice
interests as far
homogeneity?
afield as Constantinople,
Are Jews allowed
the
to have
Black
more than
Sea,
one wife?
the Levant,
Thank you, Mr.
and
Black. You're
Alexandria
correct.
in
They're
Egypt.
not. But
The
only
city's
since
merchants
the
had
land of
become
Rabbinic
rich
churches,
on the
right?
back of
But still,
acting
one
as
of
the
the
major
most
go-between for
of
goods coming from India
the
and the
wives
Far
that his
East
first question
to the Middle East,
and
and which
times
would
they
then
were very
carried to
including some
Europe
of them were
Venetian
very
merchant
including, and
vessels,
therefore worried they'd
an
be like that.
embryonic
There was one
banking and
another.
insurance system
Okay, good
had
question.
developed
Other
in
groups and
Venice
so on. But it's
and
not
other
really
cities like
this is a
Genoa,
big deal. I'm worried
Pisa,
about wallets and
and
big tracks.
Florence in the High Middle Ages to facilitate and finance this extremely lucrative trade.
Okay, but they're
Venice had also become a major naval power in the process, with a huge merchant navy and a substantial fleet of war galleys. Indeed, so powerful were the Venetians that half a century before Polo was born, the Venetians had largely co-opted the Fourth Crusade into conquering Constantinople and for a time occupying much of the lands of the Byzantine Empire. It was only in 1261 that the Byzantines managed to retake their capital, and when Marco's father and uncle had left Venice in 1253, it had been to head east to extend their trading interests at Constantinople, though they soon relocated northwards to the Italian trading stations in the Crimea.
Also has implications for population
As significant as Venice's ties to Constantinople and the Eastern Mediterranean were, Marco Polo's life would be shaped by developments much further to the east. The Mongols, a major tribespeople from the Chinese end of the Asian steppe, had burst onto the global stage at the beginning of the 13th century. After a warlord named Genghis Khan had united the divided tribes into a confederation and had begun extensive military campaigns in both China and in Central Asia. By the time of Genghis's death in 1226, the Mongols had expanded as far west as the Caspian Sea and launched trades into Eastern Europe. This continued under his successors, and by the time Marco was born in the mid-1250s, the Mongols were campaigning into the Crimea and Ukraine region and into the Levant against the Muslim powers. They sacked the city of Baghdad in 1258. While the Mongol Empire would soon be divided up amongst the descendants of Genghis Khan, at its peak, their combined territories extended from the Black Sea and the Syrian desert in the west, all the way to the Yellow Sea and the eastern edges of Asia in the east. This all had major implications for European merchants like the Polos. Firstly,
they answered in the most
destroyed some of
smarmy,
the old powers,
kind of
played a major role in bringing Chinese silk and spices
essentially
from
saying,
India
well,
and the East Indies to the
technically,
Middle East for
we
merchants
don't
from Venice and
encourage
Genoa
it,
to buy them in
but,
cities like
you know,
Alexandria
if it
for
happens,
the European
it's not
market.
like
But
somehow
conversely,
break it up.
the creation of a
Which
unified
is essentially
Mongolian polity
the same
that
answer that you
stretched
should
over
say
more than
today.
half of
Right?
Eurasia led to what is
They don't
termed
want to say
Pax
Alex Napoleon
Mongolica,
instead of
the
Bolton.
Mongolian
For
peace,
a bit. They
a
don't want to say
period
that
in
to
which the
Napoleon because they
Mongols
know it's not the answer
facilitated
he wants to
trade
hear.
along the Silk
But if they
Roads
say to him
that
that,
led from the Mediterranean all the way east
look
to
at the
China.
time, you know, and they kind of like sort of hope to distract
Marco's
him.
father
They
and
don't want to
uncle,
say an outright
Niccolo
check
and
or an
Maffeo,
outright lie
were two of
that,
the first
Jews are not
individuals
allowed
to
to
see the
intermarry.
potential
But
for
they want to
direct
say
trade
that,
to the east
you know,
under
there's
Mongolian
only so
rule.
much that we can do,
The
and
process
things
cutting
happen, and
out the Muslim
they got it,
merchants
they got
who
it
had
passed.
made the Venetians
You
pay over
went
the
on
odds
what
for their
question,
goods in
right? This
Alexandria
is
for
not like it's
centuries. Hence,
important.
the two
Do you guys
brothers
consider
set off
yourselves
east
to be truly
from the
French,
Crimea
or do you
in the
consider
early
yourselves to be foreigners
1260s,
in French society?
traveling to Bukhara,
What's the
in
implications of this question? This is really the money
a
question.
rich trading
Everyone wants
city
to know.
where they lived for 3 years and learned
Mr. Blank,
various Mongolian dialects.
ah, very
In
good.
1265, they received
Especially
an invitation
because
from the most
France
powerful
has
of
a
the
war
Mongol
with Germany
lords,
just about once every 30 years. So a little overdue right now.
to head east to visit his court
You
at
guys
Khan
who speak
Balik
Yiddish,
on the site of
sound and
modern-day
look a lot like
Beijing.
those Jews on the other side
There,
of
the
the German
Polos
border.
found Kublai to be a
Join those
wise
guys
and
to play
intelligent
Minkas.
ruler.
Or are you going
His
to
mother was
defend
also a
France?
Nestorian
So that's really
Christian,
the money question.
a sect of
Everything else kind of like
Christianity
flows from
that
it.
believed in the separation of Jesus Christ's human and
You
divine
consider this your
forms,
country, who
one
your
which
French
had
friends,
flourished in
their
Asia
parents
in
shouted, you have
medieval
the minutes of the
times.
meeting, it's just got a
Thus,
whole.
Kublai was
Filled with
sympathetic to
France,
the
they're
Christian
very deaf,
Polos,
right?
and they soon acquired
This is
trading
also really
concessions
important.
from him
According to
and a right of
rabbis,
free
the
passage
rabbis
around
have
the
sort
Mongol
of the
territories.
Jews in the way here.
Armed with
The
this,
rabbis
they
have
levied
police.
up on expensive goods like silks
But
and spices,
Napoleon wanted to know.
which were often worth more than their weight in gold back in
Yeah,
Europe,
yeah,
and headed back west.
or even less
By
than an army.
1269,
What if we
they
constitute a
arrived at the
state
port
within
of
the
Acre
state?
in modern-day
Right?
Israel,
What
and
happens
then
if,
headed
how
on the
much power
last
do you
leg
guys
of their
have to
journey
regulate
home to
yourself?
Venice,
If
arriving
you
there
are
either in late
completely
1269
voluntary
or into
movement, or if
1270.
you want to affiliate with the community, it's just
When
like
Niccolo
joining
Polo
a knitting
returned to
club.
Venice
Right?
after a
Everybody in this
16-year
club likes to
absence,
knit.
he met his 15-year-old
Get
son
together and you
Marco
agree on what
for
colors you're
the
going to knit,
first
what
time.
patterns you're going to knit. Who's going to be the
Rusticano
elite
did not
knitter, who's going
provide
to be the
much by
secondary
way
knitter.
of
That's
detail
all fine. I
on
don't care. You
Marco's
do whatever
early
you want.
life in
But
the
if you
travels
can
of
like
Marco Polo,
force people
and little
to
is
knit
known
certain
about his
things, but not
childhood,
other things, and you
he
should
would
say,
have received
you
some
need to
practical
out of the
schooling
club.
in basic
Then
mathematics
Napoleon's word. He
and
doesn't have a
foreign
rivalry.
currencies and commodities.
Um,
The better
you
to
have to
continue
obey the
the
rabbis.
family mercantile trade in years to come.
He is for the reflection.
He would also have had
The
some
answer from the
experience of
rabbis,
being at sea
that there
by
is,
the time
they
his
want to say
father
there is no
and
double
brother
standard
returned to
for a
Venice.
Frenchman.
Such was the manner
And
in which
again,
Venetians lived
philosophically, they're definitely on a
astride
good
the
ground
Adriatic
for this.
Sea.
It is, you know,
What we can
it's
be
forbidden
much surer
to
about
open a non-Jew,
is that it was
it's
quickly
a lie,
decided in the early
there are
1270s
exceptions
that when
for
the
saving
Polos
life
headed
and
off
things
on
like
another
that,
trade
but
mission,
you know, this is not a
Marco would
hard one to
accompany them.
answer. They know what
There
Napoleon
was
wants
not
to
long
hear.
to wait.
They do not want
They
to
left Venice in the spring of
They do not want
1271
this a
to head
limited
for the Holy
ongoing
Land,
discussion.
where
The
Italian
crazy exceptions to the
mercantile
rule. The
activity
big bottom
was
line is
busy at
you
the
have to
time
be
to
a mensch
supply
all the
Acre
time. You have to
and the
tell
other
the truth,
Crusader ports for
you know,
the
things
Ninth
like that.
Crusade.
Good
There
question.
the Polos
Did you
visited
guys pursue any
Jerusalem
occupation?
while
I'm
they
really
waited for
concerned
the
that
election
Napoleon,
of
that
a
so
new
many of
pope
you
in
are in
Rome, in
finance.
the hopes
You
that
know,
the
I'd
new
love to
head
see
of
more
the
of you,
church
like,
would
let's say,
provide
you
them
know,
with
become
messages to take
winemakers
east
or
to Kublai
beekeepers or
Khan.
things like that.
Eventually, though,
And
they tired of
usury in
their
particular, because
long
money Jews are
election
money lenders,
process
right? They're still
and
money
decided to
lending,
strike
especially
out
all
east of Virginia once again, though not before receiving word that Pope Gregory X had been elected, and the two friars would accompany them on their travels. It was the beginning of a 24-year odyssey. The party of five headed eastwards. They quickly encountered a local Muslim ruler who threatened to imprison them. At that juncture, the two friars, with a wealthy regard for their lives and the perils that lay ahead, decided to return home
essentially
While
that
the three
confirms it.
Venetians
Now,
continued
one of
on,
the things that they do also in
motivated by
France,
the
which is
belief that
different
religious
from what they've
differences
done in
were
America
an
and
obstacle
elsewhere,
to trade.
not that unrelated to
As he
England,
traveled through the
is
Mongol Empire,
he said,
the
okay,
young Marco
I want to
Polo
take over
marveled at the
your
religious freedom he
synagogue,
encountered,
the same way we
remarking,
run the Catholic
"So
Church
long as you
and
are
the
faithful
Protestant
and
churches here
obedient to the Khan, and
in
give the
France,
appointed
where
tribute,
all
and
synagogues
justice is
have to
well
belong
observed,
to a single
you may
organization
do
called
as you
the
please with your soul."
and there's a chief
The
rabbi,
party
and
traveled
all their
through
salaries
Armenia
come
and
from
Turkey,
tax
where
dollars
Marco
from the
expressed
state.
disappointment
Unlike in
at
America,
not finding
where
Noah's
they try to have a
Ark at
complete
its
separation
supposed
of church
resting
and state,
place
in
atop
France they
Mount Ararat
regulate
in the Caucasus.
Judaism along with other religions.
Polo's next
That
turned south to
every
Mosul.
religion that is
It is
considered
unclear
legitimate,
if they
you can't let a
visited
certain number of
Baghdad
people
or
to
not,
support the religion, so
a
on,
city that was
then
in decline
the state will
after
give
centuries
a
of being the
tax
capital of a
dollars
united
to
Arab
the
caliphate.
But that also
From
means
there,
the
the
state
next
has to
stop was
say
the Persian
who
city
gets
of
to be the rabbi,
Tabriz.
and
Marco
that also
described
has
the
an impact
unusual
on
method
Jewish
traders in
authority.
Tabriz
But
used
this is
to buy
essentially
and sell
the end
pearls.
of corporate
They would face
existence
each
for
other
Jews
with
in
their
France,
hands covered
and
in
it will just
fabric,
spread throughout the
and
rest of
rather
Europe
than
over the next
conducting
century.
business out loud, they would
This
signal
is
the
a
terms
point
of
I
the
think I
deal
shot with you a
by
few
squeezing each other's
weeks
fingers
ago.
and wrists,
This is a medallion
ensuring that the price of the
owned
deal
by
remained
Jews
secret to third
in
parties.
gratitude for
The
the establishment
Venetians
of the
journeyed
Gates.
across Persia
On
to the
the
port
left,
of
you say
Hormuz,
Napoleon,
hoping to board
Emperor,
a ship and
and
sail to
King,
India,
right?
from where they would travel to
Over
China
here.
by land.
Amazing. Incredibly
However,
obscure
they
city
found the ships
that shows
unseaworthy
Napoleon
for
here
the
in all his
crossing of the
finery,
Indian Ocean,
giving
and
the
instead
10
decided to go
commandments
back
to a
north.
genuflecting Moses.
After
As
some
if to say,
idyllic
oh,
descriptions of
great
the
king,
oasis
thank you
towns
so
of
much
northeastern
for
Persia,
giving us
Marco
this
went on
equal
to
right,
recount tales of
which
the
is equal in
assassins
our minds
to
to
Rusty Kello,
receiving the second
who
half.
subsequently
It's not
included the
but
details
it
in his
shows
book.
just how
These
enthusiastic
were members
the
of a radical
emancipatory
Islamic sect
Jews
who were
were in
known for
France
launching
to
fanatical
see this
attacks
happen.
on powerful
I
rulers
forgot your name in the
from
back.
their
Just remind me
strongholds in
so
isolated
Mr.
mountain
Sterling.
fortresses throughout the Middle
This was
East.
introduced by Jews.
Marco
Yeah,
Polo's
right.
descriptions of the assassins
This is
contributed to their notoriety in the Western world. But by the time of his travels, the assassins had already been largely eliminated by the Mongols. The Venetian party then turned east to Afghanistan to block ancient Bactria, which enjoyed a reputation as one of the finest cities in the world until its permanent destruction by Genghis in 1220. Marco was able to refer to the legendary tales of Alexander the Great in Bactria, the lands further east were only known to him through the stories of the elder Polos. Despite suffering from heat and thirst, the Venetian party rode their trusty camels through the sands of Central Asia, acquiring much-needed supplies at the oasis towns on the way. Eventually, they arrived at the oasis region of Badakhshan, now divided between Afghanistan and Tajikistan. Marco was delighted by the region, known for its trade in precious stones such as rubies and lapis lazuli, the blue gemstone, prized for its intense color. The young Venetian came to know the region well, as he fell ill, and the Polos had to stay for a year here until he recovered. It has been speculated that he was suffering from tuberculosis, which he may have contracted as a child, and the symptoms of which may be manifested during the stressful journey across Asia. By the time of Marco's recovery, it was 1273, a full 2 years after he, his father, and his uncle had left Venice. A few weeks later, they faced the formidable obstacle of the Pamir Mountains, which Marco described as one of the highest places in the whole world. Observing that there were no birds at the high altitude because there was nothing for them to eat. However, once he reached the expansive plateau, nicknamed the Roof of the World, he was surprised to encounter a large lake accompanied by the best and fattest pasture of the world, on which grazed multitudes of wild sheep. The plateau was not as friendly to humans, and the Polos struggled to keep their campfires going in a low oxygen environment. 2 months later, having crossed the Pamirs, they arrived at Khotan,
on the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, where they replenish their dwindling supplies. The arduous trek through the Taklamakan only brought them to the edge of the considerably larger Gobi Desert. The temperatures fluctuated wildly each day in this desolate landscape, from 40 degrees Celsius during the daytime to below freezing at night. Marco later recollected hearing a phenomenon called the singing sounds, caused by the wind on the dunes, which many interpreted at the time as the souls of those who had died in the desert crying out. At last the Venetian party arrived among the Tangut, a Tibetan people who had ruled over a sizable domain in western China before the Mongol conquest. Though he had been confused about the religion of the Buddhists during his earlier encounters with them, Marco expressed admiration for the devotion of the Tangut Buddhists and drew a number of parallels with Christianity, likening the worship of Buddha statues in different forms to the veneration of saints. He was less impressed by the morality of the lay people outside the monasteries, observing that the men frequently took up to 30 wives, and those who were too old could be replaced by a younger sister. Marco was more intrigued by the customs in the oasis town of Kubul, now known by its Chinese name of Harvey, where the menfolk were so accommodating of guests from afar that they would invite them to sleep with their own wives for the duration of their stay, and the women were more than happy to oblige. Marco, who was in his late teens at the time, strongly implies that he was the beneficiary of such hospitality, a practice that enabled such remote communities to replenish an otherwise limited gene pool. Not long after leaving Kabul, Polo spent almost a year carrying out their business at a place which Marco called Kemcho, which has been identified with Zhangye in Gansu province in northwestern China. The longer he spent in the Mongol Empire, the more he praised its accomplishments. Despite Genghis's reputation as a bloodthirsty savage in Europe, Marco later stated, quote, Genghis Khan was a very upright man, eloquent and of great valor, great wisdom, and great prowess, placing him on equal footing with his childhood hero, Alexander the Great. He went as far as to claim that Genghis protected the inhabitants of cities that resisted him after he had conquered them. In his description of Genghis's life and conquests, Mark refers to a battle between Genghis and Presta Jor, the legendary Christian ruler in the East, who was defeated and lost his life. Marco's account claimed that Presta Jor was also known as the Ul Khan, a title given to Toghril, a powerful Mongolian chieftain who had been Genghis's patron before the two men found themselves on opposite sides of a complex civil war back in the formative period of the Mongol polity. Traveling through Mongolia proper, Marco observed the customs and culture of the people here, although his portrayal of Mongol family life served in part to challenge the European stereotype that the Mongols were savage barbarians. Marco greatly admired the Mongol warrior culture that enabled a small nomadic society to build the largest contiguous empire the world had ever seen in the space of just a few decades. The Polos eventually arrived at Kublai's summer palace at Chengdu, or the upper capital, where the Great Khan spent the 3 months from June to August. Better known to the English-speaking world as Xanadu, Marco painted a vivid picture of the Khan's model palace, with its interior walls decorated with images of flora and fauna. These exotic animals could be seen throughout the palace and grounds, which stretched for 16 miles in length. Marco described another palace in the middle of the royal park, made entirely from bamboo canes joined together with nails, marveling at the fact that the whole palace could be moved around like traditional Mongol tents. Marco's account of Xanadu gave the impression of a fantastical paradise, with golden drinking vessels that floated from the table to the great Khan and back again, seemingly without anyone touching them. The description of Xanadu is a particularly famous section from the travels of Marco Polo, yet the Venetians' first meeting with the Great Khan actually took place in the palace of Khan Malik, which Marco claimed to be the largest building he had ever seen, with over 400 rooms in total. Located on the site of what subsequently became the Forbidden City in Beijing. After prostrating themselves before the Khan, the three Venetians were received with honor by Kubla, who was curious to learn when Niccolo and Perfect had been in the years since they last met. The two brothers presented the Great Khan with official documents from Pope Gregory, as well as a gift of the Eagle from the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which particularly delighted Kubla. Niccolo then presented Marco, referring to him as, quote, my son and your man, who as the dearest thing I had in this world, I have brought with great peril and ado from such distant lands to present him to you as your servant. Marco Polo, now 21 years old after 4 years of traveling, was now in the service of the Great Khan.
Politics in Washington
one of the difficult elements of the travels of Marco Polo as a book is that Rustichello did not provide clear dates when events occurred, perhaps because Marco was not around to elaborate on them. By the time Rustichello was committed, the Venetian had told him in prison to pay back. Consequently, it is sometimes difficult to give a chronological account of the 17 years Marco spent in China. The young Venetian claimed that Kubla held him in great favor, and he effectively became a member of the Khan's household, learning Mongolian in the process, which was just one of several languages Polo picked up on his travels. When Marco met Kubla in 1274, the Great Khan was already in his 60s. As one of Genghis Khan's many grandsons, his rise to become supreme Khan had not been guaranteed, as the position was chosen by the descendants of Genghis in a Kubiltai, or Great Assembly. Kubla owed his early rise to his formidable mother, Sultanani Begi, who promoted the interests of all four of her sons, Kubla, and Arik Berka, all of whom achieved distinction. During the 1250s, Kubla proved himself as a military leader, helping his brother Munka conquer the kingdom of Dali in southwest China. When Munka died in 1259, a power struggle followed between Kubla and his brother, Arik Berka, from which Kubla emerged victorious in 1264. The Great Khan treated his younger brother with magnanimity. Arik Berka's unexpected death 2 years later fueled rumors that he had been poisoned.
As we discussed before, the fee or
once he had secured his authority among the Mongols, Kubla resumed his campaigns in China, and these were the backdrop against which Marco spent his time in the Far East. The Mongols had already adopted many Chinese customs, and Marco was impressed by the sophistication of an economy that used paper money. As a traveling merchant, he appreciated how a paper currency was accepted throughout the empire, was much easier and safer to carry compared to large quantities of gold and silver that European merchants used as their means of exchange. In 1271, Kubla laid claim to the Chinese Empire by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty, with himself as emperor, and by 1279 he had eliminated the final vestiges of resistance from the Song dynasty in southern China. However, even as he consolidated his power in China, Kubla's authority elsewhere was in decline, and the empire began to fragment into four distinct entities: the Yuan dynasty in China and Mongolia, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, ruled by the descendants of Genghis' second son, Chagatai, and the Ilkhanate in the Middle East, ruled by Hulagu and his descendants.
Flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinions.
After entering the
Many
Great
great rabbis
Khan's
said,
service,
do not go
Marco performed
to
many
America.
different
It's
roles.
not the golden and
He
it's
spent
not
most of his time at the Khan's court,
It's a non-kosher land.
Khanbag and
You're not going to be able to
Shango,
find day schools. You're not going to be able to
Kubla
find any
about
kosher
Europe
Chinese
and its
restaurants.
people and
You cannot
customs.
go to America. But
He
Jews
also
that
traveled
never
extensively
less.
throughout the
History
empire
studies of
on
the
business
Asian
for the Khan,
immigrants, whether you're married,
collecting
not married,
taxes,
things like that,
participating in
many of
local
the Jews
administration,
here in this great
and gathering
movement to
intelligence
actually
about the
rebel,
local people.
that they were like
His first mission was to a place called Karachian, the Turkic name for the kingdom of Dali, which after its conquest by Kubla in 1253 became Yunnan province in southwestern China. During these missions, Marco took notes about the customs and economic potential of each region, which he would report back to the Khan. These notes kept his recollections of the lands he visited clear in his mind, and they later informed the composition of the famous account of his travels. Marco had a good eye for administration, and he left a detailed account of the postal system that allowed Kubla to administer his vast empire from Khanbag. If they needed to, the emperor's messengers could travel up to 250 miles a day on horseback by carrying a token that enabled them to change horses at each post house. On the main roads leading out from Khanbag, these post houses were 25 miles apart from each other, all of them accompanied by what Marco later described as a large palatial hotel to cater for the needs of any travelers staying overnight. Each of the post houses had at least 400 fresh mounts, ready for the Khan's messengers speeding across the empire on horseback. Marco claimed that there were 10,000 of these post stations throughout Kubla's territories. The Venetian was also struck by the sense of order in Kubla's empire, remarking on how the urban centers were laid out according to a grid pattern of the kind that would later be used for urban planning in the United States in the 19th century. On his travels across northern China, which Marco calls Cathay, after the Khitan people who ruled the region 2 centuries earlier, Marco described people burning black stones for heat and light, which lasted much longer than wood. He had witnessed the burning of coal, which had been used in China as a source of energy for hundreds of years, but which was only beginning to enter use within domestic settings in Europe in the late medieval era, and would not be employed industrially for centuries to come. Marco's description of his journey to Karachian was probably an amalgamation of 2 or 3 journeys he made to what is now southwest India. The first of these trips would have taken place between 1276 and 1280. Marco was now on his own, as he no longer mentions his father and uncle, who may have stayed in Khanbag or carried on their business elsewhere in the empire. As he left the caravan, the first major landmark he mentions is a very beautiful stone bridge over what is now the Yongding River, southwest of Beijing, which he claimed to be 300 paces long and 8 paces wide. Built in 1192 and subsequently rebuilt in the 17th century, the bridge is known in Chinese as the Nugo Bridge, and thanks to Marco's detailed description, it is better known among Europeans as the Marco Polo Bridge. In July 1937, it would be the scene of a famous clash between Japanese and Chinese forces that sparked the Second Sino-Japanese War and the Japanese occupation of much of eastern China. It is known as the Marco Polo Bridge incident.
Yeah, post World War II.
As a result of Khan's extensive infrastructure network, Marco felt comfortable and secure as he made his journey across China to Yunnan. His route took him through Hebei province, on west to Shaanxi and the city of Taiyuan, which served as the base for the Li family to conquer China and establish the Tang dynasty in the 7th century AD. He continued southwest until eventually reaching the city of Chang'an in Shaanxi province. Now known as Xi'an, the city was one of the ancient capitals of China, and Marco remarked that many good and valiant kings have reigned over it. After 3 days, Marco arrived at the mountainous Hangzhou region in southwest Shaanxi, which served as the base of the Liu. His conquest of China had led to the foundation of the Han dynasty in 202 BC. His journey continued into Sichuan province and the city of Chengdu, the capital of the state of Shuhan, during the Three Kingdoms era of the 3rd century AD, which Marco apparently described as once a great and splendid city. Around 5 days from Chengdu, Marco arrived in eastern Tibet, now part of Sichuan and Yunnan provinces. The region had been terribly devastated by Mughal Khan's campaign of conquest in the 1250s, though it is far more likely that the destruction of the region was actually the result of Kublai's actions here. Whoever was responsible, the desolate region caused Marco unease for the first time since leaving Khan Malik. He was not only troubled by the wild beasts he encountered, but also by the customs of the locals, which included peculiar marital arrangements. Fathers who wished to marry off their daughters were happy for them to spend the night with traveling merchants, though Marco appeared to be less enamored by the women of Tibet as those of Hami. Though he was impressed by the products traded in the region, which included spices, silk, amber, and coral. Marco made the locals, quote, the greatest monks and the greatest rulers in the world. He was further repulsed by the religious customs of the natives, writing that they practiced diabolic arts, including rituals which they believed would influence the weather and bring rain and thunder at any time. After another 20 days on the road, Marco arrived at a city he called Kaide, now Xichang in southern Sichuan. Having already described the use of paper money earlier in his account, Marco outlined how the people here used blocks of salt as currency. This could be exchanged for gold, which was plentiful in the region, as the people who lived in the mountains could find it easily in the lakes and rivers by simply panning for it. This enabled traveling merchants to make a healthy profit by arbitraging the different rates in the city and the more remote areas of the country. Marco himself may have made some money in this manner. After his trek through Tibet, Marco arrived at the province of Karajian, eastern Yunnan, where he later claimed he encountered a hideous creature, which he described as a serpent with 2 short front legs, a large head, and a mouth so large as to swallow a for the crocodiles, the corn which was used by the Chinese for medicinal purposes, both to heal wounds and to increase fertility among women. This was highly prized and could fetch high prices, while the meat from the crocodile was also sold as a delicacy. Marco continued his journey west to a place he called Unxian, modern-day Roshan, in western Yunnan, near the Chinese border with modern-day Myanmar. In his later account of the local customs, Marco observed that while the men devoted themselves to hunting and fighting, the women did all the work at home with the assistance of male captive slaves. While this was not too dissimilar to the moral practice, Marco reported that the woman gives birth to a child,
last three, and we'll come back to
The
them
tale
on
had
Wednesday.
many doubters
But just
among
to keep
Marco's
you,
contemporaries.
just to
Modern
not give you a cliffhanger.
anthropologists have
The third
observed
one
similar
is
practices
Zionism, right? The idea of we're going to change everything,
in
we're going to
several
change
other
it in Israel.
communities around
The
the
fourth
world.
one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is the new traditional kingdom, a term I invented, which is basically like the Buddhist Israel and Korean movement. Really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the five strategies, and as I said at the beginning of the lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these five strategies to find himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thanks for learning.
Amidst the instability of the region, the Burmese attacked the Mongols in 1272. The battle that Marco noted was fought near Baoshan in 1277.
We have some great
pitting a
things
Mongol
like this. Gentlemen, this is
cavalry
the
force against a far
material that
larger
can change your
Burmese
life.
army of
But when you
40,000.
understand this, you'll
The
know everything
cavalry
that is
and
important
infantry,
about
as well
life
as 2,000
and
elephants.
Judaism.
Although the elephants caused the Mongol forces to take fright, the Mongols dismounted to fight on foot
It has to be
and
about
managed to
reality,
kill
about
the
how to get
elephants
to
with bows and arrows
one of the
before
things like
engaging
like
in hand-to-hand
it's really
combat.
about how did we get here in the first place?
The
You know,
Mongols
like you're
captured
driving along
200 of
that
the
country
enemy
road,
elephants and
and all of a
presented
sudden
them
you
as
look up and
gifts
think,
to the
what is
Khan.
this place? But
This
if you
Mongol
had,
invasion of
a map
Burma
or
took place in the years
that was like
after the
a very
Mongols
large
arrived at
paper
Kublai's
that
court,
geographically
and Marco would
represents
have
what's
known
on
a
your
lot
screen
about
and
how it
PDF.
proceeded.
Reports reaching the how I got here, and it explains why I messed up in this way or
Years
that way, and
later,
things like that. So
Marco also described
we're
the
going to
country
start
of
with a
Myanmar,
discussion about Java.
to
And
Rusticana.
hopefully today we'll
The
start the
piece
political
included these details
emancipation
in
as
his
well,
book.
because the two issues are
According to
distinctly
Marco,
related.
the
The term
journey to the
Haskalah
capital of Myanmar
is
took
from
15
the English
days
word
riding.
Haskell, which means like
From
to
vast
grow
jungles
intelligent, right?
teeming with
The
elephants, unicorns, and other wild
all my
beasts,
teachers, I
Marco
came to
does not
wisdom
give any
and
further detail
develop.
about these
And it's a
unicorns,
translation
but he was
of a
most
very
likely
important
referring to the
European
Asian
term, a German
rhinoceros,
term, of
the
fail,
horns of which
which
were
means
prized for
enlightenment.
medicinal
And like,
purposes.
it's a good translation.
After
Fail
leaving the
to
jungle,
make things
he arrived at
clearer
what he
because
called
we
the
have
city of
light.
Mien,
The
the ancient
Alfredo
Burmese
as a
capital of
movement
Pagan.
predated the
The city
Haskalah
was
by about
famous for its
100 years.
pagodas,
This
and
is like an
Marco focused
intellectual
on a pair,
wave
one in
of
silver and the other in
ideas that
gold,
washed over
which were
Europe,
built on the tomb
and it
of
caught
one
up
of
with the Jews
Burmese
eventually,
kings.
and the Jews started to
He then
develop
went on to
the
relate
kinds
the
of ideas that are in
conquest of
Alfredo
Myanmar,
include
claiming that
popular
Kublai had sent
sovereignty.
forth a
Like,
large number of
why is the king
jesters
get
and
to be in charge
acrobats,
of all of us?
reinforced by
We
regular
should be in charge of
soldiers.
us. Right? So
After they
America, for
defeated the
example, is one of
Burmese,
the great
the
enlightenment
Mongols were
experiments
astonished to
in
see the
popular
pagodas
sovereignty.
and proposed carrying
The
off the
shift
gold and
of
silver
the
for the
locus
crown.
of
But Kublai
veracity
refused,
from revealed
since he did not
text
wish to cause
to
resentment
scientific
among the
inquiry.
Burmese
Really
by
important
plundering the
standardized. Did
tomb
it so
of one
well.
of their great
Some published
kings.
sold out like that. What do I mean by that?
In
If you
his
wanted to know
description
what
of
was
neighboring
true in the year
Bengal, which
1600,
was conquered by
you
the
would go
Mongols in
ask your priest,
1284,
your imams, your rabbis.
Marco
They
set
would
up the
tell you
trade
what
not
was
only
true,
of
because
spices,
that's
but
more
also
true.
of
I would go
slave
to my
goods
rabbi
and prisoners
for
of
what
war,
is true.
who
I might
remained
go
in
to my
the
rabbi for what
kingdoms
is
after
true.
being
The
captured.
Enlightenment, the
Marco then
Alfredo, the
related his visit
Haskalah,
to the kingdom of
shifted that away
Khalji,
from, well, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the
what
priest
is
is
now
not
northern
so
Vietnam.
accurate all the
Although
time,
the Mongols
but
had
the
first invaded the
science
country in
side,
1257
Newton,
and sacked
you know,
its
people
capital,
like that,
forcing
whoa,
the
all of a
kingdom to
sudden they're
submit to the Khan in
demonstrating things
1261.
with,
Jiao
hypotheses and
revolted in the
experiments.
late
Maybe
1270s,
that's where
but
truth is.
sporadic
So
fighting
it
took
built on
place
the
in the
earlier
following
scientific
decade.
revolution, the very
Again,
way.
these latter events occurred
The
while
politics
Marco was in
changes
the Far East
the
himself.
idea of where it
After
is, how to find out
Vietnam,
if
Marco
something is
began
true.
his return journey
And
to
not
Khan
obviously
Malik,
the latter in particular
traveling through
leads
parts
to
of eastern Yunnan and
decline
Sichuan.
in overall
At Guizhou,
religiosity. But
located
of course,
east
we
of
are
the modern-day
still
city
on
of
that
Chongqing,
slope downward.
Marco
There will be
encountered
occasional
fearsome lions
revivals,
who threatened to attack traveling merchants
like
during the
new
night,
religious
forcing
energy
them
from
to
time
sleep
to
on
time
the
for various
Rhine
reasons. We
River.
may explore some of them.
In order to
But
defend
basically,
themselves from
since the
these
Enlightenment,
beasts,
the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
With them to kill the
Do we know
lions.
why
It took 12 days for Walker to go from Quajo to Chengdu, where he
We have
retraced
been
his
thinking
steps
for ourselves
back
for a
to
very
the
long
capital.
time. It's just that we've decided,
After the account of his
based on
travels
reality
into
of our race,
southwest China,
we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine
there is
the
then an itinerary of the Venetians' travels into eastern China.
No question, those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to Greek sophists, like later Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. But they're all about question. The question is, which data sets do you use? The question is, we use data sets, we say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, it was revealed to us. That it's my love, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should look a little bit further. Good question. That's more like a faith question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, that picks up energy and steam and gets off to another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to modern values, it nevertheless has a huge potential. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which is probably familiar in math class. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations. What is the will of God? The first one says, how do I know that how do I know? Maybe I am like dreaming this. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I'm actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. It's one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating like glass beakers, and they imagine an entire world in their brains. But I don't so how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Silver? No, it could be I exist next to him, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? I not really think, I perceive, therefore I am. Wow! That's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe. Because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist. Because logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. The challenge is, to answer your question directly, just asking the question close, suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist, maybe other things that are shared do not exist. So you're in a loving marriage and say, oh, don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are motivated from it. Empress Dowager Shia, acting as regent in 1276, after a show of resistance, the Dowager led the child emperor to Bayan's camp and submitted. The emperor's 2 brothers escaped by sea to Phrygian province, but after Sun forces were defeated in 1279 in a naval battle off the south coast of China, Global Analyst says with much knowledge comes much
Emperor jumping in his arms and jumped
better
into the sea.
sometimes not to know. Like what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Another expression? Yeah, that's
Allegedly played an
okay, that's
part in
true.
bringing the
Let's
city
start
under
with getting up. How many you don't want to get up?
according to Marco's account.
This is so cool.
The rest of the
This is
Sung Empire
Ferrara, I believe,
the fortress that she and the
1570.
continued to occupy
Earthquake
for
in
3
Ferrara.
years.
This is like
The great Khan, in his frustration, turned to the 3 Venetians and asked them if they had any ideas to take the city. The Venetians informed the Khan of European mangonels, a type of siege engine or catapult which could throw heavy rocks against the walls of enemy fortresses and bring them down.
Everybody
According to
runs out, they cross the river, and they live.
The construction of 3 of these machines,
The whole
which were
population.
brought by river to the besieging
Among them
army,
is a guy named
that she
Asari
had.
Rossi.
The fortress did not hold out for long against
It's
these
sort of like
new
a
weapons and soon surrendered to the Mongols. Here we see Polo's capacity for deception, though.
living as a
Nearly everything in this tale,
this is in the early
as he would
years
have
of
related it to Rusty
So,
Gallo, was
he's
untrue.
reading lots of
The
books
siege of
because he's comparing
Xianyang
manuscripts
actually
to
ended
the
in
Prince's Page and stuff like
1273,
that. But he's not like a
2 years
professor. I
before
think he's
Polos arrived
he's
in
a curious guy,
in
and he's read a lot of
1275.
books. He goes
The
out
Mongols did prevail
into
in
the
the
field
siege
with the rest of the
after
town of Ferrara,
introducing new
and
siege engines to
everybody
their
is out
armies.
there. And he
Both
finds that
Mongol
his
and Chinese
captain,
sources
his tent,
credit Arab
happens to be
siege
really close
engineers
to
with
a
the
whole bunch
innovation.
of Christian
Polo
monks
was claiming
where
credit for
their
something
monastery
which he had
fell
nothing
down,
to do with.
so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day
As
except,
Marco's
wait for
troubles
the aftershocks
continued in
to
China,
subside. So
he
they start
arrived at a place
talking and
called
learning, so to
Singyo,
speak.
a city
And
which he
he
described as
discovers
standing
all
quote,
kinds of cool
on the
things
longest
about
river in the
Christianity.
world.
And
This might have been
he
Zhuzhou
tells
in
them all
Jiangsu
kinds of
province,
things about
near
Judaism
the estuary of
that
the
he
Yangtze
never
River,
heard of.
the
Like, for
longest
example,
river
the
in
whole
China,
letter
and
of
the third longest in the
Aristeas,
world,
which is a
surpassed
document that
only by the Nile
discusses
and Amazon rivers.
the writing of the
Marco
heart of
suggested to
Judas
Rusty
that
Gallo
that
that
he
the amount of
learns all
commercial
about it.
shipping
And he
and
says, hey,
naval
we got
traffic
that whole
on the
thing
river
too. And
was
it's like,
greater than that
there's a
of
real
all
mark.
Europe's
So
rivers
after this is all
combined.
over,
On his way
he
to
sort of
Hangzhou,
has this
Marco
brilliant
went
insight. He
past
says, you
the
know what?
large and
Those
splendid
monks are
city
pretty cool.
of
I actually
Chengdu,
really enjoyed conversation
where a
with them.
massacre
I do not want to be a
recently been
monk. I
inflicted on the
understand, for
city
example, if they're
by
celibate, that's
Bayern's
really not for
army
me.
after the
But
city's
I
garrison
love all this
resisted
stuff
more
that they have to
fiercely
say
than
about,
anticipated.
reality and
Of
truth.
the
And we
large
had
and
great
very
conversation.
splendid
So
city of
he
Suzhou,
leans into the
measuring
Rambam
40 miles in circumference.
accept
He
truth
remarked that
from
there were
anyone who
6,000
says it,
stone bridges
even a
and
Christian
an
monk who clearly
unimaginable
is
number
based
of
in the code of
inhabitants there.
And he ends up
He went
writing
on
a
to
really
observe
important
that,
book
quote,
called
if they
Meor
were all like a
Einayim.
nation,
Don't be
the
confused
men
that
in the
that
province
title
of
has been
Guangxi
used by
would
many
conquer
other
all the
authors
rest
as
of the
well. It's a
world.
very different book.
Yet
But it's
instead
kind
of
of like
focusing on
the
war,
first
the
real
people here
book
preferred to be
of the
merchants,
Haskalah.
craftsmen,
Or
and
maybe I should
scholars.
say it this way. The Haskalah I always
Marco's
told you is
remarks
basically like
reflect the
something that
reputation of the
appears in
Song
Judaism in the
as the
late
imperial
18th
dynasty
century.
that took
So
China
the
to
Meor Einayim is
unparalleled
kind of
heights
like
of cultural
foundational
accomplishment,
work that
but
eventually
struggled to
fed
defend
into
itself from
the
successive
Haskalah.
invasions
It's
from the
like
north.
many controversial books he was writing on,
After passing through some
who was
other
actually taking
cities,
this course remotely, is
Marco
writing
arrived at Hangzhou, which he
on
considered to be, quote,
a book that
without doubt the
received
finest and
lots of
most splendid
Haskamos,
city
and then
in
the
the
Haskamos
world.
who read it later
He
again,
evidently gave a
because
detailed
people thought that it
description
might
of
have
the
a
city
source
to
of
Rusty
that.
Gallo. He
Controversial
was
books like
surrounded
that.
by water,
The Meor
hundreds of
Einayim at
bridges
first
to
read
allow
lots
people to
received
get
lots of
around.
Haskamos,
A
including
layout
from
that would
Los
have doubtlessly
Caro,
reminded
off the road to
Marco of his
Schopenhauer.
native Venice.
And then it got
The
pulled out.
city had many
No, no,
squares
I
and
didn't mean
markets
that.
filled with
I
all
obviously didn't
sorts
read the
of
book very
produce.
carefully. So there was a
While a large
lot
lake
of nasty
dominated the
stuff that
southern
went
side
around
of the city.
the stuff that
famous
everybody
West
liked
Lake,
was your big
around
chapter
which
on the
wealthy
history of
people built
earthquakes.
their mansions.
And that's cool because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot
Marco
about them.
claimed
That's
that
what
a
Ferrara.
voyage on
But
this
then you
lake
also start
offers
writing about
more
other things
refreshment
that
and
sort of went further
delectation
afield.
than any
Much
other
people. But
experience
it's the
on
idea,
earth.
the
The
Haskalah
Venetians praised
idea
the city
authority extended to its women, and he is likely to have partaken of the services of the city's courtesans on more than
That's
one
a
occasion
controversial idea.
during
You guys should realize that you're in college, right? You are also the inheritors
and his
of some
extolling of its
level of
virtues.
this. It's not a
Marco
college
was under heavy
Columbia,
military occupation,
thank
and a
God,
strict
but
curfew
it
was
is
enforced by
nevertheless
local
a college.
authorities.
We are you're using scientific inquiry, you're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, is not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
He did not intend to live the remainder of his life there. During that stay in China, Napoleon requested leave to return to Venice on several occasions, but Cooper found it useful and was reluctant to let them go. The opportunity finally came in 1291, when Cooper's great-nephew,
Not everyone can.
the ruler of the
Many things
Ilkhanate in Persia,
but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand.
Kublai obliged by sending a princess named Kirkajin to Persia, accompanied
It's
by
hard to
3
hold back
Mongol
ideas,
nobles.
right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You go to Hebrew, start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular. Fantastic, great. And later, someone picks up something that's wait, like, it's not exactly what we want to say, and it comes up. But it doesn't come up the right way. Mr. Wilkie,
Claimed they found a lost community of Christians who worshipped in secret, but were allowed to practice openly after petitioning the Great Council. The party arrived at the port of Changzhou, which Marco refers to by the Arabic name of Saigon. Here, Kublai had arranged for them to have a fleet of 14 ships waiting. Before the subsequent passage to India is related in the Travels of Marco Polo, there is a section which digresses to describe the islands to the east of China, the chief among which was Jipangu, or Japan. As Marco related it to Ustikel, the ruler of Japan lived in a palace covered with solid gold. A description that 2 centuries later would inspire Christopher Columbus to search for a western route to this wealthier country in a quest to claim its legendary wealth for the Spanish kingdom. Cooper was also eager to get his hands on Japan's wealth and sent 2 expeditions to conquer the island.
reconcile
After the
passages in the
first attempt
Bible
failed
with
in
the century time.
1274,
That's
the
probably where
second
it got
campaign was
It's a
launched in
big, thick book, by the way.
1281,
Translated
but
into English.
ended in
I think we have
disaster in
copies
August
somewhere
when a
in the
typhoon,
dangerous
the
literature
legendary
section of the
kamikaze,
External Library,
wind,
but it's worth
destroyed
looking at.
much of the Mongol fleet
Another big
and forced the Khan to
emphasis
abandon
for
the
the
campaign.
Hafsalah, we have not
Marco
discussed in
describes
great
how a
detail
small
here, but
band of Mongols left
a
behind
couple
in
of you have
Japan
been in my
managed to
foreign
seize a
history
local
class.
fort
Really
and
important
hold
is the
on to it for
Portuguese
several months
diaspora.
before a
The
peace
Portuguese
settlement was
Jews were
negotiated.
called by Cecil
These
Locke
events
on the
occurred
great
while
historians of the
Polo
last
was in the
century,
east,
the
so
first
while he
modern
did not himself visit the
by
Japanese
modern,
islands,
he
they
meant
would have
like
been a subject of
Jews
much
who have a
conversation
totally
at the court
different
of Kublai Khan
outlook
in
on
the
life
1270s
and are
and
especially
1280s.
prepared to engage in code switching,
After leaving Changzhou,
and can borrow
Marco,
from
his
the
father and
secular world
uncle,
without feeling
traveled
guilty about it.
1,500
The
miles
reason
into
being
the South China
that
Sea
unlike
to
the
the kingdom
Sephardic
of
Jews, the
Champa,
Spanish Jews who were
roughly
expelled
corresponding
in
to the southern
1492,
half of
the
Vietnam.
Portuguese Jews were
Their
forcibly
subsequent journey
converted
through the East
in
Indies
late
is difficult
1496,
to
early
trace.
1497,
Mention is made
and
in
then
the
they
travels of
experienced
Marco
the
Polo
Portuguese
of the
Inquisition,
great
which was
island of
absolutely
Java,
awful, and then only
1,500
afterwards were they
miles
able to
southeast
get
of
out of
Champa,
Portugal and
which the
start
Venetian
establishing
claimed to be the
communities
largest island
throughout
in the
Europe,
world.
as
But the description
Jews
seems to be
were
more
also
appropriate for
Christians
Borneo.
at the same
He
time.
also referred to a
Meaning,
lesser
they were
Java,
forcibly
now the
become
Indonesian
Christian.
island
That
of
meant they got
Sumatra,
Christian driver's
stating that
licenses.
while
And
Kublai
they could go
claimed
wherever they want,
authority
they could go
over
to
the island,
universities, they
its
could take any
rulers
job they
remained
want, they could take any
independent.
job, any
After
profession they
sailing
want, they
through
could
the Straits
live
of
anywhere they
Malacca,
want. They
the
were
Polo
Christians,
stopped off
and
at
they were
Ceylon,
prepared to
the
exploit
pre-modern name for
their
Sri
Christian
Lanka,
identity,
before sailing around the
but
southern
still
tip
they
of
wanted to
India
become
and
Christians
up
at
its
the same
western
time.
coast.
And so they had
There,
much
the
less
Polos
of an
allegedly
allergy
attempted to
to
find the tomb of the
ideas that
Apostle
were
St.
otherwise
Thomas,
contributed.
said
Because
to
they're
have
already
been martyred
swimming,
in India
and they had done
and
it for
buried near
generations.
Madras.
Big
The
distance.
travels
And
of
they
Marco
moved all
Polo
over Europe,
claims that the
and they
journey
moved
across
to
the
the New
Indian
World,
Ocean
and
took
so they
18
create the
months.
possibility
By the
of
time the
multiple
party
identities,
finally arrived
which
at the port of
100 years earlier
Southern
would have been
Persian Gulf,
completely,
only 18
mutually
of the initial party of
exclusive
600
between
that
Jewish and
left
Christian
China
at the same
were
time.
still
So the
alive.
Portuguese Jews
We
could
can
and
probably
did
assume
and
that Marco was
demonstrated that
once
this is a
again
possibility.
exaggerating here.
Right, so they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving them there right now. They're
Discovered
thinking
that
this is a
Marco
great book. It has all kinds of
her
cool
intended
ideas.
husband,
We love the
was already
synthesis of
dead.
Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish
She was
wisdom.
therefore married to his young son.
Sure, you got a question? You got a question?
After remaining in
No,
the
you're
Persian
good? Okay,
Gulf
good.
for 9
Don't be
months,
sorry.
the
Okay, so the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Ilui of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as Stalin mentioned earlier, he's a frugal guy. He's Orthodox. Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging ourselves in. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as we move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to this idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically, it didn't happen all over at the same time, but basically America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal to the black people. Not black people. And by the way, and then all those people had to vote, but everybody's okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution we'll talk about after this lecture was massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe. And when they gave people rights, that was mindful. And that's basically following on from the work that I wrote in biography. It comes from Northern Germany, it's called Prussia. And he's a self-autodidact, self-taught genius. Exceptionally skilled in all trial areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things to learn here at this college, was his composition skills. To write really well
is often disjointed and incomplete, with unfinished sentences and abrupt shifts in the narrative, and no two manuscripts are the same.
Top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of business contacts. So the level of communication that Jews have for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the nominal. Typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but someone on would have enough to get to consider, follow maybe from a Rashi. But when it comes to German, it will basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help in their houses and doing their lawn, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation next week, don't come, or, basic things are, hey, you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or like, I know 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my driving license. I could almost all leaders in America and something like Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name.
By the early 1320s, Marco's tales seemed increasingly fantastical to his fellow Venetians, who knew him primarily as a sedentary merchant of their city. According to legend, whenever he walked the streets of the city, he was followed by children shouting, "Mr. Marco, tell us another lie."
But I'll tell you,
account, this one written by
when I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They call me Henry. So
his
they
friends
after about
urged
a
him
month,
to
they said,
admit
forget
that
it,
the
we can
tales
call
he
you
had told for
Young
several
Sue.
years were
The
made up.
name means like Moshe Chaim or something like that. Young Sue. So that was
Friends, I
that's my
have not
Korean.
written down half of those things I
Okay,
saw.
well, how did I get to that?
He would never
You
recover
say,
from
well,
this
I
illness,
can't spell it
and he
in
died on the
Korean,
9th of
but I
January
don't have a marker here.
1324. At the age of 69,
Yeah, is this a marker? Yeah.
Marco Polo enjoys a legacy as one of the greatest travelers in world history. A native of the Venetian Merchant Republic, Marco joined his father and uncle on their journey to Kubla Khan's court as a teenager, and would serve the Great Khan for 17 years, during which he traveled extensively throughout China, making detailed observations of local societies, economies, customs, and religious beliefs. After returning home after 24 years of travel, his participation in the Battle of Chula proved a stroke of fortune, as it introduced him to Mr. who helped him immortalize his travels. The travels of Marco Polo soon became a literary sensation, with dozens of manuscript copies of it from the 14th and 15th centuries, attesting to its popularity in Italy and France. The printing revolution thereafter many new readers across Europe. It would inspire future explorers and also offered a template for the burgeoning genre of anthropological studies of foreign societies in early modern Europe. Ultimately, his story is one of strange paradoxes. The travels of Marco Polo were made possible by the brief peace which existed across Asia during the era of Roman rule that followed from decades of brutal war and conquest. Soon, Central Asia and the Middle East would collapse back into warring states and rival powers.
But if you were close to the king, you didn't have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think, you would not see son-in-law or her Rebbe's son-in-law, yeah, had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had an excellent speaking ability in German, and so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beat Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, he's probably called the genius of death because he was like really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he
Blocking the route of Europeans to
he has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely
influential to history as Marco Polo was born around 1250
by contrast,
merchant family
in
the city of Venice.
Not too far away from
Marco's father was Niccolo Polo, a prosperous merchant. The origins of the Polo family are unclear. One tradition suggests that they were originally from Šibenik on the Dalmatian coast of what is now Croatia, and that they only relocated to Venice in the early 11th century. Another study suggests that the family only moved to Venice in the mid-13th century, and that Marco was actually born on the island of Chula, near modern-day Dubrovnik. At the time of Marco's birth, the Republic of Venice was one of just dozens of Italian city-states, though one of the most powerful, dominating the sea routes of the Adriatic Sea and with extensive trading connections on the colonies in the eastern Mediterranean. Numerous studies have proposed that Marco was actually born in one of Venice's trading stations or colonies abroad, perhaps even in Constantinople, the medieval name for Istanbul and the capital of the Byzantine Empire at the time. The wider consensus, however, is that Venice itself was his place of birth. According to the traditional account found in The Travels of Marco Polo, Niccolo and his brother, Maffeo, left Venice in 1253 on what would become an extensive trading voyage. Early the following year, Niccolo's pregnant wife gave birth to a boy named Marco after St. Mark, Venice's patron saint.
Marco's mother, whose name is unknown, died when her son was still a child. As his father was away on his trading mission, young Marco was brought up by an aunt and uncle. Away from Venice, it is likely that Niccolo Polo would not have even known that his wife was pregnant when he left the city in 1253.
By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual
further into the life and travels of Marco Polo,
oh my
it
God!
is worth reflecting first on the book from which nearly all of our information on this mercurial Italian traveler is derived. The title of The Travels of Marco Polo, as it is known in English today, was actually something more akin to Book of the Marvels of the World in the original North Italian dialect in which it was written. It was not, as it sometimes suggested, written by Marco Polo himself. Instead, it was authored by Rustichello da Pisa, a writer from the city of Pisa in Tuscany. Sometime around the mid-1280s, Rustichello was imprisoned by the Republic of Genoa, which was engaged in an extensive conflict with Pisa during the 13th century for control over the island of Corsica. He was still in a prison in Genoa years later when he was joined by Marco Polo, who had himself been detained by the Genoans during the conflict with Venice. Polo was soon released from prison. By that time, he had related the stories of his travels across Asia extensively to Rustichello, and the Pisan later wrote them out and published them. This was in manuscript form, and in the 14th century, hundreds of copies in various French and Italian dialects were circulating around Europe, indicating its popularity as a travelogue. Nearly all of what follows is based on the travels of Marco Polo. Scholars have found no major reasons to dispute the accuracy of what Polo related to Rustichello, and the Pisan writer recounted it in print. The curiosities about the world which Polo encountered in Central Asia and China would have been so unusual to European readers in the late medieval period that he would not have needed to exaggerate in order to make his work of wide interest.
And they have
the Venice that Marco Polo grew up in was a thriving commercial centre, with trading interests as far afield as Constantinople, the Black Sea, Levant, and Alexandria in Egypt. The city's merchants have become rich on the back of acting as the major go-between for goods coming from India and the Far East to the Middle East, which were then carried to Europe on Venetians. An embryonic banking and insurance system had developed in Venice and other cities like Genoa, Pisa, and Florence in the High Middle Ages to facilitate and finance this extremely lucrative trade. Venice had also become a major naval power in the process, with a huge merchant navy and a substantial fleet of galleys. Indeed, so powerful were the Venetians that half a century before Polo was born, the Venetians had largely co-opted the Fourth Crusade into conquering Constantinople and for a time occupying much of the lands of the Byzantine Empire. It was only in 1261 that the Byzantines managed to retake their capital, and when Marco's father and uncle had left Venice in 1253, it had been to head east to extend their trading interests at Constantinople. Though they soon relocated northwards to the Italian trading stations in the Crimea. As significant as Venice's ties to Constantinople and the Eastern Mediterranean were, Marco Polo's life would be shaped by developments much further to the east. The Mongols, a major tribespeople from the Chinese end of the Asian steppe, had burst onto the global stage at the beginning of the 13th century after a warlord named Genghis Khan had united the divided tribes into a confederation that had begun extensive military campaigns in both China and in Central Asia.
By the time of Genghis's death in 1226, the Mongols had expanded as far west as the Caspian Sea and launched raids into Eastern Europe. This continued under his successors. By the time Marco was born in the mid-1250s, the Mongols were campaigning into the Crimea and Ukraine region and into the Levant against the Muslim powers. They sacked the city of Baghdad in 1258. While the Mongol Empire would soon be divided up amongst the descendants of Genghis Khan, at its peak, their combined territories extended from the Black Sea and the Syrian desert in the west, all the way to the Yellow Sea and the eastern edges of Asia in the east. This all had major implications for European merchants like the Polos. Firstly, the Mongol campaigns that destroyed some of the old powers who had played a major role in bringing Chinese silk and spices from India and the East Indies to the Middle East for merchants from Venice and Genoa to buy them in cities like Alexandria for the European market. But conversely, the creation of a unified Mongolian polity that stretched over more than half of Eurasia led to what is termed the Pax Mongolica, the Mongolian Peace, a period in which the Mongols facilitated trade along the Silk Roads that led from the Mediterranean all the way east to China. Marco's father and uncle, Niccolo and Maffeo, were two of the first individuals to see the potential for direct trade to the east under Mongolian rule. In the process, cutting down the Muslim merchants who had made the Venetians pay over the odds for their goods in Alexandria for centuries. Hence, the two brothers set off east from the Crimea in the early 1260s, traveling to Bukhara in modern-day Uzbekistan, a rich trading city where they lived for 3 years and learned various Mongolian dialects. In 1265, they received an invitation from the most powerful of the Mongol lords, Kublai Khan, the ruler of China, to head east to visit his court at Khan Balik, on the site of modern-day Beijing. There, the Polos found Kublai to be a wise and intelligent ruler. His mother was also a Nestorian Christian, a sect of Christianity that believed in the separation of Jesus Christ's human and divine forms, one which had flourished in Asia in medieval times. Thus, Kublai was sympathetic to the Christian Polos, and they soon acquired trading concessions from him and a right of free passage around the Mongol territories. Armed with this, they loaded up on expensive goods like silks and spices, which were often worth more than their weight in gold back in Europe, and headed back west. By 1269, they arrived at the port of Acre in modern-day Israel, and then headed on the last leg of their journey home to Venice, arriving there either in late 1269 or into 1270. When Niccolo Polo returned to Venice after a 16-year absence, he met his 15-year-old son Marco for the first time. Rustichello did not provide much by way of detail on Marco's early life in The Travels of Marco Polo, and little is known about his childhood. He would have received some practical schooling in basic mathematics and about foreign currencies and commodities, the better to continue in the family mercantile trade in years to come. He would also have had some experience of being at sea by the time his father and brother returned to Venice. Such was the manner in which Venetians lived, astride the Adriatic Sea. What we can be much sure about is that it was quickly decided in the early 1270s that when the Polos headed off on another trade mission, Marco would accompany them. There was not long to wait. They left Venice in the spring of 1271 to head for the Holy Land, where Italian mercantile activity was busy at the time to supply Acre and the other Crusader ports for the Ninth Crusade. There the Polos visited Jerusalem, while they waited for the election of a new Pope in Rome, in the hopes that the new head of the church would provide them with messages to take east to Kubla Khan. Eventually, though, they tired of an inordinately long election process and decided to strike out east for China once again. Before receiving word that Pope Gregory X had been elected and the two friars would accompany them on their travels. It was the beginning of a 24-year odyssey. The party of five headed eastwards. They quickly encountered a local Muslim ruler who threatened to imprison them. At that juncture, the two friars, with a wealthy regard for their lives and the perils that they had, decided to return home. While the three Venetians continued on, motivated by the belief that religious differences were no obstacle to trade. As he traveled through the Mongol Empire, the young Marco Polo marveled at the religious freedom he encountered, remarking, "So long as all are faithful and obedient to the Khan and give the appointed tribute, and justice is well observed, you may do as you please with your soul." The party travelled through Armenia and Turkey, where Marco expressed disappointment at not finding Noah's Ark at its supposed resting place atop Mount Ararat in the Caucasus. Polo's next turned south to Mosul. It is unclear if they visited Baghdad or not, a city that was in decline after centuries of being the capital of a united Arab caliphate. From there, the next stop was the Persian city of Tabriz. Marco described the unusual method traders in Tabriz used to buy and sell pearls. They would face each other with their hands covered in fabric, and rather than conducting business outright, they would signal the terms of the deal by squeezing each other's fingers and wrists, ensuring that the price of the deal remained secret to third parties. The Venetians journeyed across Persia to the port of Hormuz, hoping to board a ship and sail to India, from where they would travel to China by land. However, they found the ships unseaworthy for the crossing of the Indian Ocean, and instead decided to go back north. After some idyllic descriptions of the oasis towns of northeastern Persia, Marco went on to recount tales of the assassins to Rustichello, who subsequently included the details in his book. These were members of a radical Islamic sect who were known for launching fanatical attacks on powerful rulers from their strongholds in isolated mountain fortresses throughout the Middle East. Marco Polo's descriptions of the assassins contributed to their notoriety in the Western world, but by the time of his travels, the assassins had already been largely eliminated by the Mongols. The Venetian party then turned east to Afghanistan, visiting the site of Mulk, ancient Bactria, which enjoyed a reputation as one of the finest cities in the world until its permanent destruction by Genghis in 1220. While Marco was able to refer to the legendary tales of Alexander the Great in Bactria, the lands further east were only known to him through the stories of the elder Polos. Despite suffering from heat and thirst, the Venetian party rode their trusty camels through the sands of Central Asia, acquiring much-needed supplies at the oasis towns on the way. Eventually, they arrived at the oasis region of Baraksan, now divided between Afghanistan and Tajikistan. Marco was delighted by the region, known for its trade in precious stones such as rubies and lapis lazuli, the blue gemstone, prized for its intense color. The young Venetian came to know the region well, as he fell ill, and the Polos had to stay for a year here until he recovered. It has been speculated that he was suffering from tuberculosis, which he may have contracted as a child, and the symptoms of which only manifested during the stressful journey across Asia.
Of course, you have
By the
people
time of
always
Marco's
who are
recovery,
less
it was
and more
1273,
particular,
a full
less
2
and more
years
willing to
after
compromise, but there's no
his
such thing as
father
like
and his
kind of
uncle had left
openly
Venice. A
community
few
world.
weeks later, they
Shots
faced
for
the
all first, the
formidable
years are
obstacle
1808 to
of the
1888.
Pamir
The world has
Mountains,
changed a lot
which
in
Marco
the
described
century.
as one of the
And
highest
humans
places in the
are
whole
now
world.
actively exploring
Observing that there were no
either
birds
simple
at the high
conversion to Christianity
altitude
on a much
because
larger
there was
scale,
nothing for them to eat.
or simply
However, once
non-observant
he reached the expansive
and
plateau,
he's fighting a very
claimed
different
the
battle
roof of the
in a different
world,
part of the world,
he
and
was
he basically
surprised to
says,
encounter
okay,
a
we're
large
going
lake
to come to terms
accompanied
with
by
modernity, we're going
the
to draw
best
a
and
line,
fattest pasture
and we
of the
won't cross
world,
that line,
on
but it's
which
definitely going to be
grazed
a line that's in a very different
multitudes of
place
wild
than
sheep.
Prussia in the
The
1780s.
plateau
So
was
it's
not
very
as
different
friendly to
strategy.
humans,
Yes,
and the
very
Polos
complex.
struggled to
Let's see
keep
what
their campfires going
everybody
in
has
a low
that.
oxygen
But it's
environment.
not for his influence.
2 months later, having crossed the Pamirs, they arrived at Khotan, on the edge of the Taklamakan Desert,
Mr. Tillman,
where they
I
replenished
will.
their
I
dwindling
am
supplies.
hesitant as a
The
historian
arduous trek
to
through the
post
Taklamakan
value judgments
only
backwards
brought
in
them to
time.
the edge of the
I don't
considerably
think it's
larger
especially
Gobi
helpful
Desert.
way
The
to teach
temperatures
history. I would
fluctuated
love you guys to
wildly
make up that
each day
decision.
in this
Think about
desolate
it.
landscape, from 40 degrees
I
Celsius
can
during the
say
daytime
that
to
in the
below
19th
freezing at
century,
night.
you had a
Marco
whole range
later
of
recollected
strategies
hearing a
for
phenomenon
Judaism. You
called
had
the singing
the Hassan
sands,
Sofer,
caused
contemporary
by the wind on the
rovers,
dunes,
essentially
which many
staking out the
interpreted
Haredi
at the
position,
time
saying
as the
that
souls
we
of
will
those
have
who had died
no
in the
compromise
desert
with
crying
Judaism.
out.
You have the
At last, the
people like
Venetian
Abraham
party
Geiger
arrived
who's
among
saying,
the
oh, we're
Tangut,
totally going to
a
compromise with
Tibetan
Judaism.
people who had ruled over a sizable
In fact,
domain
the
in western China
voted
before the Mongol
twice
conquest.
in favor
Though
of
he had
moving
been
Shabbos
confused
to
about the
Sunday.
religion of the
Moving
Buddhists
Shabbos to
during
Sunday.
his
The
earlier
reason it never
encounters with
happened
them,
is because
Marco
the
expressed
gap
admiration
between the
for the
leadership of the
devotion of the
reformers and
Tangut
the layers,
Buddhists
meaning the
and drew
regular
a number
people.
of
The
parallels with
leadership thought this was a
Christianity,
great idea. The
likening
ladies
the
said
worship
it's
of
just
Buddha
not
statues in
thought,
different
and they
forms
wouldn't accept
to
it.
the veneration of saints.
So that's on the other
He
thing.
was
And then
less
Thomas
impressed by
Creflo
the morality
he
of the
carved
lay
out
people
kind of a middle path.
outside the monasteries, observing
You know,
that the men
maybe
frequently
there's
took
a
up to
strategy
30
for
wives,
but they're
and
all
those
still
who were too
excess.
old
Still
could be
living with all those
replaced by a
strategies
younger
today,
sister.
20 years later.
Marco was more intrigued
So
by the customs in the oasis town of now known by its Chinese name of Hami, where the menfolk were so accommodating of guests from afar that they would invite them to sleep with their own wives for the duration of their stay, and the women were more than happy to oblige. Marco, who was in his late teens at the time, strongly implies that he was the beneficiary of such hospitality, a practice that enabled such remote communities to replenish an otherwise limited gene pool.
Those terms are fairly applied.
Not long after Licour, the Polos spent almost a year carrying out their business at a place which Marco called Camp Chou, which has been identified with Zhengye, in Gansu province in northwestern China. The longer he spent in the Mongol Empire, the more he praised its accomplishments. Despite Genghis's reputation as a bloodthirsty savage in Europe, Marco later stated, quote, Genghis Khan was a very upright man, eloquent but of great valor, great wisdom, and great prowess, placing him on equal footing with his childhood hero, Alexander the Great. He went as far as to claim that Genghis protected the inhabitants of cities that resisted him after he had conquered them. In his description of Genghis's life and conquests, Marco refers to a battle between Genghis and Presta John, the legendary Christian ruler in the east, who was defeated and lost his life. Marco's account claimed that Presta John was also known as the Khan, a title given to Tokhril, a powerful Mongolian chieftain who had been Genghis's patron before the two men found themselves on opposite sides of a complex civil war back in the formative period of the Mongol polity. Traveling through Mongolia proper, Marco observed the customs and culture of the people here. Although his portrayal of Mongol family life served in part to challenge the European stereotype that the Mongols were savage barbarians, Marco greatly admired the Mongol warrior culture that enabled a small nomadic society to build the largest contiguous empire the world had ever seen in the space of just a few decades. The Polos eventually arrived at Kublai's summer palace at Chengdu, or the upper capital, where the Great Khan spent the 3 months from June to August, better known to the English-speaking world as Xanadu. Marco painted a vivid picture of the Khan's marble palace, with its interior walls decorated with images of flora and fauna. These exotic animals could be seen throughout the palace and grounds, which stretched for 16 miles in length. Marco described another palace in the middle of the royal park, made entirely from bamboo canes, joined together with nails, marveling at the fact that the whole palace could be moved around like traditional Mongol tents. Marco's account of Xanadu gave the impression of a fantastical paradise, with golden drinking vessels that floated from the table to the Great Khan and back again, seemingly without anyone touching them. The description of Xanadu is a particularly famous section from the Travels of Marco Polo, yet the Venetians' first meeting with the Great Khan actually took place in the palace of Khan Malik, which Marco claimed to be the largest building he had ever seen. With over 400 rooms in total, located on the site of what subsequently became the Forbidden City in Beijing. After prostrating themselves before the Khan, the 3 Venetians were received with honor by Kubla, who was curious to learn where Niccolo and Raphael had been in the years since they last met. The 2 brothers presented the Great Khan with official documents from Pope Gregory, as well as a gift of the oil from the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which particularly delighted Kubla. Niccolo then presented Marco, referring to him as, quote, "My son and your man, who as the dearest thing I had in this world, I have brought with great peril and ado from such distant lands to present him to you as your servant." Marco Polo, now 21 years old after 4 years of traveling, was now in the service of the Great Khan. One of the difficult elements of the Travels of Marco Polo as a book is that Rustichello did not provide clear dates of when events occurred, perhaps because Marco was not around to elaborate on them. By the time Rustichello was committing what the Venetian had told him in prison to paper. Consequently, it is sometimes difficult to give a chronological account of the 17 years Marco spent in China. The young Venetian claimed that Kubla held him in great favor, and he effectively became a member of the Khan's household, learning Mongolian in the process, which was just one of several languages Polo picked up on his travels. When Marco met Kubla in 1274, the Great Khan was already in his 60s. As one of Genghis Khan's many grandsons, his rise to become Supreme Khan had not been guaranteed, as the position was chosen by the descendants of Genghis in a Kulatai, or Great Assembly. Kubla owed his early rise to his formidable mother, Sorgatani Begi, who promoted the interests of all 4 of her sons, Gur, Ulagu, Kubla, and Arik Berka, all of whom achieved distinction. During the 1250s, Kubla proved himself as a military leader, helping his brother Gur conquer the kingdom of Dali in southwest China. When Gur died in 1259, a power struggle followed between Kubla and his brother, Arik Berka, from which Kubla emerged victorious in 1264. The Great Khan treated his younger brother with magnanimity,
Jews
Greek
regarded
worker's
German
unexpected
culture
death 2
as
years
being
later
high
fueled rumors
value.
that he had been poisoned.
Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy
Once
of
he
the
had
20th
secured his
century.
authority among
We
the
speak about this
Mongols,
thing called the German
Kubla
Jewish
resumed his
synthesis.
campaigns
So
in
we
China,
really wanted to
and
be
these were
like
the backdrop
Germans
against
so
which
badly.
Marco spent
We
his
thought
time
Germans
in the
had the
Far
best
East.
literature,
The
the best
Mongols had
science,
already
the best
adopted
music,
many
the
Chinese
best art.
customs,
They really did
and
have
Marco was
an
impressed
amazing
by the
collection of
sophistication of
cultural
an
artifacts.
economy that
So
used
much
paper
so
money.
that when
As
it
a
gets
traveling
expressed in some
merchant, he
denominational
appreciated
sense, like
how
we
a
thought,
paper
I know
currency
it's not the
that was
planned vector,
accepted
but we kind
throughout
of
the
go in that
empire
direction.
was much
Abraham
easier and
Geiger
safer to carry
reformed
compared
congregations
to
are
large
typically not
quantities of
called
gold and
synagogues.
silver
What are they called?
that European
Temples.
merchants
Now, why
used
do
as
they
their
call them
means of
temples? What other way
exchange.
to call them temples?
In 1271, Kubla laid claim to
The
the Chinese
thing
empire
it's the
by
service like
proclaiming the
you
Yuan
when they're
dynasty,
landing a little
with
bit high,
himself
we
as
can
emperor. And by
okay, very good. A little bit
1279,
sharper,
he
Mr.
had
Rubin.
eliminated the
Yes.
final vestiges
How
of
many
resistance from the
temples
Song
are
dynasty
there
in southern China.
Judaism?
However, even as he
Three.
consolidated his
Well,
power in
okay.
China,
One
Kubla's
at a time.
authority
Exactly.
elsewhere was in decline,
One at a time. And
and
where
the
is that
empire
temple?
began to fragment into
Jerusalem.
four distinct
So
entities:
why, what does it
the
mean
Yuan
if you
dynasty
build a
in
building
China
in
and
Berlin
Mongolia,
and you say
the
this
Golden Horde in
my
Russia,
temple?
the Chagatai
Move the
Khanate
center
in
of
Central
Judaism to
Asia,
Berlin. Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
by the
Exactly.
descendants
Move
of
the center of
Genghis'
Judaism
second
to
son,
Berlin. You say,
Chagatai,
oh, forget
and
about all that
Ilkhanate in the
biblical
Middle
stuff
East,
about wanting to go
ruled by
back.
Hulagu and his descendants.
Moving all reference to Mashiach.
After
This is our
entering the
temple,
Great
right here
Khan's
in Berlin.
service,
This is where we
Marco
belong.
performed
Of
many
course, you
different
should give us
roles.
equal rights as
He
citizens
spent
because
most of
we've
his
already
time
made this
at the
commitment.
Khan's
We've
court, at
abandoned
Khan Balik
our
and
temple
Shangdu,
for what we're creating here.
informing Kubla about
That
Europe
kind of
and its
thing
people and
is not
customs.
happening in
He
Russia,
also traveled
the Russian
extensively
Empire.
throughout the
Jews
empire
are not
on business for the Khan,
admirers in the 19th
collecting
century
taxes,
of Russian literature.
participating in local administration, and gathering
It's
intelligence about the local people.
no, it wasn't their
His
thing.
first
They
mission
got
was to
involved
a
in
place
more
called Karajian,
Jewish
a Turkic
issues,
name for the kingdom of
and especially
Kali,
it found
which
expression
after its
in
conquest
things
by
like
Kubla in
Yiddishism, like the
1253
celebration of
became
Yiddish
Yunnan
language,
province in southwestern China. During these missions,
I'm going to look up your
Marco
name.
took
You
notes
show up for
about the
class, but I
customs
read
and
the paper. It's
economic
really cool.
potential of each
So,
region,
the Yiddish
which he
was
would
the
report back
vernacular,
to the
and
Khan.
they're saying we should
These
not make
notes
this
kept his
vernacular,
recollections
which
of
was
the
not
lands he
considered
visited
even by
clear in his
Jews a
mind,
real language.
and they
It's
later
basically
informed
German
the
written in
composition
Hebrew
of the
characters.
famous
My
account
own
of his
grandmother, Ella
travels.
Shalom, who was born in 1910, she didn't
Marco
even
had a
call
good eye
Yiddish
for administration,
Yiddish. She called it
and he left a
Jewish. That
detailed
was the
account
Jewish
of the
language. That's
postal
what Jews
system
spoke, but it didn't
that
have a
allowed
real
Kubla
status
to
at the time.
administer his vast
So
empire
they
from
started
Khan
writing
Balik.
Yiddish literature,
If
Shalom
they
Aleichem,
needed
and
to,
the most smart
the
people like
emperor's
that,
messengers could
Paris,
travel up to
were Zionists.
250 miles
That
a day
becomes
on
really big. We're
horseback
going to get more into
by
this.
carrying a
That's what
token
on
that
Monday.
enabled them to
Zionism
change
becomes
horses
really
at
big.
each
That's
post
the Jewish
house.
kind of
On the
Pascal
main
expression.
roads leading
Not
out from
as a
Khan
trying
Balik,
to
these post houses
imitate
were found
Nazis, but we're
25
inferior
miles
numbers.
apart from each
And of
other,
course, Jewish
all
socialism,
of them
again, more
accompanied
for
by what Marco later
one of
described
the most
as a
significant
large palatial
areas of which
hotel
Jews
to cater
did
for the
express the
needs of any travelers staying overnight.
was a greater
Each of the
emphasis
post houses
on
had at least
introducing
400
secular
fresh
studies
mounts, ready for
into
the Khan's
Jewish
messengers
education.
speeding across the
One of the
empire on
pioneers was this
horseback.
man, Joseph Pearl,
Marco
who lived
claimed
in
that there were
Galicia,
10,000 of these post stations
generation
throughout
after
Kubla's
Moses
territories.
Mendelssohn.
The
There's
Venetian
one
was also
fascinating
struck
story
by the
about
sense
him
of
that I want
order
to
in
share.
Kubla's empire,
He was
remarking on how the urban centers were laid out
according
according to a grid pattern of the kind that would later be used for urban planning in the United States in the 19th century. On his travels across northern China, which Marco calls Cathay, after the Khitan people who ruled the region 2 centuries earlier, Marco described people burning black stones for heat and light, which lasted much longer than wood. He had witnessed the burning of coal, which had been used in China as a source of energy for
hundreds of years, but which was only beginning to enter use within domestic settings in Europe in the late medieval era, and would not be employed industrially for centuries to come. Marco's description of his journey to Karajian was probably an amalgamation of three journeys he made to what is now southwest India. The first of these trips have taken place between 1276 and 1280. Marco was now on his own, as he no longer mentions his father and uncle, who may have stayed in Carnavalic or carried on their business elsewhere in the empire. As he left the capital, the first major landmark he mentions is a very beautiful stone bridge over what is now the Hunding River, southwest of Beijing, which he claimed to be 300 paces long and 8 paces wide. Built in 1192 and subsequently rebuilt in the 17th century, the bridge is known in Chinese as the Lubo Bridge. But thanks to Marco's detailed description, it is better known among Europeans as the Marco Polo Bridge. In July 1937, it would be the scene of a famous clash between Japanese and Chinese forces that sparked the Second Sino-Japanese War, and the Japanese occupation of much of eastern China.
The rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics.
Incident.
Let's see what the attention
As a result of the Khan's extensive infrastructure network, Marco felt comfortable and secure as he made his journey across China to Yunnan. His route took him through Hebei province, onwards to Shaanxi and the city of Taiyuan, which served as the base for the Li family to conquer China and establish the Tang dynasty in the 7th century AD. He continued southwest until eventually reaching the city of Chang'an in Shaanxi province. Now known as Xi'an, the city was one of the ancient capitals of China, and Marco remarked that many good and valiant kings have reigned over it. After 3 days, Marco arrived at the mountainous Hangzhou region in southwest Shaanxi, which served as the base of the warlord Liu Bang for his conquest of China that led to the foundation of the Han Dynasty in 202 BC. His journey continued into Sichuan province and the city of Chengdu, the capital of the state of Shuhan, during the Three Kingdoms era in the 3rd century AD, which Marco apparently described as, quote, once a great and splendid city.
They do not regard themselves
Around 5 days from Chengdu, Marco arrived in eastern Tibet, now part of Sichuan and Yunnan provinces. The region had been terribly devastated by Mongol Khan's campaign of conquest in the 1250s, though it is far more likely that the destruction of the region was actually the result of Kuna's actions here. Whoever was responsible, the desolate region caused Marco unease for the first time since leaving Carnavalic. He was not only troubled by the wild beasts he encountered, but also by the customs of the locals, which included peculiar marital arrangements. Fathers who wished to marry off their daughters were happy for them to spend the night with traveling merchants. Though Marco appeared to be less enamored by the women of Tibet as those of Hami, although he was impressed by the products traded in the region, which included spices, silk, lumber, and cotton. Marco labeled the locals, quote, the greatest rogues and the greatest robbers in the world. He was further repulsed by the religious customs of the natives, writing that they practiced diabolic arts, including rituals which they believed would influence the weather, bring rain and thunder at any time.
A Jewish school system
After another 20 days on the road, Marco arrived at a city called Kaidu,
Jewish kids
now Xicheng in southern Sichuan. Having already described the use of paper money earlier in his account, Marco outlined how the people here used blocks of salt as currency. This could be exchanged for gold, which was plentiful in the region, as the people who lived in the mountains could find it easily in the lakes and rivers by simply panning for it. This enabled traveling merchants to make a healthy profit by arbitraging the different rates in the city and the more remote areas of the country. Marco himself may have made some money in this manner, After his trek through Tibet, Marco arrived at the province of Karachi,
modernize,
eastern Yunnan,
proper training
where he later claimed he encountered a hideous creature, which he described as a serpent with 2 short front legs, a large head, and a mouth so large as to swallow a man in one go. These were crocodiles, the gall of which was used by the Chinese for medicinal purposes, both to heal wounds and to increase fertility among women. This was highly prized and could fetch high prices, while the meat from the crocodile was also sold as a delicacy. Marco continued his journey west to a place he called Unxian, modern-day Baoshan, in western Yunnan, near the Chinese border with modern-day Myanmar or Burma. In his later account of the local customs, Marco observed that while the men devoted themselves to hunting and fighting, the women did all the work at home with the assistance of male captive slaves. While this was not too dissimilar to the Mongol practice, Marco reported with bewilderment that whenever a woman gives birth to a child, the man joins the baby in bed and remains there for the next 40 days, while the woman goes back to managing the household. While the tale had many doubters among Marco's contemporaries, modern anthropologists have observed similar practices among native populations in several other communities around the world. After describing the region, the travels of Marco Polo goes on to provide a detailed account of a recent battle between the Mongols and the king of Myanmar and Bengal. The whole region, including parts of modern-day Myanmar, had been part of the kingdom of Dali, which was founded in the early 10th century AD and later became a vassal of the Chinese Sung dynasty. Kublai's conquest of Dali in the 1250s allowed the Mongols to threaten the Sung dynasty's western flank, but the region was subject to frequent rebellions. Amidst the instability of the region, the Burmese attacked the Mongols in 1272. The battle that Marco noted was fought near Baoshan in 1277, pitting a Mongol cavalry force against a far larger Burmese army of 40,000, with cavalry and infantry, as well as 2,000 elephants. Though the elephants caused the Mongol horses to take flight, the Mongols dismounted to fight on foot and managed to drive off the elephants with bows and arrows before engaging in hand-to-hand combat to seal their victory. The Mongols captured 200 of the enemy elephants and presented them as gifts to the Khan. This Mongol invasion of Burma took place in the years after the Polos arrived at Kublai's court, and Marco would have known a lot about how it proceeded from reports reaching the Mongol court. Years later, Marco also described the country of Myanmar, to rustic elephants, and the reason included these details in his book. According to Marco, the journey to the capital of Myanmar took 15 days riding, quote, through vast jungles teeming with elephants, unicorns, and other wild beasts. Marco does not give any further detail about these unicorns, but he was most likely referring to the Asian rhinoceros, the horns of which were prized for medicinal purposes. After leaving the jungle, he arrived at what he called the city of Mien, the ancient Burmese capital of Pagan. The city was famous for its pagodas, and Marco focused on a pair, one in silver and the other in gold, which were built on the tomb of one of the Burmese kings. He then went on to relate the Mongol conquest of Myanmar, claiming that Kublai had sent forth a large number of court jesters and acrobats, reinforced by regular soldiers. After they defeated the Burmese, the Mongols were astonished to see the pagodas and proposed carrying off the gold and silver for the Khan. But Kublai refused, since he did not wish to cause resentment among the Burmese by plundering the tomb of one of their great kings. In his description of neighboring Bengal, which was conquered by the Mongols in 1284, Marco observed the trade not only of spices with India, but also of slave girls and prisoners of war, who were made into eunuchs after being captured. Marco then related his visit to the kingdom of Galjigu, or Jiaozhou, in what is now northern Vietnam. Although the Mongols had first invaded the country in 1257 and sacked its capital, forcing the kingdom to submit to the Khan in 1261, Jiaozhou revolted in the late 1270s, and sporadic fighting took place over the following decade. Again, these latter events occurred while Marco was in the Far East himself. After Vietnam, Marco began his return journey to Khan Balik, traveling through parts of eastern Yunnan and Sichuan. At Guizhou, located east of the modern-day city of Chongqing, Marco encountered fierce lions who threatened to attack traveling merchants during the night, forcing them to sleep on a raft on the river. In order to defend themselves from these beasts, Marco claimed that the men would train a pair of wolves who would work with them to kill the lions. It took 12 days for Marco to go from Guizhou to Chengdu, where he retraced his steps back to the capital. After the account of his travels into southwest China, Myanmar, Bengal, and Vietnam, there is then an itinerary of the Venetians' travels into eastern China, presented in the Travels of Marco Polo. Though once again, Marco probably made several such trips, which were later presented as one long journey by Rusty Kello to make the account more readable. While the beginning of the journey took him over the Marco Polo Bridge at the city of Zhuozhou in Hebei province, he turned due south to Hejian and thence to Zhangzhou, where he observed the production of pure white salt, which was exported to other parts of the empire, making its inhabitants wealthy and generating tax revenues for the Khan. He probably followed the course of the Grand Canal until he arrived at Jilin, which Plato described as a busy river port, with one channel flowing west to the province of Cathay, northern China, and another flowing east towards the province of Manzi. A term that Marco used to describe the recently conquered Sung dynasty in southern China. Continuing on a southeastern course, Marco eventually reached the Huai River, which in Marco's time shared a course with the Yellow River, which Marco called by its Persian name, Karamora. The Yellow River marked the boundary between the former Jin Empire in northern China, conquered by the Mongols in 1234, and the southern Sung, which was not fully conquered until 1279.
We're going to talk about
the travels of Marco Polo went on to give an account of the Mongol conquest of the southern Sung, whose ruler was referred to as Fakfor, a term used by Persian and Arabic historians meaning son of God, roughly corresponding to the Chinese Tianzi, or son of heaven. In 1268, Kubla dispatched a general named Bayan Hundred Eyes at the head of a cavalry force of up to 200,000 men, supported by a river fleet, to invade the Sung Empire. Marco describes how Bayan had requested submission from 5 cities on his path, all of which refused. The Mongol commander simply bypassed them and continued on his march, knowing that Kubla was following behind with reinforcements. Once he arrived at the 6th city that refused to submit, he stormed the city and massacred the inhabitants. Bayan took several other cities in quick succession and headed straight for the capital, the city of Hangzhou, which Marco called Twin Sai. The Venetian explorer painted a sympathetic portrait of Fakfor, otherwise the Sung Emperor, reigned between 1264 and 1274. Marco claimed that the emperor took care of 20,000 young children a year who were abandoned on the streets by poor mothers
pride. This is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there's no such thing as one way to do it. You call it and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalai Lama. There are lots of different ways to do it, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would use the term also
His empress defiantly attempted to defend the city
the old way.
before eventually
So
submitting to
they
the
later
Mongols,
became called
after which she was treated with great courtesy at Khan. In fact, Dudzun
So
died
in
in
terms of like, do
1274
they believe
and
in
was succeeded by his
Let's
3-year-old
the answer
son,
is obviously yes.
Emperor
Both groups are on the same page with
Dudzun's
that.
aunt,
Do they believe
Empress Dowager
really
Xia,
key
acting as
elements
regent
of Judaism, like for
in
example, a person is going
1276,
to become a
after
heir,
a show of
and you
resistance.
have to
The Dowager led
teach
the
them the
child
basics
emperor
of
to
Judaism in
Beyan's
order
camp
for them to
and
join the
submitted.
club. There are
The
3
emperor's
basic
2
things
younger
that
brothers
is like
escaped
part of
by
the
sea
curriculum
to
for
Fujian
sure. What are the
province,
3 basic
but
things they've
after
got to
Song
get?
forces were defeated in
So obviously,
1279 in a naval battle on the south coast of China, the Song Prime Minister took the uncrowned 7-year-old emperor, Jiao Bing, in his arms and jumped into the sea.
You can probably manage to get into the club.
After arriving
So
at
in terms of
Xianyang
Shabbat,
in
yes, they're on the
Hubei
same
province,
page. In terms of
Marco,
kashrus,
his father and
absolutely,
his
they're on the
uncle
same page. And in terms of
allegedly played
intimacy,
an
which is
important
what
part
the
in bringing the
translating it
city
there.
under Mongol.
Yes. So then, how
According to
are they
Marco's
different?
account,
If they are
while
all
the
on the
rest of the
same
Song
kind of page
Empire
as
had
these
surrendered
things,
to
what
Buddha,
is next?
the
Yes, there
fortress
are
at
like
Xianyang
tiny little
continued
details.
to
Like, for
hold out
example,
for 3
even in
years.
Mishpachah,
The
there
great
is a
Khan,
difference
in his
in the
frustration,
construction of the
turned
mikvah.
to the 3
Things on the
Venetians
door, on
and asked them
door,
if they
you
had
have to have
any
a door,
ideas to
pocket
take
door.
the
These
city.
are tiny little
The
details
Venetians
that the
informed
rabbis
the Khan
really
of
get
European
into,
mangonels,
so to speak.
a
But
type of
the
siege
general
engine
parameters, the
catapult
regular people as
which
they
could
are
throw
really
heavy rocks
being
against
if
the
you are
walls of
Martian
enemy
coming to this
fortresses
planet
and
and you
bring
saw
them down.
Hasida and Khalida
According to Marco,
they're standing
Kepler
side by
then
side, you
ordered
wouldn't
the
be able to tell
construction
them.
of
Not
3
even
of these
Martian
machines,
so
which were
it's
brought by
really
river
because
to the
of
besieging army
the
at
rebellion that we
Xianyang.
started this whole unit
The
with.
fortress did not
The
hold out for
rebellion
long against these
of
new weapons
discovery
and
is
soon
really the
surrendered to the
rebellion of
Mongols.
Communism. In the sense that
Here we see
they're
Polo's
finding,
capacity
as
for
it were,
deception
old
low,
things
nearly
and
everything in
renewing
this
them.
tale,
Like
as he would have related it to Rusty Keller, was
starting with something
untrue.
totally new. Generally
The
speaking,
siege of
Judaism
Xianyang
traditionally
actually
frowns
ended in
on the new.
1273,
Some
2
silver,
years before
Hadash,
Napoleon's
Ashur, and
arrived at
Torah.
Kepler's
The
court
idea
in
saying, hey, this
1275.
is, let's bring this in.
The
Right? Is
Mongols
that
did
Hadash?
prevail in the
Well,
siege
yeah, we
after
don't do that to
introducing
you.
new
That's kind of
siege
thing.
engines to their
But if
armies.
you find
And
something
both
that used to be
Mongol
done a
and
long
Chinese
time
sources
ago,
credit
so to
Arab
say,
siege
hey,
engineers with the innovation. Polo
incorporate
was claiming
something that
credit for
used to be
something
done a long
which he
time
had
ago.
nothing to do with.
There's not much available for you. The difference
As Marco's travels continued in China, he arrived at a place called Xinjiu, a city which he described as standing, quote, on the longest river
we
in
are
the
going to
world.
notice all the things
This
that go
might
to
have been
the
Zhuzhou
National
in
Crazy
Jiangsu
shortly.
province,
So hold
near
it for
the
now,
estuary
okay?
of the
Because that's
Yangtze
the
River,
kind of
the
the
longest
high point
river
of the
in
show. I don't
China,
want to give it away
and the
before it
third
really
longest
gets.
in the
Let's try to
world,
understand a little bit of
surpassed
what are
only
these
by the
rebellions
Nile and
discovered, right?
Amazon rivers.
What's new, what's
Marco
innovative
suggested to Rusty
is
Keller
from the
that the
perspective of
amount
the
of
Hasidim,
commercial
what's
shipping
new
and
is
naval
stuff that
traffic
has
on the
been
river
forgotten.
was greater than that of all
You know,
Europe's
all
rivers
this Kabbalistic
combined.
stuff that we're
On
bringing
his
in
way
that's
to
really
Hangzhou,
old and so
Marco
old
went
that people
past
forgot about
the
it,
large
so
and
they're not
splendid
interested
city
in something new. Of
of
course, that's
Changzhou,
non-Hasidim. It's
where
not
a
new, of
massacre
course.
had
There's a
recently
lot of
been
paladins
inflicted on the
that
city by Bayan's army after the
actually
city's garrison
So, for
resisted
example,
more fiercely than
the term
anticipated.
Hasidism,
Of the
it's hard
large
to
and
know
very
exactly
splendid
how to
city of
translate it, but as I
Suzhou,
mentioned, I think
measuring
last week,
40 miles
the
in
word
circumference,
Hasidim
he
has been
remarked
used
that there
many
were
times in
6,000
Jewish
stone
history.
bridges and an
You see
unimaginable
it with
number of
David Amelech,
inhabitants
his
there.
followers were called
He went
Hasidim.
on to
You see it
observe
with
that,
Yehuda
quote,
Maccabees,
if
they
they
were
were of
also
the
called
like nation,
Hasidim.
the
You
men
see
of the
with
province of
Hasidei
Manzi
Ashkenaz, we
would
talk
go
about them
rule the rest of the
So
world.
it generally
Yet
means
instead of focusing
people
on
who go
Rome,
beyond
The people here preferred to be merchants, craftsmen, and scholars. Marco's remarks reflect the reputation of the Song as the imperial dynasty that took China to unparalleled heights of cultural accomplishment, but struggled to defend itself from successive invasions from the north. After passing through some other cities,
Marco arrived at Hangzhou, which he considered to be, quote, without doubt the finest and most splendid city in the world. He evidently gave a detailed description of the city to us together. It was surrounded by water, with hundreds of bridges to allow people to get around. A layout that would have doubtlessly reminded Marco of his native Venice. The city had many squares and markets filled with all sorts of produce, while a large lake dominated the southern side of the city, the famous West Lake, around which wealthy people built their mansions. Of the lake itself, Marco claimed that a voyage on this lake offers more refreshment and delectation than any other experience on earth. The Venetians' praise of the city extended to its women, and he is likely to have partaken of the services of the city's courtesans on more than one occasion during several visits there. Yet for all the wonders of Hangzhou and his extolling of its virtues, Marco noted that it was under heavy military occupation, and a strict curfew was enforced by the Mongol authorities. As much as Marco found much to admire in Kublai Khan's China, he did not intend to live the remainder of his life there. During their stay in China, the Polos had requested leave to return to Venice on several occasions, but Kublai found them useful and was reluctant to let them go. The opportunity finally came in 1291, when Kublai's great nephew Baku, the ruler of the ill-carnated Persia, sought a wife for Mongolia. Kublai obliged by sending a princess named Kirkochin to Persia, accompanied by 3 Mongol nobles. But the outbreak of civil war in the west prompted them to return to Khan Balik. By now it was 1292, and Kublai instead ordered the Polos to escort the party to Persia by sea. After traveling down the eastern coast of China via Hangzhou and the provinces of Zhejiang and Fujian, where Marco claimed they found a lost community of Christians who worshipped in secret but were allowed to practice openly after petitioning the Great Khan. The party arrived at the port of Zhuangzhou, which Marco refers to by the Arabic name of Zaitan. Here, Kublai had arranged for them to have a fleet of 14 ships waiting. Before the subsequent passage to India is related in the Travels of Marco Polo, there is a section which digresses to describe the islands to the east of China, chief among which was Japan or Japan. As Marco related in Touristy Kelly, the ruler of Japan lived in a palace covered with solid gold, a description that 2 centuries later would inspire Christopher Columbus to search for a western route to this wealthy country in a quest to claim its legendary wealth from the Spanish kingdom. Kublai was also eager to get his hands on Japan's wealth and sent 2 expeditions to conquer the island. After the first attempt failed in 1274, a second campaign was launched in 1281, but ended in disaster in August when a typhoon, the legendary kamikaze, divine wind, destroyed much of the Mongol fleet and forced the Khan to abandon the campaign. Marco describes how a small band of Mongols left behind in Japan managed to seize a local fort and hold onto it for several months before a peace settlement was negotiated. These events occurred while Polo was in the east, so while he did not himself visit the Japanese islands, they would have been a subject of much conversation at the court of Kublai Khan in the 1270s and 1280s. After leaving Zhuangzhou, Marco, his father and uncle travelled 1,500 miles into the South China Sea to the kingdom of Champa, roughly corresponding to the southern half of Vietnam. Their subsequent journey through the East Indies is difficult to trace. Mention is made in the Travels of Marco Polo of the great island of Java, 1,500 miles southeast of Champa, which the Venetian claimed to be the largest island in the world, but the description seems to be more appropriate for Borneo. He also referred to the Lesser Java, now the Indonesian island of Sumatra, stating that while Kublai claimed authority over the island, its rulers remained independent. After sailing through the Straits of Malacca, the Polo stopped off at Ceylon, a pre-modern name for Sri Lanka, before sailing around the southern tip of India and up its western coast. There, the Polos allegedly attempted to find the tomb of the Apostle St. Thomas, said to have been martyred in India and buried near Madras. The Travels of Marco Polo claims that the journey across the Indian Ocean took 18 months, and that by the time the party finally arrived at the port of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf, only 18 of the initial party of 600 that left China were still alive. We can probably assume that Marco was once again exaggerating here. Upon their arrival, Princess Kirkachin discovered that Marco Khan, her intended husband, was already dead. She was therefore married to his young son, Hassan. After remaining in the Persian court for 9 months, the Polos were allowed to return to Venice by land. On the way, they learned of Coppola's death in the Far East in February 1294. As the Polos passed through the kingdom of Trebizond in northern Turkey, the corrupt local authorities demanded a large quantity of their wealth and the valuable goods they had brought with them before they were allowed to continue their journey. They eventually arrived at Venice in 1295. Their long-haired Mongol kaftans, making them an object of curiosity among their compatriots. When they returned to their house, they were turned away as strangers by relatives who had moved in and taken possession under the impression that the three men were all dead. After all, it was 24 years since they had left the city. When Marco departed, he was around 17 years of age. He returned a man in his early 40s. Despite this, nothing the Polos told their compatriots about their adventures in the service of the Great Khan was believed, until they produced evidence of their wealth by displaying the priceless gemstones sewn into their kaftans.
What the Baal Shem Tov did was,
the Polos returned to Venice at a time when the city was engaged in its maritime rival, Genoa. Despite his history of serving Kublai Khan and his adoption of Mongol customs, Marco remained a proud Venetian and sponsored and captained the Venetian ship. When the Venetian fleet was defeated at the Battle of Corchulo in September 1298, Marco was taken prisoner. As an esteemed Venetian figure and a wealthy one after returning home from the Far East, Marco was allowed to spend his captivity in relative comfort, while his Genoan captors sought to organize a valuable ransom for his release. It was during this time that he met Rustichello of Pisa and began telling him about his many years of travel. We would probably know nothing about Marco Polo and his father until today, had Rustichello not recognized how extraordinary his story was, and began writing down what would become The Travels of Marco Polo. The book is often disjointed and incomplete, unfinished sentences and abrupt shifts in the narrative. No two manuscripts are the same. Despite this, Marco's account would become more influential than any other European account of the Far East, influencing subsequent generations of merchants and explorers who dreamed of finding new routes to China and Japan. The lands described so vividly in the account of Polo's many years of travel.
Now here's my favorite.
Genoa and Venice soon made peace in May 1299, and 3 months later, Marco was released from prison. He returned to Venice, where his family had acquired a large palazzo. There, in 1300, already in his mid-40s, he married a Venetian woman named Donata, with whom he had 3 daughters. By this time, his father, Nicola, was dead, but he continued to work with his uncle, Raphael, in the family's trading company.
the possibility of studying Kabbalah. People began to say, wait a second, he's been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Slovakia. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with his intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became all of the stuff that is Jewish, and even after converting, they stayed on quietly or under the table, still being shut-down believers. There was for about half a century
Mr. Marco, tell us another lie.
Number of surprisingly important rabbis who are still serving as the head of their nation, serving as posting and stuff like that. I will know that they're still writing for Shop 1323. Very, very difficult.
His friends urged him to admit that the tales he had told for so many years were made up. The bedridden man replied, "Friends, I have not written down half of those things I saw. He would never recover from his illness, and he died on the 9th of January 1324, at the age of 69.
Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite.
Marco Polo enjoys a legacy as one of the greatest travelers in world history. A native of the Venetian Merchant Republic, Marco joined his father and uncle on their journey to Kublai Khan's court as a teenager, and would serve the great Khan for 17 years, during which he traveled extensively throughout China, making detailed observations of all societies, economies, customs, and religious beliefs. After returning home after 24 years of travel, his participation in the Battle of Cortula proved a stroke of fortune, as it introduced him to Rustichello of Pisa, who helped him immortalize his travels. The travels of Marco Polo soon became a literary sensation, with dozens of manuscript copies of it from the 14th and 15th centuries, attesting to its popularity in Italy and France, while the printing revolution thereafter brought many new readers across Europe. It would inspire future explorers and also offered a template for the burgeoning genre of anthropological studies of foreign societies in early modern Europe. Ultimately, his story is one of strange paradoxes. The travels of Marco Polo were made possible by the brief peace which existed across Asia during the era of Mongol. It followed from decades of brutal war and conquest. Soon Central Asia and the Middle East would collapse back into warring states and rival powers, blocking the route of Europeans to the east once again. With that, new sea routes to the lands Polo had described would be sought after. Hence, in his own way, Polo was instrumental in opening the European mind to the possibility of new worlds to explore.
Tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat.
Do you believe that he gave an accurate account of his travels and his many years of service at the court of Kublai Khan? Might he have embellished what he related to Rustichello of Pisa quite a bit? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. I'm back to Mr. Rubin.
They're not related, I checked it.
Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So, he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want anything to do with these, all I can think of is profanities here, so I'm looking for a word. So all of these corrupt rabbis who fought their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. These guys are the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew without to cry over their problems. Those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he points to really seeing that, we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict in a second, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, do you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it? You want to buy meat? Yeah, well, the butcher shop. This is typically the showman too, right? You buy a meat yourself. You guys probably never saw salt meat, right? It used to be when you got meat, you did not come, with the blood in it. You have to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually has to take a special class with how to salt up the liver. Complicated thing. You guys just buy the meat, right? Sometimes that's the plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyways, so if you would buy it from the showcase, who's paying the tax to the rabbi who you don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to have a Hasidic shkita. I can't go to the regular shkita. I need to go to the Hasidic shkita. And so you have a different shkita that for Ben Sion Dinor says it's a whole new revenue stream. It directs it away from that. Rabbi, let's do it. Let's say, for example, the Lidbach Saladav and Chakra is during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're falling Hasidic. Chassidus that says, when you're ready, like 10:30 in the morning. So you have to have especially if it's overlap, we have a new revenue stream. There's an argument. It may be a little bit overstated, but I definitely have turned it out. There's money involved. You have a Hasidic rabbi, and like I like to support this guy, but try to figure into the corrupt rabbi or the Torah, Mr. Berendich. Yeah. We're going to get there. I know I try to get to the beginning part because that's the best for us, but we'll get there. Mr. Frank, first one? So far off, but Mr. Frank, everyone gets told money is always the tool that motivates so much of what we do. We're going around town. My family would never find out what happened to me out here. My body would never be found. Not necessarily. We used to see, I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return in a minute. Other interesting arguments, Rabbi Albert, very, very interesting scholar, said, you know what it's all about? It's saying half for the human race. Hasidism actually, especially in the early days of the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of this religious practice. So there are actually several examples of female ready. There's a famous maiden of this year, for example, Rabbi Rothschild, and she would have a gift. She was here. Sometimes the veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways if we want to open up what is traditional practice, say these other things need to be done. And all of a sudden, the new practice is another example in the 21st century you might want to think about is like Kabbalah, right? We still have a Kabbalah couple going to Montana to set up a Kabbalah house. There's only the two of them there. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for the rabbis to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that rabbis in 100 years ago would not have done. They didn't have the classes, they didn't have the activity, solid base, and who knows what. And it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel. And so Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women that could offer new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this Hasidism happened. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's, I call it Moshe Rothschild. He's actually a senior colleague, a big impact on my own research. He got started when Soviet Union fell apart in 1991.
The great
A little bit
wonders
earlier
and
because it was
curiosities
Poland that
of Persia
collapsed
and
just
the
slightly
land of
before
the
it.
Tartars and of India
Many
and many other
scholars
countries,
were,
as related
until
by
then,
Marco
shut out
Polo,
of all the
a
secret
world
Soviet
citizen of
archives.
Venice,
Soviets were like, we
with
were
his
really
own
jealous of
noise.
information, very nervous about what kind of things to put out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars
Scholars
to be able
debate
to get
Polo's
into
claims
the
about the
Polish
grand journey
archives.
he took with his father
Poland
and
was
uncle.
part of the Soviet bloc. It was
Did the
not part of
noble
the Soviet
citizen
Union
of
per se,
Venice
but it
really
was
leave
part of
it
the
to
bloc.
China and
Ironically,
spend
I was
decades
also
exploring the
a
lands
much
of the
younger
great
scholar
Mongol
than him.
Emperor Kublai Khan?
I was a graduate student in
Two noble citizens
1989
of
when I first
Queens,
went
New
there,
York,
and
wanted to find
that's
out.
one of the reasons why I got further into this field is because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. So anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Medjugorje because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The ball stem cells. He wrote a book called In Search of the Ball Stem Cells. Ball stem cells, Rabbi Rothschild then Eliezer, the famous founder of Egypt, he didn't know for sure if the actually was a real
Scholars
stem
or historians.
cell. The only book
They
we
weren't
had
connected to
that
major
said anything
museums.
about it
They
was
weren't on
this
the
book,
faculty
Shivkei
anywhere.
Hakesh, the
There was no
Praise
prospect of
of the
glory,
Dead,
and they sure weren't going to be paid.
right, master of the good
It was the
name.
early 90s.
That was
They were in
published
their early 30s.
decades
Dennis was
after
a wedding
he lived,
photographer.
and it's so
Francis,
filled
a
with
veteran
all
of the
kinds
U.S.
of like
Marines.
miraculous stories and stuff like
They had a
that.
few
So we
sponsors,
don't even
including
know how we're
photographic
supposed to
companies
keep
that
it.
donated cameras,
It's not a
film,
history
and
book.
some video equipment that's way
And so
outdated now.
there's a lot of questions.
But most of all, they were on their own.
So the
Just a
most
couple of
went
buddies who took
and
this trip
directly
because
to
of what they
Medjugorje,
loved.
where he's supposed to
They
live, and
loved
found
art,
his tax record.
history,
Sure enough,
culture,
the ball
and
stem
they
you see here is
loved
written in Polish.
adventure.
Ball shop,
And they were
right?
about
That's
to
the
try
ball
what
stem.
no one
People
had
have
ever done.
recognized now this is
Successfully retrace Marco Polo's
looked up.
entire route.
But if you
Some
really trickle,
25,000 miles to China and back. Across forbidden ranges, through deserts,
that's a whole
cities,
different argument.
and
We're going to do
dangerous
that
war
in
zones.
155 sometime.
Their only
But
guide was Polo's own
yeah,
account of his
so
travels.
it's
And they made a few simple rules
don't
for
know
themselves.
constantly
They
we have
would
census data,
document every
and
instance where they
all we had
found
was,
what Polo had described.
legendary stories. And there are some people like Pied Piper, or, the Sheriff of Nottingham, that we don't necessarily knew was either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, that's it, and so we did. Now, by the way, this book is fascinating. The Ball Stem Cells was, contrary to a lot of the stories that the fans would probably repeat about, penniless laundering and things like that, it's actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on
Here
the
they
main
hope to
street.
set eyes
He
on
had
their
a pretty
first
good
Marco
income.
milestone.
He was
in the
regarded
archive of the city
as a
library.
faith leader. They called him Reverend, and he's like actually a real deal. And you don't know too much about what he actually did instead outside of the story. But we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of it. The dates are roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about. We have a lot of data on. So this is the colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in K. He's back in the Vernadsky Library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I used to put his book on the syllabus. Working on some drugs to stare. Now he looks more like me with not too much hair and what he has small white. He's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in Israel. And he was working with these.
This was their entrance into Polo's account of his travels.
Record books from the communities of Poland, Lithuania that were wandering away in some of the basements of the library there. He's holding on to some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but Mr. Abrams
On his trip here, Marco Polo had obtained holy oil from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the traditional site of Christ's burial. For their journey, Dennis and Francis collected some of the same on Eastern Orthodox Easter Sunday.
Oh, what does that mean? that? You answer that? So hang on one second. Hang on. Somebody you answer that? He said, good boss chef. Excellent. But what does that mean? Good boss chef. What is a bad boss chef?
Their imaginations. The inspiration remains as they make their way out of Anatolia. Today's Turkey.
We'll try to make it the 13th century and ahead. If there was a telephone wire there, it was cropped out of the sea. If the car went by, we didn't notice another tourist.
Okay, what do they do?
We deleted it. We're going to try to make this.
A boss chef, literally, master of the name. Like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write Camille. They would write Camille. The huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the doctor of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are
New York Harbor of its time, European ships, they had to get all these goods back from Asia, dropping off their caravans to make their way. It would have been really bustling.
When our children was born, we got these little laminated cards.
Only this trip happened to be on the famed Silk Road.
So that's the reason I know, but not a tech savvy, right? That's just a, it's a tech savvy. These are like,
Caravans the kind of medieval roadside hotels where Polo must have stopped. Places where merchants could spend the night with their pack animals inside protective walls.
We started a tradition we did throughout the trip, was to try to get ourselves in local newspapers. It's written in their language. It's so makes you very official. We weren't just tourists. People would stop us in the street like, hey, Marco Polo guys, Marco Polo. And it just opened up.
So, this is part of Jewish culture, right? The council, the hand would sometimes the iron, will get off the iron part, the little parts that we got in our things, the bone, put them under the fridge, you know, we love those things. I have some of myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi gave us a very Kabbalistic amulet to put on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording because I'll tell you afterwards. But, you know, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang their wheels in the air in their car, you know, stuff like that. So, especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, you know, there's some guy, he looks really good, he seems like a nice guy. You grew up and say, oh, Rabbi, I'm having some trouble with my business. My daughter can't get a shit up, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a kamea for me? And now, you know, write something, and wherever you put your hat, put your pocket, you put on top of the threshold of your door, things like this. These people are called ballet trained, amulet makers. Now, not all of them are so close. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? How about we or I somewhere around there in Ballad about exactly words
contacting Tehran's UN ambassador in New York, where they had explained the historical and political nature of their dream.
What's the defining factor? It's also, of course, when it's ever Shabbos, the ocean, right?
And he told us your visas will be ready for you in Hong Kong, Turkey, and we believed him. And we got to Hong Kong, we went to the Iranian embassy, and they were like,
so that means right away,
never heard of you guys.
Amulets written by experts, and amulets are not written by experts already in the Talmudic period. So
every single day we would go to the
but
Iranian
they were not so
embassy, and
good.
every day it was,
This guy,
yes, we do know about you, we're stuck now in this Ministry of Islamic Guidance, and they just gave us the runaround. And then after 6 aggravating weeks of being stuck there, they finally said no. And that was, I mean, it was devastating.
My colleague Rabbanan studied Baal Shem. In particular, he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote like a 500-page manuscript, which was bad to ever be published. He said you can only talk to about by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it.
To the left turn around it.
It really interesting because it was
Inspired by
like
the
one of the
way
last
Marco Polo
gap
had told his
of,
story.
candy
Not as a
book
set
culture.
itinerary,
They're not going to
but
go
rather
into
a
the
symbolic description
whole,
of the world.
business of publishing things that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baal Shem that was very active at this time.
Eventually, they figure out how to get into a room by hook or crook. On the way
How
back,
can you say that it wasn't considered what we want, but they had it was the Baal Shem Tov. So the farm, that they shut the Baal Shem Tov farm, later in the shift at that. But there was where all the Baal Shem Tov teaching to did. So then you have to accept the assertion that is passed down to the student. If you don't accept that, or if you're just skepticism, so you have to see the really truth. There's all this stuff which I think the Baal Shem Tov might have more of that. I'm not positive. I don't know.
It was just amazing because there was no other foreigners there. Those who products are some of the most repressive and difficult countries to get into in situation. People came up to us and they were like, just so happy to talk to a foreigner. We know back in 70 years they were arrested by the KGB and they would come up to us and tell us, where you're from. They were so interested in us.
That's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people. A popular book. Pretty impressive.
Persian, blue tile,
but let me go on to it. So what happens is the Baal Shem Tov, you have a couple of disciples. One of them is the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Alter Rebbe, another Chabad, and
every city they visited. They dutifully obtained one for the border town of Therese. From there, they thought it would be simple to cross the so-called Friendship Bridge into Afghanistan.
We went to cross the bridge and it was right. Our guards were like, we don't have a visa for the bridge. We have visas for Therese. Our visas are going to be expiring soon. Let's go. And they really give us work every single day. The guy from the FSB, which is from KGB, was interrogating us why we were here, what we were doing, why do you want to go to Afghanistan, who are you guys? So we didn't know what to thought about. So when we crossed the Amu Darya River, this guard towers,
significant popularity
trucks was coming from Afghanistan, so we didn't get shot if we tried to do that. And then our visa for
it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much personally was opposed to Constitution. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I will suggest to you gentlemen, this is one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that these great leaders may have a particular attitude.
And every day we would go back and we would present
them
the passports
or
again and
champion
say
one cause or
anonymous
another.
questions. And the forgery was about to run out again. And finally, after all, my best friend was like, that's it. I've had enough.
The real components of that attitude. And they will use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. That may have been the case with the Vilna Gaon, where he certainly had some serious reservations with opposition to Calvinism, but it was his followers who became like really
next time we got in front of the KGB guy, he said, look, visas for your country have expired. We're crossing the bridge into Afghanistan. We're American citizens. What are you going to do? You're going to shoot us? You want an international incident?
What is this after a player moves? Right? But there's the fine. You have to emphasize
You forgot to pay
a
the
very
fine.
different
If you just
approach
pay this
to
fine,
Fila,
so I think it was like $100 or something.
the
Gave
Lindbucks
the guy $100
really
from
have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to govern chocolate and tomorrow. I mean, are widely ignored by the group, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You got to show up for chakras at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when chakra begins. But that's the idea. It's not because, I'm not, what is the term online governing for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, it's better to sleep during class. Like some of us, get a good night's shift.
There's kebab houses all over the place.
My voice is very silly.
In fact, we joked about ate every lamb thing you can imagine.
Said
lamb eyeballs, lamb brains, lamb tail, lamb intestines. Everything of lamb you can eat, we did for the
But as they journeyed deeper into the past, it became harder and harder to crop the present out of the scene. In 1993, Afghanistan's war with Russia was over, and the Taliban had yet to take control. Armed Mujahideen factions ruled the country.
What's wrong with the Ashkenazic Siddur? The Hasidim went back to various wilderness towers of davening, which are associated especially with the ID, like Rabbi Rothschild, phenomenal Egyptian and later of Slack, the seven course of slaughter, the whole thing of, when you check the some schooling yet. Looks like I should be studying in about 4 months. The schooling, the whole discussion there, your knife has to be both sharp and free of nick. But the problem is, especially with technology in the 18th century,
Francis and Dennis had concocted a plan to get safely across the country. A plan inspired by Marco Polo. On an equally perilous path 700 years before, the Venetian had the best shield available, a powerful patron. Polo recounted that Kublai Khan provided his party a golden tablet on which was written that they should be given all the lodging they might need and horses to escort them from one land to another. The travelers had no emperor to shield them, but they did have some connections. They had obtained a letter of introduction from a comrade of a local Afghan
got dropped off at their street, which was basically an old compound with a Soviet tank parked in front as the gate. We pulled up, presented the letter, the guard ripped, I guess the opening of it. The tank moved out of the way like a gate. They started up the tank, moved up, and we entered into this compound, and the tank closed behind us. Right there and then, back into Trenton.
Water carriers, regular trucks, lonely people with no education, and they're right away talking about the heroes because yoga. What is going on with you guys? Teaching stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so awful. Just taking pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that.
So then they helped me cross up into the vault of the fortress.
But even at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Like going up and down. But the idea was, guys, all of my clothes fall out again. So I'm going to use violence in my gesticulations. There were dress clovers, lots of clapping, stamping their feet. Part of the stolen was scream out loud when you're dancing. Like you're supposed to imagine someone got to imagine your back and you're dancing like a small volume.
To Afghanistan,
Weird behavior. And you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. And so these guys are like, that's not easy. We got to stop still. Don't move. Really fast. and he waits for like Scotty to like turn on the transporter bead.
So now he has this guy made this generous offer to us, and we looked at each other, and then we kind of came back to him and said, thank you very much, but you can't fly.
The Afghan warlord was taken aback, but the letter from his comrade
You can imagine. I mean,
of
that
Marco
just gives you a
Polo's
sense of
golden
like
tablet.
how the Litvaks
He came back and he said, look, it's really dangerous.
and finally, my way hacking on with them, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking Holocaust, breaking law, and even secretly following Java's
We need to dress you as
So these
Afghans.
are like the
This is so
charges
dangerous. You're going to have to
that
carry
were
weapons
brought
yourself.
against the decision by the Litvish movement. They also ready the Senator's element of the Addis on the Chabad, and very nominal the Cats went to see the Madonna go and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs and these things, but that's not really what we're all about. We're going on and to refuse to see them. So we don't know exactly,
After a while, you want to go
it was like,
take a leak. And
there's
the
a lot
guy's
of ways to
following you.
interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the society. And so I definitely 72, again, not clear whether this comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772,
Just from the sound of machine gun fire, which we heard every single day, to discern the difference between a celebration, a wedding, a child's birth, where you hear, and that's just a guy celebrating, or if you heard, that's a firefight. Don't go out when you hear that. It's okay, somebody got married.
Dennis and Francis had just a driver and 2 bodyguards when they set out from the town of Mazar-e Sharif for a nearby Marco milestone. Polo had described it as a splendid ruin, the city of blood.
So we're driving to the ancient site, and we hear, there's a firefight somewhere close by. We can hear it. So we turn down this block, I'm in the front seat, Francis in the back seat. And then all of a sudden, from the corner of my eye, 15, 20 feet away, a kid comes out of the shadows. He's got his AK pointed right at me.
When there was a rabbi in a Islamic rabbi, and he was, I think he was like one of the borderline territories. This actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more specific or less specific. This is like basically on the borderline. So when Kent, which the Messiah thought was going to be their territory, when they lost the key position, it was a Hasidic rabbi. That rabbi went to the Tsar, to the Russian authorities, and said they hired a charlatan who is under a badge by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciation to the Russian government. The Shah was thrown in jail, he was thrown in jail, to hang out with the Hasidim. Finally, the
captors realized Dennis, Francis, and their bodyguards posed no threat. They weren't from the faction that was attacking them. The soldiers entertained the travelers from a tribe called the Hazaras, believed to be descendants of medieval Mongol warriors. Such men had ambushed Marco Polo and company some 700 years before.
Worship allegations.
Polo recalled that all but 7 of his group were caught. The rest, he said, were taken captive and sold, and some put to death. As for Dennis and Francis, they made it safely to the city of Bonn.
But they expected the Jews to stay in their lane.
We retreated into our imagination
Don't make trouble,
13th century.
follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and say you're legitimate leaders and these people are not legitimate, those are people who revolutionary by the Tsar's government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. That's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? So we'll look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews, so therefore they went along with it.
Still shaking from his capture, Dennis Beliveau wondered whether or not he should turn back. Earlier that year, his family had been ripped apart by the death of his beloved younger cousin.
He had just come into his own. He was an actor. He was going to go places. He was talented.
Yeah, you got to put in jail for getting drunk.
Around Christmas
So
time.
now you really deserve it.
And
Okay.
he had just come back from Christmas
So let's
shopping
go
with
on.
a friend from the
All
play.
right. So
And as they
what
were
is
getting out of their
happening? Now,
car,
actually, we had talked about this in the very beginning.
the kids come around him.
There's going to be two phenomenon that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon we picked up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the South and the Casino died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be nick free, but the
And I came to the realization that if I didn't do this, I didn't want to be a middle-aged guy who back and said, I wish I
and Masculine is saying, why not Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday. It's so much more convenient. Right? So the Hasidim and the Hasidim realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism than the masculine movement. Actually, they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they had to be nice force. The phenomenon we'll talk about now is when the Nazis realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do
and there's a 1,000-foot drop down this icy desert. Even if one of the pack mules went carrying our food,
They had been a second decade of
There were few breaks from the slow and arduous slog. When they came, Francis and Dennis worked on their on-camera skills for the film they someday hoped to make of their adventures.
Like, I would hate for my daughter to marry a hot kid, but I would rather have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a masculine to live on my street. Right? Like, it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw in the class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Messiah believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5%. It's just style. You wear dark clothes, you not wear dark clothes. It's not like you observe Shabbos and not observe Shabbos. It's a big difference. Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Rothschild. One of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great student of the building at the time of Rothschild, who lived within time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with this. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't really emphasize. So what we have to do is go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on that. We are going to maybe one of these live back to the seminar is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to go to the book.
Above sea level, then rises to about 25,000 to what is called the Bami Dunya, the roof of the world.
Understand
so as it ascends,
those kids, it's hard to give you a good number because it's kind of a lot of period time, a lot of geographic space, but a child would be lucky to have a smattering of Pirkei Avos in his cultural health. To know Seder of Mishnah, that thing would have been included. To learn Sefta Gemara,
Grinding through the walk-up, they frequently saw road markers just as Marco Polo had described. The horns of a tremendous beast, a master of these mountains. It's become known as the Marco Polo sheep.
There's not much opportunity for someone sheep, dark, unwashed, masters to actually engage full-time in sheep learning like you guys, because seriously, historically, really. So
These
the
signposts
said,
would
you know what,
eventually
maybe
show the
we
way
really
out
got
of
to
the
make
walk-on
more
and toward
emphasis
another
on
country
letting
mired
everybody
in
study
civil war.
Talmud. We've got to
Until
least every
recently, the
male
Soviet
study
Republic,
Talmud. We've got to
Tajikistan,
push what we are good at, which is studying Talmud. Talmud in particular, better than anyone. We're way better than our good freedom of Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah.
The border guards expected was a pair of grizzled Americans.
How we disseminate. Unlike the Kabbalah and the other Hasidim, who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I think in my own lifetime I had listened to Rebbe telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's probably in my own lifetime. Yeah,
Visas were forged. Dennis and Francis were in.
This is the response, really important response, and I encourage you gentlemen to read this. This is Nebuchadnezzar by the time of the Lord, the student of the Word of God, and this is basically about the middle class. And I got to tell you, this is like a mind-blowing state. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Ooh, it's good. You look like a healthy thing. This is amazing. Very, very similar to something like
Almost as soon as they had arrived in Tajikistan, the travelers were ready to leave. The question was, how?
It changed my life. When I was first in Yeshiva, it's a personal story. But when I was first in Yeshiva, I think I know that I came to Yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s.
Some sort of vehicle to take us this way. There's plenty of vehicles. There's just no benzene. There's no diesel. So we finally found.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century where we left off last week. Monday, we left off Monday. We were talking about. I got to do this thing. Well, we left off. I'm just late. Just keep coming late. Okay, please do it. Where we left off last week, we are at like the destruction, the feet of the Mississippi Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Looking through it, I have some really good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and it had major things to go along with it. But we did really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? To realize that there are definitely regional variations regarding their
first time was cash.
The weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch.
Kashgar is a silkwood oasis in western China, in a region marked by Uyghur land of the Uyghurs. Today, the Uyghurs are a Muslim minority within China. Some are seeking independence.
And Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the concept of anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic
As Marco Polo described Kashgar, the inhabitants live by trade and industry. This is the starting point from which many merchants set out to market their wares all over the
That's not
world.
to say there were not also religious elements, you know, Jesus killed Christ and things like that. It's not to say
And
that
just as
the
travelers
blood
did in
libel did not
Paulo's
seep
time,
into
Dennis and
holiness
Francis
in
would
certain
prepare in
ways,
Kashgar for the next leg of
but
their
if you
journey.
were to kind of like boil it down to its major element, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last caution with regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like an identity building phenomenon, you know, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews. right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews were completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is generally speaking part of the proportion to the nature of the original events, but nevertheless that's part of the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Again, I want to emphasize one more time that if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true versus their blameless.
There was a reason there was no camels because
I don't think that I can say with great confidence there is no history of you ever been caught murdering a child and drinking his blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. In fact, I would not say for sure. It's not the case.
It's like mad dogs in English are like around and they saw it's like mad dogs in Americans are like going to the top of a continent.
Young child, I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but you know that does happen, and how that sometimes gets translated into positive violence is really what we're trying to set against the crisis. We're talking about how managers always how they follow the place. Doesn't do the fact that people are always blame when they're not happy with life. It
was actually very nice to be on the back of camel after being on those ponies because the ponies were, you know,
right, when you're up for them to transact it,
camels
you have a thousand pieces of great philosophy of alcohol stock that we talked about in one point. Who said, see the tree existe pas.
They are funny creatures. They have regurgitated their
Jew did not exist.
They just do this weird thing. They just
every time I need some kind of construct to explain his own failure, the Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better construct it is, because
the Jews do that one.
You know, written books say, oh my God, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Yeah, it must be true. It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
There's like little forums, but like what happened recently, you know, for these rums, we consider, you know, very out of like normal civilization. It's not normal.
Said at the top of a car.
Horrific attacks. But here, some instances of spirits talking. The active cloud, sort of frequent portion and understandable with what the music does to them. Like even the American like doesn't warrant barbarism. But violence is sort of understand a little more, you know, let's say again, whatever the BLM but they're trying to express what happens barbarism and barbarism so like we have to use it very not as barbaric but also more understandable.
To answer your question, we have to separate a little bit. Because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely. Right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious distinct minority in the society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you know, social tensions with peasants, lords, Jews are somewhere in that mix. And a modern nation state with awesome army and with powerful friends, then becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48 officers, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. we can hurt the Jews. Israel is not. Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Israel to kind of say, now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they were friends. Doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care, our country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. Just like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always getting violent. So let's normalize it. It's horrible to do with brothers will die. It's horrible work, but it's normal. What is not normal is
Chinese to all the governors of the provinces who wrote to. Along with the letters was a photo of their sponsor with some Chinese officials, unknown to Dennis and Francis. Fran showed it to the police officers. Then, a daring bluff. They pointed to our sponsor and said, "This is my father. This is Deng Xiaoping. What's your name?" And I took out a pen. I started writing the Chinese guys were asked, they got off that bus so fast. The Uyghurs went crazy. They were apples on shoulders. They were suddenly like melons broken out.
But you're also conflating two issues. You talk about Gaza. I said Hamas.
If China's Security Bureau harassed them on a bus ride, what would it do if it found them sneaking through a restricted military area?
Just about to leave for Muslim areas and enter China.
Because Hamas is
We're in
really
a section of the state
actually
starting
explicitly public statements
with the Chinese state
it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity. And that's just bizarre like that. That escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking as far off. It will do, of course, sometime else. The history of Israel and the Middle East. You have to now through time. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. Okay, so I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I decided to recycle it and up with them. And you may have seen this popular show. It's so right. It's really great because Israel fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century. And in so many ways, reflection of the ancient century. The same kinds of tension that was going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today in a very different modern Europe.
Embodying the reason for their journey, for the risks they had taken, surviving fierce cold and fierce warriors, defying authorities at every turn. In the city of Taiwan, where luxuries fit for the Greek Khan himself, food that seemed exquisite after weeks in the desert.
However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignment. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of look at that. 30 songs in the shower. That's finally convinced me to get out. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. There's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918 after World War I, 1991,
with his account of a land virtually unknown to Europeans, helping to inaugurate an unprecedented era of interaction between distant cultures. Now, Dennis and Francis would step up their search for evidence.
It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big
physicians with a great knowledge of nature.
Depending on
here in every hour, crowds going to and fro. Did anyone seeing such a multitude believe in stark impossibility that food could be found to feed so many mouths?
We will have to talk about in today's lecture.
As well as women are fair-skinned and good-looking. Most of them wear silk all of the
the very end, the 1795 is where it ended. That's when Poland was taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden you're on a new environment where the Jews all together. The kind of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Alter Rebbe, who is the founder of Chabad.
Pleasures for the travelers in China, but there were difficulties too, especially in the city known as Kabul to Marco Polo. Today it's called Beijing. Here, Polo tells us he made his home base for 17 years in the service of the Mongol Emperor Kublai Khan. But the modern travelers in Polo's footsteps didn't feel at home at all. It was early 1994. China was much less open to the world at that time than it is today, with many fewer visitors from the West.
It was a very difficult part of the journey. The problem for us was we'd been traveling for a year already. We were tired, we were cold, we were homesick, and used to being treated with such love, and used to being invited into people's homes, called brother, the hospitality that we had received up until that point was amazing. So when we got to the heart of China, Beijing, we definitely felt the change. If Mayo was the first word, the Chinese, then Guaylo, and the second and third.
The traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual spiritual rebellion, the Misnakian opponents did. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It's the name that ultimately they sort of adopted themselves, even though it was originally a term of appropriate. They're also known for the because they're from Asia. But they would call them Jewish. Obviously, this institution has its as well, but we are definitely party friendly, all kinds of things like that.
It's really getting to me.
It's a brand. That's just a
Place to be.
well, obviously, it's good. I think about this a lot. I can tell you a whole story.
We had a tough time, but China is an easy place. I think that's what makes it that much more beautiful, that much more endearing, that much more rich, because sometimes something's easy, you take it for granted. Something's difficult, that's what made the experience that much sweeter, that much richer.
A visit to Gansu province provided perhaps the sweetest, richest Marco Polo moment in China, and a crucial piece of evidence that the Venetian had been where he said he'd been.
Marco Polo talks about this regarding the Buddha in China. And it's one of the few pieces of artwork that he describes in his book that still exists today. When he stood there, was really 300 or 400 years old.
She was about 8 years old, was sitting in the sukkah, and I'm talking about Renaissance that it became like
meditation on
right?
not the past, but the present.
That,
Living as a moment. The Buddha said, it's right
of
here,
life's
right
going to be
now.
opened up, and there's going to be all the details in there, and your signatures there, and I said to my family, she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available to my daughter. She said, everything! She burnt over the sukkah cried. Like she had so much chalata at 8 years old, and many mistakes she never really made, that just the idea of it kind of perfect blew her away. So that's again what you do. Really figure that rock in the 18th century. And by the way, it's like, you have to imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and there's still beautiful waves of their triple tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alter Rebbe, really they say the Balchento, but I like to talk about the Alter Rebbe of it. The second will be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very incredible way. Third Rabbi Dennis, one of the major fighters of Paradise Bank, right?
Right back into the 13th century again.
Yes, we'll talk about it.
Polo said of the Mongols, they have circular houses covered with felt, which they carry carry it out with them on wagons wherever they go.
Walk up to the table, just like yourself. People just walk up out of nowhere and say, hold the dog. It's kind of like, hello, we're here.
The Mongol families here invited the travelers into their daily way of life. The sights and sounds would have been familiar to Marco Polo.
Looks like this, that would show the difference in the way it's trucks. And I also included this picture because I remember what those people say, hey, she's so lucky.
Grab a sheep, turn it over on its back,
No,
and transition in the
the
chest. The sheep would jerk around for a little bit, and then it would die with the blood into the chest cavity. Then they would open it up.
Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century in many ways was the long 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions of what, I give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean?
Warriors, they rely mainly on their bows, for they are excellent archers. And of course, he spoke of the Mongols' famed way with horses. They spent the winter in the steppes and warmer regions, where there is good grazing and pasturage for their beasts. You should know that their tornadoes
Means like, if you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world, you believe that, God runs the peace of the world, or maybe kind of left it alone like a watchmaker or something. You believe that most people are nice, most people are evil. You believe that people get what they deserve. All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. So there's three big Weltanschauung rebellions that we can go into each of them. But let's talk rebellions of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration. In the sense of, we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because they did not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present, particularly in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that how much are places, then they would certainly be doing the same. And that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Kabbalah is very high, right? Like this, Einstein, the idea of the theology was really gaining a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century.
Marco Polo's charge from Kublai Khan was to travel the width and breadth of the great Mongol Empire, visiting not just great cities in forbidden deserts, but also where for the travelers was another Marco milestone, happiness, glorious Tibet.
We're going to go there. Maybe a little bit of society, so that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of the Hasidic movement. Like, if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Yes, it's a rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Imola. You look at me kind of crazy, but I say, no, these clothes grow. This is the way it goes. You know, Rabbi Akiva wore exactly the same shade. Right? That would be like a rebellion. Do something different, but it'd be of discovery. I would learn that Rabbi Akiva's mode of dress is really what I want to do. Mr. Leflexi.
I think this is also like the new fresh thing to nowadays. It's like, I feel like if I was like a strong, like a big gal, kind of like, no, kind of stuff like that.
So you're asking a really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider it reified. They built the courts and dynasties, And most insurance is seen as kind of like a downturn of the energy, but not all. Many have said that we just don't understand that 90% very well. So stay with that question. Beginning with. Resulting condition. This is basically a literature review. They said, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high-level cognitive studies.
The island of Sumatra.
But in reality, everybody's
Passage by Kubla Khan. In the largest and most seaworthy cargo ships of their day. According to Khan, they set sail, fitted out with a fleet of 13 ships, each of which had 4 masts and as many as 12 sails.
What was going on in that very television
So we figured, let's get on a big container ship and sail like he did on a merchant ship. And they said, no, you guys are crazy. The days of sailing around the world in a steam ship with insurance liabilities and unions. We don't just let anybody get on the ships. We didn't accept that. We get on the ship, go Bill Hart.
It was neither hell nor high water, but a little local publicity that did the trick.
We got some oxygen from different companies. But let's put it already out. So anybody in Hong Kong was interested in a historical project.
9/11 is one of those things. You know,
After our
in
radio
America,
interview, we went to see the
I
last
was
big ship
when
company,
9/11. I'm like up to you guys, right?
and many of it we pitched them. And unfortunately,
there was
the
a
person
very
who did you heard our radio interview,
we
he
did
was
not
like,
have
the
to
ship
go
you guys
to
are
security
reading,
to get on
you
the plane.
have to sign on as crew members.
Walking
You're
in
on
like
that cargo
this,
ship,
you need to
you're
smoke
sailing for free.
You know, you're wondering why
China,
everybody's not allowed to smoke there. Everybody's smoking there.
pretty high.
Doesn't matter if you're a tiny fuselage flying through the sky with all this smoke in there. People say,
Perhaps they
can't
deserved
do
a little good luck.
But
They
there
figured
was a
they had
pre
made their
9/11
own
world.
luck.
But now we live in a
Either
very
way,
post
they were
9/11
on a
world
ship
where
sailing
there's
south to
security
Sumatra,
airports, you have,
just as Marco Polo
cyber
had.
security that's huge, and all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 now we have this very different world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like.
Tells
So
us that he's
too,
stranded there
before
for 5
shoplifting
months
and after
because
shoplifting,
the monsoon winds have changed and he can't continue west.
snag can be interpreted
He
as
goes on
a
to describe
derogatory
the
term.
people there
It's not
as
the fear of
savages,
shoplifting is
cannibals.
Yes,
It is
it
even
was.
famous
There's a
illumination
huge
that's
fear.
in his
And that's why
his original books where it's kind of funny because in the late ages they made all these Asiatic people who look like Europeans. So there's these guys with white beards and, you know, European clothes on, and they're like eating arms and legs.
Cannibalism is long gone from Sumatra, but Dennis and Francis did detect traces of the 13th century on the Indonesian island of Siberut, where they would soon encounter another Marco milestone.
I mean, it was like almost royalty there.
The picture of the wrong shots, the revenge shots, for certain incidents which will set place. Mr. Vasilevsky. So what today's like bar and what dots are you really compared to the CA movie back then? Mr. Vasilevsky, great question. The 21st century question, no? And I think as you shall see, modern orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, follows from all of these.
He's a shaman. He's a medicine.
It's the waves of that tsunami.
Told in detail of the local people's skill in the art of the tattoo.
Last question is
Male and female have their flesh covered all over with pictures made with needles in such a way that they are indelible. They
Okay.
put these on their faces,
If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is
legs.
money. Exactly.
The more elaborate anyone is decorated, the greater and handsomer he is considered.
When he asked them why do they do that, they said it's because without the tattoos,
You
you
guys,
feel
60 years
this is kind of
ago,
like their
you
clothes.
would have been
We had been there for
already
several
earning a
weeks.
pension.
You're trying to coax them into getting a tattoo, and they kept like, yes, I needed that.
But to imagine
I didn't think I was going to actually get one.
number of men engaged in full-time study at age 20, 21,
I'm
22,
watching the guy give him the
it's
tattoo,
virtually unheard
and
of.
I'm sitting there, I'm going, man, he's going to get hepatitis or something from it. He's going down with this thing. Because they basically took some sort of black
And also,
sweat ash
story.
from the fire,
Don't forget, you guys,
charcoal or
I hope
something,
you realize
and
that
he mixed that with water and
Right, so oil from a plant, and turned it into an ink. And he had this mysterious one. Yeah, it was some sort of natural needle. He had the stick, and he dipped the needle in the ink, and then he had another stick that he would whack.
So maybe half of those that kind of
He was kind of cantilevered on the stick, and he was whack. And I'm laughing at his white blood with this dirty rag, and I'm going, I'm looking at him, what are you doing?
of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are doing really good. The Navy SEALs out the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's the best. So that's very interesting. Come from your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition, and for your abilities, not you self-promotion. You gotta be thankful for that. Okay. So the innovation of the rebels in tradition was sometimes perceived as the innovation of the movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as anti-innovation. What does it mean? The Greek original is normal. Whatever that word normal means law. Antinomian means breaking the norm. Like the leader of this great country, for example. Breaking the law. Not necessarily breaking the law. The thin line. Right? So antinomian. The Hasidim were seen by the Spartan as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? You have a spoken art. This is what God is supposed to do. And you're talking later. And this is not supposed to be before. What are you guys having here? Francis would determine if their trip was to end in success. The latest example of this gnostic approach with the South Sofer, I think, one fascinating thing where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later in time, but riffing on a Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he says, Kadash, Asur, in Torah. He would have said his mother also in Torah. So what does that mean?
About access to Marco's version and started worrying about how they were going to get on the ship.
October 20th.
Great. So the
It
original
is
context
visible in the
tomorrow,
distance.
what's the original context?
After a anchor here, as the captain says, it will be 3 or 4
Right,
days
so
until we get
you
north.
use the distant
Which brought
traffic,
us
you have to wait
22nd.
until after, based on the
We've been
rules,
hanging
and
over
remember, before you use that, we call
fishing for
colors, and
some
it's also
crawfish.
that.
The sea is
That's
wonderful.
why we
Clouds
read,
of mushroom like
young
fish.
fish,
The
and
trip is
bullseye.
October 25th.
He
We'll
said,
be anchored in
is
East
that
for 3 days.
cloud gadol,
The last 2 of the consumed by
Kadash,
sleep.
Asur, and Torah,
I
is
finished the
new.
book and have that read every magazine on board the
That's
ship.
kind of like
That means
extreme
consider
reaction.
October
You will
30th.
not come
I
any
can't
of these
believe we're
days.
still on this vessel. Apparently, they never had foreign nationals disembarking as passengers off the cargo ship October
A sort
31st.
of rebellion of
What a bureaucratic nightmare this has turned out to be.
Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And there we see this, and this is going to be associated more with the Hasidic movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinction to what the Sam Sofer says in Kadash Asur and Torah. Wait, but it is not Asur, must be mutter. And if it's not Asur and must be mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the value in the Hasidim was interested in experimenting with the outside world. They're adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really a fair comparison, I know what people will not be happy
Echoes of Polo's distant words.
suggesting
He said the
think
local
about it,
people
but
could trust
they're
no sound,
the
for
Rambam.
they say that a
And
man
they
who goes
say,
to sea
look at the
must be a
Rambam,
man
and
in
must
despair.
here or unfairly using the Rambam as opposed to how they were there now. As we say, the Rambam was like, he was a medical doctor. He wrote beautiful Arabic. He was like in the court of the royalty. He was like completely involved in the outside world. This is the iconic image. There is actually an article that I saw 2 weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is actually a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very
one in the right place and one on either shoulder. Some have 4 hands, some 10, and some 1,000. And he described the habits of the people he encountered. As soon as a child is born, the father and mother have a record made in writing of his nativity. This they do because they guide all their actions by the counsel of astrologers and diviners who are skilled in enchantment and magic and geomancy.
Also birth of modern France,
Dennis Mallow had a diviner read his fortune.
right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. Even like the Greeks. So those are our 3 rebellions. Let's go now to South Street. You asked questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story with South Street? So there are the story of Shabtai
But rather than the future, it was the present that caught up with Francis O'Donnell.
This is the story of an individual who has significant talents and learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as an evil Russia, most of the modern studies of Shabtai suggest that he was mentally ill. He was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers to tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder, manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So, obviously, we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries. But what I can tell you is that he goes through these periods of what he calls illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation, joy, and feelings of grandeur. During the worst of these periods, that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in self-hadera, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, I think to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, you have to imagine this guy is tall, good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time, so he started getting involved with. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah scroll that he got married to at one point, arranged in symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Mashiach. And so, yeah, he was massive influence with them, and we're exposed to the end of
Sometimes you just have to kick them down. We've come up with a dangerous plan. Make them weak for missiles, then we'll cut through Afghanistan again. Use our contacts there to sneak into Iran.
how will people support people on the field? How will people still go? How do they fight? I mean, historians point to the fact that there was like one spell depression after the Kalmitsky rebellion that we discussed on Monday.
Before trying to sneak into Iran, the American travelers decided to make one last-ditch effort. They would divert from Kabul's route to Pakistan, where they made a desperate plea to the Iranian ambassador.
For the next 2 weeks, they tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrine that was emanating from Scott, and the idea of, wow, look at these whole new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically, and here's a guy comes along, he's soaked in this Kabbalah. There's also the role of new technology. Printing was really starting to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of South Street, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings, leaving Amsterdam in particular, and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work.
And we're not giving you a 3-day tourist transit visa.
It's the whole leaders, or even these horrible dictators who call us.
7 centuries earlier, Marco Polo knew Iran as a very large country with 8 kingdoms.
Looking at the descriptions of how he
He
behaved,
described a wondrous technology.
most historians
The
believe
climate
that's
is so
probably
hot
the case.
that houses are fitted with ventilators to
assume
catch
that-
the wind.
Could I assume
The
that
ventilators
other
are set to face the corner from which the
dictator-like
wind blows and let it blow into the house.
co-leaders, you know,
Polo also told of a murderous
narcissistic,
medieval sect.
self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders, that doesn't stop them from,
This is the Valley of the Assassins,
controlling nuclear weapons.
northern Iran.
We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate
Writes
insanity.
about this old man in the mountains.
Why am I being that's being recorded?
Word assassin basically
I
comes
just got
from
my
a
six,
set
like,
of
you're already messing it up.
which means the hashish. Young men were brought to this place. They got high on hashish. They were given hashish. They would go and they would kill.
Just showing us the class. So, he's a master of characters. Now,
Polo said that the old man would tell his assassins that he was appointed to dispatch them to paradise. They were to kill such and such a man. If they died on their mission, they would go there all the sooner.
Would you ever think that, you know,
He did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make it look like a Nazi. They
that's
had
basically
the
what they
suggestion of making a Gaza was definitely not a good influence for him. He got a future Deborah. He married a woman who was an orphan from she was named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently because he wanted to imitate the Nazi. Who also married a woman and killed her
have to have
and
a car and drive from
thoroughly read about how this children are. Okay, guys, I love the answer, so we're not going to rubber. Let's just go back a little bit before we jump to the going on 1490 to the 1200.
Today is the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution.
A lot, but it's a major
Stormed the American Embassy.
like one of those structures that's almost a small
Passed out
house
until
size.
on their way to the
Spain was, without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, well, basically like America, like the Northeast, New Jersey, that's what Spain was like, and then all of a sudden it just collapsed. From the 1390 to 1430, Inquisition, and then finally the Sultan, and all these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, taking away responsibility for immigration, up to Europe, and then many past right, all trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. And many turn to mystics and saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that something has changed dramatically, and we find the Jews who made their way to Prague, who found
really got our attention
Prague
today.
circle,
Was
where
the
you have,
indoctrination of
the
children by
great
the
capitalist, the Ramat,
young minds being
his
schooled
students,
in
the
hatred.
Rizal, deeply influential. Also, then Joseph Karo and Joe Age settled there, the Alshit, many others, the Alphabets, the Harvard
From Main Square with its TV cameras and ranting crowds.
What do people
It
always
seemed
do?
that most people were just happy to have the day off from work.
What do people always
In
do?
fact,
Why do
Iranian
people always
people
do
are
what?
amongst the nicest and most hospitable we've ever come across.
Like there happens,
As much as they turn
everybody like you dance figure out how to answer it up and get somebody this week or next week or the week after. Well, we keep doing it every year.
So
It was
huge
early
overgeneralization,
1995.
because like not all
They
people
had
do this,
traveled
not all
for
people
nearly
do
2
this,
years.
not every people
And in
react,
Iran,
but
Dennis and
I
Francis
think
knew
this is
finally that
you
they
know,
had
it can be
done
a
it.
refuge, right? If you have
Against all
difficulty
odds,
understanding
they
the
had
world
been where the Venetian had been,
reasons
seen
does
what he
not
had seen.
give you
Not
the
only
kind
had they
of
followed their hearts, they
emotional
had met their goal,
support you
walking
need.
in the
You may find it.
footsteps of
You
Marco
may find it in
Polo.
poetry. You may find it in saying Vanilla. I don't think a lot of things here. But Mr. Simmons is a Rebbe. If you study my book on the possession Rebbe, or the discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. Let's go through this. There were also during this time, you will recall, when we were in Spartak, that
Not only did they run out the red carpet for us, but it was kind of like a magic carpet because they took us by the hand, led us across the country, and shipped us to Venice, which was nice because for the first time in 2 years, we really got the thing. We just like stars,
the
and they got us up in this
possibility
hotel,
of
and they had food,
identifying
sleeping in
as
this
a
bed,
Jew
and they put us on a
while
ship, and
disaffiliating
we sailed
from
into
the
Venice.
community.
So
The
that's like kind
idea
of
that
stuff on
you
the bow of the
could
ship
be
is
kind of
Venice
like
floated by.
ethnically Jewish,
Kind of had this little
but
moment
do
of,
not have to be under the authority of the Beit Din. Some of the
realization
key
between us
figures
that
wellness
this was
is
a
Uriel Acosta,
and
pictured
it was
here
kind of melancholy
in
because
this dark kind of brooding,
when you're out there,
straw-like
you're yearning for
stuff
home,
like that.
maybe you're saying,
An
I wish I wasn't here.
individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you this story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in 1400, living as a Christian Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish. Because there's always a concern that maybe they'll be playing, and I was often mentioned that my mom, like Canada's quite nice to me, position would come and it would be disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra, earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Julio, ask the truth, we're actually Jewish, and we're moving to Amsterdam. Right, which was a free city where he could express himself. Julio said, Jewish? Oh my God. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. No, I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be like those forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, who was so excited. He goes to Amsterdam. He was a smart guy. Read several books. But what happens when he's actually going alive for real Jewish community is that he's too slow for it. And he starts saying that we try to bring back today. And I can't believe you guys are talking during the Don't you realize? He's talking to that man who says, like, did you really do that? I can't believe you guys said that. So that night, they threw us a gala reception for us with beer and tours with our parents and family. And the mayor got up the big speech. He was like, what do we do for you? Two Americans who invested in so much in how raised you. We just said, I like this guy. He's holy. He's not a pastor. How is that possible? How is it possible? How is it a crime? He's like going around and he's like speaking to too many people and he's like, and the base in Amsterdam, we don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have it pretty good in Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which means basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in a harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it on board, he was moved away, same kind of problem. Finally, he goes back and says, let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told you guys thinking of converting to Judaism, but they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I'm making a joke with it, but really it's a really sad story. They said, well, you're fine. We've already done this twice before. The third time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to to stand in the middle of the
saying someone you never met travels is the enemy of bigotry.
To recite our faith and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will applaud you. They publicly witness from 1980, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his stone form.
It's just right here and now, just to enjoy the moment.
He does it. He wants to be among the group. He writes later that if I have to, I will be a great among apes.
There's a few factors that have special meaning that I just have to have and I have to bring over. I brought back my son from Xinjiang province with medicine. I rode 400 miles from Kashmir to Hotia. And it's a beautiful art object. It's not very practical as a sound, but I don't really think about the hardship that it was endured. I think about the majesty of our journey.
The example of human life. And
I really don't need pictures or artwork to remember these things because it's locked in my mind.
But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of different how he perceived Jewish certainty from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic and how he sees actual truth. So, you know, sometimes cheat on their taxes, that's what it is. Sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this package that we can talk about here, including probably a mental illness, but he represented a great grace in that community of being within the community and being under the auspices and prohibition of being completely outside. He did not want to convert his soul. He already was a Catholic. He did that. He doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community. So while this is an amazing portrait by Rothschild, he's portrayed as like this non-Jewish progressive type. He was pretty fair. The child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, who now is called Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who, you know, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of the real concept without the self-destructive behavior. So, Spinoza is shown as language with hands, with flowers, pearls, bright colors. That's shows kind of intellectual evolution that exists in the view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza, who went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in Pharaoh, terrible, awful Pharaoh, and he basically just ignored it. He said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want. It doesn't change how I feel about myself or how what I feel about the universe, the world. Here he is, just walking lost in a book as an adult. And the background you have these Jews portrayed in the negative aspect, cowering, afraid of him. This guy looks like he's picking up a rock to throw at him. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have done. And that builds on the horrible massacres of Magnitsky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we're talking about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions? Whether it is or whether it's like let's call us another serious guy, whether it's actual like like people trying to go back to people trying to go about the gay life and like all these guys really are. So I don't want to use modern terms like Modocs to characterize these people, but there was a legitimate vagueness in the sense that I think there is a form of legitimate vagueness. None of the people involved in the basic were like famous people. You might lose their words in base measures, but you know they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a guy's little bit culture, and they also couldn't control Father Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting when you mention that context, a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Peace Archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the baby and handling of Father Spinoza. So they surprisingly, they banned him as well. It's a story, he didn't ban it. There's a fair amount of people coming into our library. You know, some of the famous libraries that exist there. Once you really have to think about it, we're going to borrow space from our ancestors to put a fair amount here. People like this. Jump next week. Okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with export right off the Portuguese. This is one of dozens of portraits we have in South Street. It was very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of South Street. Wasn't that interesting? The Jews claimed to have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of broadsheets. We're going to this one to tell you that is written by a Christian. How do you know? Very good, Mr. Lady, right? This is like, you don't know what people look like, so you just kind of put some gibberish down here that's going to press 7, so we don't know that. Maybe that's a picture of the rock. We don't know what it looks like. This reading of, we say just over there, this says like your Pascal Baby Lama Zion, right? Maybe you saw a little bit of what's up here, but that's also, that's not much of a font either, like this is something. But it looks like there's more, maybe we had some kind of like, interesting to check it out, our store star, that's nice. It's truly amazing. You got to take it back. I'm not sure if this is the case that was. Okay, so let's anyway, so before I see what the heck is trying to see, by the way, the end of the story we go through me now, he gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers, amazing objects in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaged in all kinds of bizarre astronomical activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on, because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now we're on Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from a sacred Torah. He says that Humashim are so modern, they're so cool, we should all be reading from Humashim, like Prince's Humashim, all kinds of crazy things like this, and many other more crazy things. He ends up making a delegation to consult the Ottoman leader who controls the Israel, and he says, essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now, and the Ottoman Sultan says to him, during next week, Messiah, I have a counter-offer, how about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter-offer, he becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers are totally crushed, and they go back home, penniless, as they sold their houses, spent it all, thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of the Messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They call it Zimmet, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right? You know, in the 19th century. So someone thought it was another risk that asserted, I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some good to it. So they're really quite active for a while. They still have to submit on. They were lost in March of Turkey and Syria. But after this in 1666, where the Shabbat Street eventually really loosed it, the he becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the alderman sort of puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a Yom Kippur Matzah, because he wants the daven, so maybe he kind of came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards.
Because everything was described in gigantic numbers, thousands of armies and soldiers. No one really quite believed it.
Afterwards, there are a lot of these kinds of things, tornadoes that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnasa, shidduchim, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean meanings or being secret followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, was the subject of a massive attack based on argument that it was Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued through guilt. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of the Messiah Sharp, right? Do you guys know about the secrets of the Sharp that was discovered in 1991? What is that? Yes, it is. What's the secret play? Secret is our goal to do with the show both together. It was originally Mahan Opek, but yeah, he wrote an earlier version of the Sharp discovery in the Soviet archives, and it's really, in my humble opinion, way better than the one we've been studying for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly because it is really important. I have a personal ambition to study the Sharp 101 times. I just finished 30 about 2 months ago, but it's such an amazing book. But here it is. This is a much the original Messiah Sharp that he wrote has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if we were to make this 21st century guy, he would be kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also likes science and sports and culture. And he's got to have like a broad, everything sort of personality. But, what is it with those fancy guys? Really talk about how they what are those most likely left in a convoy of trains. What day, right? Yeah, the book. High school graduate across the east of the and now he's like all black and big black hat about 6 feet across. And he says, oh, great. Wonderful. Sean Ray, how are you? It's high school stuff. Strange. You mind if I ask you a question? I noticed that you come like already you were already this is already the 18th century. But he says, like, what do you see in it? How can you let the same thing go so long? How can you go so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Messiah Sharp. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the queues, the regular guy who called the Chacham is completely blown away by the question, and he just says, well, you can take the wheel and drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear about how to appreciate the world. And that's what this difference, the original version is now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He had it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Blaschman. That's an interesting. I'm sorry, accessibility. Good argument. Although I would say that the original subscription everybody gets one safer style. It's that safer style, but Rothschild had no problem with that. He wrote plays. He wrote actual dramatic plays. You know, like the characters. That's I would think I'd rather more people be interested. But you guys, if you don't know the answer for sure, Oh, he got persecuted so bad he was put under house arrest. His writing was prospered, and because people didn't know whether it was out of choices, they actually buried it, and then lost it. They forgot where they buried it. Somewhere in Central Germany, there's a massive chest that was unfound writing that have never seen the light of day, that maybe one day we can discover. But I'm waiting for you guys to give me, I mean, that's how to give me a world history. Exactly. David Sklar wrote a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason it published first because the publishers would not print it. They lost the background. People were paying for the publication. Why? Because the original version translated has a few things that you know the people involved are identified. He's writing about this guy here. He's describing certain kind of personality. And no, who's talking about? It was just way incendiary. So he gave up. And his students said, no, Rebbe, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, we have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standardized way. Rothschild said, you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he's saying his students were working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind-blowing experience for real. Now, why was he persecuted? That's why I was putting it here. He was persecuted because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including the Motion Peace, the son of the Constantine Steve was the number one sabotaged hunter of the era. He was looking for anybody who was looking up history. His son continued it, but by the time he got to the Rothschild age, there was very few big sabotagers left. But the emotion of Jesus identified him as pursuit of Europe, until finally he ended up in the relatively liberal city of Amsterdam, where he could be more active. But the facility charm itself is an artifact of this quest for heresy that was the remnant of the post-17th era. Arguments, questions, discussion? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into the soldiers are training to be frontline reporters. Jewish population in Europe in the first half of the 19th century. Looking at the infinity we're looking at, you can see great density, particularly in what we say Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, because even though we have this massive migration to the east, as we discussed last week, there's still some pockets of Jews where we talk about, not so much in France, because they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we will have a complete assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and not in Spain, because Spain is still officially Judeanized, and major concentrations in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How is that mapped onto the three great asteroids of the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in Western Ukraine, southern Poland. But there are definitely Hasidim who are active further north. The one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically an exception, because Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Misnagdim, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, with its epicenter at Vilna. And then finally you have the Masculine, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's most Feminism, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, the West. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap. Right? So you can have regions where you easily have Hasidim, Misnagdim, and Maskilim, the cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Brandon.
At close quarters, like Christian churches, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the most sacred place of Judaism, the Wailing
So, that's a great question. How does the denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. The whole idea of what we would call today a denomination is in itself a breakaway. Because even when they are fighting and trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Messiahs were saying that the others were Jewish. And none of them were arguing that we don't have to follow Tariq mitzvos. The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so their denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Messiah flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Krabs, and all the kids came together and we are all serving them. We're all trying to get most of these guys are personal. I have a one-word answer to Mr. Krabs. Monday. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop.
That's impossible. Bradley has to come up with a different route. The conflict between Israel and Arabs is traveling in this region.
Last century, we were talking about the negative structure,
and then with the security checks, and the visa, Israeli visa stamp issue in your passport.
We'll have pressure.
Please keep your eye on when you plan your group, whenever you go like this
Western Europe, follow their crusaders, right? Exactly, the massacres of Shunta 96 onward, good. What else? Kicking them out. Government's kicking them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182, and like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half. And England 1290, right? Why are they kicking them out? Generally speaking, when the peasants owed you money, you have rebellion. When the nobles owed you money, you have expulsion. Right? That's just because that's how they deal with it. Then, of course, they end up inviting them back. Right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas that were circulating at the time? I think Jews be able to think around for celebration of rebellion, blood libel, social restoration, what's ritual murder? Close. The Monty, post name of the crackers. Ritual murder is technically the earliest form of life. The ritual murder charge in 1144 in North England is the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. God forbid, that's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspects of it, which is so bizarre. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are particularly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Like one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, looking at the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern region, the Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, to a certain degree Russia, they really, that's the phenomenon from the 13th to the 18th century. They moved from Western Europe. Okay. Historical observer. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this unit. You've already seen Salovran, right? We talked about him a few weeks ago. He's a very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose version of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history. That, oh, it's all persecution, and yet we overcome persecution with great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him for this, and I'm going to come back to him in just one second, but I want to introduce you to two other great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, not Jewish, von Ranke was one of the first people to try and figure out what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice his years, right? It's really quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write history. What we find is different. History written in the year 1000, the history written in the year 2000. What's different? Okay, good. More sources. Let's even more basic and less sources. What do you mean by that? Direct back. What is direct back? It's I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, before you said that, you said exactly quote. You were Mechabe to the great from Doctor when you said things that actually happened. Remember you said that? Right? The history is Geschichte ist was eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that's what his big deal. When Ranke said, you know what, too much of this all the history that's been written up until now is not what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing, like stories. Edification. They're writing like narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts of what actually happened, but trying to make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel love. Whatever it is, they're more an art form than a science, to be sure. And von Ranke said we have to really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big, line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until von Ranke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like there was no problem with going mythology straight into wars, princes, and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He would later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, I'm going to get to the point there now. But that's a very important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you like a fact. And that was, appropriate if we want to build up people's identity in one way or another, but it's not necessarily the kind of history that von Ranke will be happy with. Another really important point that we're going to bring in here is this guy, Wellhausen. Wellhausen is not a friend of Widerstand. I got to tell you up front. Definitely not a friend of Widerstand. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Baruch Spinoza, but Wellhausen is the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we come out. And so we had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates history coverage. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting him on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more
about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about.
Yusuf Siraj is a photographer.
The people who are writing this period are living during those times, and they are, I know, an impartial witness to what's going on. That reveals more about their personal views more than rather than what actually is.
Nice thing if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I am not that old. I was not around in 1917 right? But I was like history in the 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about? So you weren't there. I definitely was there. So the customs buildings. Political reality situation and what's going on. Very good. I understand. Because obviously I'm using sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at but I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Thinking all my 1995 issues. And I'm filtering everything I know is important to rule 1995. Right? Also, it's interesting. Where did you change your hindsight? Clarity of your perfect. Very nice. I'm going to read that so people are on Zoom here. So it says actually blinded by hindsight. Exactly. We're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So we're not trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibility. Like they jar us when they say something about slavery, but unnecessarily view, saying, "Oh, we hate slavery, it's bad." Or they avert, for example, that fashion mentality, that women are like-minded, right? And we say, "Oh man, he's misogynist." No, excuse me, there were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if you, with that person's attitude, as if you lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these facile character judgments, which is bad history. But that's what Bellhausen's main point is. So we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and bring to that and history all of our contemporary biases. And it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers would say it's impossible to break free of them, but that's not the right perspective. Brian Scott James Stone, he says that's what's going on with it. We're look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situations. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what actually happened, as I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Like, for example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago. When the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this, I like this picture in particular because, a lot of the stuff that we talk about today deals with the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are, in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, and it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even though it was the same history, nothing changed because once the past is over, it's that way. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is it's not dead, it's not starting construction. Still, we live in the past, but I wax to philosophical. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think is more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressure itself. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well. But this is making their way specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Australia, not so much Latvia, here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is here's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, as I'm sure all of you are aware. The Russian Empire is succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. So we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressure from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time, invited into Eastern Europe. So I have to figure out why are they invited into? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called the Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. As we see, the map stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern part of Ukraine, this is Crimea, still contested region on contemporary Ukraine held by Russia. Actually, that's how we're on to. This is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. Russia has most of this, although the Ukrainian has a good territory more further, and the Ukraine down here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukraine. Let's put this contemporary way. Very close. They're going to be over here. So, Central Europe, way over here with the England, right? Big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and the Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different people in here. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will become the Jews. The Jews first entered this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back like around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine and Kazakh migrations, specifically to the region of Kiev, or Kiev, as we say nowadays in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second. Kind of a weird thing. When you listen to the radio, everybody says Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they two syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we said, Kiev. Just like,
the name Jewish comes from the word Japanese used in the
But in Ukrainian, they have slightly different vowel combinations. explanation for songs are scientifically, and it is pronounced K-E. Two syllables. I don't know why people say K, but it's K-E. So Kiev, the city right about here, was actually the center of a massive princedom, a kingdom, that was later divided by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, as their homeland. But in many ways, they were totally separate, and in fact, after the Mongol invasion in 1240, they were literally separate, because that was it for the city. We do know that there's lots of Jews active in Taylor from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence, there's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Big and so on, and I believe we even discussed, we did, the famous Moses the Chronicle of Blind Bygone Years, where Prince Vladimir had to decide between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany. And this is really where there's a huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first myths in Polish, making money, literally making money. There's a whole pile of very early Polish coins, and you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They're like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. They're like, Polish jokes are written on them or something. Yeah, exactly. The Poles are non-literate, and the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know their value, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet anyway. They're making money in the Jews already, by the time they get to the 1300, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. So we discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the church's law of Latin, and only go around to that money. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to move to that more advanced money economy, like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on these things. You see lots of little folks out here. This one's my favorite. It's Carl. King Neshko. It's great. Carl is king. In Polish, which is amazing thing. Going back to this here, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank in Ukraine. Explain why that is so significant. Well, what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right? Chernobyl Rebbe, Chernobyl disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are hugely concentrated the right bank primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called the Avenda. So hang on to that word Avenda. Something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the great Khmelnytsky rebellion that we're going to speak about later. But you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews, unlike in Shire, Bloomington mines, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in 3 places. Here Jews are spread out. They're small numbers, but they tend to be village and town based. Some cities as well. This looks like a good question for the natives will answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thanks you. Right. Money, but you weren't here for years ago. Economic opportunity. Yeah, exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunity that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews rather than a massive concentration, where you would get with industrialization, when factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that. That's really when you start seeing Jews in really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetla in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Jewish form of the Ukrainian word shtetl, which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village. L at the end of the Yiddish word is living unit, making it smaller. And so shtetla is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls all over. Here is the Dnipro River, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The knitting turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Orenda, which I'm going to describe now, is much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the kids saying, "Well, how come the Jews are getting stuff like this? We've got to invite them here." The Jews are like, "Oh, please invite us in." This guy looks rather mosaic. It's unusual to see him without a shirt. I think that's how the 19th century adaptation. It was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words O, here, Lin. We will rest. O, Lin. Here we will rest. After all our wanderings to Western Europe and North Africa and the States and the blood idols, finally here, O, Lin. Here in Poland we will rest. That's it. And we talked about that. Things that was pushing them over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Use the word citizen, but I don't mean to imply like equal rights, because that concept is related. But if you were an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up for you and your community group. And the Jews in particular have this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. We spoke about this briefly when we talked about the ability to come to recognize, but the kinds of things that you could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries. Such as, as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, toll, things like taking toll, whatever it is. I know sometimes like, if you go to get your driving event here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry. If you get your hair cut in between, for sure it's going to be a quality guy. Like every barber
in a 50-mile radius of agriculture land, physical college and gun. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I have to make a living. No, I know, you should be a barber. I'm trying to make a barber work. Oh, well, so there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see that more here. Magdeburg Rep also reinforced a lot of the tejanos that the tequila had imposed, including the Keren HaYeshuv. Anyone remember what the Keren HaYeshuv was? Exactly. The Keren HaYeshuv was literally this ban on settlement. That you can only move into town if you have permission of the town. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter, we control how many people will be engaged in whatever. So Magdeburg Rep is kind of like, more like, these are pretty modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracies. This is free doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-governing tasks to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why would they want to give these kind of rights to you? I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. Your three actions you gave there. First one was allow the kids to live. The third one was, allow the kids to live sort of like happily. I don't think those are big concerns. But make money. Everybody knows that. Look, once again, right? The whole idea is that the Jews are prosperous. They're paying them tax. They're not the only one that tax them. There's open municipalities that tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews live here. Give them the privileges they want to set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahavdil, why a traditional community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. So if there's a gambling, it's by the highway or something. Okay, by JFK, it's like a original. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You think it's going to attract people who are maybe lots of salutary, maybe a lot of despair. So why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why it's so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area. Because that's too much profound. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Somebody really wanted the Jews to live there. Somebody, they're not Christians, they don't believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can make it to themselves, we'll be happy with them. And Magdeburg Rep was like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they could stand aside. Yes. Okay, thank you. It's named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. How the Jews were released were they saying, you want us to move to this town? Fine, and we'd like to have some Magdeburg Reps. And they'll say, well, they're Magdeburg Reps, I'll tell you. And they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, it's just a little bit of density of Jewish settlements. You get what would be the Polish Lithuania. It's massive, right? It's really complicated, especially in West Bank, Ukraine. Now, I really got to get to the other thing. I'll talk about capital last first. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which was the early dissertation and work of the great Jewish historian Shimon Lippmann, who is a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he let out, he said to them in Yiddish, "Schreib und Vorschlag," write and record.
it makes the idea that Siegel would do his last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down, let people know what happened. Anyway, he goes into dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have, like, in all of these tiny shedlocks all over, you have kahal. We talked about the kahal structure, like the basin, and the harmas, and the feathers, and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation in local customs, things like that. But after a while, they say, you know what, there's so much stuff that we share amongst our heroes, and that we could actually standardize ourselves if we organized ourselves into a kind of super kihila, one big kihila, one big council that would pass legislation for all kihilas as opposed to doing it on one. And so Kahara, that's what they did. They set up first in what they call 4 lands, then they gave 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Lithuania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single kehillah was operating under the same legal system, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the business. So like, exactly, so the council of the 4 lands. So really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved with? What did they pass legislation on? Sure. Taxes. Taxes are good, right? Internal taxes, group taxes, definitely good call. What else? How to deal with people who are out of line. For example, somebody, good point. Right? How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Minsk, and the basin sends you a seru, you've got to show up to court. You say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to go over and move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the base in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our base doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But the Vada or associates, they can say, oh, really? You think you're going to escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. There's a harem placed on you in Minsk. You were also going to be under a harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of religion is if you become Christian. There's no third way to become a country. That's something that happens. The 18th century, long afterwards, first Western Europe, eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well, but it's not at all true of the council. So in other words, wherever you went, there was an incredible system all around. One other area that you might go, like where you don't see a lot, for example, is in Eaton. The guy wants to not give his wife a gift, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, there you go, send the buy-in to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk to give a gift. That's the power of this imperative thing. So stretched again, through what would be today, 6 countries. Yes, true.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who, because they said they're under Jewish hands than being treated in another prison.
It was absolutely acceptable, although flogging was more common in prison. Because prison involves great expense, right? You've got to keep you have cleaned up, all kinds of things. But if you flog them once, it's done. And it's a physical pain, people are afraid of it, so flogging is far more common. You go through Eastern Europe, you find like some, flogging village where they actually, this is where we flog. Lightly flog, Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day, it is an innovation of the Vada of Sotos. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book? Close to copyright, yeah. Well, we'll call it Haskama, right? What is Haskama? And what is it certified? Yeah, right. That's right. Credibility and consent. Like who writes those in Scotland? Big rabbis. Right? Big rabbis. A big rabbi writes, I didn't have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and he signs it, right? Until he later reports that he kind of did not make it right? But that's how we use Haskamas today. But Haskamas were invented by the Vad of Sos because of the new technology of LinkedIn. Because it used to be when you wrote and signature, basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Maybe expensive procedure, but copy it out. But once you're ready, printing happens, and the price of printed books dropped significantly. And then suddenly it became a great adventure. Oh my gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make a million sloppy, which is about $12. I didn't push it screen. And so, and you can also do that when someone else is printing book. So let's say, for example, you live out in Latvia and Danzig, and you're visiting Krakow and you see this great book. You say, well, this is a fantastic book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, make a lot of money before you can possibly ship his books out to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Vad of Sos came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Roman said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the content of the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into the Haskama that we have today. Ironically, the Haskama that we have today is close to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Word, which is basically the sign that the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you see a Catholic Church. So these are the kinds of things the Vad of Sos did, and they continue to fulfill its function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, and really up until the late 1700s. Okay, are you going to that was a typical thing. That might be one way for them to focus on. And it was an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing. I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much, they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. So in Israel, they put him in jail if he went to the again. And he went to jail for like 20 years, rather than just going again. And it's incredible how this happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of aging was to get rid. And that worked. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why don't you invite somebody to talk a little bit about anything that's just kind of cool that we have in the form? So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy was the system known as the renta. It's a Latin word incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. how does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go down to the map for a second here. If we look at the map of these things, you have a tremendous number of noblemen from Schloss there, that no, it's not very Schloss there, but it's not the same word, that are living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right now Ukraine. Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and I guess going to this part of this Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly Polish landowners, own these massive farmsteads called Latifundia. Again, another last word, but they've got all of these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs. S-E-R-S. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, but 1865, they're finally not free. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their fathers, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, something called bargain, which is basically they have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they will themselves. And so you imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from it? The way they do it is they bring the Jews in as so-called Organisator, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish noblemen, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community to the shtetl. And it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetl, these little villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything owned by the noblemen. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the noblemen. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the buggy all day making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money from them. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the nobleman says, fine. Go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collected, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back, and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect, minus the amount they have to pay to the nobleman. In other words, if they agree in a year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's your contract, come back to me next first of Elul with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay of their economy. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce. Meaning you bring in $10 in a week, you've got to be one to the nobleman. You track 100 rabbits in the Netherlands forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, the documented, if you want to use the nobleman's church, you want to baptize your child, you want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the church. And I can imagine this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the tax to get the Jews to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality, but in terms of Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that were memorized by blind guitarists called Baptistas. And they all go on about the cool Jew who were charged a huge amount in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of resentment.
But first of all, the Jews that are below the 6% they were really impoverished. They were the lowest class as well as peasants. I think they were the best of all the money and finding the hand.
Well, there you go, Mr. Tuman. That's like Salavera, right? And there are elements to what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that our depiction of death of life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also you have to understand that we're looking at stress of life when we've got, like, we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? We're going to the river and getting water for the daily chore for everybody. So the overall standards are much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, like, invasion of the body snatch, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but that choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical European peasant.
They're also the scapegoat that the Ukrainians did. There was actually the development of the actually confused. They would be more hated.
You are absolutely right. I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this would all go on. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not like, being really counterintuitive. We tend to have sort of like a vision like the South Bell House. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof, and whenever seen that movie, Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600s. We can't take it back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read if you're curious about doing research on this, Yevgeny Mishura, very good, powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the best uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed toward disaster. That eventually things would go up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century. He was unusually self-critical about, wow, that choice the Jews made. 17th century. Primary social, absolutely. But, primary women. Another example might be like if you look at it's a terrible content, such a killer attempt when you look at the newspaper and see the financial scandal. There's someone cheating government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that. And you see every single piece, there's better not be a Jewish name. And then you see a son, a bird, But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, you have this idea that everybody is 1500 years black hat and so we know Shabbos. It's unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats and worship Shabbos, which sometimes unfortunately involve a very shady and exploitative economic practices. That was very
music you can play?
keyboard or like more today that require the kind of intelligence that involve evidence and the higher less of the So that's a fascinating question. More of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say is like I don't want to step out of my lane into the theology part, not more of the history part, but we have this idea of Eureka Hazolah, the decline of regeneration. But we also have the idea of Halacha Kadashroi. Halacha follows the later generations. So what does that Sira? If we are constantly lower than the previous generation, then how can we follow the Halacha of the later generation? We should follow the Halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't like what the Mishnah rules. And so the answer to that is that we my humble opinion. I think I read it somewhere. Eureka Hazolah refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to empathize or to do something differently, but not their scientific intelligence, not their grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better. I think it's not like that. If he wants you guys to like max out all of the methods, you guys are asking outside of that. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the event. One of the aspects of it was open not and so like the anti-Semitism one of the memories are really pretty boring. Well, I don't like the idea of wars that are unwanted. That's why the violence is not justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence in any circumstance of violence. But I would say that, it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Gavin Anthony, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that Christian stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. If I had a word, I would write that down. It's a good word. Chimera. You know what a chimera is? It's just right. Why would we call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe, like, Jews don't children to their blood and stuff. Wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone. Horrible, horrific consequences, but you can see where it's coming. Even I would say, the Jews should realize that the evangelical was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, Profinastia, you've all seen, like we see it in the French, which is like he's in, right? The place where entire Ukrainian peasants, here they have shown to Ukrainian peasants actually a more festive start. This is not like right out of England. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol syrup by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy named Desper Meyer there. What is the scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get to it is through vices. He said, I'm going to go with that, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol that we have a 19th amendment, right? Yeah, 19th amendment to ban alcohol. One of the short-lived amendments. The only amendment that's ever repealed, right? Yeah. So they tried to ban it here. Right? They can't do it. Thank you. 18th amendment. I think the 19th was. Let's think about it. Forget about the 18th amendment. It's not working. people say, well, that's the country that's not getting alcohol, people do drink. So the Jews were frequently given a thing called propaganda, which is part of the agenda. The Jews are the only people allowed to drink alcohol. You are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it, and you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer to the one more layer. Don't forget, Jews are all still small. They're still small-time money lenders. There's a ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now. Right? It's already knocked out 14th, 15th century in history. So Christians are still money lending money now from banks that will lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Christian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, go into any bank to borrow money. And you pay a significant interest. If you want to play pretty good, it's unregulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who is like the king and much bigger, because he wants to get taxes and never use the Jews because they're getting trouble with the government to do it. So Provenantia is added to the money lending in a way that the training peasants, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of table, a glass of sauce, they show up at the inn, they drink a few, they take the Jewish Institute for the restaurant, put it on my tab. You don't think there's no problem, you're towards water. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he's holding all his weeds. And he says, okay, I want to settle my tab. And towards water has great interest become like 6, 7 water. And that's not the only night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 340 bill for alcohol over the year. He's saying, what is this? So this was like an especially noxious form of the agenda that was ultimately very, very interesting.
I said they would tax them just for the produce and but at night to freeze skins. Then like, what was that relationship? Why would they really do the graduate if they couldn't make their own alcohol? But like, these are the bad guys.
Well, there's, I think the question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And they're not truly residents. They have their money and how they're paid on last month. Hang out with them. I would see.
The Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there's only two things which are inevitable, right? Debt and taxes. Jews are not in charge of debt. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be tax collected. It's also collected a little bit at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, whatever. That was the reality. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare you have tax rules, right? People maybe are drunk in war in late March and they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the Capitol. Maybe once everybody. Right? So, they basically may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerated. You get to the modern era, you have Pogrom 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was terrific, and of course the Holocaust. But in most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do is Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically you cannot sit down to a meal at an Ashkenazi house without having, for example, Rothschild Sugar. Right? What's Rothschild? What do you know is Rothschild? It's Rothschild, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Noodle is German. Or you can't have There's some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Children actually slow pop.
Put a brush gradually around about a very old and
So much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do, are basically things that we sort of borrow from them, they borrow from us. Oh, this is that was Ukrainian. That's what they call reciprocation, which they use by the up.
which literally
Jewish. This good stuff has some of this Jewish. So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the French month and they're kind of like all drinking together. And when the Ukrainian guy walks over to Katya, it was a mazel tov, you know, and he says, "Nazvarodke, through your help." And Katya was a little bit intimidated, and then they end up sort of dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like Corona, and that is true. There's hostility, there's separation. But there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far in this, but personally, I would probably do it. Women. You know, the women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hits. They're doing all kinds of women are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostility, political things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Elderstein.
So you're saying that like the Jews were just the tax collectors and that's more the reality of life than saying that people
is radically
but they were not like Muslims who are trying to kidnap my children.
But you know, it needs to be a large perspective. You ask those Americans what do you feel about the IRS? People are most likely to tell you, I was right? And the IRS is applying government as law their oversight and and they were also control of monopolies. People also have very strong argument. And so, Mr. Tillman, your whole idea definitely seems very much unfortunate.
No, but you think the same strategy, the same source. It's so beautiful because there's a difference in what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS. My results support is over 3% tax. Okay, good. And when was that? Right. And what was the next tax revolt? That's my point. You know, there are tax revolts for sure. Yeah. But they're, you know, as long as the taxes are not really awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has an unusual pressure release because we have elections. You know, just to vote the bumps out. And that makes America a little easier that way. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees.
There have been many historical revolts over taxes, like obviously it's a slightly different situation, but in socialist or communist countries that try going socialist or communist and increase taxes exponentially, have revolts, sometimes even relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that this does happen, but in the main, you know, people just want to live their lives. And if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefits cost analysis and they'll say, it's just easier for you. Pay the money and then they'll leave you alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have the revolt. And this is our debate on okay.
Every beer that you drank during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what the economics do. Right, that's just like they say. Because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Rabbi Rothschild, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhian, or the reply of the Zaporizhian to the consultant. These are those listener places and we appreciate it, especially this piece of art. These guys are the original concept. And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they lost to them. They fled the Ukrainians. They fled the settlement, and they went to starve out as they pushed out of the swamp that was known And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they live really according to their own rules. And they have all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like this walrus mustache, this classically Cossack style. There's top knot as well. Don't see it quite often, but the top knot there. And this is, by the way, these are kind of like their national hero. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers, the Wild West, right? The Marlboro man with the big hat riding off to the sunset on his horse. You know, that's how this is like the cowboys. Unfortunately, the national heroes are like the national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valorized by Ukraine, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks who would raise Ukrainian villages for children and take them back to be slaves. Really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And then the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, you guys can stop attacking our slave raiding and make a deal with you. And so they go back to their explicit note to the Ottomans. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write. He's composed a letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting very, profanities to assert the letter. So this is really like the sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Repin's work. They were led by this guy, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to the particular part of the Rapids on the southern Dnieper River. And he organized all of these kind of like bands of Ukrainian Cossacks, and he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territory. And of course, this was a hugely bad and horrible view because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there, right back in Ukraine. So when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get some good Catholicism and leave the Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to it. They came sweeping into these Jewish denmark, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the horrendous system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your mind and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevhen Matsula. It is a chilling, awful read. Now this comes into the region. The region by the period is called in Hebrew Zera Tach with Tach. Tach and Tach refer to the 2 years, 1648 to 1649. It's actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry? That's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular step, let's say 1,000 working individuals, men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the renta out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the renta, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? I don't know, I keep coming back to it. Gambling, right? So gambling out of Las Vegas, what happened in Las Vegas? It's just part of the desert. Yeah, it'll literally dry up because all that water is important, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels, and tubers, restaurants, stuff like that, that support the people who come in to do gambling at casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist. But most Los Angeles, Las Vegas, most Las Vegans are not working in the casino. So the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basic food as the backbone of the economy. But the vast majority of people doing all kinds of other things. Silversmithing and tinsmithing, small sales of educational scholars.
His base is actually especially good compared to because there's all the small potatoes and there's little factories.
We talked about this, this is the translation of the Sherman's class in regards to those studies. All very good. One of my marks was just now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources, maybe the Hanover's crowd, but there are many other sources as well that describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. Yeah, 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember the beginning of the sector, there was probably about 40,000 people at the time. So it's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed with only 40,000 victims. Chances are, it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of us trying to do. Okay, let's take just the aftermath. We'll wrap it up. This is a 5. It's Ukrainian, I can't remember what it's called. Not big, no, it's, yes, right. So 5 statement note, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, none other than $1,000. So, again, remember when we started, we were talking about Saudi Arabia and so on. For Ukrainians, they for the most part, was a great national hero. George Washington, who united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish landlord. Also, exactly, massacred lots of Jewish landlords. But what you don't see is the Polish and that's what those countries are understand the length to which they are viewed. As you said, the last question, we really have to say history we say the Native Americans look at Columbus and they see interesting little points. So we didn't go to the story back in the 40s. Well, people in America, it's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got a this by the way, in Central Square Cave, they have like this very low statue of history there as well. The earlier version of it actually, at least by the content, actually have like a huge sample that they're split by it. But even the SARS said, no, that's 4 days. So there's no features. Okay, let's call that a day.
Want to go further south. This time they've decided to hire a car, which in Iran can be found at any street
exclusionary pressures in Western Irish. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. And what's going to happen is from the 13th century onwards, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, unique style of Ashkenazi living arrangement called TESS, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when it gets to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America. To a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. So we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century particularly. Yes. Remind me your name, please. Last name. Barrente, Mr. Barrente. You can sit over here. Yeah, that's a little hard to conclude. Okay, Mr. Barrente. So that's this question. The question shows that people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So if you have a look at the very first lecture, we went over the terminology. It is associated with a grandson of Noah from the biblical period. I think Noah. So I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. So we have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So we're now really only the first two people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay. Have a look at the first lectures online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsion. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Grant.
And then they could come across and pick up anybody they could find, sell them into slavery or kill them.
Well, you're right, Mr. Kranz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what watershed means? It's a good term. I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term?
They're not modern boats, but they're
good
shape.
No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of the particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in
the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River, and then down into the Gulf of something. Right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So that's the Gulf of America. Or further west, it would be a watershed where it would flow to the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up in near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it's still north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way. Afterwards, they're just another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but we live in the post-9/11 era, and everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than Catholics, but they both are Christian faith. If you want somebody to focus these terms, denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gone along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying that we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the nightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders, like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple of hundred years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens, Mr. Grant? So how do Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point, in 1096
the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi, you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too, we want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who are kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue, and he essentially says to these crusaders, you know, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves in? So our whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week. Avarakaman prayer, which we read on Shabbos after the Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onwards for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back, pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and they're kind of they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there. So they do want to get involved in the violence of all it. They say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland.
That's where the camel trainer comes in.
So I think that if you ask the Crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And then maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option to convert or die. Right? This is the option of get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious group, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right? Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews. Some of really quite great chronicles written by Jews. There's a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of the massacre. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazic genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbeinu Tam being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely
horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Sturm communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by their century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies, let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back?
When they pass through here,
you'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? Because we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, the pogrom waves that swept to Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing maybe until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees period. I should do it later. Since the revolt against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial position that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are to run away, and yes, we have lots of life of Jews. It's not always possible, though, You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the service of the Kamarai, that stuff we talked about? But we appreciate your desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would have killed the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and any Jews who were outside the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized or we will set the synagogue on fire. And Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives. And the Crusaders would set fire to a building and over the absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? Amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children, 100%. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history, that from the Crusades onward, much of Ashkenazic culture is sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous, the outside world is so toxic, it is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living, it's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge will come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge will come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no. And now they have to live in both the Christian world and the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. So you see the contrast between the two. Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of jiu-jitsu and find a way to keep my Jewish identity despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was inspired that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and they say, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. The Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite, they were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and they massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. So one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishop, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, "You're not coming into our land. This is crazy. You come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay." So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's kind of interesting is what happens to those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decide to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sparta class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christian. It's a sacrament, they can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, "No, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to the Jewish communities," and he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, "Hey, who says that you're an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology?" But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you're familiar with, perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade was probably the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed to Yaharei Val Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to force yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It's not such an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They were not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at
I'm pretty sure this is the one you saw. It's one of the few cases where Marco Polo wasn't actually exaggerating. He comes from definitely a medieval Christian
Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean.
As idolaters. But you can tell he's starting to warm.
I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that we've shown him are that, baptism has no impact on Jewish status based on the principle Yisrael, Apophisha, Chafel Yisrael. A Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew. And you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I'm not a posek, I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy. So I can't tell you for sure. Master Rosh Hashiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders in 1099. They finally get there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first Crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre, and the Jews are sold to slavery. It is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It's been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side, against Christians. The Crusades is one of those examples. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if you go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. You know, here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe comes down here in their big metal armor and their horses and stuff like that, and like they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being like an existential enemy. Something that's happened to the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades.
Partially destroyed in the Cultural Revolution. This was a time when Chairman Mao decided that all the four olds should be swept away. That we had to create a new society.
Yeah, so you got to take this Spartan Jewish history class. That's we do have this period which they call. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. La convivencia, the period of coexistence. Lasts about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150.
These days, the Chinese are turning to religion once again.
Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Spartan Jewish history.
Pray for success in
You think right now everybody's getting along?
Buddhism and Chinese people is mostly about.
Yeah, you know, I would love that too. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but
a lot of people, especially older people, have difficulties coming to terms.
Here's the point, right?
Okay,
let's just have one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidic Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers of Yehuda Maccabee were called Hasidim. Gamaliel calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement. It just happens to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim, fascinating book on a historical level. Yes, Rabbi Rothschild is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at the time. Fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halakha, about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halakha, but nevertheless kind of like advice given by the followers of Hasidic Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other things, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenaz tradition. It's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big in self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva. It's so different from much of the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidus is really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way, these Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to a burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a whole dark period in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is actually quite fascinating. And you can look at it. It's short-lived. but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic world. I think I have here, no, I don't have the book. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidei Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, a lot of I think later on in this lecture, maybe I'll put it on the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I'm not, I'll try and find it later. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today. So the idea is like, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most viewers say it has to be the idea of like, it's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay. Yes, question.
I wouldn't tell an Italian that his noodles came from China. I wouldn't tell a Chinese person that his noodles came from China.
Well, it's kind of like an intellectual religious movement, and there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it, you know. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by like, you know, having lots of Sistaniyot and Hamatash. And back then they would say, oh man, I gotta go like roll in the snow a little bit, I should like stop eating for 2 days. It was just, that was the style. Wear dark clothes, not wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of things that certainly happening in the Black Death.
Still quite a rarity for him. He couldn't believe you could just print money.
No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, it started their writing, which indicated they were circulated.
One of many things in China the market
You'd have to find a way to measure that. And I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Grant.
Looks like it's going to be a long trip. Road to the Mongol Outlanders over an easy one.
Yeah. About a particular did not like that, yeah.
Each day, over 1 million such long-distance coaches fly.
I don't know. Could be.
The training system is...
Okay, let's go by here. Now, the next napkin, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews would want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helps quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres that we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. You can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea. So it started first up here in Norwich, right here in the, actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, alilat dam in Hebrew. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true.
Jews don't do this stuff. But, and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, that's not the time even in our own day. So, people are really upset, and they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard the Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, which really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kitchen. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kitchen. And people say, yeah, that happens so mad. But even though, I don't know how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different reasons. By the way, I'll show you here's like this crowded map of how many places have blood libels after that first one, 1144. This is Simon of Trent from 1479. One of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the ways one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things. In Israel, you see in Ashkelon, same kind of idea, like don't go to Torah college kind of messages that you see in some places. I should say that. That's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoon image. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the gospel, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they would do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. For those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood will probably make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out of the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation. And so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. I know there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medical history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, trying to wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they could use it for their purposes as well, when of course there is no blood to be had. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true, and the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child, who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of the church. You can go to churches today in Europe, you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize the parallels as best we can. And here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. We also have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis just made tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It was one of the horrific attacks on Jews. But there was another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It was followed after Eastern Europe, but the idea was you got to get away from these crazy.
The Palace of Heavenly Purity was where the Emperor made his decisions.
This is the heart of the Imperial City where the Emperor gave his audiences. Surrounding here was the Imperial City, forbidden to everyone except the Emperor's court.
So the question is, currently it's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sander Gilman. I think it's called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose. I'm not sure, but Sander Gilman is the author. He argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, which is a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century, and it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, it's late 19th century most likely.
So this is Gentleman Gate.
Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is Nassim. Great. Now, the ritual murder warps into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this dark age. And we could say much more about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, most desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degree, the host desecration story because it served their own agenda of claim. So the term host refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penances required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, as you have a cake. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing, to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it. Like if they're killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it. The wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous, they put it down. Host desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a host desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau, also 14th century, and it's basically, again, written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a, graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood libel stories. A renegade Christian who, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host. So here's the host for the wafers. Jumps ahead. And then he goes and takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the ruel on their shirts, their tunics, and he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a little box here. And in their synagogue, they torture the host. You see they're stabbing it with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. It starts to bleed. That's again, demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in the synagogue or hasn't looked carefully because he's trying to reproduce the table called the Brit here in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's going to write gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, hey, what's going on in here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming afterwards. The Jews say, quick, get rid of the evidence. They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames. And they'll just fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels. Right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Narishkeit, Bogomite is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, bursts into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them, which is also a typical Jewish hat from the 13th century. They torture them over the flames, they set them on fire. The Christian faith is taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. The body parts up here, some blood libel, things like that. So host desecration
secretion, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. There's ritual murder, the blood libel, the whole secretion. It just gets crazier and crazier. This is a map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spread into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Oof, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions, yes, Mr. Burlington?
The Grand Canal of China terminates in Marco Polo's favorite city.
He wrote about some bridges so tall that entire fleets could pass through them.
I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what? Oh. That's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with the witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one-to-one or one-to-a-few. But once you start getting broadsheets, and once you start getting you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. We live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, "Oh my gosh, is this true?" Who is Q, anyways? You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Or what else? I'm sorry? Yes, stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre, sort of super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially got huge during COVID. But it goes back to 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason, there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon, which was like a QAnon belief, that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. No basement, but it just, it's a blood lab, it's human psychology. Sorry, and in the back,
subsequent generations, that really changed the course of exploration and geography, and it had so much information that it took hundreds of years for you to
and it has a lot to do with how
take it away and accept that was,
and we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to do it.
The three Venetian travelers stayed in China for 17 years. Not really by choice. Conflicts between the Mongolian conquerors had erupted along the length of the
There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the emotions part. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not get to this. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. The 1340s through about 1360s, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just carves a swath of death through all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in, your lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously freaking out. Think it's COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality.
3 years to reach their hometown.
Yeah, mortality.
A quarter of a century had passed.
Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how a Jewish is related to this in any way?
All these jewels and rubies and diamonds.
Well, that would be publicity. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash before you're done with soap, right? So they wash without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week. Right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy that Jews didn't like dogs. There is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats escape rats. Rats run away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely Jews probably died at a higher rate because of the urban penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. Well, the reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that. And we have a lot of fascinating accounts, specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is the 16th century, the triumph of the death, right? These horrific kind of scenes. It's really like looking at if you watch the videos and look at it closely, with skeletons